segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
It is Crosstalk, the KNC Masterpiece, or the ACC today, as it might be. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Shut up, Bobby.
He said during the break he was going to call y'all ACC because y'all aren't competitive. That's what he said.
I was about to say, you're priming us to disappoint. I don't like this.
All right.
Hey, SMU did their best. They did their best.
They all the teams did their best, and the best just wasn't good enough. What is coming up on the show?
Guys, we talked with Stephen Jones at noon today.
Oh,
wow. We'll also pop on Jared Sandler around that time as well, just after Stephen Jones talk about the Rangers additions.
Pop on, Jared.
Wanker of the weekend at 10:40. We will get into one of the biggest wankers, death. Thanks a lot, Rickey Henderson.
Yeah, death sucks. Death is
sucks.
definitely a wanker.
So
Wait, you're gonna if Wanker of the weekend, isn't that like you were a wanker? Like, so you're gonna just dump all over Rickey Henderson?
Dumping all over death.
Oh, okay. All right,
for taking
gotcha.
Rickey Henderson from us.
Death is okay. I thought you were saying Rickey was.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Do you have Chris Arnold, a Rickey Henderson? Did you meet him?
Oh, yeah, lots of times. I interviewed him over the years. In fact, I was just telling Corey, this is a real quick
He was in his wedding. Probably.
No. Bassett's got the best Rickey Henderson story, and we'll save Bassett to tell his story. But, I covered baseball all these years. The two biggest memories was when he first won the World Series, I was covering the World Series. This is when the earthquake hit in San Francisco. Oakland wound up winning the World Series. He won it. Every time I interviewed him, coming in for the Rangers and stuff, he's a nice guy, but he's always saying Rickey Henderson. He would never say I. He would never say me. He would say Rickey Henderson. He didn't have a big ego. He just didn't want to say I did this or me and my friend. He would just say Rickey Henderson. But he was very funny and lovable. The other thing was I covered the World Series in Toronto when the Blue Jays won the World Series. And this is a little nugget a lot of people may not know. So they had a media overflow. We're in the outfield area, like in the right field or whatever, and the above the stands. When Joe Carter, who, by the way, grew up in Oklahoma City, we got a lot of mutual friends from Oklahoma City. We hit the walk-off home run. Rickey Henderson was on base. And so after the game, I was talking to him about all that stuff. So I got some minor Rickey Henderson stories. But Bassett's got the one, when he comes back, you got to ask him about him and Rickey Henderson.
That's weed.
Lucius?
That's
the cut.
Mike's got a good story.
Yes, he does.
Ricky's great, man.
He is. He's a great guy.
The
You were
things
talking
he
about-
would say.
Yeah, you were talking about those nuggets of the different things about how many bases he stole and all that. At one point in his career, I kid you not, he's playing for the Red Sox in the early 2000s. He had more individual stolen bases than the entire Red Sox franchise history. Their history. They didn't have as many stolen bases as he did individually.
So he stole 24 miles worth of bases. It's almost a full marathon. He led the league in steals his first 7 seasons. The only reason why he didn't do it his 8th year in a row is because he only played 95 games. He had a hamstring injury. He still stole 45 bases.
Mm-hmm.
And then he winds up winning it. The stolen base, he would lead the league in 88, 89, 90, and 91, so the next 4 years. He led the majors in steals at the age of 39 with 66. At 37, he led the league also at age 40, where he had 37 steals. He had 36 steals at age 41. I mean, the guy was all over the map, man. He stole 5 bases in a game where he had 0 at-bats because he walked.
Mm-hmm.
Led the league. Most unintentional walks in the history of the game because a lot of berries were intentional. Guy was just
playing that hard. It sounds like he probably kept a lot of managers employed past when they should have been kept on the staff because he kept playing hard.
Yeah,
dude, you're not going to let this go, are you?
You're not going to make it through this week.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not going to make it through 17 more interviews,
dude.
dude.
Okay, Chris, we're going to have a problem today. You have to turn your sound on your ringer off.
I'm turned off right
Earlier
now.
this morning, we already had one, and I was like, he'll turn it off. And then it just did. People know what you do, right? They know.
No, they don't.
No.
Because my son and my ex-wife called me during the last segment.
Really?
And I'm like,
did you get a hold of them?
Huh?
Did you call them during the break?
Did you call them back?
Was everything good? Because that might be an emergency. If both of those call, I would say there's an emergency.
No, I texted. I was like, "What's up?" And I knew my youngest was at his physical.
Mm-hmm.
And so my 12, he's 12. He's obsessed with what are all 12-year-old boys obsessed with?
Girls.
Well, yeah,
Their
but
phone.
yeah, but
Porn. What are we doing here? What game are we
he's
playing?
obsessed.
All three of those.
he's obsessed with something on his body. Right, and he was obsessed with it.
Chest hair.
Redirecting the blood
He
flow.
takes a lot of showers.
Yeah, he's 12. He's 12. He didn't take a lot of showers yet.
The perfect woman is made of steam for him.
He takes a lot of, he does not take a lot of showers, but he's like, the doctor told me that I was just fine. Like, it was like, he was talking about.
It's not too much.
It's talking about like, and I'm like, all right, that's what you wanted. That's why you called. You called to tell me that. I was like, all right, man. But yeah, he's So like they called it. It was just his physical. So
Okay.
Sounds like Mike Bassick will join us at 10:20 also.
Excellent.
He said sure. Oh, listen, so Broadus is one of those guys, he'll say sure. And I'm always like, what does that mean?
Yeah. I
Oh,
said the same
Wolchuk hates that. I texted him sure a couple weeks ago about something. He goes like, you don't have to. And I was like, I said sure.
Yeah, sure.
He's
no,
like, well, it just always sounds like somebody's put out when they say
oh no,
that.
anytime I'm asked for an interview, I say, sure. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, I say sure, like, yeah, whatever.
See,
Like
and
that.
I read it as sure.
No.
What
That's how I read
does
it.
a thumbs up mean? If
Thumbs
somebody gives
up
a
is-
thumbs
That's
up,
passive aggressive.
Really?
Just a
No.
thumbs up. Yep.
you're soft.
Oh, it is when
calling
Sean.
the fan
Hey,
text
no, when
soft.
Sean does it, it is. When Sean gives us just a thumbs up, that's just like in the group text, like sure, like he does. He that's him being passive aggressive, I believe.
I feel like it depends on the person, though.
With Sean, it is. I think.
Do you know Sean? He's not passive aggressive ever. He's
I
just
think-
aggressive.
Aggressive.
I think
Where's
when
the
Sean
passive?
knows, I think when Sean knows it's a petty reason, he's just being irritated by it, and he doesn't want to come off just being like he's flat out mad, like it doesn't rise to that level. Then that's his way of just like.
No. Yeah, I don't take it like that.
How do you read all of his texts again, though?
All of his texts are read in an angry voice.
Like what was the most?
Where
recent
are we with the guests? Where are we with the guests? Why don't I have any guests? Why haven't they responded? I don't know. I don't know why they haven't responded. That's how it works.
Speaking of, I don't want to get too far away from what you're just discussing with your 12-year-old, because I'm curious. I just want to go around the room on this topic really quickly.
Oh God. I don't know.
Have you? First off, have you ever
No.
encountered this?
No.
So that has not happened. You have not walked in.
No.
Was anyone here ever walked in on
Yes.
Yeah.
growing up? Were you?
Yeah.
Oh, I never went. There was one time it crossed my mind. I was like, did I lock the door? No one locked the door. And 20 seconds later, somebody tried to open it. I was like, oh, God, you were looking out for me. But then that also made me feel like God was watching while I was doing it. So that made me uncomfortable. What happened to you?
I want to say freshman year of college, like barely into college, had the girlfriend over, and yeah, I think the thing is, the parents go to bed at a certain time, right? Because they had to go to work. I was doing evening classes because I was working here during the day.
You're doing evening work too, it sounds like.
True. And I didn't really have like a bedtime or anything. Girlfriend was in town. She was going to a different school. Not going to say where because I would get super specific. But yeah, it was like 10:30. Parents usually go to bed at like 9. And thought, it's safe if the door isn't blocked or anything.
He just had Zach and Eric on in the background listening to nosebleed seats.
Yeah.
That's from a couple years ago.
Yep.
It's like
Yep.
3 years ago for you.
Just listening to One More Thing, and yeah.
What's your one more thing? Chop, you got walked in on?
Yeah, I was 5.
5.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I was 5.
5 years old?
That doesn't count. You're playing doctor.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
playing,
what is 5?
I was playing 5. Yeah, I was 5 years old. I was experimenting with things. I was 5.
Hold on.
The whole family was in the room. They were watching the show that I was putting on. Like my sister, my mom, my dad, they were all in there, and I'm just, I was 5. I think that's probably the only story my dad remembers. That's probably why he got dementia. I
What
probably
voyeuristic
traumatized him.
family do you come from?
I probably traumatized my dad.
Jeez, dude.
Yeah, my sister's in town. I'll see if I can go over there and record her today. I'll ask her about it.
No, don't record her.
No,
I want to hear this.
Ask her
I want to hear
I'll
this.
ask her about it. She'll tell the story. I guarantee
the
you.
story. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to hear this.
This wasn't stepsister,
I don't believe it.
right? This was sister?
No, it's just
Okay.
well,
That makes it better. Right?
Half sister. Half
That's worse. That's not as
Half-sister,
bad.
why are you in the dryer?
it's half. No, that's stepsister.
Stuck in the
Half-sister.
dishwasher.
Stepsister's there. Half sister. You can't. You can't.
I don't know a single person who's ever legitimately got stuck in the washer or the sink, though.
No, nobody
Because
has.
It doesn't happen.
It
Yes.
doesn't real.
Nobody
exist.
has.
It doesn't.
That's impossible.
No, I wouldn't think so. But anyway.
Corey Chase. That happens.
I
It happens during, like, an absurd amount of times.
It really does.
Like statistically improbable, it feels like.
It really is.
I haven't told anybody this, so this is kind of weird that I'm telling the
Nobody's listening. Go
100,000
ahead.
watts.
Nobody's
No,
listening.
everybody's listening today.
I
I saw on the
in-
fan text how much people were
It's
listening
between-
at 9
it's between
o'clock.
us.
I did walk in on one of the boys.
Did you really?
Did you? Did
And-
it scar you?
Yes. And I didn't, and here's the thing.
I walked in on my parents once.
He doesn't know because he had his headphones on
Oh.
and was on his Switch.
On the Switch.
And I have no clue what he was observing. I know he
This
could
is
get YouTube. I have
diabolical.
no clue.
What?
But you know, when you were that age, you were like anything you could find.
Yeah, Kindle.
And so,
A
but
Nook.
I remember Adrian was out of town, and I'm because they're up in Cleveland with Lucy, and I went in there to say goodnight. I open the door, I walk in, and I'm like, he doesn't even know I'm in here. I'm standing over the bed when I went, oh no, and I just walked out quietly and shut the door. And
Was it
I've
just like
never-
normal stuff?
I'm like, huh?
Was it like normal stuff?
I didn't see what he was watching.
okay.
I don't. All I know was that there was.
Sure, I got you.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this right now.
I walked in on my
I've
parents.
and so I've just buried it.
Super Bowl Sunday when I was like 8, 9 years old. I walked in on them. That was jarring.
Never did that.
My mom
Never
was like,
walked into my parents.
God, I could have died. And then she did. So,
Like right after that?
I mean, I think it was a slow play. It was a slow burn.
Oh, it wasn't your fault.
No,
It
she
could have
died, like,
been.
8 years later.
Could have been. I've had siblings tell me it was my fault.
Really?
Yeah.
What did they say was the reason?
Walking in on them on
Aggressive.
Super Bowl
Oh, okay.
Sunday.
All right.
Yeah, just
Makes sense.
embarrassment.
Yeah.
You know.
I never walked into my kids or my parents. Thank God.
Oh, you just put on a show for everybody at 5 years old. Dear God, I still can't believe that's. I can't believe. I'm gonna need you to record.
Was
just
it
to
not
give us
another
the
teen
details of
movie
that.
when she's in there and then like everybody walks in and she's just like, oh my gosh, and they, hey, come on in here. They're giving her birthday cake and everything. That's what I see. So he's just in there and he's like, well,
Oh man, I don't know. There's no birthday cake. There was no birthday cake involved.
oh man.
Did y'all hear Bobby's McCarthy rant?
Yes.
I did
Yeah.
actually.
We heard
I
the
love
end
it.
of it.
It's glorious.
We didn't hear the beginning of it. We were watching you because we had the volume down in the
Yeah.
prep room.
No, I was telling them, like, I think something's going on. I could see Bobby's face getting red.
Yeah, he was getting
And
angry.
I was like, something's going on. And by the time we turned the monitor on, he slaps the mic away from himself. So I'm like, okay, something's going
I
on.
just wish there was somebody on the fan text who was like, "Oh, Bobby's just trying to go viral." I wish Choppy, you can tell them how legitimately angry this whole situation makes me.
Bobby is really put out by this.
Yeah, this is not an act.
Every break.
No, and you know this is going to be a really difficult week.
Oh, I'm taking off the week after the season ends.
Because
January
not
6th
only-
through the 10th, I'm putting in for it because I'm not going to be, because like Peyton, I'm not going to work the day after a big story involving
right.
the Cowboys. So I'll
That's
be
right.
out that whole week, and then I'll come back whenever there's a new head coach or a new contract for your head coach who will never get you anywhere.
Yeah, cause Bobby's going to get at least 3 FCC violations this week. I think.
We already got one earlier,
Did we?
according to Chris Strong. Yeah.
We heard a blank damn that you're not allowed to say.
I think I stopped
on the
short.
radio.
I think I stopped short.
Okay,
I think.
Did you dump it?
I did.
What time was
Okay.
it?
It was in that segment. It was
All right,
in
I'll
the,
have to go back and
you
listen.
were yelling at.
I have done that before. I've gotten that dumped a couple times before when I get emotional.
CA gets dumped pretty much every time he gets
Like
on the
Whitney
radio.
Houston.
So prepare today.
I'm like Whitney Houston. I get
you're like-
so emotional, baby.
You're like Blake.
Except I can take baths.
Blake, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I can say it. All right.
I know. All right, it's KNC Masterpiece with
Kind of stories.
Alec and Chris, or whatever Bassett calls you. Everyone's here today. It's next in the fan.
know that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside the Hall of Famer. I was going to say two-time, but is there a third one? There's a third.
There's a third one.
When will the fourth one happen, Mr. Chris Arnold?
As we speak.
All right.
I have no idea. Just like the third one, I never knew that all of a sudden I'm in the Texas Boxing Hall of Fame.
And that is, man, there it is. Alec Medford also on the show with us today, all week as well, and Alec will be driving you around this week as well, so be prepared for that. Now, guys, Cowboys did not give up, all right? They did not give up yesterday, and I guess the question is, from the 877-881-1053, do you respect it or hate it? It sounds like Bobby hates it. It sounds like Bobby hates everything about what the Cowboys are doing right now. But where are you right now, Tolos, Cowboys fans that are out there? Because it sounded like there were some cheers last night when Cowboys did good things last night.
It's tough because I want to watch good football the rest of the year. I just want entertaining football. Win, lose, or draw. I just want to have fun watching the games. But at the same time, whenever you find out, like an hour or two before kickoff, that, hey, you're done. You're not going anywhere. And Jerry's talking on pregame that, it feels like we lost somebody. When I sat down with Mike McCarthy, the emotions, we were just so flat. And it's like, well, why don't you show me something different then? Because at this point, you're just losing the draft position. I know we've talked about that, the morality of being mad about that versus wanting to win the games. But it's like, what good does 9-8 get you? What good does, the opposite 8-9 get you? I don't know what they want to see. I'm intrigued to ask Stephen Jones, like, at this point, when there's nothing to gain, what are you looking for? Like, for me, I kind of want to see what some of the other guys have, which I know Mickey Spagnola would tell you, well, they're already playing all the other guys, but guys like you saw Andrew Booth get some reps. Like, what can he give me? Can we get Tyler Guyton to start the whole game at left tackle and see what he gives you? Like, I'm glad that they're trying to an extent where I am seeing some things from some players that I want to see improvement from, but at the expense of bettering your team and, for Bobby Belt's sake, maybe getting your head coach another contract, it might not be the best thing. So I'm kind of 50-50. It's like, it's cool to see them win because I don't expect them to win any week. I see them as underdogs every single game they play the rest of the season just because of everything that's happened to this point. But I got to admit, it is kind of cool when you see a team like Tampa Bay, who I think is way better than they played yesterday.
I agree.
I really do. And the way that they shut down Mike Evans, like it felt like he was a non-factor for most of the game.
Yeah.
It's like they executed the way they said they did, or they wanted to. You saw Micah Parsons talking with Tony Dungy on the TV broadcast before the game. He said, what's the key to the game? What was your speech this week? And he said, shut down Mike Evans. What did they do? They shut down Mike Evans. So at least they're doing what they say they're going to do. They're backing up their words for the most part. But at this point, I just kind of want to get to the offseason and see what kind of chaos happens.
I can understand that. CA?
It's real simple. They set up McCarthy to fail. And guess what they haven't done? They haven't failed. And when I say they set him up, think about it. If they had done what they normally do in the offseason, which is some everything in team building. Team building is more than just the draft. It's more than just trades. It's more than just signing free agents. It's all of the above. And if you go 12-5, 12-5, 12-5, and we know the disaster would happen in the Green Bay playoff game. We know that was a failure on all levels. But what do? They did nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, okay, how can you blame McCarthy for that? And then guess what he starts doing? He starts winning 4 out of the last 5 games. And more importantly, never lost the locker room. If you look at the Jets and you look at the Giants, those organizations are screwed because they don't have cohesion in the locker room. They don't have cohesion with the front office. So in other words, you're able to compare the Cowboys now to some disasters. Had the Cowboys front office gone about business like they normally had, and McCarthy can't get out of the first round like he had in the other 12-5 seasons, he's gone like Garrett. Because it's like, wait a minute, where's the payoff? And see where I say they set him up for failure, and I've been saying it all season long. This team is built wrong. It's built wrong because the assignment for the core group of veterans and the coaching staff is get out of the freaking first round. Mm-hmm. That's been the assignment since Garrett was here. Mm-hmm. Get out of the freaking first round. And McCarthy, by the way, is 1-3 in the playoffs. The only victory is over Tom Brady's Tampa Bay Bucs, where people forget they were 7-8, or 8-9 that year, even though they won that division. But back to the assignment, get out of the freaking first round. They're not built right because guess what you did? You let the depth walk away. Then you did not sign any free agents, Derrick Henry. You didn't do any trades. All you said is we're going to draft and develop. And you drafted guys who you expected to have immediate impact. We're talking about all of them. It doesn't happen. Rookies will be rookies. So you're watching on-the-job training when the assignment for the masses, the core group of veterans, and the coaching staff is get out of the freaking first round. He was set up for failure, and guess what? Now certain fans who like to team build, because team building is a sport, they're all mad because guess what? We don't have our draft position. Mm-hmm. They were better than we expected them to be. That's not McCarthy's fault. That wasn't his assignment. His assignment was to get out of the freaking first round, and then you throw in the injuries too. Mm-hmm. You can't fire that coach when there are not other replacements available who could do that same job.
The way that they played last night, I have a ton of respect for.
You have to.
And it's the toughness of CeeDee Lamb getting out there and, fighting through what he's dealing with. That I respect that. I respect the way that defense was hitting last night. Man, that was one of the best defensive efforts I've seen all season
and
from
most
this group.
of the big Pro Bowl players are hurt, except for Micah.
And that is part of a bunch of young guys that are looking for it, going, I can get a job. Mm-hmm, this is my chance to shine. This is my chance to show what I got.
And that's actually part of team building as well, because you have to decide who are guys who can do it, who are guys that are just making business decisions, and who are guys who give a damn.
Mm-hmm. And then the other part of it, though, is, yes, when it comes to McCarthy's job, which I think should be discussed mostly at the end of the year, but it's been discussed all year long. And it was discussed before the season. We knew it was going to be a big topic all year. But one of the factors is that he was supposed to get out of the first round. Mm-hmm. He has yet to do that. However, with that package, you said, quarterback who has yet to get out of there with this coach, we're signing you for a long-term deal. Wide receiver who has yet to do that, we're signing you for a long-term deal. But the coach is the one that gets left out. That's a little weird to me. If you've been that successful and still unable to do it while you're keeping one over the other, you're just saying that it's just the coaching constantly, and that's where the blame goes, although those guys have been through a couple of different ones. That being said, last night's effort, I have a ton of respect for. I don't hate it at all. Anybody that's really upset about it right now can be upset about the draft pick part of it. I don't know what it does for them. I don't know what it takes away for them either. I just know that whenever I watch football, I want to see a better product. And last night I got a good product, and that's what I was looking forward to.
One thing real quick about the draft pick, because, again, tanking or trying to get a higher draft pick, that's a strategy. That's just, and it's only a part of the equation.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about all the people who say, man, we could have had a higher pick. How do you know you would have gotten the right pick?
Maybe.
You'd have made the right choice. And let me say this. There's always going to be people who love the process of projecting and the combine, and let me be involved with looking at college guys and saying who I think should be a draft pick. They want to go ahead and move the process forward. Meanwhile, you're forgetting about trades, you're forgetting about free agents, and you're forgetting about who's competitive. You're talking about who can. All of those things are huge. Just to focus only on the draft, you're being selfish. Just like somebody saying, I don't care if the team won or lost. My fantasy guy. I don't care about your fantasy guy.
The obviously, Alec, the discussion of quality opponents over the last 5 games is there. It exists. That conversation is part of it. But Tampa Bay is a potential playoff team right now, and they've been a plucky team all season long. That kind of is. You were looking at this weeks ago, going, I don't know if you can beat Tampa Bay, and now you get this win last night. You can say, oh well, the groups they've gone up against haven't been that good. There's still 2 more games for the Cowboys to continue to do that. Still 2 more opportunities for them to go out there and beat Washington, beat Philly, and then you're going to go, well, Washington wasn't even trying. They were already in the playoffs. Philly wasn't trying. They'd already won the division, and so forth. So that part of that conversation is going to exist. At the end of the year is when, if I'm Steven, if I'm Jerry, I sit back and go, okay, what was the most important thing to me? And did they accomplish that thing? Kevin pointed out about a month ago, there was a list of about 4 or 5 things that Jerry had said, we need this. For the most part, you're seeing that they're still competitive, and I think that's what keeps drawing it back to it. Are they coaching them well? They feel better about it. The players that they gave them and the rookies, Tyler Guyton, I know you said you want to see him play a full game. He needs work, and he needs to be able to get past, not lose his confidence before the season's over. That's what I'm hopeful of, is just don't lose the confidence, because you got a lot of work in the offseason. Last night, there were a couple of bad plays from Tyler Guyton, and I expected more out of him coming out of Oklahoma this year. I expected a lot more. Maybe it was too much, though. But I have a ton of respect for the way that the guys on the field put their effort out last night.
I think we all kind of pinned too much expectation really just on the overall first-round draft pick of the Dallas Cowboys every single year.
Makes
just
sense.
Because they put themselves in a position, they're so okay with being right on the edge to where they need a guy that can come in and play day one when he's being drafted in the 20s.
Yep.
He's not even a top 10 draft pick, but he is in the first round, so you're saying he's got to be talented enough to go day one. Tyler Guyton is talented enough to go day one. He is not experienced enough to go day one. And that's why I want to see him get these reps. And like you said, Corey, there were some really bad plays from him last night. But how do you correct those? Go out there and remember those mistakes that you made. Add those to your keys. Get screamed at by the offensive line coaches on the sideline after the next possession and just go fix it. I want to see that. I hate the revolving door of the veteran guy that probably won't even be on the team next year in Chuma Edoga. I want to see a guy that has another 4 years left on this team. And I want to see some of these other guys, even on the defense. Like, I thought you got a lot of good things from Nick Vigil, who he was a guy drafted in 2016 in the 3rd round. He's played on a different team every single year of his career. And I thought he did really good things for you in place of Eric Kendricks yesterday. Is he going to be a franchise cornerstone? No, but I want to see more from him. I want to see more of Maris Taliafoul, which week 1, everyone thought was interesting. He was listed as a starter on the depth chart week 1, and it's for good reason. He runs around like his hair is on fire. I'm telling you, there's something about guys like that.
Him for his hair.
Well, yes, it is absolutely wonderful. And
so then, because you just named off a bunch of defensive players, and you named off Booth earlier too, then based on this kind of defensive turnaround, you're happy to welcome Mike Zimmer back?
And see, that's what complicates all of us.
At this point, I think he's done enough to where I wouldn't be mad at it. Am I jumping up, clicking my heels? No, but I'm happy because you're getting 1, consistency, and 2, he has proven enough to me. Ever since the bye week, it's looked like a different team. I mean, you hear it from Bobby and Broadus all the time. You're seeing Micah Parsons lining up as a defensive tackle, as a true like one tech sometimes.
Dude's exhausted too.
And he's exhausted. Like he's still giving you everything, but you're seeing a willingness from a Micah Parsons to move out of position, to drop back in coverage as a true linebacker over the middle of the formation. Like you're seeing different looks, the sim pressures. It was funny. I was watching with my buddies at a bar last night, and somebody asked me, he was like, "Hey, do you want Mike Zimmer back next year?" I was like, "I really like the sim pressures that he's doing." The very next play, he shows 6 across the defensive line. 2 of them drop back in coverage. Sim pressure. Right as I say, I like the sim pressures that he's running because it's giving offenses different looks that they're not expecting. They do that, and it's an incomplete pass by Baker Mayfield because he was expecting 6, but he actually has everybody in coverage.
And that's what makes this so complicated because, again, everybody likes what they see out of Zimmer now, but back in September, nobody liked what they saw because they were getting blown out and they had all the guys healthy. But guess what they were doing? They were learning a brand new defense. So what complicates just throw out McCarthy and his coaching staff. Mike Tirico was on with Sean RJ last Thursday, and he broke this down so well because it's more complicated than the average person would think. And that's because, okay, your defensive coordinator, you're buying into it, just like the team's buying into it. Mike has started buying into it because, remember, he's DQ guy, right? He's buying into Zim because Zim had to prove it. It's all working very, very well. As for McCarthy, people are saying, well, McCarthy, he doesn't call the plays well, whatever. Guess what? Last year, when he called the plays, not Kellen Moore, remember, they got rid of Kellen Moore walked everyone on the side. He started calling the plays. Dak Prescott comes in number 2 in the MVP vote. The offense is top 5 offense, leads the NFL in touchdowns. This is Mike McCarthy calling the plays. No coach is ever going to be perfect unless they win the Super Bowl, and everybody forgets everything you did bad, Andy Reid, in Philadelphia. You see where I'm going with this? The whole point I'm trying to make is you have to see who's still out there. If Bill Belichick were still out there, I'm not saying he's the perfect fit, but it's probably the better fit for a Jerry, because Jerry always says he ain't got time for a bad time. At his age, he's not going to look at some young guy, Ben Johnson up there in Detroit, and let him learn on the job like he did with Garrett. That's not going to happen.
You got a valid point there.
And so you also got to look at, okay, you get rid of McCarthy. If you bring in somebody, are you going to let them bring in their own defensive coordinator, own offensive coordinator, or however you want to do it? There's something to be said on the whole staff. And the fact that McCarthy has a group of players that have yet to quit on him, including the veterans. And the young, again, the whole selling point was get out of the first round. They set the coach up and the team up to not follow that plan when you said, okay, we're going to look at rookies. Like you're wanting to see all rookies right now. If going into the season, that's what you thought it was going to be, maybe you'd have more tolerance for what they were doing.
Yeah, they definitely were looking like they were training for somebody else to be coached by them at some point. That was definitely a look that you were getting right there. Well, that's Cowboys right there. 2 more weeks of this. And I feel like there's going to be some more roller coasters.
Because you don't know what's going to happen.
Have no clue. We're the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our friend Mike Bassick about what the Rangers just did next on The Fan.
truth, you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
What is it, Siemens Sisters?
Razor blades.
Saffron Squad?
Not Magnolians? No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by the personal injury towards the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, you can call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With the Frankels, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and the Texas Rangers have done some significant work. And, man, as the home of the Rangers and the baseball show of record, we felt that it was our obligation to ensure that you get the best quality baseball talk you can find. And that is why we reached out to our good friend, Michael Bassick, who is on vacation this week, but said, you know what, guys, screw it. I want to be on radio. Mike, how's it going, man?
Awesome, man. Just got off the Peloton. Cut the ride a little short. Just going to be honest. Cut the ride about 5 minutes short to make sure that I'm ready to go.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, man. I really do appreciate that. And I still get to say see you next year at the end of this thing. All right, Mike, so which one do you want to talk about first? Do you want to talk about Nate Lowe, or do you want to talk about the addition of Joc Pederson?
Well, let's talk about the loss of Nate Lowe. Let's just go in kind of the order it happened, because I was a little bit surprised by the Nate Lowe trade. And if you remember, Corey, we were talking, I don't know, let's say it was 2 weeks ago. You know, you kind of forget the rumors, but when Chris Young came out and said, hey, we're looking for another left-handed batter. Yes. And I thought, ooh, why? You have Corey Seager, you have Nate Lowe, you have Evan Carter, who really struggles against lefties early in his career. And pretty much I would say Jonah Heim is a left-hand hitting catcher. I know he's a switch hitter, don't get me wrong, but a lot of times if a lefty's going to pitch, those were days that maybe you would give him off to get your other catcher in there, give him a day off. So I'm like, you have 4 lefties in your lineup, and you really have to protect one of them in Evan Carter because of, and I'll say this, Leody Taveras is a left-handed hitter too, right-handed. He can struggle tremendously as a switch hitter. So I'm looking at it the other night going, well, son of a gun, man. Nate Lowe, if we compare him to Will Clark, if we compare him to Rafael Palmeiro, if we compare him to Mark Teixeira, if we compare him to kind of former Ranger greats that were first basemen, his numbers don't stack up tremendously well.
Right.
But if you look at Nate Lowe compared to what first basemen do in today's game, because it's really weird. We've talked about this on how first baseman offensive numbers have gone down recently. Nate Lowe is a very good hitting first baseman in the American League. Yeah, Vladdy Jr., way better. There's certain guys that are better, but he finishes top 5 in almost every statistical category from an offensive perspective at first base. So I was surprised that Chris Young traded him, but I didn't know he had Joc Pederson up his sleeve.
Okay, and we'll get to Joc in just a moment too, Mike, but when it comes to Nate Lowe, that dude, I will give him a ton of credit. A, won a World Series, but B, also was not known as a defensive first baseman when he got here and worked very hard on his defense. And then on top of that was a very productive part at times for what turned out to be a World Series champion. Didn't he have like an 18-pitch at bat that really took things to the next level against Houston? So I'm going to miss him. It was nice to have him, but I understood kind of the direction they were looking at there.
Yeah, he was a great personality, too. I mean, we've got to know him in spring training. I got to know him traveling with the team. He's a really fun-loving guy. He's a guy that probably keeps the clubhouse loose. He's a guy that I know keeps the media loose. He is a good personality and a good teammate, and he will be missed. But I think this goes to they didn't play 500 baseball last year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in the end, in September, they played better, and I get it. Like, people stopped paying attention. They weren't in a race. The Cowboys had started, and I'm not asking people to pay attention to September baseball if the Rangers are dead and gone out of a playoff race, and most people stopped following it. He had a nice September. He improved his numbers, but I think Chris Young looked at it like I talked about the other day, and now Chris Young doesn't have a defending world champion. He doesn't have a team that made it to the playoffs. And I think Chris Young, I'll compare it to a little bit of this, the Philadelphia Eagles. He's like, I don't care what they did in 2023 now. That is, I think, to Chris Young, I'm not going to say completely dead and gone, but he's changing the team. We're seeing where he feels like he can change the team, and he's changing team to see if it can be better than 2024 and not just relying on 2023.
I love that analysis. And, Mike, you were talking about his personality, and everybody loved his personality, especially when he popped on the radio and you could kind of feel the guy. Is that – I don't know for a fact, and maybe you do. Is that kind of like the personality that Berger's bringing now they brought in Berger?
I think that's a good thought, Chris, is that
clubhouse guy.
Yeah, I think we got to interview Jake Berger last week, and he was awesome, and we've heard great things. Obviously, Skip Schumacher, who's now part of the front office, who was the manager in Miami, knows him well.
Mm-hmm.
I do think this, and I know being around the team, and I brought this up to Chris Young in Seattle, kind of the last road trip of the year, one of the last road trips of the year, and I was kind of like, are you guys missing, not talent-wise, but are you guys missing on this team a kind of Ian Kinsler type of personality? And the best way I can describe Ian Kinsler, and I think his teammates would describe him this way, is F that other team, F that pitcher, F everybody else. We're going to kill them. I don't care who's on the mound. I don't care who we're playing. I don't care where we're at. We are better. I am better. And let's go stick it up somebody's rear.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that kind of, I'm trying to take out cuss words, but obviously there's a lot of cussing in sports. But
right.
Now, Nate Lowe is not that personality. I don't know if Jake Berger's that personality. Like you said, Jake Berger kind of maybe that fun-loving, keep things loose type of guy. You need guys that keep things loose. And it's tough to criticize a team that won a World Series in 2023. But sometimes being around the team, I'm like, they need that guy that everybody you play against hates, but everybody on your team says that's our guy and we love him the most.
Mm-hmm.
So I love what you're talking about personality, Chris, because I do think every team, especially once you get to a team of 25 or more, football, obviously 50-something or more, is you need different personalities to motivate teammates in different ways. And I do think Berger might take that Nate Lowe personality and bring it there. I don't know Joc Pederson well. I know that obviously Corey Seager does. They played together on the LA Dodgers. But I'm hoping that Joc Pederson might have a little bit of that Ian Kinsler personality.
Mike, before we get to Peterson, I do want to talk about what you got back from the Nate Lowe trade is Robert Garcia, the lefty. Bullpen arm, he's a guy that's heavy on the four-seam change and slider, but I don't know if you got to watch much of him. I watched a little bit of him last night, and something that stuck out on the Baseball Savant is that he's actually really high in Major League Baseball in chase percentage. He's in the 94th percentile with a 33.6% whiff percentage. So what have you seen? What have you maybe heard? And do you like this addition, a lefty that could play as a leverage guy?
Well, I would say if we're just looking at talent for talent, Nate Lowe is more talented than Garcia and is a much more valuable player because he's an everyday first baseman and you're getting a lefty reliever. I do think this was, in a way, a trade to open up the money to bring in Joc Pederson. So I'm not saying I dislike Garcia. We will see. Relievers are so tough to say, oh, I know what he's going to be year in and year out, especially when you don't have a lot of, let's say, innings pitched and you're not 32 years old and you've thrown in 500 major league games. So Garcia to the Rangers, I assume, has a lot of potential. They think that they can get more out of him. I believe he threw 295 changeups last year, and all 295 were against right-handed hitters. So he is a two-pitch pitcher, and what I mean by that is he's going to be predominantly a fastball changeup guy to righties and then a fastball breaking ball guy to lefties. His numbers are okay, but I'm assuming this. The Rangers see that they have control over a left-handed relief pitcher for the next 4 to 5 years, and they believe that he can improve, and they believe that this gives them depth, along with Milner, who they picked up, who is also a fastball changeup guy. So this is a little bit weird when you start looking at the Rangers lefty-on-lefty guys. And in fact, I want to say Milner is better against righties than he is lefties. I was looking over splits last night, and I need to kind of relook at them to memorize them to kind of ingrain them in my head. So I'm not talking so much off the top of my head, but they picked up two lefties who are both fastball changeup guys who have a breaking ball and who aren't lefty on lefty super specialists, which is fine. You have to pitch against righties in today's game because of the 3 batter minimum. But I think that Chris Young is looking for depth. He doesn't want to go into spring training, and let's just take Jacob Latz, who had a good start to the season, but not a great finish to the season. Obviously, he got sent down to the minors and stayed down in the minors. And then Walter Pennington, who they got from Kansas City in the Michael Lorenzen trade. I don't think he wanted to rely on somewhat inexperienced lefties. So now he's brought in 2 lefties who are experienced. So now they have 4 to compete for at least 2 jobs, maybe 3. I still don't love this bullpen. I think Chris Young still needs a closer. I'm hoping Kirby Yates. And I'm still looking at maybe adding a setup guy who I like.
Okay, I'm glad you brought up Yates' name because I had that listed down there. The money that was moved around, it looks like the money got put into Joc Pederson's pile. Does that take away from the chance of getting Kirby Yates, in your opinion? Or, I mean, because that's been somebody, you love what he did last year, and you've been like, we need to get that guy back.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I just remember, Corey, working with you, and we saw that the Rangers had approximately, right, we don't know all the numbers and deferred money and whatever, is they had approximately $53 million to work with this offseason. And so we can kind of do basic math, and we can go with, well, if you look at your backup catcher, he took, I think, approximately $6 million away from that. If you look at Evaldi, he took away $25 million of that. Now you have to go, oh, well, we got the money from Nate Lowe, but then you have to take the Joc Pederson contract into account. I guarantee you Chris Young in the front office knows exactly where they're at budget-wise and what they have left and what they need to do. So I hope that they don't go into this spring training, because I think this would be a bad idea to go, let's let Webb and Garcia and Milner and our young guys, whether it's Teodo, whether it's Leiter, whether it's, I'm throwing out Cole Winn. I'm not saying he will be. they're going to compete for the 8th and 9th inning jobs, and somebody and people will just rise to the top. I think that's a really bad idea. We've seen that with the Cowboys and going, we don't need wide receivers. Let's just throw out these 5 guys, and the quarterback will just figure it out, and we'll get a number 1, and we'll get a number 2, and we'll figure out who's 3 and 4. And you're like, it's not a good idea. And I don't think it's a good idea, and I don't think Chris Young is done. But I do think that through listening to him on The Fan, he was very frustrated with last season, and we can see that he is doing quite a bit to this team to try to change it, not a lot, but change it enough that you feel like it's a different team going to spring training.
Last thing before we let you go here, Mike, how do you expect Joc Pederson to get used in this defense, and where would you put him in this lineup at the moment?
Great question.
Thank you.
He's only a DH. Literally, the last time he was an average defender was 2016. I mean, you want to? 2016 was Corey Seager's rookie year with the Dodgers. So, I mean, he cannot play defense. If you put him out there, it's going to bite you in the butt if you put him out there enough on defense. In the lineup, this is the interesting thing. This is where I'm like, I like, but I don't love. Joc Pederson can't hit lefties. Neither can Evan Carter right now. So now Bruce Bochy is going to have to go back to somewhat his National League days, and maybe he's the perfect manager for this, is you're going to have kind of a manager who manipulates lineups and changes it a lot because of Pederson and Carter. You're going to have to keep those 2 guys away from each other in the lineup, because the last thing you want is in the 6th inning, you are facing a righty, but they bring in a lefty, and you go, well, I don't want to take out Pederson and Carter yet. And then those are 2 automatic outs, let's just say. And then in the 8th inning, they come back up to bat and they bring in another left-handed reliever. And now you're like, well, who do I bring in? And right now I'd say Ezekiel Duran is going to play a major role on this team as of now, because Pederson and Carter don't really start against left-handed pitchers. And that's tough to have 2 guys in your lineup who cannot really hit left-handed pitching. So it's going to be interesting to see how Bochy and Young come up with a lineup, and then how do they manipulate it? Because when lefties are pitching, and Leody Taveras does not hit good from the right side at all, so he's not really an answer to help you out with Carter. And so if I take Joc Pederson out, the answer would be Ezekiel Duran.
Yeah, and that dude could be a trade piece, right? Like, we're still trying to figure that out right now.
Yeah, so right now I feel like they really need a righty hitter to platoon with Joc Pederson, and maybe they'd believe it's Ezekiel Duran. I don't know.
Did you want to say anything about Rickey Henderson and your experience?
You got him, man.
Dang, man, this one hurt a lot. I remember as a kid, I had his. If you have to be 40 something, I think, or older to remember these posters, but Sports Illustrated / you could get them at Oshman's when I was a kid, would put out these posters, and one of the posters I had was Rickey Henderson in his Yankee jersey running to first base. He was my first ever favorite player. And then in 2007, I did get to meet Rickey Henderson, and it was awesome. And we were hanging out in a hotel, and, he passed me, a little smoke. And I was like, I've never done this before in my life, but this is the greatest leadoff hitter of all time, and he seems like an awesome dude. So
you had to do what you had to do.
I had to do what I had to do, and I will always say to this, I was like, I didn't notice any difference, but at that point in my life, I never really smoked anything. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life still to this day. So I'm like, I don't even know if I did it right. And I only took two puffs, and I was like, I'm good. Like, thanks, Ricky. Like, he passed it back to me. Like, I'm good, Ricky. Thanks. But, I mean, Rickey Henderson, what a personality. And I'm so sad because, Chris, in Oakland, the last game ever, Rickey Henderson was there. And we were so busy getting ready for the telecast and and I didn't go. And so many people wanted to see Ricky, right? I mean, Rickey Henderson Field last day, he was in such great shape. I mean, Chris, you're in great shape. You guys look the same as in shape and body-wise. I can't believe the guy I saw at the end of September, who's in better shape than I am, like, died from pneumonia. Is that still what?
I think that's what they're saying. I haven't heard the official.
Yeah, I don't have that either.
But you know what's so crazy? Like you say, in your mind, you're probably saying, "I'll catch him next time" because he's being mobbed right now.
Yeah. So, anyways, man, just he was my first ever favorite player in baseball. Oddibe McDowell was my first ever Ranger favorite player, and it really hurt. And then, I mean, I know this is sports talk radio. Have fun. You just start thinking about mortality. You just start thinking about your life. I'm 47 now, and he was 65, in better shape than I am. I'm like, do I only have 18 more years to live? What guarantees me 18 more years? So. Anyways, when kind of your heroes die, it hurts.
Yeah.
Mike, thank you for
Great
hopping
stuff,
on
man.
with us and bringing down the room right here at the end. Really appreciate it, man. I look forward to seeing you next year, man.
Yeah, see you next year.
All right,
Mike.
buddy. I'll see you next year.
Good to see you,
There goes
man.
Mike Bassick
All
right
right,
here
see
on
you guys.
105.3 The Fan. As a matter of fact, we'll talk a little more Rickey Henderson
Wasn't that story
next
worth it?
in Wanker of the Weekend. That's always worth it to hear that from Mike. We'll do that next right here on the
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Whoa.
This segment on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time for Wanker of the Weekend, the people who were terrible over the weekend, and they deserve to be called out for it. We'll get into that in just a moment. Don't forget, on Friday, that's this Friday, we will be at Buffalo Wild Wings at Left Bank. That is out there in Fort Worth again. So Fort Worth, we're making sure we're doing our thing with you right there in your house, and we love it, man, because you know how I feel about Fort Worth. Hold on. What are you making that look for?
I'm just concerned because they put a wing establishment in a bank. That don't sound right.
No, it's. I think you know
that
what?
side of the river.
Yeah, it's on that side of the river, a river bank. Alec.
Yeah, the one near 7th Street. Yeah,
there you
I've
go.
been to that one. That's cool.
I do have Alec Medford by my side today, along with Chris Arnold, and James is in studio making sure we sound good inside of your ear holes today, guys. It is time for Wanker of the Weekend, and we start off with death. Death is the Wanker of the Weekend.
Are you talking about the death that's got the sickle and he's got the hood and the robe? That death?
Yeah, I mean, if that's the vision,
skeleton
of
sounds like a chill guy.
Yeah, if that's the vision of death, do you think death ever takes a day off? That he's just like, you know what?
He's always walking around somewhere.
Busy
Never
man,
is.
very busy man. Well, he took Rickey Henderson from us. You just heard Mike Bassick's story about Rickey Henderson and the time that they partook together. But I've heard a couple of other really good Rickey Henderson stories that I loved, and I wanted to play these. This is Harold Reynolds on MLB Network talking about winning the stolen base record for a year.
I won the stolen base title. It was the first and only time anybody in the 80s outside of Rickey won the stolen base title. Rickey's still on 120, 110 a year. Rickey got hurt like in May, and I think he had like 30. So it comes down to the last day of the year. Willie Wilson has 59. I have 59. I steal a base. Willie Wilson goes 0 for 5. I win the title. Monday morning, phone rings. I go over and pick up the phone. Henderson here, because Rickey never speaks. He speaks in third person regardless. Henderson here. I said, hey, what's up, Rick? What's going on, man? He says, 60 stolen bases. You ought to be ashamed. Rickey has 60 at the All-Star break. Click. Hung up.
He just calls him up and he's like, you should be ashamed of yourself.
That all? 60?
60. That's
Rickey
it?
had 60 at the All-Star break.
Yeah, and by the way, when it comes to some of the numbers that Rickey Henderson put up,
man,
stolen base king, and it's not by a short distance. He has 1,406 stolen bases. The next closest is Lou Brock at 938. Do you know how many? That's
500 more.
Yes. And Billy Hamilton, who played for the Reds, tried to get there. 914 was as close as he could get, and that's phenomenal there. So 1,406 stolen bases. And yeah, man, you go back and look, 100, 130, 108, 80, 87, and the next closest every year was 79, 54, 77, 50. Gary Pettis was great. Still 37 behind Rickey Henderson when he was doing it. And he did steal, I think the number is he stole a marathon. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
Choppy said like 23 miles or something?
23.97 miles is, yeah. So
He's
that's
the ultimate thief.
Yeah, so that's pretty amazing. Yes, exactly. The only player to get 130. And he led Major League Baseball in steals at age 39. Now, CA, I think every Tolo out there and every one of the hosts up at this station looks at you and goes, how? How does that man stay so physically fit the way that he does? Do you think you could lead the Major League Baseball in stolen bases at 39 years old?
Hell no.
And that was only like 2 years ago. For
Only
you.
Rickey Henderson can Rickey Henderson.
Yeah.
I'm just a guy in shape. That's it.
This is one of my favorite stories because Will Clark's my favorite baseball player of all time. Like so having gotten to interview him a couple times has been the coolest thing. And
He's a great guy.
He is so much fun. This is Will Clark talking about a spring training game with Rickey Henderson.
Who was the best talker down at first base?
The best ever, made me laugh all times because he talked in the third person, was Rickey Henderson. Rickey would come down there and Rickey would be like, Rickey here? Rickey, this is in spring training where we're playing the A's a bunch, right? And Ricky's down there. And La Russa puts the hold sign on because he wanted McGuire and Canseco to get some swings in. And you can just see Rickey wants to steal a bat. Ricky's getting pissed, you know? And I'm egging him on. I'm just egging him on. I'm like, Ricky, you don't need to take that. Run, Ricky. And he about 2 or 3 pitches later, he goes, oh, hell, Thrill. He goes, Ricky gone. Ricky gone. And so I look at the dugout, right? And I go like this. I go, he's running, right? So sure enough, we pitch out, throw down to second base. Ricky slides in safe. He jumps up and he goes, I told you, Thrill. Ricky gone.
And that is, I love great storytellers like that for one, but that is a wonderful story right there. He once stole 5 bases in a game with 0 at-bats, which means he got walked every time. He's the career leader in unintentional walks, reached base 25 times in the 1989 postseason. Like that number right there, being on base that frequently when you got guys like McGuire and Canseco coming up after you is just off the charts. All-time leader in leadoff home runs. George Springer's 21 behind him. So he has 81 leadoff home runs, and I do remember that, like, being a constant on ESPN. When he would hit a home run to start off a game, people, they would just be like, and he does it again. And it just was like, that's just what he did. And then he hit a home run in 25 different seasons. What a naturally talented, gifted athlete that Rickey Henderson was.
This guy was a lifer. He was a baseball lifer, but he was really, really nice and down to earth. He's kind of like Wash. You know, everybody loves Wash, right? Everybody loved Rickey. And again, it wasn't about an ego thing saying Rickey did this and Henderson that. He just never really liked to say I or me. And I was fortunate enough to cover him all these years from 1980 all the way till he officially retired when anybody wanted him anymore in like the mid-2000s. Dude was just a great guy. And he had like, I want to say 4 stints with the Oakland A's. So he's always coming to Arlington for one reason or another, playing for somebody. He's played for the Red Sox. He played for Toronto. I mentioned earlier. He was I was covering the World Series, and he was on base when Joe Carter hit that epic walk-off home run for the Blue Jays, and he won his second ring there. Won the first ring with Oakland, and he also played with the Dodgers for like half a season. I want to say the Dodgers picked him up after the All-Star break because he was playing in like not a minor league team, but like one of those fun teams. Grand Prairie's got a fun team or something. He was playing for one of those fun teams, and they picked him up, and he actually had, I want to say, like 20 stolen bases. Seriously.
Yeah. Man.
20 or 30. And then nobody picked him up again, but he was still playing baseball in some random outlet somewhere.
Somebody just pointed out, don't forget Nolan Ryan struck out Rickey Henderson in his 5,000th strikeout. I do remember that. I actually have the newspaper from that because he had a unique stance. Alec, he was... I know I take too many shots at your height and I will stop, but he tried to be your height because he wanted to make the strike zone so small. Like that was his stance, was to try and make the strike zone small. And I remember them showing the pitch locations on it, and I was like, this is the coolest graphic ever. But the biggest thing for me, who was the most exciting defensive player for the Rangers ever, was Pudge Rodriguez.
Yes.
Because Pudge could throw people out.
Yes.
And everybody wants to see number one versus number one, strength versus strength. Everybody wanted to see Pudge and Rickey Henderson. I need Rickey Henderson to get on base so I can see if he tries to steal and if Pudge can throw him out. 1991, Pudge did what other catchers could not do and threw Rickey Henderson out twice in the same game.
Wow. That's why Pudge is in the Hall of Fame, too.
Twice in the same game, he was able to get Rickey Henderson.
And that's insane. You mentioned that stat about Nolan. We got a Tolo texted in the way Rickey would say this. No. It wasn't Nolan Ryan striking out Rickey Henderson for his 5,000 strikeout. Rickey Henderson will not be Nolan Ryan's 5,000 strikeout, damn it. Rickey Henderson is Nolan Ryan's 5,000 strikeout. Get it right.
Yeah, you're talking about the greatest weed-off hitter there.
Weed-off hitter, yes. That's a fact.
I'll be here all week.
Now you know the secret weapon.
That is.
He was relaxed at all times.
So, Rickey Henderson, we really appreciate your contribution to the sports world, and you will always be remembered by the KNC Masterpiece for sure. The other wanker of the weekend, aside from death, is SMU Jet Flyers. There's no room in the inn. Did you hear about this, Alec?
Saw a little bit about it, yeah.
Tell me about this.
The State College Airport in Pennsylvania, where Penn State is,
Happy Valley,
was so full. So many planes were there that several of the planes that were carrying rich SMU boosters got diverted to Williamsport. So they couldn't fly in and just go straight to the game.
The airport wasn't big enough.
They had to pile into a bus. All these rich people that flew in from SMU piled into a bus and missed the first quarter of the game. And for me, I'm livid. I'm livid at that point. I'm missing the first quarter now. At that point, that was where all the excitement was for SMU, because from the first quarter on, it just got worse. But that would be that's the worst.
You've been waiting all these years for SMU to make the college football playoff, to be relevant again. You spent all that money, even though you got billions or millions or whatever it is, and then you can't get to the game on time because your G6 couldn't fit in the airport.
When we were in Vegas for the Super Bowl this year, as we were leaving out, the driver told us, he was like, "Yeah, all the personal jet locations are taken up. Everything in Vegas, there was no room for them to land their planes in Vegas," and that's wild to me.
Oh, and in Arlington's airport, that's where all the G6s come in for the Cowboys games.
Really?
And whenever there's some big event at AT&T Stadium, it's not DFW, it's Arlington's airport.
Used to live right by it. I would hear all kinds of noise going over the house, right before a Sunday game day. I'm seeing here too, Corey, where James Franklin was even complaining back in October about how that airport is not large enough. He said whenever they were going to Los Angeles for USC game, he said there was not enough space for them to get the whole team on a plane and to get out of there for a game that they have to be at and they have to play.
That is wild.
So this is a recurring issue.
You know what? They can keep it that way for all I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Next time SMU next time host the game. All right, let's
how about
make
that?
sure we turn it up a notch. I'm proud of the boys for what they accomplished this year. Congratulations, SMU.
Yep.
Sorry it turned out the way that it did there at the end.
But they're in position.
Yes. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's chit chat with our fella Mickey Spagnola, Dallas Cowboys insider, next on The Fan.
Is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
There it is. That is Mr. Chris Arnold joining you here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Myself, Corey Majors, alongside Alec Medford, who is usually on the other side of the window, but today he is on this side, and y'all prepare to hear more of our good friend Alec Medford. He's done a really good job. Well, I mean, you're obviously with us tomorrow.
Oh, I am?
You're going to be on
all week long
again some point this week, and then on Friday when we're out at Buffalo Wild Wings, you'll be at Left Bank with us. Right now, though, it is time to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider. It is Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Mickey, how we doing today, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys? What's going on?
We are. I was asking the question, how much respect do you have for what the Cowboys did last night?
Well, a heck of a lot. Because, and by the way, and a heck of a lot of respect for those 93,000 people that were there.
Yeah.
That actually were enthused by a game that had little meaning for playoff possibilities.
Yes.
I was shocked. First of all, I didn't think many would show up. Second of all, I figured they'd just be sitting there like they were at a funeral, right?
Yeah.
And
they were waving those white towels.
Yes,
they were going crazy.
Standing ovations. It was it was kind of neat to see.
They were on that eggnog,
season,
Mickey. They were on that eggnog.
Yeah, right? Maybe double shots, right?
Yeah, for real.
And then for this team to come out and play with such heart and, just thinking winning no matter what was important. I thought it was heartwarming to watch because, frankly, after I saw not only Washington or, Philadelphia not doing them a favor, right? But how it turned out, losing the game with 6 seconds left to basically eliminate the Cowboys. I'm sitting there going, I'll just cover this from home. I don't need to go. This game doesn't mean anything. And then when you go and you see it meant a lot to Nick Vigil getting to start for the first time all year and finishing with 10 tackles, and it meant a lot to Leofau and Brandon Aubrey and on and on and on. And it was like, okay, not to get too corny, but it was kind of heartwarming to see.
Mick, you mentioned it. The linebacker play last night, in my mind, was just fantastic. And that was without Eric Kendricks. You mentioned Nick Vigil. I thought he was awesome. Maris Leofau just continues to run around with his hair on fire. And surprisingly, this position has been one of their deeper positions on the roster this season. What did you see specifically from those two, Vigil and Leofau?
Yeah, and it had to be for the injuries that they had suffered. Think about Vigil. I don't know if he's practiced once in 3 weeks. He's had this foot injury, and it seems like every time we get an injury report, it's Vigil, DNP, 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 and then he plays. And it seems like that's what it's been for 3 weeks. And so, he's figuring, okay, I didn't practice, but I'll do my special teams job, which, by the way, that he told me that block punt against Cincinnati was the first of his career. This is his 9th season, right? And he plays special teams. So the fact that Kendricks tried to warm up and couldn't go, and it was like, okay, big boy, you're in. And he goes in and plays, leads the team with 10 tackles. I think Leofau was second with 8. I thought that their ability to play the scheme, but also to help the Cowboys with that 6-man front to kind of hopefully confuse Mayfield or at least put pressure on him. And God bless him. He threw for 303 yards, and he was under distress most of the game, right? I thought that was huge, not to mention how the secondary played. So when you kind of look at it, and I know what the refrain is, oh, don't try to win. You got to have, better draft choices. Well, I think what people forget is these are human beings playing. They're not commodities. It's not like you're trading stocks out there. and to I wish everybody could have been in the locker room afterwards to see a team that probably 4 hours before kickoff was, totally depressed because they knew that their playoff aspirations had been eliminated by Washington winning their 10th game.
Is that that real, Mickey? Like before the game or hours before they were hurt by all that?
Oh, I'm sure they were.
Okay.
I mean, Vigil told me, he said, what a bummer.
Yeah.
And I asked, Cooper Beebe, when did you find out, that, this game wasn't going to mean anything for your playoff berth? And he said, I was on the bus coming in. Some other guys, some of them, I don't even know if they knew. And so McCarthy had to kind of judge the room. And he said he didn't see many guys outwardly talking about it. So he said, I decided not to make a big deal out of it, not to go, okay, we got nothing to play for, but boys, I really would like you to play, right? He said, I just decided not to address it whatsoever. And he said the only thing he changed before the game, or what they had planned going into the game, even though he knew they didn't have anything to play for a playoff spot, which, by the way, he said after that loss, after Philadelphia lost, he said, I had to sit there a moment and check myself, too, and reminded myself, hey, we're out here to play, we're out here to win. So the only thing he changed, and I think it was smart, their plan was if they won the toss, they were going to defer. And then he basically said, screw that. We're taking the ball and we're going to try to create some momentum and act like this is a big deal.
Oh.
And guess what? They did, right? Drove right down and kicked a field goal. And I think that that might have given everybody kind of a boost to say, all right, we're trying to win. We don't care about our draft position. Winning is important. And I think, as Brandon Aubrey said, he goes, if you're playing a game, why would you not go out there and try to win? And so that's kind of, I think, what took place Sunday night.
Yeah, that's definitely the idea can exist of tanking, but trying to convince everybody else to do that job is always a little more difficult.
And think about how hurtful that Philadelphia loss was.
Yeah.
Because they knew they, needed to win 3 and Washington needed to lose 3, and the chances of that weren't very good, right? But at least Philadelphia winning was right there, right? Devontae Smith, the sure-handed receiver, not only drops the first down pass, which could have been a touchdown, he dropped it a second time when he tried to double clutch it, right?
Yeah, he did.
And you see that happen, and it's like, okay, this ain't going to turn out well. And I think what guys do, and I think they've been taught this, that when you're sitting there scoreboard watching, don't watch the other game because you'll get emotionally involved and you'll get drained before you actually have to go out and play. So it didn't sound like a whole lot of guys were sitting there on pins and needles, just watching the entire game. Guys knew that Philadelphia got beat, but they didn't know how they got beat, right? Which was, you talk about miracles in a game. That was unbelievable that Washington was able to win that game.
Yeah, that was right up to the way they beat the Chicago Bears.
And Chris, sorry, think about this. They lose Jalen Hurts to a concussion, right? He's in concussion protocol. You think he's playing on Sunday?
Probably not.
So that would, the Cowboys, you're sitting there going, okay, they got to beat Philly at Philly. Well, Philadelphia lost a bunch of players, right? And including the quarterback. Kenny Pickett, I said, I don't remember this guy playing this year. Well, I went back and looked. He's thrown 3 passes all season, attempts, in 7 snaps. That's it. And he had to go in and play and nearly pulled that thing off.
So for the players and the coaching staff, with, like you set this thing up, this is probably their mindset going into the game last night. Okay, if Philadelphia loses, guess what? Washington has to play Atlanta. Atlanta might still be in the hunt. So we got, they're playing well. Penix, I'm doing these theoreticals. And then the last game of the season, Cowboys versus Washington. We might pull off the miracle of all miracles.
Right. Yeah.
That's what they're thinking that afternoon.
So now it's, all right, let's go try to win. And then thinking, all right, now Philadelphia still hasn't clinched the NFC East. And they got to play without Hurts next Sunday. And the Cowboys got to be thinking, okay, well, we can be spoilers, right? Let's go out and try to win this game and, believe it or not, get to 8-8 if they were sitting there 3-7?
Yeah, they've won 4 out of 5.
And, Mark McCarthy brought it up. It was a couple weeks ago. He was talking about, how he thinks winning towards the end of a season after you've struggled has its benefits carrying over the next year. Who knows if there's anything to that? But his first year in Green Bay, they started off 1-4. They were 4-8, and they finished 8-8. And the next year, they went 14-2 and lost in the NFC title game.
They got better.
So he felt like there was some benefits winning games with that team, setting the culture. Now, who knows who's here next year, right? Including the coaching staff. Who knows what's going to happen? But at least these young guys who've been forced to go in and play have something maybe to hang their hat. I mean, what if they get to 9-8?
So while Mickey, you're saying this, and Micah was I was talking to Mike in the locker room afterwards, and he was animated about this carries over, especially for young guys who have been through some adversity and know how not to quit, or been through some situations like this and they learn. In other words, it's like reps, but reps in a positive way, and they won't get in a bad situation no more. You know what I'm saying?
I think there's something to it.
He was animated
really
about this.
That's why I'm saying these are people. They're not trading stocks out there.
Before the season and for the past few years now, Mickey, I've just been very adamant that I just love the way Jordan Lewis plays the game. Would you mind?
Yeah.
I feel like he's a free agent after this year. Would you mind talking about like what he is to this team, his role, and how he's filled that?
Well, if they're watching, they got to figure out a way to get him back out here on the field. He's such a fighter. He plays with such passion. Somebody asked him, how did you develop that kind of attitude, the way you play the game? He said, I was always the smallest guy out there, and I had to play harder. And I learned to play, fight and grind. And if you think about it, when you're undersized, some of us know what it's like to be undersized, by the way.
Me too.
You got to give it a little extra, right? I just think that Jerry Jones called that interception the greatest interception he'd ever seen.
It was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going up, I'm seeing it, and it's like, oh my God, what a
took
touchdown catch, right?
He took it.
And he took it on the way down.
Yeah, with his hurt arm.
Yep.
Yes, right?
With his bum
arm.
arm.
We forget about that. I had someone in the medical field tell me that the elbow injury he has, if he was a pitcher, he'd be out for the season. Now, good thing he doesn't have to throw the football.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
He just got to catch it.
Yeah.
I mean, and you mentioned that. What about C.D. Lamb?
That's another one.
How many times did you see he had to take a knee, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to tell that dude that, nah, don't worry about winning this game. It doesn't mean anything. No, it meant something to him.
You want to hear something crazy, Mick? We're in the press box. Mick's up in the press box, too. I'm not lying. Mickey, I'm not lying. Every time C.D. Lamb caught the ball and went off the field, the press box PA announcer was saying C.D. Lamb's hurt his shoulder. His return is unlikely.
No, he kept saying it was questionable.
Yeah, it was questionable.
And I'm going, no, he's out on the field.
Yeah, it was like, we're watching him out on the field, and he kept saying it was questionable. His return is questionable.
He's standing there.
I thought that point was funny when he said
Yep,
that. Yeah.
yep.
But, you couldn't drag him off the field. I mean, how much do you think that game meant to Cooper Rush? I mean, he's a free agent next year, right? He didn't get a chance to play all that much. He's a backup quarterback.
Did you see that Cooper Rush stat they put out there about the Heisman Trophy winners that he has beaten?
No, I did not.
He is the first quarterback in NFL history to beat 4 Heisman Trophy winners in like his first 10 starts. It's crazy. because he beat Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
You just go backwards. He beat all the
Joe Burrow.
Jaden Daniels, no, he lost to Joe Burrow.
Oh, yeah.
But he beat Joe Burrow last year.
It was a couple years ago.
Whenever.
The 2022.
And he was talking about in his first 10 starts.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Huh. That's amazing.
That is impressive.
The Heisman killer.
That's what he is. Well, Mickey, thank you
He
very
should
much.
strike the Heisman pose.
We'll get back into the offensive line a little bit tomorrow, Mickey, as they did a pretty good job last night. We'll talk about it with you tomorrow, man. Thanks.
There's still a lot to talk about, even though there's nothing to gain. Right?
There you go. There you go. That's Mickey Spagnola, Dallas Cowboys insider, right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get after it with him tomorrow. I did see this little note before we move on here. The Dodgers are going to pay $103 million in luxury tax. And that's like, oh man, that's a lot of money for luxury tax. 3 teams with the luxury tax bill exceeding $50 million. 9 owe at least $10 million. And the Rangers are one of them. They're over the luxury tax. Nobody cares about the luxury tax, it feels like, in Major League Baseball now. Unless they are like, well, we're trying to scale back this year.
Right.
But for the most part, it sounds like teams are like, we're blasting right through this thing.
Isn't that 109?
103 for the Dodgers.
Isn't that the A's salary? I mean, the whole payroll?
Yeah. And 97 for the Mets, 62 for the Yankees. Like, those are the teams that are in the competition to win it all. And it's just a weird thing where the MLB is like, we're setting it here, but rich teams, you can still continue to go and overspend if you want to. And those rich teams don't sound like they are deterred by any means. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the update on the basketball team you have all been waiting for, the Guangdong Dragons. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss and Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org. It's also brought to you by the Frankels, your personal injury attorneys. If you've been injured in a wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With the Frankels, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up here in about 40 minutes, we'll have Stephen Jones joining us. That is the noon o'clock, top of the hour right there. We'll ask him about yesterday's game and plans for the future, and then we'll probably get into some Cowboys thank you notes. But before we do that, it is right now, and it's time to get into some AM on the FM with Alec Medford.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. We got the question of the day coming up here in just a moment. Plus, no chill from the Houston Rockets TV broadcast. We'll get to that here in just a moment. The Frankel and Frankel.
Hill?
Huh?
Clarence Hill?
Oh, no, not
No
the...
chill?
Oh, chill. Yeah, I see what you did there. No.
That's his nickname, yeah.
You know, well, he was not on this broadcast, so technically that is true. The Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text on 877-881-1053 to answer today's question of the day. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well, but this is one of those like personal anecdote questions because it hit me when I was maybe 15 minutes down the highway on the drive here to the studio for work today. I realized you guys bumped it all last week. I bought a new car from Platinum Chevrolet, and I'm loving it. Everything is amazing. Everything's going perfect. But the one thing I encountered today that I did not realize, in my old car, I kept my microphone cover for when I do host in the back seat. So I always have it. If I forget it, I can just run downstairs and grab it. I haven't moved everything over to the new car yet. I have everything I need to like get from point A to point B, like a phone charger, a lint roller, and that's about it. So don't try to rob me. But I didn't put the mic cover in the car. So I realized I'm too far down the highway to turn around and go grab it. It's not that important, but as a producer myself, I know how irritating it can be when, you know, you hear the popping in the microphone and stuff like that. And, you know, sometimes the microphones stink a little. Mm-hmm. So I was like, dang.
Not that they're bad microphones. They
I
smell because of breath.
I actually love this model. The Rode microphones are really great and they sound beautiful. But yeah, they've seen better days. So I want to ask you guys, what is the one thing that no matter how long it's going to go on, you always forget it? 877-881-1053. That one thing that you always seem to forget no matter what. Because this was even an issue when I decided to just leave it in my car. I used to keep it in my backpack, but I started putting so much in the backpack that it's made of foam. It's going to get crushed and warped and ripped, you know, so I didn't want to keep it in there anymore. And so I kept leaving it in the car. But then I got in really good habit of taking it out of the car. And now it's just not in the car. So I'm still forgetting it, even with my new method. What's that one thing you always forget?
Corey's looking at me like, you have anything? I really don't have anything because and I have to blame my wife and kids. You know why?
She keeps up with everything?
No. They forget everything.
Oh, so you have to be the one.
I have to keep up with everybody's stuff. Have you seen my... Oh, it's over there. Have you seen my... It's over there. And no matter who in my family can't find something, I have seen it. Or they think I've thrown it away. Because that's what I will do if it's still there for a while.
The one thing I always forget, my kids... we just leave them at the mall or stuff like that.
No.
I'm just joking. We've never lost any of the kids. No, yeah, we
What'd
never
you have
lost
to think
any.
about that?
One just left once. He's actually done that multiple times. Adrian lost him at an aquarium once.
Oh man.
And that was in like Georgia too. So that was I was out of town. I'm out of town. I'm at in California, I'm in Oxnard, and she goes to Georgia with the kids and they go to an aquarium and then she's texting me and she's like, I lost Carter. I'm like, I can't help. Right. There's no way for me to help you right now. I think How
long was he gone?
He was missing for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, that is nerve wracking. And he was just at the top of the escalator. My charger for my laptop. I always, and Carter knows this, our Carter knows this, I always keep it in my backpack for a very specific reason. If I get here and I don't have it, my laptop's going to eventually die. My kids will use this charger for all these different, charging their phone, charging, their Switch. Maybe I shouldn't let them use it. Charging other electronics. And if it's not, I don't look in there because I don't think about it. So I've had to ask Carter multiple times if I could borrow his charger because we have the same
Carter.
one.
Yeah, Corey, that's why I'm Android and the rest of my family's Apple, because I don't want them stealing my charger.
That's not a bad idea at all.
I love greed when it's used in the right ways, and that's one of the right ways.
They say you should use Apple. No, it's your fault.
Before we get to James, I want to go to the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line from the 817. I do this as well, not very often, but I've done it more times than I'm willing to admit. I always forget my food on the table when I get a to-go box at restaurants.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, yeah.
Infrequent, but I do hate it whenever I do that.
Yeah.
Because you're just like, oh, man, I really wanted that.
Yeah. It's usually for sit-down places, right? So it's like something that you paid a good amount of money for a lot of times, or it's something that you really enjoy, and then you get home and you're like, some stranger's either taking it or it got thrown away. Some dog in the back alley is going to love those fried pickles I left behind. Let's see. The power bank for my phone from the 972. I used to be religious about carrying like an external battery unit for like long car rides or anything. But now, like, most modern phones have such great batteries that I still own one, but I can't tell you the last time I used it.
I don't have a charger in my car anymore. Like the cable, I don't even have that.
Huh.
Just because I charge my phone at night and then I know it's going to be charged until I go to bed that night. So, and we learned yesterday, or was it Friday? Keep it between the iPhone between 20 and 80%. I learned this because I was like, no, let it die. And they were like, you idiot. That's not that's not how lithium ion works.
Right.
So I learned that lesson, but I don't even have a charger in my phone anymore because the batteries are so damn good.
Let's see, from the 951, always forget sunscreen. As a fair-skinned fellow myself, I can say that is the worst thing, and I do it a lot.
Yeah.
Not great.
I'm always the one they're like, you need to put sunscreen on because I don't do it. And when I was a kid, I didn't do it. And so I'm not the fair-skinned one.
See, I'm a runner during the summertime, so I'm in the sun a lot, and I never use it. And then I get home, and my dad's like, what in the world happened to you? And I'm like, what do you mean?
Red.
Yeah, I'm like, what do you mean? I feel fine.
You're a
and he was
tomato.
like, he was like, you are literally red. Like, what happened? You're as red as your hair. What happened? And I'm like, I went on a run. And he's like, and you didn't put anything on? I was like, nope, just a pair of shorts, pair of running shoes. You didn't put sunscreen on? No, of course I didn't. Well, now you're going to pay the consequences. James, what's that one thing that you always forget?
Lately, and this is really just when I go to the gym, it's been either the water bottle or it's the headphones. One of the two. I'm always forgetting it. I'll pull out and then just I'll pull.
Mark that.
Yeah, go ahead and mark that one down. Last piece of the week.
Thank you.
You're
First
in.
entry.
They were already starting off on a Monday. Anyways, I have to go back into the house, gentlemen.
Re-enter.
You have to re-enter and, just have to go get one of those two things that I've forgotten. So that's today. Luckily got the water. Didn't need the AirPods.
Nice. I do that a lot. When I get to the gym, I'll just get out of the car and start walking in and then be like,
Don't you think it's the
earbuds.
worst feeling when you don't have the headphones? Then you have to listen to people work out.
Yes.
You have to listen to that and then the awful generic like pop playlist that most gyms have on, where it's like it's the same Sabrina Carpenter song 5 times every 25 minutes.
She's popular.
Which I love her. She's awesome. But it's like I just want it to change.
You want
I want
your
something different.
music.
Yes, I want my playlist. If I'm not toloing, I want my music. Okay? Like, I don't want any of this that's geared towards high schoolers.
You're telling me Sabrina Carpenter doesn't get you going in the gym?
You don't have a.
I mean, it depends on the
DME?
mood. I mean, sometimes espresso can get me going.
You saying you don't love the sound of the treadmill just
No, it's the most irritating thing. Like, I already hate treadmills because I hate seeing the same thing over and over again when I'm on a run. I hate hearing the same thing over and over again, too. So, no, I can't. I have the AirPods, so I've got the noise cancellation. I don't have to hear the ambiance. I am just in my own world. And sometimes, that could be a really good thing, but then sometimes it could be a really bad thing because maybe somebody decided to bench behind you and they don't have a spotter and they're back there fighting for their life with 135 on the bar and you're like, well, I don't know that's happening behind me, so I can't help.
The 469 says they keep forgetting the closer in the dryer. There's only one thing worse. That's happened to me a lot too.
I get that.
There's only one thing worse because I like to hang my clothes up while they're hot so that I don't have to iron them.
Me too.
But the one thing that's worse than forgetting the clothes in the dryer, forgetting the clothes are in the washing machine.
Yes.
Stinks. Oh my God.
They sour up.
You got to do it again.
Got to rewash them. That happened to me like 2 weeks. It was actually, I think it was before, it might have been before the Martin House Christmas party. I think that happened the night before. I totally forgot about, I had like my entire closet in the washer.
Oh,
I
man.
woke up and I was like, I never got them out.
Oh, no.
So I need to wake up right now. I need to go rewash those
Put some
so
more
they
Tide
don't
Pods
stink.
in and turn it on.
Yeah, that was the worst thing ever. So keep those coming in. Your number one thing that you always forget. 877-881-1053.
I keep forgetting I'm not in love anymore.
I do want to go to Houston. I don't like going there often. I've only been there a few times, and it stinks and it's hot. And I'm sorry, Reggie, but no, it's not a great city. But
Oh, wow.
Shots fired.
Look, man, it's okay.
no, it's not.
We
It's
all
not
say
okay.
that about that city.
Yeah, we do, for good reason, because it's true. We only tell the truth here on the KNC Masterpiece. I actually do want to give them their flowers. So, yesterday, the Rockets played the Raptors, and they beat them 114-110. And there's some important context to this, but I'm going to give it to you after I run the clip of the final call on Rockets TV. This is Craig Ackerman closing out the game after a victory over the Raptors.
Rebound Houston, and the Rockets are victorious tonight against the Guangdong Dragons, 114-110 as Dylan Brooks goes for 27.
He says they're victorious over the Guangdong Dragons.
I heard that too, and I was like, what is that team?
One, I'm just like, that's insane to call a professional NBA team the Guangdong Dragons. So I'm like, there's got to be some context to this, right?
Yes, because I have no clue what that is.
A raptor looks like a dragon?
So if you go to @ChampagnePoppy on Instagram, that's Drake. His Instagram, which,
Yep,
he's a
that's Drake.
Houston native now. He lives down there.
He lives down there and he lives in Toronto.
But he's from the Six. He's from Toronto.
Yeah.
So
Six God.
He posted a picture of him and Fred VanVleet, who plays for the Houston Rockets.
And used to play for the Raptors.
And the caption says, "My lookalike, the love is forever. Thank you for your character and your contributions over the years with the city. The city will never forget, Good luck with everything on the Guangdong Dragons. I mean the Rockets." This is back when he signed with the Rockets. And Fred VanVleet responded. He commented on that post and just said, "Relax." So it looks like the TV crew and maybe even the locker room remembered that Drake months ago called them the Guangdong Dragons on Instagram when his boy,
funny.
Fred VanVleet, left the Raptors and signed with the Houston Rockets. So I got to tip my cap to the Houston Rockets TV crew. That's just amazing work.
Yeah, the only thing could have made it better. Dun, 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 in the background. Dun, 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 dun.
So this was around the same time that he was in his feud with
Kendrick Lamar. Yeah.
K-Dot.
Yeah. So around that same time, he's deciding I'm gonna.
Oh yeah,
and he shouldn't be doing that because he lives in Houston a lot. Or he's down in Houston a lot. He got a ranch down there now.
I mean, it's smart. He's trying to deflect the attention away from the accusations made by one Kendrick Lamar and the fact that he was getting absolutely eviscerated in said beef, if you will. So yeah, I mean, is what goes around comes around, I guess. And that's what good broadcasters do. And I just love when people are petty. I love the petty Homer broadcast. I love that. I love when Brad Sham takes jabs at stuff like that during Cowboy games, or he just
those that know, they know.
Yeah, he pulls, jokes or references from stories that happened 15 years ago. Eric Nadel does the same thing on the Ranger broadcast. Jared Sanor's very good at it. Like, I just love when the home team broadcast has something smart to say every single time. It's just great broadcasting. So there you go. That's my time.
That is great stuff from Alec Medford, AM on the FM, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Jeep.
Science has low V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys get a victory last night, and it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Felt so weird.
Gridiron gravy.
It's not you.
Yes.
Brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your house? Love Rhino Shield.
Me too.
We start with Brandon Aubrey, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon Aubrey had 3 field goals from 50-plus yards last night. That is 14 made field goals from 50-plus yards in 2024. That passes Kai Fairbairn, who had 13 last year for the most actually that was this year. 50-yard field goals in a single season. So who will finish with the most at the end of this year? Will it be Fairbairn? Or will it be Brandon Aubrey? We will continue to track
Butter
as an important statistic.
I'm going with Butter.
When you see them get to the 50-yard line, do you just go?
You already know.
Yeah.
The announcers seem to all be like, yeah, they can kick it from there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I seriously believe if they make it to the 50, it would be, 67 yards? I'm fine with that. I really am.
I want to say something blasphemous. I think he might be better than Dan Bailey.
You know what? I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
And he's had some moments of some lapses this year.
Yeah.
But I think those lapses have been mostly because of competitiveness within the organization. And I think he was just like, And then he missed a few. I don't think, when it matters. Last night those were some beautiful kicks.
Yeah.
I do wonder, though, how often that changes your approach as a coordinator when you're just like, all right, we've made it close enough. And do we need 7? Do we need to be a little more risky? And I feel like the Dan Campbells aren't risky, aren't answering that question with a no.
Totally agree.
They're like, we're going for it.
I hope it doesn't change anything. I want you to still play to move the chains and get first downs and then touchdowns thereafter. But I want that to be a security blanket where it says, look, especially like first quarter, let's say, like we have a chance to score here. Mm-hmm. It's not the end of the world that on 3rd and 7 we got 4 yards. I want them to think like that. Like we had routes going downfield. We had an idea to get 14, 15 yards. It just didn't work. Mm-hmm. I want that to be the case. Please don't get too comfortable in the fact that, we're at midfield. Let's just go and run. Rico, go ahead. A-gap. You got it.
Micah Parsons also gets his 50th sack, becoming the 6th NFL player since 1982 when they started to register sacks, by the way. That was a year after I was born. With at least 50 sacks in his first 4 seasons, joining these names: Reggie White, Derek Thomas, J.J. Watt, and DeMarcus Ware and Dwight Freeney. All legends in their own right, each one of them. So that's where Micah Parsons is. If people are like, hey, I want to move on from Micah Parsons, that is the type of player that you are moving on from. And I don't think, aside from, most of those guys, they were going to be with their team for the long haul. Actually, Reggie White did go to another team.
Yeah, Green Bay.
Derek Thomas passed away. Mm-hmm. J.J. Watt went to another team. Mm-hmm. Ware went to another team. And Freeney, at the end of his career, went somewhere else.
What are you doing right
now? But
not
in the prime.
Not in their prime, though.
It was always on the backside.
Yeah, not in their prime.
Put it like this: Micah is aware, and I think when I say he's aware, after the game, somebody told him that he, I think it was Pat Doney mentioned that you got those 50 sacks. And he said, you know what? But if you want to be in the Hall of Fame, you got to get 100. He says there's a lot more work to do. And he said all the right things. I think this point in his career, more people are believing he's more like a leader than when he said, I want to be a leader, but he wasn't really getting it done.
He wasn't there yet.
Yeah, I think he's actually saying the right things. He's totally bought into what Zimmer's doing. In fact, I heard that Zim named a horse after Micah.
Really?
What? He bought some horses.
He named it the Lion?
He named it Micah.
That horse is a lion.
Or he asked Micah to name it or something. They became that close.
I got to find this. I'll be back.
Horse is a lion.
Well, some lions are.
What? That just altered my
brain horses can't lie. They have to stand up. They're not lying around.
So that is nice to see. Yeah, it does look like he did no horsing around inside Micah Parsons and Mike Zimmer's new Cowboys relationship.
I hate that.
Mike Parsons revealed how his relationship with Zimmer started blossoming quickly. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Yep,
that is fascinating.
Did Kevin Hagelin write that headline?
Kevin loves headlines, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The Ravens over the weekend clinched their third straight playoff berth, stopped the Steelers from sewing up that division. That's the interesting division right now for sure.
Yeah, they could never beat them though.
Yeah, and then Cincinnati is kind of on a run to get back into it too. So now you got 3 teams vying for playoff spots.
You mentioned Cincinnati. I got to say this one thing. I've always loved Joe Burrow. LSU days on. That touchdown pass he threw.
The T. Higgins?
Yes!
Superman pass?
Yes! That's just like, damn. I mean, I've always liked Joe Burrow, and he's having a hell of a year. Don't let them sneak into the playoffs. Make him the MVP.
Yeah, in addition to that pass was the one, and I think it was tight end. He made the pass where he was avoiding people and then just. Oh my! But the great thing about it, that flip was a perfect spiral.
Yes.
Like that was a perfect spiral flip to just get the ball out of my hand.
In traffic.
It's impressive, man. Joe Burrow just does that, though. That's just what he continues to do.
And you know what? He looks just like Home Alone.
He does.
He just does.
He definitely
He looks like
does.
Macaulay Culkin. With an athlete's body.
Another play that stuck out over the weekend was from the Detroit Lions.
Oh, my God.
Ben Johnson, who, again, I swear by this because this is the conversation I want to have when it comes to Ben Johnson as a head coach. If he's going to have the same mentality as Dan Campbell has as a head coach, bring me Ben Johnson. I have no clue how he's going to be a head coach. I know how he is a coordinator. His head coach gives him freedom. His head coach says, be aggressive, be aggressive. And he does it. And they went out there and they made what it looks like the stumble touchdown is that what we're going to call it?
Yeah.
He said it started on Monday with Ben Johnson asking me if I thought I could actually fumble on purpose. This is Jared Goff and pick it back up. And I was like, I don't know about that. And we kind of got off that pretty quickly, but it was a moment. They had seen the play. The Packers accidentally fumbled the ball. And Jordan Love was able to turn around, see everything open, and hit a guy downfield for a touchdown. And they said, that's awesome. Let's do that too, but let's create our own version of it. And then there's Jahmyr Gibbs, who did a somersault on the ground, and that was hilarious.
Yeah,
because it looks like he wasn't going after a football, but he just rolls around. And then Jared Goff does a great sell by Jared Goff, and they get a touchdown off of it. And that's the kind of creativity that everybody's begging for.
You gotta have it nowadays, man.
It's ridiculous, one, because it almost feels wrong. It almost feels like something you shouldn't be able to do, but there's nothing that says you can't. It just feels that way. But two, the way it worked, like it probably wouldn't translate super well over radio. You'd have to really listen in. But if you watch the TV copy, you can hear the entire defense yelling, fumble! And everybody, that's why the secondary let up. They kind of stood still because they thought the ball was on the ground, and that's what allows Laporta to just kind of slip past on the boundary, and there's nobody within his zip code. It's amazing that they all just screamed fumble, and the D-line starts swarming to a non-existent football. It's crazy. Like,
it worked.
It makes me flustered just thinking about how creative it is and the lack of creativity that you might have around here.
You know, the thing about it, like with all the misdirection that offenses are already putting on, you're talking about what Mike Zimmer's doing defensively on that side, but all the misdirection that comes from the Shanahan offenses and the McVays, all these things, as a defensive player, you're already kind of spun that way. And then your eyes completely lied to you on a play where you're like, no, I saw the fumble, and you're like, oh crap. That's just got to feel like the worst thing, because then you're going back to the huddle, you're going back to the sideline, you're just like, I saw it. What do I do in this? They tricked me. They tricked my eyes, and you just can't trust yourself from there.
Put it like this. There's so many little bitty things that you can pick up, and we talk about tape. You remember, I guess it was a couple of games ago, where the punter for the Cowboys, what's his name? Anger tried to pass the ball, and it was a short. It was a completed pass. It was short, and the guy who called the play was when the Cowboys, the guy who caught the ball, he called the play. Well, Houston Texans secondary guys were saying, or special teams guys were saying, we knew that play was going to come because we saw Anger nod his head.
Yes. Yes.
That one little
was a
thing.
tell.
Because they said that we had already know that they know if they see something. So we switched our look at the last second. And that's how it was a short pass instead of a long game.
That was right here
things.
from the 940. This is another little thing, CA. The entire Lions sideline was yelling ball.
Oh, yeah, they sold the whole thing. Isn't that wild?
So even like they had to tell the whole team, hey, we're going to run this stupid play, and we need y'all to help us sell it to the other guys.
It reminds me of just like Dan Campbell allows this, right? Mm-hmm. That's probably why last year at this time he was so mad when the refs messed up their trick play with the offensive lineman. Remember Cowboys game? And he lost his mind because they said this offensive lineman is not eligible. They had a trick play ready.
Yeah, in high school I did have the call when the coach gave me the cheek was the signal that whatever's next is about to be
canceled.
A play.
Oh,
so whatever.
play, okay.
And I'm at first base.
Oh, okay.
Get my lead off, and he gets the cheek, and then he gives me the hand just goes like this. And I said, no, coach, run that back again. I think you messed up. And he did it again, and I went, son of a B. And I had some stolen bases already, so I knew. And as soon as the pitcher lifted his leg, I broke for second base and tripped on my face. I had 22 stolen bases my senior year.
Oh, well,
tripped and fell on my
look like a
face.
linebacker.
I was leading the district. Fell on my face, and I'm laying on the ground. And I look up, pitcher turns around and throws to first base. Immediately, the guy at third base for us breaks home, and I'm laying there. We get the winning run, but I look like a fool that tripped over himself going to second base, but we win the game because of the play that was called, which was fall over on your face, you dummy. And everybody had to sell it too. The whole dugout's like, oh my gosh, and everybody's like,
Right. He's running.
It's beautiful.
The game tonight, Packers and Saints, is going to be very below freezing, obviously, because it's
below
cold up
competitive?
there. Spencer Rattler, yeah, probably so. I kind of need it to be. I need the Packers defense to get lots of points. Spencer Rattler, however, said that they have prepared in an unusual way. He said this morning we went into the cafeteria freezer where it was like 10 degrees, and we're just going to go through the whole script in there and just doing things like that. So hopefully it's not 10 degrees, but we're going to be ready for the cold.
He ain't ready for that. He grew up in Arizona. He ain't ready for that.
You get up into that kind of cold, it is completely different. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to talk with the Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President, Stephen Jones, next on The Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Refurb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
family Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
There it is, Mr. Chris Arnold. Join us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. You got myself, Corey Majors, alongside Alec Medford, and we'll be rolling with you for the entire week. Don't forget, on Friday, we'll be at Left Bank in Fort Worth, hanging out at Buffalo Wild Wings, and look forward to seeing you there for all the festivities and fun as we tell Kevin, see you next year.
Is that what you told Mike, too?
Yeah, tell Mike that. So that goes back.
Where are those guys?
That goes back to, and we're waiting on Stephen Jones. We'll talk with him in just a moment. But that goes back to a time where Kevin complained about it, all right? And he said the dumbest thing that somebody will say around the holidays is see you next year. And what do we do whenever Kevin says he doesn't like something? We attack it, all right? Like, that is something, look, man, there were shirts that said take a load off. Did Kevin get them made? Yes, he got them made. But he just had to give in. He realized there's no reason for me to argue and fight against this anymore. I'm just going to have to give in and enjoy take a load off. But if something's irritating Kevin, it's just more fun to dig in on that. So every year at this time, I tell him, see you next year.
So see you next year to Kevin, and Mike is taking a load off.
Yes, Mike is definitely taking a load off. He did hop on with us, though.
He sure did.
He did hop on
Took
with
a
us.
load off with us.
I'm typically not one of those that's like, hey, on your vacation, do you want to work a little bit? But he did hop on with us today, so that was pretty nice of him. I did see this from over the weekend from Myles Garrett. Now, Myles Garrett, local product,
Arlington
who has
Martin.
gone on to be a fantastic football player. As a matter of fact, got his 100th sack over the weekend. He said, for me, I mean, first of all, I want to win. I want the Browns to be able to put me and us in a position to win. I'm not trying to rebuild. I'm trying to win right now. I want to be a parent when the season's over and we have those discussions. I want them to be able to illuminate that for me, illustrate for me, so that we can get something done, because I want to know that you guys are planning for the near future, not for further down the road. I don't want to rebuild. So that rebuild part of it is really interesting to me, because I feel like a lot of players that are at the top of their game and they're seeing themselves on bad teams have that opinion. The J.J. Watts, we've seen they're like either build this thing right now, or you're going to have to look at letting me go somewhere else, because I'm not going to be happy here. I've got everything I need. So far, I've gotten everything that I want. I got the money. I've had the chance to play at the highest level, but now it's time for me to win at the highest level. I'm not saying, do you go make a trade? Yeah, of course you make a trade. You make an offer for Myles Garrett if you have an opportunity to get him, especially if at the end of the season, Jerry Jones had that discussion with us last week that DeMarcus Lawrence, he thinks, is a Cowboy forever. But, I mean, that's a perfect opportunity to have a player like that opposite of Micah Parsons. But the feeling of you're not building around me, and that feeling, I always get a little nervous whenever players are starting to sound off like that. They start to, in the Cowboys around here, it isn't typically that way, because the Cowboys are always, we're trying to be competitive. That satisfies the players, it satisfies the fan base, until you get a year like this when they aren't competitive and you're like, what the hell happened?
A quick fix for the Browns would be if Kirk Cousins is available, because he would be cheap. It'd be just like the Russell Wilson going to the Steelers for like $2 million and Denver ate the rest of it. Atlanta's going to eat the most of his contract, but if they're moving on from him, he could fit, they'd have to eat Deshaun Watson's contract anyway. They can't afford anybody else. And you don't have to start from scratch with a rookie and hope you get a draft pick that's decent. You can say, guess what? Kirk Cousins, we can slot you in. The team is already built. We just don't have a quarterback. Yeah, Jameis might get mad, but.
Yeah, and I think Jameis is a completely, that's a day worth of conversation, right?
He's so fun to listen to.
He is. I don't know what happened recently. My TikTok is just exploding with Jameis Winston
the quotes
appreciation videos. It's just constant. It's the first thing every time. Tell us about the pain, and he's just pain. It was pain everywhere, and then it's just all these clips of how entertaining he's been off the field. But that is Jameis Winston is the reality. He is good enough to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. He is also bad enough to not be a starting quarterback in the NFL, and that's a weird dichotomy for a guy like him.
Did he throw 30 picks and 30 touchdowns in the same season?
He's that guy.
it's mesmerizing how you can be equally as amazing and equally as terrifyingly bad in certain situations. But, I mean, he's a guy that I would want on the roster just for the moral support. I mean, he's experienced stuff. He started in the league for a long time, so he could at least give you some sort of like veteran presence for maybe if your second string, your true backup is a younger guy that you drafted. Sure, but yeah, I do kind of like the Kirk Cousins idea for Cleveland. I don't hate it just because, like you said, with Deshaun's dead money that they're going to have to eat if they do move on, when they move on. It's inevitable at this point in my mind. They're going to have to look for something very, very cheap. And whether it's drafting and getting a bridge quarterback or just saying we have a lot of talent here still with Jerry Jeudy, with, when healthy, unfortunately, Nick Chubb, with Myles Garrett, so on and so forth. We've got this talent. We got to find a way to make it work, and a veteran quarterback might be the only answer there. So that's the one team that I'm staying far away from if I am a free agent, though. One, because they don't have money. Mm-hmm. And two, what are they going to do? And for Myles Garrett, it's a reasonable question to ask.
Absolutely.
At this point,
absolutely.
Because getting the money has to be amazing. Getting that signing bonus wired to you at 3 a.m, waking up and seeing that, you have to be like, man, this is great. After 3 years of just incompetence, general disgusting football, awful decision making, that money that they theoretically save by extending you and your price is getting cheaper and cheaper each year compared to the market value, that money going towards trading for Deshaun Watson and giving him the single ugliest contract in professional sports history, at some point you have to kind of bat an eye and say, I like what y'all had kind of drawn up, but it's not exactly working.
Yeah, they should have kept Baker. That's all. Just kept Baker. Baker was foolish enough to play on an injured shoulder, and that's what cost him his deal.
You think that was the thing for him, that it was less about he needed to move on because he needed to get out of that organization?
Think so?
Right. Mm-hmm. Right now, we talk to Stephen Jones, Executive Vice President for your Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by North Texas Ford Dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Stephen, how are we feeling today?
Oh, we're doing good. I'm really thrilled with our big win yesterday. And, obviously hats off to the team and our coaches who got them prepared, and be real easy to mail it in. But our guys are fighting their ass off against a team who, is a playoff caliber team that needed that win. And I thought we went out and deserved to win the game and held on there at the end.
Stephen, can you kind of describe your emotions and the emotions kind of around you whenever you saw that Washington got the win and the Cowboys were officially eliminated?
Yeah, I mean, we watched every play all the way to the end, and must say, as long a shot as it was for our team to get in, it was like a gut punch when they ended up Washington ended up winning that game. Obviously, think the world of Dan Quinn and what he's about, and always hard to root for the Eagles anytime, but certainly we were wanting to keep our hopes alive there. But like I said, we're in it to win these games. I think it means a lot to this team, not only for this year, but for our future, to really show people what kind of team we are. We've battled through a lot of challenges this year, and obviously got off to a middle of the season there after we started off 3-2, a bumpy 3-2, but then obviously lost the 5 games there. But I think to show people what our players are all about, obviously Mike and his staff are just doing a hell of a job keeping everybody dialed in, and it means a lot to the organization.
I'll tell you what, it means a lot to a lot of people who look at teams elsewhere and see some dysfunction. And the Cowboys, they don't have that going on. In fact, I think what you guys have shown this season is you've got some talented players who care through all of this adversity and having the opportunity to show that they're not making business decisions out there. They're trying to win.
Yeah, it was one hell of a game. I think Chris Collinsworth, at one point, we keep him on in the background, and they said, he said it's like we were playing to go to the Super Bowl. There were a lot of licks being passed out there, a lot of wood getting chopped, and a lot of competing going on. Both sides of the ball. Hats off to the Bucs. They played their ass off too. Obviously, we also and have been around him here in Texas and Oklahoma. What a competitor he is. But, that was just a hell of a football game. If you you can't enjoy that, you're not a fan of football. And, we're just, like you said, I mean, our guys are in it to show, that they have a lot of pride. And, this is a team that's, been NFC East champs and had won 12 games 3 years running. And obviously wanting to show everybody what these guys are all about. And, that's with about over 40% of our salary cap on IR right now. So, and those are some of the guys we think the most of that are some of our biggest competitors as well. But to see CeeDee Lamb out there competing like he's competing already, everybody says, well, they get paid and they don't play the same way. And certainly he's showing everybody that, it's not all about the money. It's about competing and winning and being the best you can be. So hats off to him as well.
Stephen, I thought without Eric Kendricks yesterday, you got a really good chance to take a look at some of your linebacker depth in Nick Vigil and Maris Taliafoul, and I thought they played fantastic. What did you see from those young guys?
Well, Maris, a young guy who's obviously just getting going, and he just continues to make plays, punching balls out, all around the ball, making big hits. There was a lot of big hits yesterday, and between him and Wilson and, Ayo, our corner, I think we've no telling how many combinations of corners we've had out there, but certainly, guys just out there competing. But Maris played a hell of a game, and then Vigil, just a pro. I mean, he's been in this league a while, veteran guy who knows Mike Zimmer's system, knows how to call, get our defenses lined up and run right. So I thought he really stepped up, and Kendricks is absent, and as you said, played one hell of a game.
That offensive line, it looked like Cooper Rush had time to look around. He looked very calm in the pocket last night. Does that offensive line feel like it's coming together the way you'd expected it to, or is it kind of still a turnstile at a lot of spots there?
Well, we're obviously having to play several guys, and I have had a lot of combinations this year. But, they're just a good group of men who like to work together. They got a lot of pride in what they do. Obviously, running the ball was tough sledding. We knew that coming in. When you got a guy like Vitavea in there who's holding down the middle, we knew it would be tough running the ball. But, we did what we had to do to make the plays when we needed to make the plays. And I thought Cooper did a hell of a job. Rico made, ran and got what little what little was there, but also did a good job catching the ball out of the backfield for us and making some plays there. So, it was just a great team effort, and I fully expect our guys to have a great week of practice and come back and try to give, Philly a problem with their playoff seed. So we're wanting to win these football games. Means a lot, not only for this year, but for our future.
Trying to be the Grinch against Philly. Got to like that a lot.
Spoilers.
There's going to continue to be this conversation for the next couple weeks here, and then until anything else is decided. But Mike McCarthy and where he stands with this organization, is that an off-season discussion, off-season decision? Would you like to kind of clarify how you feel about what he's doing in this job?
Well, he's doing a great job, right now. And like I said, there's a lot of teams who would have dysfunction with their season being over and, disenchanted. Mike's kept the group together. Not surprising. I mean, Mike's a Super Bowl champion coach who's been to several, NFC championship games. Mike Zimmer not only has, been a very successful coordinator in this league, but a successful head coach. So this doesn't surprise me. I mean, these guys are professionals, and we'll start worrying about the future when we're through playing the Commanders on our last football game of the year.
All right, thank you very much, Stephen. Appreciate your time. We'll catch up with you next week, good sir.
Great being on, guys.
Merry Christmas, Stephen.
Merry Christmas.
Take care.
There you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. And that was, I think that's that conversation right there with McCarthy.
That's a good question.
Just keep pushing it off, and they'll talk about it later.
He surgically asked it, and he answered it the best he could because, again, there's something to be said. This team has not quit and started pointing fingers at each other. There's something to be said for this adversity. And you just look at the Jets and the Giants and the mess that they've got.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a mess. That's what makes it hard to figure out exactly how to take that next step and get it out of the first round.
We do have some Cowboys news, though, in regards to the broadcast schedule. We do have a flex for this coming week, Week 17. The Green Bay Packers at Minnesota game has been moved to 3:25 Central, 4:25 Eastern. That means the Cowboys and Eagles game will be played at noon Central.
It makes sense because whoever wins that game between Minnesota and Green Bay wins the first seed in the NFC. It's that clear cut. It's not even just the division. It's the number one seed in the NFC. It's so good, it almost should be Sunday Night Football.
It's a smart decision.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
you can't be mad at that.
One, I'm a big fan of the Cowboy noon games because I just want to get it out of the way.
Day over with.
Yes, just get my day moving. I want to enjoy my evening with no stress, no weight on my shoulders. And two, like CA was saying, that's a huge game there. So I'm excited that that's going to be America's Game of the Week.
All right. Well, there it is right there. We'll have more information as it comes to you. That's what we do here on 105.3 The Fan. We stay live, we stay local with all these great hosts we have on this station. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with Jared Sandler. Talk a little bit about what the Rangers did and what their next moves might be next in The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, bring it down a little bit.
get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We got Alec Medford by my side, along with Mr. Chris Arnold, the three-time, potentially four-time Hall of Famer. Depends on when that next one rolls out.
I say 5.
Always in the KNC Hall of Fame for sure. And coming up here in about 20 minutes, we will have a CA Sports, courtesy of Mr. Chris Arnold. But right now, it is time to talk with our friend Jared Sandler, who is our Texas Rangers insider. Jared, how are you doing today, sir?
Hey, Jared.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy holidays. I'm doing great.
Are the Rangers
y'all are doing well too?
Rangers keeping you busy?
Yeah, right before Christmas Eve, just sneaking it all in. Let's do it. Let's trade for Ohtani and make all the moves here in the next 24 hours. And we can not have to worry about it over the next couple weeks.
This offseason so far, Jared, has actually been pretty productive for Chris Young and the Rangers. Do you see what you're seeing? Do you see the vision? Do you see what they're trying to accomplish? And are they successfully executing that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it changes year to year, but the previous year gives you a blueprint for, how you, in a lot of cases, are going to pursue, roster building for that next year. And, let's just take this reported Joc Pederson signing. The Rangers had a big need to improve their offensive production against right-handed pitching. And independent of that, righty or lefty, they needed to improve their production against fastballs. And you look at the two guys that they've acquired, Jake Berger and Joc Pederson both hit fastballs really, really well. And Joc Pederson hits righties as well as just about anyone in Major League Baseball. And that is not, hyperbole. There are 11 guys in the majors last year who ranked in the top 15 and on base slugging and OPS against righties, 10 All-Stars from last year, and Joc Pederson. And he is, a pretty impressive group of hitters when you look at his numbers against righties. Now, he is a platoon hitter these days, unless the Rangers feel like they can change that. I don't know that that's the plan, but against righties, he is an all-star caliber hitter, and it will be great to have that sort of thump in the middle of the lineup.
With losing Nate Lowe, what is the Like, what are you losing with him?
A podcast host?
No, okay.
Yeah, losing a podcast host for one, for sure, and there are a lot of people who reached out about that and appreciate that. We'll have some answers about that, I'm sure, in short time. Who's going to step in? But one of the things that made sense about adding Joc Pederson is that he gets on base and he draws walks and he sees pitches. I think one of the underrated parts of what Nate Lowe brought was that in a lineup with a lot of aggressive hitters, he was not necessarily aggressive in that way. He was, he was willing to see pitches. It's not about taking walks, right? Corey Seager draws walks too, but Corey Seager is going to go up there and he's ready to swing right away as frequently as just about anyone in baseball. Whereas Nate Lowe was a guy who balanced out Seager and Josh Young and Marcus Semien and Adolis Garcia and these aggressive hitters. And Jake Berger is in that category too. So in losing Nathaniel Lowe, they needed to make sure, at least I'm of the opinion, they needed to make sure that they could find someone who would balance that out. I think in general, you want your team to be in the middle of the league when it comes to aggression. You don't necessarily want to be on either end of the spectrum to an extreme. So, on top of that, you can't discount Nathaniel Lowe was the starting first baseman on a World Series winning team.
Yep.
He won a Gold Glove. He won a Silver Slugger. He did a lot of things really well. But to me, the unique element of what he brought to the lineup was that. And I think that's another area in which Joc Pederson will hopefully help fill that void.
I went back and forth with some people on Twitter about this last night. Now that void is there at first base, how worried, I guess, are you? Or are you at least intrigued to see what happens defensively with first base?
Yeah, so I first base is one of those positions where you take for granted good defensive play at first until you don't have it, right? For years, the Rangers went from, one really good Gold Glove caliber first baseman to the next. And then, they got some poor defensive play at first, and then Nathaniel Lowe came along, and he wasn't that great his first year, and then worked and became a Gold Glove winning first baseman. And so, if Jake Berger is going to be that guy more often than not, or Joc Pederson, that's probably going to be a step down. Now, if you were to rank all the positions in the field, first base is the one maybe that would rank the lowest. Maybe you could justify corner out like a left field spot, although to me, you'd probably take more of a chance rolling the dice at first base than a corner outfield spot. But, hopefully with Corey Ragsdale, who's done a great job helping grow some of these infielders, they can get some work and improve. It doesn't need to be Gold Glove caliber. One thing that's worth noting, in terms of scoop percentage, which, a lot of times people look at that from a first base standpoint, Jake Berger is only 2 percentage points below Nathaniel Lowe. So it's not like it's some major drop-off there. But that is definitely going to be an area that, people will be monitoring, especially in spring training. And we'll see what moves the Rangers make between now and spring training to maybe give a better idea of things. But, yeah, I think that is an area you've got to definitely consider.
As far as the return for Nate Lowe and that pitching depth, are you super excited about that, or is that one that you're just like, no, that's going to be something we see as competitive for this, but we still have more to do in the bullpen?
Well, I'd say both. I mean, they definitely have more to do. I'll tell you though, Corey, I was pleasantly surprised when I looked at Robert Garcia's numbers to learn some of the things that I learned, and I'm not going to regurgitate all of it, but I tweeted a little thread. But essentially, I mean, he's got a great strikeout to walk ratio, which is one of those stats that helps, maybe the sustainability of success. He is a lefty who is good at getting lefties and righties out. He's really good at getting righties because of a good changeup, and that's helped neutralize righties for him. People are naturally, and I get it, I don't blame people for doing this, but, people are naturally going to look at ERA first when they look at, a pitcher's stats. But I think for relievers, we've learned that sometimes that's deceiving, and you look at some other metrics that maybe eliminate the things that a pitcher can't control that can be exacerbated in small sample, like bad defense or things of that nature. And you come up with a stat called fielding independent pitching. It's abbreviated as FIP, F-I-P. And he ranked near the top of all relievers in that category, which is essentially a stat that suggests that over a larger sample size, your ERA should gravitate more to that number, right? So, he had a really good FIP, and it makes sense with the strikeout to walk number. So one of the things that he's got to work on is the durability and the ability to pitch back-to-back games, which is obviously something that is important for a reliever. But I do think in Robert Garcia, the Rangers acquired someone who will be a part of their bullpen. But, yes, they still have more work to do. Who's going to pitch the ninth? Who's going to pitch the eighth? I think those are questions that still need to be answered. What's Josh Sborz' health looking like? Because he can be an answer to one of those questions if he is healthy coming off of surgery this offseason.
Hey, Jared, this is kind of random, but I was thinking about the outfielders and the batting order, and I started thinking, wow, we haven't heard much about Evan Carter lately. And the last we heard was his back was kind of messed up. Have you heard anything at all about Evan Carter and how he's looking going into the upcoming season, spring training?
Yeah, I think he's going to be healthy and ready to go as best as we know. I think I don't think there's been any sort of setback, with since the ablation removal. So I think for Evan, I don't know that I'd say that he's competing for a roster spot, but I do think it's fair if you want to take the maybe glass half empty side of it and say, well, he had a great 2 months, but then when he was, healthy last year, the production wasn't very good. And who is this guy? I think the glass half full approach would be, well, he's playing through a back injury, and that's probably not a fair measure. And the reality is both sides probably have merit. But I do think that you're still in a learning mode with Evan Carter. You know, what type of hitter will he be over a larger sample size once the league develops a book on him? And is he a platoon guy? Is he someone who, you only really love against righties? Or is he someone who's going to be able to develop the necessary skills to, be an everyday player, lefty or righty? I think those are some of the things that the Rangers are going to have to answer. And, we'll see, again, with how they build their roster, if Evan Carter is going to be in a position to get those opportunities right away. Or, maybe the Rangers will tell us all we need to know if they build a roster where Evan Carter is really only, if everyone's healthy, in a position to start against right-handed pitching.
Is somebody honking horn at you, man?
I'm standing outside. No one's honking at me, but I did look to see if there was a car accident.
There you go.
I think people. I assume it was someone who was listening to me, and they're like, "Sandler, shut up."
Tolo.
Yeah, exactly.
Or they were just furious with whatever he said, and they were like, "I'll let him know right now." Forgive me if I missed this, Jared, but is Kirby Yates like a prized possession? Is he something that the Rangers desperately want to have back?
I think the Rangers would love to have Kirby back. I think at some point, just like a lot of these conversations, it's just the dollars and cents. And I think the Rangers are trying to put themselves in a position to bring Kirby back. And I think my understanding is financially, I think they can, but maybe, they also now are considering, is it Kirby or is it this guy or that guy? And maybe they're not going to be able to get Kirby and Tanner Scott, but maybe they can get one or the other. And Tanner Scott's a name I threw out there just because he's, one of the more coveted remaining free agent relievers. I don't know that the Rangers are really in on Tanner Scott, to be honest with you. I think he'll probably get 3 years, $45 million, $50 million. Could he get 3 or $60 million? I guess that's possible. I doubt it. But, Tanner Scott's not going to be cheap. Whereas Kirby Yates might be another, 2-year deal with an option after the first year type of thing. And he'll definitely earn more than he did last year. But, he's still out there. And I think the Rangers would definitely love to have Kirby. And my understanding is that if it made sense, I think Kirby would love to be with the Rangers as well.
Jared Sandler on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on the KNC Masterpiece. Would a familiar name and face in Chris Martin be an option?
Yeah. I think because of maybe recent health things with Chris, he probably wouldn't be as expensive as maybe the numbers would suggest, but he's been really effective. His split finger has allowed him to have a shelf life that has, extended past what we believe to be a pitcher's, physical prime. And I think we're learning here these days, whether it's with a starter or reliever, pitchers who maybe don't throw a ton of innings early on, in their 20s because of injury or what have you, they don't follow that typical bell curve that maybe a position player might, and that's why you see guys have a lot of success, deep into their 30s. Maybe again, like a Kirby Yates, who really, his age and his innings count don't match up because of injuries. So yeah, I think a guy like Chris Martin could make sense, as they continue to build. And there's definitely, I think financially, if I had to guess, probably room for both Chris Martin and a closer. And maybe the Rangers decide that they want Chris Martin to be that guy, maybe to be the ninth inning guy. But I think you could also pair him with someone else to help fill out maybe the final 6 outs of a game.
Well, Jared, really appreciate your time, good sir. If anything else breaks, if the Rangers continue to make some moves like this, which I'm guessing they probably will, you going to be available for us, man?
I'll be available, and I don't know if it's going to happen before Christmas, but the Rangers aren't done. And, free agency, I also would not be surprised if the Rangers, were still active in the trade market. They have a surplus of position player depth in the organization, and I think they'll use that to help build out their roster.
Oh, yes, see why.
Thank you very much, Jared. Appreciate your time, man.
Thanks, Jared.
Hey, see you, fellas. Happy holidays.
There he
Happy
goes.
holidays.
Never forget that Chris Young once closed a deal on Christmas Day.
His wife will never forget.
Christmas. He was like, I got to get this done. I want to win the World Series. By the way, I don't know if everybody saw this, but when Tank Dell went down against the Kansas City Chiefs, he goes down, terrible knee injury, catches the ball, grabs the ball, secures it, gets the touchdown, and writhes in pain. D'Amico Ryans just told reporters dislocated knee, where he also tore his ACL and other damage. He'll have off-season surgery. I guess the big question
sounds like
is,
overshown.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This late in the season, have an injury like that, it pushes everything. I had a dislocated knee before. It took a little while to recover from that part of it, but now you're having surgery on top of those things too. That's going to be for him next year. There's a lot of doubt what's going on with his season next year.
I just hope he doesn't become one of those greatest what ifs, because I really do think that connection, one in that offense that has gotten a lot of flack this season, but I think most of it is to blame on the offensive line play.
A lot of it, yes.
The connection between him and CJ Stroud on the field has been phenomenal to watch. When he is available, when Tank Dell is healthy and available, it's been really, really good alongside Nico Collins. That's a great one, too.
And when Nico Collins is healthy, that's really good.
He's the Robin to Nico Collins' Batman.
Yeah.
He really is. It works, and it also sucked to see just because them two, Tank Dell and CJ Stroud, are legit best friends off the field, too. So to see how just physically torn up CJ was, it looked like he wanted to hop in that medical cart with him and go to the hospital with him. Like, he was like, I don't want to leave. I don't want to watch him get wheeled out of here. So the whole situation sucks. I just hope that he is able to come back and look like himself, because he already had one season-ending injury last year on a play that honestly I thought he shouldn't have been involved in. So that was kind of bad play design there. Why are you having him line up with the offensive line to block on a running play at the goal line? Snapped his ankle. He's tiny, yeah. That one was just a freak injury that you couldn't have seen that coming from a mile away. But yeah, I hope the best for him, and hopefully the damage is minimal compared to what it looked like. I know the ACL tear isn't great, but sometimes with knee dislocations, it's kind of a mixed bag until they get in there and see the damage.
I thought
up
it was
front.
a broken fibia or tibula. Or something. I thought there was a break at the shin.
It looked like
Compound
something
fracture.
bone-related was going on there, but luckily it was just the kneecap was not where it was supposed to be, which is still a bad thing, but it's better than a bone break.
Yes, as somebody who's experienced that, I would say so. It is now time here on the KNC Masterpiece for CA Sports.
Yeah, let's do this. Last night I was in the Cowboys locker room, and as we know, they won only for the second time at home this season, compared to 16 straight home victories for the last couple of years. And I have seen this team, and I've seen a lot of locker rooms. I've seen a lot of Cowboys locker rooms over the years of guys being demoralized or guys being the season isn't going their way, whatever the thing may be. And I want the Tolos and Cowboy fans to listen to some of this locker room audio from the guys I was talking to last night, because it kind of paints the picture of, through all of this adversity, these guys are a team. They love their coaches. The coaches love them. They love each other. And I'm like, wait a minute.
They don't care about your draft pick scenarios right now either.
Yeah, and put it like this. They knew when the game kicked off last night that their playoff chances, minimum as they were gone. And that could have been a time to, we don't care. We got to stay healthy, whatever.
Yeah.
No, that's not the way they were feeling. And there were big plays made by the defense. The offense was great the first half. Props to Cooper Rush for having a great first half. Second half, they kind of didn't do anything. But the defense was all over the place. And Deron Bland actually saved the game when Baker Mayfield was making this clutch play where they could kick a field goal, and he passes it off to the runner, and then he fumbled the ball.
He ripped it out of his hands.
He took it. So let's start with this Deron Bland audio first, because he was kind of like the unsung hero at the end of the game.
Go cut Deron Bland. We don't have it numbered.
It's at the very bottom, James, where you put it.
Oh,
You want the whole interview right here?
Yes.
Yeah, you want the whole thing?
It's
All right,
only
here we go.
45 seconds.
I got
My goodness.
I got you.
Don't question. Just play it. Trust me.
I got you.
Deron Bland, congratulations. That was a great victory tonight. Can you talk about how the defense was strong from start to finish?
Yeah, I mean, for the whole game, we kind of kept them under control for a little bit. So, but towards the end, we kind of had some mess up. So, it felt good to come out there in the end and stay strong and not let up and give him another touchdown.
Well, let's talk about the end, because you sealed it with the fumble recovery. Talk about that play. What happened, what you see, and what you did.
Baker was getting out the pocket and he threw that ball out. So, and the running back kind of had it loose. So I was like, I got to go get there. So I tried to get there so quick and just get the ball and make a play.
Congratulations and Merry Christmas.
I appreciate it.
Deron Bland.
Let me tell you something. Those guys were excited after that game.
I really like hearing him. Last year, whenever he was having his wild success, we reached out multiple times. We're like, hey, can we talk to Deron? And they were like, we don't know if he's ready yet.
He's really low-key and quiet.
And that is part of like the media game, is a lot of times the PR team will be like, hey, this is a great guy, or he's not quite ready for it yet. They didn't expect, they hadn't put him through the school yet.
Yeah.
They hadn't put him through the PR school yet, and so they didn't expect it. Hearing him just now, that was great. I like hearing Deron Bland. I'm very sad that he wasn't there for most of this year.
Exactly, with his injury to start the season. Let's talk speaking of injuries. Here's CeeDee Lamb playing the entire season with this bad shoulder. So we'll talk to CeeDee Lamb. I started off, and then the rest of the media gang jumped in.
CD, can you talk about the fight in this team, because you guys refuse to go away?
Yeah, man, it's great to see. Obviously, the grit that we've gone through, the situation that we're obviously in. But as for us, we're showing gratitude to the game, showing how much we love and appreciate everything and every opportunity that we get, and going out there and playing our ass off.
Let's talk about the play where you hurt your shoulder, and then the next play where you almost thought you had the touchdown.
I really scored. But
But on what?
Oh, he said I really scored. But that's it. That's where it ended.
He actually talked some more, and he talked about the shoulder. I guess we got to kind of cut up over there, but he talked about his shoulder and playing through all this, and he was talking about how people might have thought he's just playing for the money. He said, "You play for the money, but this is what I do. I'm playing the game that I love." And he said, "I want my teammates to know that I can play through this, that they can count on me." I'm paraphrasing him, but that was mostly what he was talking about. And then Micah Parsons, who was very animated after the game in a very positive way. That's what I'm saying. Like, he said he wanted to be a leader, but he really wasn't showing it about the things that he was doing early on. He is totally bought into his role and what Mike Zimmer's wanted them to do. Here is some Micah Parsons.
Micah, can you talk about the defense dominating in this victory? Because you guys are doing it.
Yeah, man. Like I said, we stepping up, we showing out, we doing everything that I said we would do. And the king is, man, we got to keep finishing strong. At this point, I think it's just about letting the world be known what we're capable of. And like I said, fighting for our lives.
Earlier in the day, Washington won that game. Did that dampen anything? It seemed like you guys really didn't even care.
Nothing really mattered at that point. We had, a 0.2% chance. So, like I said, it was nothing about what Philly or anybody was doing. It had everything to do with us, our character, and what we believe in each other. No, I think that's the best part. We got nothing to lose. They got everything to lose: seeding, positioning, potential elimination. So it's good to be on the opposite end there. That was not good, but it's nice.
Mike, you're now 50 sacks, very, very select group. Reggie White on that list. When you think about that, what does that mean to you, what you've been able to accomplish in your career so far?
Man, that's some legendary stuff, man. But that's the halfway mark of the end goal. You know what I'm saying? We want to get to that 100 career. We eventually want to get to that, Hall of Fame status. I just did half of what they accomplished. That's not good enough. So we got to keep going, keep stacking these years. The bar's already high, so I just got to keep, just keep going.
Is this the year of overcoming? I say this because defensively, you guys had different injuries. You were injured yourself. You had to learn a new defense with Zim's new defense compared to DQs. Can you talk about the defense as far as overcoming all these different obstacles to be successful?
Yeah, like I said, earlier this week, it was more of, proving people wrong. I think everyone had us written off and everyone kind of decided our future for us, and we were just like, hold on. We could be a damn good football team, and we could win games. It's on us. Forget it. We lose our quarterback. We lose some other players. Mm-hmm. Okay, acceptance, reality. Now, where are we at? How are we going to get better? What do we have to fix? What do we have to look at? And that's what we've been doing every day, and everyone's trying to get better at doing better, rushing better, controlling the run better. Offense is moving the ball better, trying to limit us getting off the field. So we've been playing way better complementary football. It just sucks we waited this long, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. That's Mike. And again, he's sounding more like a leader, isn't he?
Yes.
He's kind of acting like, when he was doing this stuff this summer, I was like, no, that's not what a leader does. He's really stepped into the role. Maybe he had to grow into it.
Yeah, maybe it was watching from the sidelines that kind of made him realize a couple things. He definitely does sound more like he's trying to get guys to follow him in the right way. I hate for him, I really do hate for him this kind of season.
Yeah.
Because of how competitive I know he is. I wanted to go back with CeeDee Lamb real quick, if you don't mind. I one of my notes was CeeDee Lamb is so good. If you don't love him, I'm not quite sure what you're wanting from your best receiver. And he had 100 yards and 6 catches by halftime.
Yeah.
And he is consistent. It doesn't seem like there was a time, Alec, earlier in his career where it seemed like he had the dropsies.
Yep.
And maybe early this season he had a moment like that. But since then, it has just been fire from this guy. So I am kind of curious when people are still I know he got the big contract and people were upset about that.
And he missed training camp.
Steven came on minutes ago and was like, I think, a lot of people get concerned about you pay a guy, he's gonna slack off. CeeDee has not done that. So I am kind of curious for anybody that doesn't like CeeDee Lamb at this point, what's the reason? I don't understand what it would be at this point.
I don't think there's any knock at this point, like you're saying. And I mean, he even addressed it a little bit yesterday, saying, I think all that talk about because of the money, and everybody was questioning where's the heart at during the negotiations. The fact that he's going out there and he can barely lift his arm up,
and he's doing it with the backup quarterback.
Exactly, and he's still making these circus catches, and, you heard himself. He said, I scored on that, by the way, which, no, he didn't. But I like the competitive spirit there. I never had any questions. I had questions about would he be a true number one a couple years ago because of the dropsies that you mentioned, but the football character of CeeDee Lamb, I never questioned, and I'm glad that, at least in my eyes, some of those questions need to just be dissolved right now.
And finally, I talked with Butter, the kicker who never misses, and in a way, remember Mickey was talking about earlier that Mike McCarthy made one change that he doesn't normally make, which is we're going to take the ball first and make a statement. Well, they marched down the field, and they had to kick this field goal. Well, I asked Brandon Aubrey, he makes most of the field goals anyway, but what if he didn't make that field goal? I'm thinking it might suck the life out of the team. So I asked him, I said, hey, kind of pressure on you with that first field goal.
Brandon Aubrey, you guys had a nice victory, but let me say, again, you started it off with a nice field goal. Was there any extra pressure on you knowing that the length was, the long field goal and, you had to make a statement on the first drive?
No, every kick comes with a lot of pressure. So as a kicker in the NFL, you need everyone to go through the uprights. So I wouldn't say there's any more pressure on the longer ones. Might even be a little bit of the opposite. Although now it might be building with people just kind of expecting you to make it when you're out there. So no more pressure on any of those kicks.
How many field goals have you made now?
This year,
period, as a NFL player?
It was 36 last year, probably like 33, 34-ish this year, so around 70.
Yeah, I think you're the fastest to kick 70.
Yeah, is that it?
Yeah,
I love that.
In history. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And by the way, congratulations on the victory. Did it damper at all earlier that Washington won that game? Because it seemed like everybody's still motivated, everybody's still very, very excited tonight.
Yeah, obviously watching the game, very emotionally charged for us. I can speak for myself. I wasn't watching with anyone else, just at home, get a chance to watch it before coming in, and obviously it sucks, but we've prepared for a game, and we know that that's a possibility. So we're not focused on anything other than winning a game and putting good film out there. A lot of guys on expiring contracts, coaching staff. So yeah, we're playing for ourselves, we're playing for our teammates, we're playing for our coaching staff. No one wants to lose games, so we're all competitive people. Everyone despises losing, so we'll find a way to win the game when we can.
Well, congratulations, Merry Christmas, and Happy Holidays.
Merry Christmas. Thank you.
You got a locker room full of competitors. Whether you're building the team or not, you got to keep that in mind, and that's why I like watching these games when there's nothing at stake. It's not about did they go to the playoffs. I want to see who we want to keep. I want to see eliminate the guys who are just not even there for a good reason, because you can't count on them in adversity. It's like foxhole mentality. This season, I have found out who I want to keep. I've found out who don't need to be there no more.
Mm-hmm.
You got to know these things, as well as what the draft picks might do, as well as what kind of guys you might want to trade for, as well as maybe you sign a free agent. You just don't ignore all the rest of it and hone in on one part of the strategy of team building.
I am kind of curious to see if they take that level of competitiveness this next week and the next week, like, because when you don't have any reason to do it, how do you act?
I think they will. And Micah was talking about that later in his. We were talking to him. He was talking about he thinks it'll even carry over the next season because you learn from this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
As a guy who plays football, as a competitor, he's talking about you learn lessons along the way through all of this stuff that you won't do the next year, that you won't do in that same situation. Like touch the football on the punt, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You learn these things. So this is the season. You say it sucked for the season, but guess what? It's like anything in life. You learn from the mistakes, or you let the mistakes define you. One or the other.
Great stuff from CA right there. Nice stuff in the locker room, man. Thank you very much for bringing that to the table today. And he's with us all week, ladies and gentlemen, as well as Alec Medford. And coming up next, though, it is the C Block starring me. So we'll do that next in the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and thank you to Mr. Chris Arnold for taking over every top of the hour. You're going to get one of those for the next few days. We are here for the week. We got Alec Medford by my side as well, and we got James hanging out with us. Thank you very much, James, for being here today. The C Block is underway, and as we do on Mondays, it's time for hits and misses. We will start things off with text in your Cowboys thank you letters. Who would you like to thank for what they accomplished yesterday? You can talk about their hits yesterday as well. I can throw a few out there real quick. Rico Dowdle, he was darting through a few screens. They didn't do great in the run game yesterday, but in the screen game, he was able to pick some stuff up that I really liked. CeeDee Lamb is a tough son of a bee, and he's so skilled as well. Cooper Rush, I want to give him a compliment. He was very calm in the pocket yesterday, and the offensive line did a really good job of protecting him, giving him those opportunities. If we go back and look at this offensive line early in the season, we want to have that discussion of what went wrong. That was it. For me, the offensive line, Zach Martin not being the Zach Martin we've known for so many years, that was one little blemish. Well, the other blemish was Tyler Guyton not being prepared. So those two blemishes were a problem. Then your right tackle just wasn't quite up to snuff. Your rookie center isn't an all-pro yet. And so all those things limited your offense. Now they're looking better because they've had the reps together. They've worked together more. That offense is finally starting to look productive. I would love to see, at this point, what Dak would look like behind that offensive line. I know there are a lot of people out there that are going to be texting him and be like, oh, he'd still be garbage. And I just don't believe that. But I think that this offensive line, what they've done to give him the room that he needs to work, congratulations to both them and Cooper Rush. You brought up Leafau so many times this week. Even today, like he looked so fun. He looks so much fun to watch. Then there's Donovan Wilson. He had that gigantic hit on Mike Evans that made Mike Evans look like he didn't want to play football anymore.
He looked so put out after.
Didn't he? I mean, from there on, it just looked like he was like, don't throw me the ball anymore, Baker.
What do I do?
Hurt me. And then the secondary. I thought the secondary played a very tough game last night. The secondary. They were hitting hard. Deron Bland was pretty much blanketing Mike Evans to the point where it didn't seem like you were getting the full Mike Evans effect. Anything deep wasn't turning into touchdowns. But Jordan Lewis for essentially sealing that game. I know Deron Bland's fumble strip was what really sealed it, but Jordan Lewis's interception, that was awesome. Go back and compare that, because that was interesting because he got pushed in the face mask. away and was still able to get in there, get the one arm in, and then pull it down with one arm. Go back to watch.
While they were in flight, in the air. They hadn't even fell on the ground yet.
And with a bad arm.
With a bad arm.
Go back and watch his best interception at Michigan. Have you ever seen this interception that he had, Alec?
Yes.
It is, Chris, it is one of the most beautiful interceptions I've ever seen. He's laying on top of the receiver's back, and one hand grabs it with his left hand.
OBJ?
Not quite like that.
Okay.
But I'll pull it up here in just a minute. Jordan Lewis can do that stuff, and that's one of the things I really appreciate.
He's a dog,
From the 6'8" I want to thank Al Harris for bringing the secondary up to an elite level, or at least a respectable level across the league. Why are we celebrating from the 9-7-2, the Cowboys' huge victory that literally changes nothing about how much of the failure this season has been? The only thing it's proven is how ridiculously overpaid Dak is.
There are people who will always think that.
I don't know that I was celebrating a huge victory. I mean, they still are out of the playoffs.
Well, no, I don't think anybody expected them to be going to the playoffs. And
I didn't get
that's
crappy
not even the
football
point.
last night. That's what I was hoping for.
I'm going to say this again. I'm trying to make business. I'm trying to decide who gets to stay. You follow where I'm going? A lot of these guys are going to get renewed or they're going to leave. And the Cowboys, quiet as his cap, are $25 million under the cap right now. All that money's not going to go to Micah, and the cap goes up every year. So as you try to rebuild a team, it's more than just the draft. It's more than just trades, and it's more than just free agents. You want to keep some of your own. There are some guys the Cowboys lost this offseason. That was the depth. You can't just assume everybody that they bring in off of other teams' roster cuts in training camp is going to learn the Mike Zimmer defense on the fly. Or they're going to learn whoever the offense on the fly. That's probably part of the struggle of the first part of the season. You had guys learning a new defense. You had new guys learning each other because they just got there 2 weeks ago. I mean, building a team building is a sport, but don't just focus on strategy alone and say a season sucks because you weren't satisfied.
For the person that asked about Al Harris getting a shot at defensive coordinator job at some point, I agree. Like the dude, he loves his players, and his players love him. And the way that he played, if you ever watched Al Harris play throughout his career, there was this tenacity that you were like, I don't want to play against him today. I just remember going, he's going to eat us alive. And so he brings that to the way that he coaches, and I really appreciate that a lot. Let's hit up some hits and misses from the weekend. This is a stat, CA, that I've been keeping for the entire season. I don't know why I started doing it. I think it was the idea of what happens when you run the ball well versus what happens when you pass the ball well.
I love this.
And it was because the Cowboys weren't running the ball well, right? Like they were just bad at it. So I was like, okay.
You mean the committee?
Yeah, exactly. They were bad at it. And it was obviously the Derrick Henry conversation. We were like, look, this is what happens when you can run the ball. The top 10 passer records this week went 4-6. They went 3-7 last week. That puts their current overall season 77-83. So if you're one of the top 10 passers each week, you've had a winning record less times than you've had a losing record this year, by far. I think you've only had 1 week where you've won 7 games. Other than that, you're not getting there. For the top 10 rushing records, it means if your rusher was in the top 10, this is their record, 8-2 this week. They were 7-3 last week, and now they are at 110-50. Again, this conversation is definitely, if you're winning, you can run the ball and salt it away late in the game.
Exactly.
But also, if you're not running the ball effectively early in the game, you're not going to be able to do that later either because you're not going to be able to get up. So, and obviously, the passers, they're behind. They're trying to make some statement late in the game. But the point is, the records show more. If you're running the ball better, you're going to be on the winning side of football. The misses of the weekend. Number 3, Kyler Murray. He threw his 6th pick in the last 4 games, and they lose to Carolina.
Yeah, Carolina's surprising everybody but the Cowboys.
Hey, you heard what Kyler had to say about the cold last week during AM on the FM. Just said a non-FCC friendly word when he found out it was going to be 35 degrees.
He is not a fan of that.
He's not a fan of that, and he did not play like he was a fan of it.
No, he didn't. And that's what I don't understand about the Cardinals. They have the pieces.
Yeah.
They have a very talented receiver.
I like their coach.
They have a great tight end. McBride's great. Their running back runs strong.
Mm-hmm.
Yet,
Connor,
for whatever reason, their games are always extremely close, and they come out on the wrong side of it most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things that I'm very confused at when it comes to them. Number 2 on the misses of the weekend, I'm going to say Sam Darnold because I'm guessing that I just missed this completely. I think most of the world did as well. But Sam Darnold, I missed his grittiness. I didn't know how gritty he was, and this year he's proven it time and again when it comes to late game situations, he's executing. Now, maybe it's him, or maybe it's his head coach, Kevin O'Connell.
Maybe it's a combination. He's found the coach that works best with him.
And which was the great thing for Kirk Cousins as well. Kevin O'Connell is now 25-9 in one-possession games. Ooh. That is the second best record in NFL history with at least 25 games. It's also the second time in franchise history the Vikings are now 13-2 or better since 1998. Kevin O'Connell is a fantastic coach.
Yes.
Anybody that has slept on him and didn't realize what was going on there, he's a quarterback whisperer, if you want to call it that. I think what he does so well is he takes a quarterback who he knows has a good arm, who he knows has these things, and he gives them the confidence that they're better or that they are what that he thinks they are. He makes them believe that they're that good, and I think that's what's happened with Sam Darnold. He has Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison to throw to. He's got Aaron Jones to hand the ball off to. He's got Hawkinson. He's got all the tools at his disposal, and then he's got a really good play caller. Sam Darnold doing a very good job of getting gritty wins for the Vikings.
Sam's going to be a free agent too. He's going to get paid.
They want to bring him back.
Yeah.
Well,
they
you
definitely
saw what happened in New York whenever he got drafted there. What happens whenever you don't instill confidence in your guy, because you heard the famous line, he was seeing ghosts out there. Like, he never believed in himself, and that's why that system would never work for him. That's why that team, that chemistry would never work, that market, everything involved with the New York Jets wouldn't work for him. But you get him with a team, with a guy like Kevin O'Connell, who just says, like you were saying, Corey, I've got these guys here for you. If you trust yourself to get the ball to them, then we can unlock so much within you and within this offense. And it gives me what we said for so long, at least for me up until recently with the Kyle Shanahan system, the don't screw it up system. He says, hey, I'm giving you one job. You go execute. You're going to feel like $1 million whenever you walk out of there with a 14-point win over a really good team. I really love Kevin O'Connell's system, but I love what he does for players. And you guys talked about it, I think, last week or maybe the week before, after they played the Colts. He walked up to Anthony Richardson and he said, you're going to be in this league for a long time. Keep your head up. You're going to be fine. I believe in you. I don't want to play against you again.
If you go back and watch quarterback, Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, Mariota,
love that.
You get to see the relationship that he builds with Kirk Cousins through that season, and Kirk Cousins had to go to therapy a lot, mental health therapy. But most of the time, what you heard from his therapist or what you heard while Kevin O'Connell was talking to him was, you got this, you can do this. And then whenever you got Kirk Cousins alone, he goes in there into his trophy room.
Yes.
And he's looking at all these
house.
things. And then he pulls a letter down from his dad, and he's reading this letter about how his dad was telling him, because his dad was his high school coach, all the players on the team he would write a letter to that were leaving. And he wrote in this letter about how he is an All-American and all that stuff. And you could see on his face, he was just like, oh, wow, my dad thought I was that good. And he never believed he was that good. I think that was always one of the things with Kirk Cousins, was truly believing he was who people thought he was. And then the number one miss of the weekend, the Eagles. As they were fighting for playoff positioning, they lose to Washington. They lose Hurts also to the concussion. Somebody texted in and says it sounds like he's going to be available this week. I'm not really sure. I haven't seen a report on that. If y'all have seen that, let me know. But Devontae Smith, that drop, he's wide open, middle of the field, turns Kenny Pickett into a hero, and he drops it right in front of it. And then Jaden Daniels gets the opportunity. What an amazing moment that game was, but that is a huge miss for the Eagles. The hits of the weekend. Jared Goff, ladies and gentlemen, number 3. 336 yards, 3 touchdowns. I think he had a 134 passer rating. He was fantastic, and then we saw the amazing play that he had.
Don't get me started.
With the stumble bums. Hold on. Don't get on the play?
Yeah, it makes me feel some type of way.
Mm-hmm.
Did you wish it would happen down here?
Yeah, because we'll never see it here for one, but two, whenever you see such creativity, it's just like for the football, like the insane football fan, for the football junkie, the purists are throwing up, and I love it. And the junkies like me are just like salivating. I'm like, I swear, I'm like, get a little turned on by it. You know, you're just like sports horny over it. Like, what is happening here? This is so crazy. And I want to see that level of creativity spread throughout the league, but you get so many head coaches, maybe like one in Dallas, that is stuck in his old ways because it worked 8-10 years ago. They don't want to move on from it. Then you have guys like Ben Johnson that are just like, one night, I'm up here at the office at like 1 a.m. What if my guy trips and then throws the ball, intentionally trips? That would be fun, wouldn't it? It works to perfection, and then after that, Jared Goff and Dan Campbell are on the sideline on the Microsoft Surface laughing, looking at the replay, laughing like, you got him good.
I put that play up there with that play that Sark called when Archie Manning came into the game. Everybody thought he's going to get the first down or going fourth down. He's going to run it some kind of way. And the ball went right through his legs on purpose to the running back, straight to the running back, and he got the first down.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, look at that.
Yeah.
So I know what you're saying out there, like, look at that. That's great. Look at that.
Then last night, Buffalo does the direct snap to James Cook and the fake handoff to Josh Allen.
Bring it.
They're doing everything they can. Number 2 on the hits of the weekend, Jonathan Taylor went absolutely off. 218 yards, 3 touchdowns, 7.5 yards per carry. And coming out of Wisconsin, I remember going, that dude doesn't, I don't know, they used him so much, he might not have legs to make it in this career. And there have been some downs for him. There have been some downs, but yesterday was definitely one of the ups for him. And then the number 1 hit of the weekend, Jaden Daniels, 5 touchdowns. He puts down the Eagles. Now, it did end the Cowboys' hopes of getting into the playoffs, but he had 4 turnovers in that game. And I believe it was Joe Davis just could not believe that they were actually even in this game, that they were like, I can't believe this. The Eagles are missing their starting quarterback, and everybody was furious that he wouldn't point that out. But he just could not believe that Washington was winning this game.
I tweeted this yesterday. It feels like Joe Davis is on the call for every fairy tale, nonsensical moment and ending in sports. And I love it because I think outside of Mike Tirico, maybe, he's the best in the game at painting pictures, even though you have the picture right in front of you. Because like you say, he was out of his mind. He was like, this is not happening right in front of me. Like, we have the Adolis Garcia home run that we saw in the World Series, the Corey Seager home run. Like, he's been on the call for so many great moments, and the fan in him comes out because he's saying the exact same thing you're thinking. Like, unbelievable. 5 turnovers in one game.
I got to give you and Kevin credit because when you guys had him on during the World Series, I said, he's such a regular dude. He's going to get some barbecue in Texas.
Yeah, he was like, I like to smoke briskets.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my gosh. Joe Davis is a good dude. I think his kid's name is named after Oral Hershiser, too.
I think that's his buddy. That's his mentor.
Amazing. So, yeah. And great stuff over the weekend. It was a really fun football weekend, and we get to dissect even more of it. Coming up next, let's take a quick look at the college football playoff weekend and take a look at what's going on tonight as CA. What does he have in store for the Mavs this evening? Next on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. And Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. This segment is also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, you can call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. For the Frankels, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Corey Majors. I got Alec Medford sitting by me today, along with the three-time, maybe four, maybe six. It depends on how many Hall of Fames you have. Hall of Famer, it is Mr. Chris Arnold joining us today. We got James
Tritley.
I'm just going to call him James and right
better than
now.
what Mike called me.
He looks like a Peter to me.
Hey, what an introduction, by the way.
To peel the curtain back, whenever we had Bassick on, I was in the control room back there. He called Bassick and he goes, "What's up, Mike? It's Peter."
Mike was like,
I could have given him like 20 names and he'd be like, yeah, let's go with it. The first thing he said to me is like, it's a little early, aren't you? And I was like, well, I mean, we got a minute and a half.
Yeah, he probably will never really know your name.
That's fine.
But it's okay. He doesn't know my name still. We worked
There's a
on a show for
lot
about
of
4 years together.
former players in big sports, whether it's football, baseball, basketball. They don't know all the teammates' names because they don't want to know them until they have to know them.
And then, yeah, because, dude, if you work in a job where there's a lot of turnover,
exactly,
you
that's
start
the
to
point.
get that point where you're just like, I don't know if I want to get to know them because I'm going to be emotionally torn whenever they're
That's
gone.
part of it, yeah.
The over the weekend, college football, I'm going to say, did not live up to what I expected.
Blowouts.
And I don't know how you guys feel about this, but to start things off on Friday night, I was like, Indiana, Notre Dame. Indiana did not look ready for that moment against Notre Dame. And their success was low. So Notre Dame moves on, and Indiana, who was very cocky, very, I'm going to say a little arrogant with the way Signetti
It was the
took
coach. But you know what? I'm going to blame him because he all through the years he was kind of like Dan Campbell. But then in that game, he was just running the ball, and he was very conservative. I'm like, wait a minute. This is not how you've been coaching.
Yeah. I had seen them play that kind of game again previously, but it was in their one loss.
Yeah, to Ohio State.
Yeah, that was
the rest of the year. They were blowing out everybody, and he was like, I'm serious, like Dan Campbell. And I'm like, oh man, and again, every game was a blowout.
I guess the next up game would have been Saturday morning, and Saturday morning was. I loved Saturday. I loved this weekend, but I loved Saturday because I did tell my wife. I said, "Wife, I am watching football all day
You're supposed to say
Saturday."
wifey at least.
Well, I said, "Wife, I'm watching football all day Saturday." And she said, "Oh, really?" And I said, "Yeah." And I showed her the schedule, and she goes, "Have fun." And
that's nice.
Whenever the day was done, I got into bed and I told her, I said, hey, I just want to let you know, I did exactly what I wanted today. I don't regret anything. I sat on the couch and watched all the football. May have gotten up to like go outside a couple times with the dog. Mm-hmm. Other than that, I loved my Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, actually, is this okay? I started a fire at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then basically while I was watching the games, tended to the fire. That was the only thing I accomplished on Saturday was watching football and tending to a fire.
Just relaxing and chillaxing.
Am I putting out too much CO2 or something? What's going on there?
I mean, I was a communications major for a reason, Majors.
All right.
I don't know how any of that works. So I did all the AP classes in high school and stuff, and I didn't learn anything.
The first game, though, that we were going to pay attention to was definitely
Wait. Before you do that, you got a total from the 214 says you should call your wife Sugar Muffin.
Sugar Muffin. I just call her. I call her Dre. So because her name's Adrian.
Don't forget about Dre.
Her mom, her mom is Sharon, and my father-in-law calls her Shay. And one day I just was like Dre, and so I've just stuck with that. And she answers to it, and I'm the only person that calls her that.
But the real question is, does she call you her Grizzly Bear?
No, she's never.
Need to work on that.
She's
need to work on that.
Man, my kids use all the new terms.
Yeah.
I don't think my wife is going to say, you know what, I got to use Grizzly Bear for my husband because he's so Sigma. That's not going to. She's not dropping how Sigma I am or how skibbity things are around the house.
To her, you are him.
Yeah, I'm the man. All right,
him.
A man's man.
SMU and Penn State. How are we disappointed in the way the SMU game went?
Very. I'm going to tell you why I'm very disappointed, because I really wanted them to be the wild card upset team.
Yes.
Because all year long, they only lost 2 games, and both games was by a field goal. That's it. And they were being so disrespected. I'm like, they can play with Penn State. And then, unfortunately for Kevin Jennings, the quarterback, he had the worst game of his college career.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is the same kid that led South Oak Cliff to back-to-back state championships. South Oak Cliff lost the night before on a field goal miss, and I was like, man, Kevin, I was just feeling bad for him because that's not what he looks like normally. And again, they would not be there without him. And there were probably some people thinking, well, why don't you put in Preston Stone, who he replaced? And Preston Stone went in the portal, and he wasn't even there.
I think it was the early in the game. Maybe it was their first drive.
Yes,
they're down
the tight end
in the 15 yards.
Yeah.
And Kevin Jennings is rolling out to the right. He has a first down, and then he says, screw it. He's wide open.
Yeah.
I'm going for the touchdown here. And multiple times, I don't remember who the guy was on the broadcast, he took a shot at that. And, he wishes he had that back. And then there were times where he was like, oh, you got to be aggressive here. And I was like, you just took a shot at the guy for not taking the conservative approach. Why are you telling him to be aggressive now? So I loved that he saw it and he was going for it. It didn't execute. That was whenever the waterfall happened. That was when everything kind of fell apart from there on.
I didn't expect them to win, but I didn't expect them to look the way they did. I feel like such a liar. I don't know ball. I went on Kansas City radio on Friday and I told them that they were going to turn heads for the country. I didn't say positively. I said they were going to turn heads.
They could have.
And I think they did, just in the wrong way. They turned away from the TV and said, no, I'm good on this. But I thought it would be competitive. Mm-hmm. And even if it was one of those where they ran up the score a little bit closer in the fourth quarter and we said, look, it ended up being an 8-point game kind of thing, where it was like, it wasn't really the story of the game. But I was thinking, man, they got the quarterback figured out. They got a chance.
Yep.
And like CA said, it was his worst game. And what I hate for the program overall is that they were always in a weird place making the playoff. It was either going to be if they win, why weren't we talking about them enough? If they deserve to be here. They're incredible. But when they lose and they don't look good in losing, it's why did they make it? The 12-team format sucks. I knew there was going to be blowouts, and Vegas knew it too. All of the lines were double digits.
And they all covered.
It was never going to be relatively close, but I thought SMU would at least, you would say, look, they were the less talented team today, but they played.
Can I say this for all the Alabama fans or the ones who say Alabama should have been in there? That proves it. Let me explain something real simple. Alabama had 3 losses, right? If Alabama had lost to great teams this year, we're talking about Texas, they had lost to Texas A&M, if they had even lost to Georgia. But guess what? They didn't. They lost to OU that sucked. They lost to Vanderbilt that sucked. So don't tell me that team deserved to be in there. If they had lost to great teams, your argument is valid. Those 3 losses did not impress anybody. And I went to OU.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there too, for sure. That was, I'm not going to argue at this point. If you weren't in it, and you're Elaine Kiffin and you're upset about it and you're like, this is so entertaining.
That was the best part of the weekend was his tweets and getting absolutely destroyed by every figure in college football.
Your quarterback Dart was fun to watch this year. Yeah. It was also fascinatingly entertaining to watch him throw you out of a bowl game.
Yeah.
You were like, hey, we're going to do it. And you're like, anything we can to get done with this game. And then, let's give UT their credit for taking down Clemson.
I won't.
In a pretty easy fashion.
Which sets up the Arizona State UT game, and it's going to be in Atlanta. What's wild about that is Arizona State, quiet as it's kept, they are scary.
Mm-hmm.
They are really good. Low key, nobody thought they'd been the Big 12, and they won the whole damn thing. And that running back, he's a big old bowling ball.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
you can't stop
strong.
him.
Yeah, he's
like
strong.
He's kind of like Marshawn Lynch. He's kind of like beast mode.
They showed a glow up of him from his, like, when he arrived at campus at Arizona State to where he is now. His body's completely changed.
Is that right?
Like he got there and he was like, I got to do these things, and he's done everything it takes for his body to handle what he's putting it through.
Guess who's the favorite to win the whole thing now? The path to the victory. I mean, to the championship. According to the odds makers, it's UT.
Interesting.
Gross.
Interesting.
It did look good, though, because I know it got cut close late, but Texas has been at their best when they get that running game going.
And that defense.
And probably because I don't trust Quinn Ewers in the red zone at all. So and I know Bassick is in the group chat every single week. Anytime Quinn Ewers touches, anytime he touches a football, we're hearing that. So I sound like a broken record, but I will give him credit where. Believe it if you want, where Sark did say after the game that both of the Jaden Blue touchdowns, he said that Quinn Ewers audibled out of pass plays into those.
Really?
Yes. So I'll give him credit because I know it was Carter Freeman was telling y'all last week during the Tuesday tailgate, he was like, everyone's saying Arch Manning. Well, he's a freshman. He doesn't have the experience to make those decisions. Quinn Ewers at least has the brain power and the football IQ because of the experience. Now, do I think he's the better quarterback in that situation overall? No. But he's got the experience to say, that's not a good look. Let's just do it our way.
Yeah, and then that turns into some big plays, which you got to give them credit for as well. Now, Ohio State and Tennessee, it happened. Choppy's upset about it. We move on. But CA, over the weekend, our Dallas Mavericks had their adventures against the Clippers where they split that series, and now they are on to the Trailblazers tonight. What do you have in store for the people going to the AAC this evening?
Well, here's the setup. What I found out from Mark Followell was the Mavericks played 40 days of basketball and only played 4 home games in that stretch.
What?
And none of those games were in a row, let alone back-to-back. This was going into that first Clippers game on Thursday. They had been all over the North American map. You knew, from Toronto to Miami to San Francisco to Phoenix. I mean, Denver. I go on and on and on. They played everywhere and only lost 2 games.
Jeez, man.
They won 12 out of 14 on their road trip. They lose to the Clippers without Kyrie and Luka. It's rare that both of them were out. Luka's got this heel bruise that's for real. Kyrie's got this shoulder that he was nursing, kind of like CD's got this shoulder thing. Kyrie's been playing through the shoulder all season, but they said, going to rest it up. We should be able to be all right, and let's see what the depth can do. Well, guess what? They lost that game at the end of the game, and then Saturday, man.
Norman Powell was fantastic on Saturday.
Norman Powell was incredible on Thursday, too.
Yeah,
that's why they won the game. Here's what happened on Saturday. You had Quentin Grimes step up with 20 points. You had 8 guys in double digits. Kyrie scored 15. Klay Thompson has been on fire double digits ever since his plantar fasciitis. The Mavericks are at home. Not only those 2 games against the Clippers, they're home tonight against the Trailblazers, the worst team in the NBA in the West. And then you have them on Christmas Day in the afternoon against the Minnesota Timberwolves, who don't know who they are yet. So with that being said, this team is fun to watch. And I think Luka could play tonight. We don't know for a fact yet, but I will say this for people saying, well, is Luka really hurt? Yeah, he's hurt. And you saw during the playoffs, sometimes he'll play through all this hurt. But because he played in Europe and Real Madrid, and they got a soccer team over there, it's just hard to read him. I will say this, if it were a playoff game, he'd probably play.
His body is good enough to go.
Yeah, but they're fun. And you got to like what they've been doing.
I've always had a question to you, and I don't know if I've ever asked this. How much, when we see the Dr. Pepper halftime, and they're throwing the football and they're doing activities on the field, on the court, how much chaos is all of that? Or is it just like you've got it down, there's no chaos at all whenever you're doing on-court activities?
Oh, things can happen.
In the arena.
Because you can hope for perfection. And I always try to say, as long as people love the sausage, they have no idea how the sausage is made. You have no idea what might change up at the last minute. Because remember, sometimes maybe a coach will call a quick timeout. You got to get out there.
Yeah.
Me or Allie D or Ivy, we got to get out there and make it happen. Or let's say a contestant or somebody you're interviewing, they freeze up. Or let's say the mic's not working, the battery went down.
Oh man, that happens so much.
Those things happen. You just got to be prepared. You got 20,000 people around you looking at you to see if it's going to work or not. So it's an adrenaline rush for me. So I enjoy it.
Man, it's a lot of fun. If you get a chance, go out to the AAC and check out our friend Mr. Chris Arnold. He'll be there tonight for you, but he'll be back in here tomorrow with us. The KNC Masterpiece will be after it tomorrow. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's chit chat with the fellas from the Gag Nation next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the Gag Nation. This crosstalk is courtesy of D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how are we feeling on this day? Hold on, we got as CA just pointed out, we have the official pregame show of the Dallas Cowboys on today.
That's right, on a Victory Monday. It's beautiful, man. It's a holiday
week. Two guys
week.
should pick the Buccaneers to win.
Two guys that'll be eating their words for the next 5 hours.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. What was there a specific thing that you were like the Bucs are just better, or was there something else?
No, how about maybe the fact that they were playing for the NFC South title.
That's my team theory.
That's something to play for.
Something to play for. But little do we know that we have a difference maker as a head coach here.
Your guy.
There you go. There you go.
My guy.
There you go, bro. It's positivity.
My guy. You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
My guy.
Your heart, yeah.
That's
my guy.
Yeah, that's the biggest bummer after all of this is if you are not in the side of bringing McCarthy back. Everything is very loud right now surrounding him returning. No. It's not just about the draft pick stuff. It's if McCarthy's coming back, it's wins like that is going to do it.
Don't tell Bobby.
No,
Bobby was hilarious this morning.
Even when you start talking about bringing Mike back, it makes them bring Mike back people uncomfortable.
Yeah.
They're kind of, hey, so got a couple of games here.
Not get too ahead of ourselves here.
Got a couple of games. The fact that, hey, let's do this. What are we waiting for?
Extend the man.
Let's go.
If Brian were TL, he'd be saying, that's my coach.
That's my coach. I'm just saying.
It'd be alligator tears, though.
Hey, I'm going to be
or crocodile.
I'm not. I'm not going to change my what I feel about it. But hey, guy wins on short weeks. Guy gets team to play hard. Guy, players play hard. Come on, let's run this thing back.
It is the one thing that I've held on to is you fired Jason Garrett.
Yeah,
because he couldn't get you over the top. One of the other things that I didn't like about Jason Garrett was the inconsistency. 1 year good, 1 year bad, 1 year good, 1 year bad. You did have 3 good years of Mike McCarthy, but he hasn't gotten you over the top. And this year was another example of it. And it's the last year of it all.
The future, bro. The future.
The future's
The future's. Hey,
he's building something here.
We're building something here.
It's only been a half decade. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Feels like this is a time to rebuild. Is what
he's saying. He's not a
bit.
difference maker.
I don't know the answer to that question.
He's a weapon on the sideline. You've seen that call sheet.
All right. Okay.
I thought that was a Denny's
Hey, I'm excited. I'm excited for the folks that are in the Bring Mike McCarthy camp back. I'm excited for these folks. I'm really happy for you. I was telling you guys in the break. Brett Veach doesn't even talk about Andy Reid in this glowing terms like this man does. I'm just excited for the opportunity to see this again.
That is Jerry Jones stepping out and talking to the media right after the game just to point out, hey, this is my guy.
All I want to say is, how about that Coach McCarthy, man? Got them boys playing, got them boys fired up.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And the great thing is, Jerry goes out there out of his way to step out of the locker room to say that, and then he wanted to leave after. He wanted to end it after just saying, great job by the head coach. Merry Christmas, guys. Tried to walk away, and everybody had to stop him to ask him more stuff.
If he feels that strongly about it, let's go.
Yeah,
let's go.
And this was my thing to Bobby this morning, and it was in passing. But if you believe that Mike hasn't earned anything, what did Dak earn? He didn't go to a Super Bowl either. He didn't get him over the hump. CD didn't give him over the hump.
If Mike would just wait this out, he might be the highest paid coach in the league. If we just wait this out.
By Jerry or
by Jerry.
just keep holding on to it.
Just kind of hold on to it.
He's already got the man's love.
Just hold on to it. I mean, the plan, you saw CD and you see Dak. Maybe if Mike could just kind of hold on a little bit.
So he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't know, Jerry.
He made up his mind.
I'm thinking about holding out on you.
Holding out is the way to go.
I'm thinking about holding out on you.
I'm not going to be at training camps. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah,
Good
the
luck,
best thing that
guys.
can happen to McCarthy is some lower extremity injury that's relatively catastrophic, and they'll give him the fatty boom bah.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. Yeah,
like Dak would have made more money if he just had the hamstring injury before
Last
the contract.
year, yeah.
Sure, you know, if he would have just waited it out until week 9,
and then $75 million.
Who knows?
Do you think Jerry would wait to see who's available to hire?
I don't think he wants to.
Right?
I don't think Jerry wants to wait. I don't think Jerry. I think Jerry.
He's got his guy.
I think they're comfortable with this guy.
They are.
You know,
I started feeling that way.
I think
status quo.
No, Jerry doesn't want to go through this hiring process.
Learn a new coach.
Look what he just did. Look what he had to go through with the defensive coordinator hiring process this year.
Yeah.
Not only
he
the
hired a
search
guy he
for him,
knew.
He hired him, but look at how long it took that defense to get on the same page.
Oh yeah. Well, Mike and them didn't probably teach it very well to start this thing.
You think
out.
so?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they came out of the gates. They were awful. You know,
and then he was using a bunch of guys that they just got off the waiver wire.
They played with 7 different cornerbacks. Give them some credit for that. But when they were full strength, they weren't very good.
Nope.
So let's, Mike Zimmer is. I mean, Mike's one of my best friends, but Michael admitted they did not play worth a damn to start this year.
Till the bye.
There was a line that he said at some point in the season. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was, I've always been used to having really good teams. And that's when I was like, oh damn, that's a shot at personnel right there. It feels like I don't have the teeth to go out there and bite, is what I felt like he was saying, and they're not quite there yet.
Mike has been great for him. Oso Digizo has been great. I mean, Jordan Lewis is going to look fearful in a Commander's uniform next year playing nickel.
Don't say that.
You know?
I hate that.
That's what. But hey, let's be honest.
Dan Quinn has a lot of people on his side.
Let's be honest.
And they're in position to win.
McNogany playing nickel slot for them. You think they're going to play with him anymore?
This is true.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Come on, man.
Hey, how about Jordan Lewis playing with like an arm brace? You almost never see a
and
corner.
That pick?
Looking like
that
Tyron
pick
Smith.
was unbelievable,
Looking
dude.
like the winner
And he had a
soldier out
run
there.
stop where he just knifed in there and smacked somebody.
Zimmer did a great job. They blitzed secondary blitz, him and Wilson a couple. They had 4 of them. They had 3 pressures and a sack. That's calling it. That's sending the dudes at the right time. Got them all unblocked. Confused with the double A gap, that mug blitz they give them that look. Man, they confused the Buccaneers on that. It was great.
Maybe this is in a couple of weeks to revisit this discussion, but
why? We're going to hire this guy. We're going to this guy this week. Merry Christmas.
I don't know that I have enough that I believe in yet, but when it came to Dan Quinn was very good at overwhelming you with pass rush, but they couldn't stop the run.
They got ahead in that game last night. That helped.
The Cowboys, have they gotten better at stopping the run while also being able to rush passer? Do you feel like that they've gotten better
Probably
at that?
Probably a tick better than what it was with Dan Quinn,
Okay.
but it is
still not the.
It's still not satisfactory.
I think Mike has done a better job of stopping the run than Dan Quinn did.
I agree. He's using bigger linebackers instead of those safeties.
Kendricks has been good. Leofau's been good. Heck, some of your defense, damn Mozzie Smith playing better for you. So they're kind of figure some things out playing the run.
Not quite as sexy as what Dan Quinn was doing, but keeps games close enough.
A lot
for
of
you to win.
leads, man. Dan Quinn playing with a lot of leads.
And
that passer.
You mentioned like some of the unblocked stuff.
A lot of unblocked.
John Owning had a stat last week about how Micah already had his most in a season unblocked pressures. It was like 9, and he had missed a handful of games, and
the whole month of October.
It's just like, man, credit to Zimmer for. I mean, the offense is literally getting to the line of scrimmage and trying to figure out where is number 11, and Zimmer's done a pretty solid job scheming him and everybody into open opportunities.
You have to scheme. They've done a good job of also 11's allowed others. Carl Lawson has been a good value for you as well.
When he just bull rushed worse.
It seems like that we've gone through the times where all of a sudden they've signed those they've signed some bad free agent defenders that weren't worth a damn. They hit on these guys they got. They did a good job. I mean, we were all kind of like, man, they keep bringing dudes in. Well, they kept bringing dudes in because they need to figure out. And Carl Lawson, they got that one figured out. It was good signing by them.
Yeah, they had some significant losses. They had to try and figure out how to recover, and it took a while.
Yep.
This happened to me last night, and I don't know if this has ever happened to y'all, but I don't know exactly how to handle it. I'm furious. I can tell. My son was going out to. We have a little studio in the backyard, a little shed that I just kind of helped him build a little studio. And he was heading out there, and I heard some noise. And I asked my wife, I was like, "Did you hear that?" And she goes, "No, that was Avery." And I was like, "No, it wasn't. He's not outside yet." And Avery goes outside, and he comes back in, and he goes, "We got egged." And somebody went in our alley and threw over our fence, threw eggs into our pool at our house. And then whenever I went around to the front, they egged my son's car. They didn't get my car, which is in the back near the alley. Yeah. And I went and looked at all the cameras, and all the cameras, either they were too far away or I just watched eggs fly over the fence in the backyard.
Just lobbing egg
grenades.
now
I'm not sure what to do here because I only had the house like TP'd, when I was a kid, like once. Yeah. I want to find these kids and I want to.
You gonna egg their house?
I want to egg their house.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I want to egg their house now. That isn't cool.
You have to return. You have to set a standard here because all of a sudden you're going to be the guy that's getting picked on.
Yeah.
Everybody in the neighborhood knows you got egged last night. Everyone does.
If you figure
it's all over the Facebook.
What
page.
did your son do? Because they got his car.
Yeah, who does he have beef with?
Yeah.
And he's like, nobody.
He can't sniff this out. He doesn't know who's onto this.
He said he doesn't have a clue.
Sounds like an inside job to me, boys.
Yeah. He definitely knows. He at least has an idea of who has something against him right now. They might not have done it, but there's somebody out there. Because like you said, they only got his car.
Yeah.
If it was just for fun, they would have gotten the entire house and every piece of property that you have surrounding it. They got his car. Somebody has something out for it. He made somebody upset, or somebody just generally doesn't like him, which that's life.
Throwing in the pool, though, man. I mean, that's crossing the line.
That's wrong.
You're swimming in egg yolks for the rest of the Christmas season.
How are you supposed to eat them?
Did they explode in the pool? Like, do you have just yolks just sort of floating around and shells?
Yeah.
That's hazardous.
Yeah, the kid, he had to clean it up. I was like, that's not me. I got to watch this Cowboys
Never
game.
want to overeat.
I got work to do, son.
I'm busy working right now. Y'all take care of it. What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure mail it in gold as always. Yeah. Corey, thanks so much for asking. Yeah. We do have Jared Sandler breaking down all things Rangers at 3:20, Krusty's Corner 3:40, all the film takeaways, and you have the Mike McCarthy presser 3:45, 4 o'clock.
All right, fantastic stuff. That is the G-Bag Nation. Brian Broaddus and Eric Chiafalo with you today. Tomorrow, we will be back. Me, Chris Arnold, and Alec Medford getting after it during the midday. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yes, happy Victory Monday. Rangers making some moves as well. Let's party for the next 5 hours. Eric Chiafalo alongside the Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus. He's proud of it, and we all are.
Damn
we got
right.
Lucius Alexander in the Pim Cup, and we got you rocking and rolling with us. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yeah.
Big time.
Happy Hanukkah, too.
Happy Hanukkah as well, which actually collides with Christmas this year, right?
They mesh, yes.
Does that ever do we ever get the mesh point on that? Is this a historical holiday season right now? Are we in the midst of this?
Yeah, I think so. I don't believe I've ever celebrated, and I do both, but I don't remember it.
You never really cross like that. It's usually Hanukkah's earlier, right?
Usually, yeah.
Not this year.
Not this year.
It's a big week. It's a big week. Great to be with you. 877-881-1053, live on Twitch and YouTube as well. Who's working this week? I mean, this has to be one of the bigger mail-it-in back-to-back weeks of the entire calendar year. If you're working, you're not really working.
Yeah.
And shout out to the folks that are kicking those feet up right now. Or perhaps running around trying to figure out how they're going to put together a Hail Merry Christmas situation with the presents. I know you were huffing and puffing on Saturday,
I was
making
huffing
your
and puffing.
rounds,
Yeah, I was.
trying to get it done. But, man, the Cowboys get it done last night. That was a fun game. I mean, we'll get to all the things and all the fallout and how the win is kind of a loss in some ways if you don't want McCarthy back and you're fighting for as close of a top 10 pick as you can get. But for 4 quarters, that was a really, really enjoyable
entertaining
football game.
It really was. Yeah, it was very
physical as all heck, too.
Very well played.
People were getting smacked last night, dude.
Yeah.
On both sides.
Yeah, that was. But that's what you're going to get. You're going to get guys that are going to play downhill, going to play with some speed. Trying to. These guys. I mean, you get to this time of year, it's about winning football games. It's about Hey, Tampa had a lot to play for. But
Everything.
let's not forget Dallas had a lot to play for too. And I say it in this way of head coach's job, players who are not established, the Brock Hoffmans of the world, the Jordan Lewis's. Jordan Lewis is established, but I'm saying in a way of trying to put that film out there, continue to put film out there that him, Oso Diggy, Dallas is, I think, 26, 27 potential free agents after this season. That's why you're playing hard. Because guys are playing for opportunity. This team it's got a lot of young players. It's played young players throughout the year, and those young players are finally showing up for you. Whereas earlier in the season, they really were kind of trying to find their way. But now you're getting some guys playing at a pretty high level. Maris Leofau, rookie guy, they throw him in. He's played some spot plays here and there, but he's been effective around the ball. Did a great job. How about Vigil last night?
Props to him.
This dude doesn't even practice during the week. His foot's bad. He takes a break. He plays on special teams. Tip of the cap to him for him. He goes out there with they're thinking, well, how are you going to replace Eric Kendricks in those 10 tackles? Well, you throw him in the game and he gets 10 tackles, and not against like the New York Giants. It's against it's against a team it's fighting for a playoff spot. So. Yeah, credit to those guys and credit to the staff and credit to the team for getting the job done.
No doubt about it, man. It was a ton of fun. A lot of dudes to show love to. Vigil. I mean, in the pregame when Christy breaks the news that a questionable Eric Kendricks, friend of the show, is not going to be playing in this game, it was like, man, that was.
I don't know how much.
Felt like it was going to be a backbreaker.
I don't know how much Nick Vigil actually gets to practice because he's every week he's listed as a DNP. And he played last night, played a ton of snaps, and he was able to the coverage aspect of dealing with those backs, the downhill running game that Tampa plays with, the physicality the front plays with. Man, the front seven did a really nice job of handling that overall.
And now you get the McCarthy stuff. Everybody's wondering, does this inch him closer and closer to a return here in the 6-8-2? How about this one, Broaddus? Whoever doesn't want McCarthy back just doesn't know ball.
Yeah.
You need to be talking about Dak coming back. And yes, I know he's under contract. I know, but he's the one we need to be discussing, not McCarthy.
Yeah. See, this
that one's already come and gone.
Hey,
we did that, and unfortunately,
that's
we're sleeping in that bed now.
Yep, that's the decision that was.
But we don't have to sleep in the McCarthy bed. There's plenty of other beds out there. Everybody wants to act like, where are you going to upgrade? That's my favorite one is like, where are you immediately going to snap your fingers as if you're just, hey, where can you just conjure up immediately a better coach than McCarthy? As if there's just nothing else out there. There's this vast land of football coaches all over the world, and you think the guy that's sitting here in your living room just happens to be the best one. You can't upgrade? I mean, how about the idea that you never really know? Coaches are getting hired all over the place, and sometimes it's a big-name coach. Oh, that's definitely going to work out. Boom, nope, he S's the bed. Or vice versa, and you're Doug Pederson, and you're 10th on the list for the Eagles that year. Who are we going to hire? I guess we'll just have to go with this Peter. Nobody else wants to do it. Okay, we'll go Doug Pederson. Well, everybody just pans it. Worst hire of the offseason. Next thing you know, he's beating Bill Belichick with Nick Foles in a Super Bowl. Yeah, you have no idea. But one thing you do know after a 5-year sample size of where you're at with McCarthy, think you have a pretty good idea. It's awesome that he's doing the admirable thing of winning games when there's no expectations and dragging a bunch of undrafted free agents to, instead of a top 5 pick, a top 15 pick. Awesome, dude. We see that all the time. Yeah. That's not why you're here. You've shown when you've had good teams and just the easiest spoon-fed opportunity to get to at least the conference title game, and your team you're deer in the headlights, dude. The Green Bay, the Packers game should have been it, but they wanted to just run it back. Okay, fine, but this is not enough to say, okay, this is our guy. Let's re-up him. It's not like, hey, we're keeping him around for one more year. It's the last year of his deal. Are you going to hand him a 4-year contract now? Sure. You're going to get remarried. You're going to renew your vows.
Oh no, that's exactly what they're thinking about right now. And I don't disagree with anything you say. To me, I see a front office that looks extremely comfortable with the head coach they currently have, and they're okay with the fact right now that they're 7-8 and they're playing at a very, they're winning football games, because winning football games and drafting, going down the draft a little bit. By the way, probably a little bit less money you have to spend on that draft pick, right?
Wow, they're penny pinching like that.
I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, think
if that's even a conversation of like, well, hey, good news is, a little bit less for the first round rookie. He's not slotted at 12. He's slotted at 16. Save us about a $250,000 maybe. Yeah. Give me a break.
I'm just, hey, bro. Just
but I'm with you. I think that's real.
I think it's
my frustrations aren't with you. You're a Super Bowl champion.
And I'm proud of it, by the way. The thing about it is though, with McCarthy, I hear everything you're saying, and I don't think they're thinking the same way you are. I think they're good with the 12 wins a season. I don't think they're good with the playoffs being a problem. I don't think they're good with that. But they're seeing the team playing hard, and they're seeing the way they're finishing games, and they're seeing how he gets ready on short week.
We're just watching the organization year after year just take that bar that used to be up at the top of the mountain and just new standard. Okay, new standard. All right, now as long as those guys aren't quitting on you, maybe we'll hand you a 4-year extendo. Sure. Yeah. That's tough. But it's a happy time of year. What am I doing? I need to be happy right now.
I went from being like zero chance of him being here to like.
Yeah, you were at a bagel about 6 weeks ago.
Absolutely.
Are you up to 1%? You up to 10%?
I have not changed my thought, but I have a feeling I know how this movie's going to end. I have a feeling I know how this movie's going to end.
And it's not the way you want it to.
Why fight it anymore? Why fight it? Hey, if you think this much about this guy and all the things that he's done, and I said it last night on the post-game show, sign him to an extension. Yeah. Go ahead. Sign him to an extension. If you're coming out and you're having this embrace and patting him on the chest and all this stuff, and if you feel this way, I just don't think the Joneses want to go through another search. I don't think they want to go through the process.
As if they have this exhausting search every time. It's always like, here's Jason Garrett. He was down the hall. Can you go grab him? He's got a new office now. Can you let him know? Right. I don't even think Jerry had to pick up the phone to do that.
No.
He probably didn't even have to stand up out of his chair to walk down and inform him. And then Mike McCarthy was just a one-night sleepover, break some bread, and boom, there's our guy.
Yeah. I just don't think they want to go through a search. I really don't.
No, I'm with you. They don't. And like you said, they're comfortable. And Steven just talked about, hey, it's going to be another one of those tighten up the belt kind of off seasons. We don't want to have to sell another coach, and it's a pain in the rear end to let them know, like, hey, this is how we manage our cap. I know a lot of teams do it other ways.
This is how we draft.
Yeah.
This is how we bottom fish. This is how we let players go and then go get other ones. We kind of, Yeah, McCarthy knows the drill. You're going to bring somebody in here that's going to like, wait, you're going to do what? You're going to do why? What?
McCarthy's like, wait, we're not doing anything this offseason? Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
My offense is still the same from 30 years ago, so everybody knows it.
Kind of par for the course.
Yeah. All right. We do have some people that are working right now. I'd like to salute them. And that is, like, we get to mail it in a little bit, but not 469 delivery driver from Amazon. See, working his tail off this week.
There was a couple of those Amazon drivers that I met at our party, that we had at Martin House. And my one guy had
what a party.
One guy said he had like 200 deliveries that he did in the morning before he could get to the party, that he made it over, but he was hustling. And I admire the guys and gals that are able to do, because I would be frustrated as hell, because I would get lost. Something would happen, or I would.
Yeah. You're detouring.
I'd be a terrible delivery person, because I feel like that I wouldn't always be at the. Where's and I guess they got all that technology and stuff now. But I still
it's tough. You're trying to figure out, wait, am I at the exact right house? Because I could easily just give this to the neighbor because I can't really see
saw a video of
the numbers on the house.
I saw a FedEx dude fighting off 2 porch pirates the other day.
The FedEx guy?
The FedEx guy. He comes out of the truck and like he puts the packages up on the porch. 2 dudes come to grab the packages. He gets out of the truck and now he's involved. He's like punching the dudes.
That's standing up for the customers right there. If I look out my window and I see my FedEx guy and he's just throwing blows, he's on top tearing up some pirates.
Yeah, like he's like it's a hockey fight. Like he's got the guy's shirt over his head. He's just beating the crap out of him. Sure,
you're getting a tip. You're getting a warm meal.
Yeah.
You need a drink.
Yeah,
whatever it is, you need to use the facilities. I'm like John Madden. No one drops a deuce at my place. Porch pirate, FedEx guy.
Yeah,
go ahead, FedEx guy. Come on in.
Yeah,
handle your business. Yeah, it's a tough time of year. I mean, one of my buddies at church yesterday, he's like, he works at the warehouse for Walmart. He's like, I'm just pulling 14-hour days right now, like it's nobody's business. So shout out to everybody who's getting it done right now. You have a Quick Trip, never closing, as long as we have electricity, 817.
Yeah.
Just serving up some outstanding hot dogs.
See, I have not ever had the Quick Trip meals, but they look like they're the presentation on them is quality, I think. I like the sometimes
you can doll them up. You can put the pico on there.
Sometimes you get
nacho cheese, that bad boy.
You get the rotating hot dog thing, and it looks so unappetizing. Unless you're like 4 a.m. and you're just you've been out just blasting, But that
like you were last weekend.
Yeah, I just raged.
You took that Martin House party into Sunday morning. We could all hear it in your voice for the pregame show the next day. I was there for a good bit.
Oh, I think you closed him down, didn't you?
That's my my neighborhood.
That's your neighborhood, your peeps. But yeah, sometimes, like I say, the Quick Trip, they can make that food look like that it's a Michelin 3-star variety.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't even know what I talked about with Michelin 3-star, did you?
Well, I mean, Michelin 3-star for what in particular?
Well, for like the Quick Trip. You know what the Michelin rating system is?
I don't know how they do it, but I know it's a thing.
It's a thing.
I know it's a thing.
Well, like
what's the formula?
What kind of thing is it?
It's like if you're awesome, you're a 5-star Michelin.
Okay, there you go.
But I mean, are they handing out like 1 stars?
Oh yeah, they'll do that.
And then you take that like as a good thing?
No, you want a star.
You want any
star.
Okay.
Yeah, you
like
want a star.
You want a medal, even if it's not gold.
Right. You want to be recognized as a Michelin establishment is what you want to. That's good for business.
I know that's on your fantasy bucket list for you personally. To be the man that says, you hold up your index finger at the front doors and you say, you come eat here. This is a 5-star party brought to you by the Super Bowl champion.
Man, they've got barbecue establishments that are getting Michelin stars.
It's about time.
Yeah. It's not tablecloths and fine dining and all that. These barbecue places are getting Michelin stars.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, and the folks that have told me that they dialed up the Thanksgiving hurtado, and now they're circling back for the Christmas hurtado.
There you go.
I'm like, high five, dude. That's the way to get it done.
Hurtado gets it done.
972, our buddy Tony Spears used to actually work here, would produce for the nosebleed seats. And
Tony Spears?
Did
I ever meet Tony Spears?
You may have. Super tall, redhead dude, less ornery than Carter, but similar vibe. Super hockey guy. Carter's college football. Tony was hockey.
Okay.
But
Tony, I'm sorry if I met you, man. You're probably a good dude.
Tony punted on his radio dream so that 2 days before Christmas he could inform us on the text line that he's inspecting the entire Eagle Mountain Saginaw School District fire suppression systems all week, and he wants me to hurt him physically because that's the condition he's in right now. So shout out to Tony Spears. Never give up on your dreams, ladies and gentlemen.
Never give up.
Let's see. We have Quick Trip BLT is fantastic.
Okay, this has got my attention now.
You got to swing through.
I just never have made that.
Commitment.
I've never made the commitment to doing that, but the food always looks good. It looks good spinning around, whatever they got it, wrapped up there. It looks fine.
And just like the beauty of a place like Whataburger or something, it's always 24 hours. You got one of those things within striking distance. And again, shout out to the people that are working holidays, 24 hours. We're with you for the next 5.
Have you ever been alone on Christmas Day?
No,
you never have.
Not experienced that one yet.
Yeah, I've had because of like jobs and stuff, but thank God for the people that have restaurants that do open, like
serving the community,
like pizza place. I know it sounds bad to be on Christmas Day eating a pizza, but eating a pizza by yourself is not a bad thing.
Never a bad time for pizza.
Never a bad thing. But I just like if you're open on Christmas Day as a restaurant, God bless you.
Grab you some Chinese food.
That's what I'm saying, man. It ain't a bad gig, is it, Lucius? I mean,
no.
Because you get everything you want, and then you get the fortune cookie, and you're so happy that, like, man, that was a good meal.
After you get over the fact that you're alone on Christmas Day, then you're like, all right, man, I guess I'll go to the Chinese joint.
Let's make the most of it.
Yeah.
I just, it's happened to me more than not. You know what I'm saying? Because my job. Because
you're a football lifer.
Football, being on the road.
It's football family.
Yeah,
faith. Football.
Staying in a hotel on Christmas Day by yourself is not the best thing in the world.
That's a sad existence, Lucius. You've experienced the solo Christmas.
Oh yeah, absolutely. In the Navy barracks, eating Fruit Loops and watching Boondocks.
Yeah. Well, okay, Lucius has had it a lot worse than me.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. All right, we'll get to Lucius's G-Bag of the day here on a Cowboys Victory Monday. And we also have to show some love to some Texas high school state champions.
Yeah.
And this individual right here locally, I'm wondering if I'm getting ball sacked on his season-long stat line. You're not going to believe this. And where are the Cowboys picking now in the draft? That's next right here in the Nation.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
All right, let's get you to the G-Bag of the day as quickly as possible here. It's the G-Bag Nation on a Cowboys victory Monday. Brian Broaddus and myself, Eric Chiafalo. We got Lucius Alexander. Carter Freeman is running your video on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And this segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. All right, so congrats to all of the North Texas high school football state champions. Heck of a football weekend.
Yeah.
Always fun. I mean, as somebody, I don't know, were you on good high school teams?
Man,
WT White?
WT White, we finished second like my junior and senior year. And so this was when you had to win the district to get in the playoffs. Now I think it's the top 3 teams get into the playoffs. So I missed out on the playoffs every year I played football in high school because we finished second. We lost. We beat Carter High School my senior year, and we tied. Actually, the records tied, and they drew to see who was going to go to the playoffs. We lost, so we beat them. They drew, and they won, and they got to go to the playoffs, and we got to sit at home.
Is that like an out of the hat pull, or
Yeah.
is that a coin flip?
It was actually. I hate to say this. It was a bullet. It was a bullet with a number on it.
How do you you just.
They put it in, they just put it in the hat, and you have one, and they have one.
Oh,
and
okay,
you just-
okay.
And you draw it, yeah.
Wow. That's a bummer. What about you, Lucius? Were you ever on some good high school teams making the postseason?
Yeah, 99 and 2000, South Grand Prairie.
Nice.
We got pretty darn far. And then Midland Lee put that foot up the hump behind. And then the next year, I was on a 6-man football team at Evangel Temple, and we got pretty darn far. Yeah.
6-man?
Yeah, man. I was working my behind off on that squad, bro. I played every position on the field, put some stats up, man.
Wow. What year was that for you?
That was, 2000, 2001.
Okay, so you were in high school.
That was it.
Wow, dude. 6-man football. I did a little 8-man spring league one year whenever I was in middle school, and it was a ton of fun. But watching these dudes, like we were watching last
state
week,
finals,
state
yeah.
finals, 6-man, and you're right, Lucius. These guys are having to do a lot of heavy lifting.
Quarterback got like 11 sacks and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? 400 yards throwing. You're like, damn, man.
I think that we noticed that the one team had like their big plays on their helmet stickers were in red for the defense and blue for the offense.
Yeah, so you could tell who your two-way studs were.
You could tell who your guys were because it's like, okay, those are all defensive stickers, and now but man, they had helmets that were covered in stickers. Those dudes.
Okay, well, I'm trying to investigate now an individual here in North Texas that is apparently out of this world. I saw a stat line for the senior season of wide receiver Quentin Gibson for North Crowley. We got to figure out where this dude is going to school. Some program must be just ecstatic because this senior season for this guy, 93 catches.
Give me his name one more time.
Quentin Gibson.
Gotcha.
This dude, North Crowley, and they were unbelievable this year. Total powerhouse. 93 receptions, 2,012 yards. So that's already crazy.
Yeah.
39 touchdowns. How is that even? Now, apparently it's 36 receiving and then 3 rushing touchdowns. That's how you get to the 39. But still, 39 touchdowns on 93 receptions. And again, over 2,000 yards receiving. This dude, I cannot wait to see where he is going. And I wish I would have seen him play this season. I mean, that whole team was unbelievable. But this guy, I don't know how it gets any better than that, dude.
Colorado.
He's joining Prime?
Yeah.
Oh, that's legendary.
Yeah, after leading North Crowley to its first 6A Division I state championship since 2003, Gibson is primed to bring his magic to Boulder and join Coach Prime's Colorado Buffaloes.
Very, very exciting. That's awesome. They obviously got the super stud quarterback as well coming in to replace Shadur Sanders. So that'll be a ton of fun. I mean, they just Colorado has had some awesome dudes on this. Yeah, the skill guys have been out of this world, and they just added another one. I've never seen anything like that before, dude. 93 catches, 2,000 yards, 39 touchdowns.
I think he hit the primetime dance when he scored one of those touchdowns, didn't he?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That okay, then it makes all the sense in the world. Because I did see a couple of plays from the weekend, and he was basically all of the plays. But that season-long stat line is truly amazing. So shout out to Quentin Gibson, North Crowley, and, again, all the champions throughout the Metroplex here. That's awesome stuff. Now, you have with the Cowboys, Marcus Mosher, and I know Wolchuk's not a huge fan of his. If he was on the program today, he would axe this particular segment. But he simulated the remainder of the season, and the most likely draft spot for the Cowboys is pick number 12.
Okay.
They're picking at 15 as it stands right now after last night's win. But more than 60% of the simulations had the Cowboys drafting at pick number 12 or 13.
Okay.
So as you're kind of gearing up for the offseason and where the Cowboys are going to be drafting, they, of course, get the win last night, which was a super fun game. There's no way around it. Cooper Rush, was that his best performance?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe ever.
Maybe ever. I mean, one of the reasons why you won that football game last night was because you were able to keep the lead that you had. You know, they never really allowed the Buccaneers to take off running the football on you. Game was never really close enough. You were always kind of in that double-digit mode, and it also helped you with your pass rush. But, you know, Cooper Rush did a really nice job. We were really worried about the blitzing. We were worried about with them bringing linebacker blitzes, secondary blitzes, although he handled that very, very well for your football team. Didn't make any huge mistakes, moved around a little bit when he had clean pocket, made some really good throws. Like the fact that the ball went down the field a little bit.
Yes.
They took
that
advantage.
Was the biggest thing.
Some of the single high stuff, man. Mike set up a couple of good plays. The Turpin run and then the Turpin play action, the next play that got Cooks all the way through the secondary was a well-designed play and well-executed. Cooper Rush, big part of that.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a nice touch because you've seen Turpin now line up in the backfield like that last week a couple of times.
It scared the Bucs. When he had the run for 12 yards, then
the gut, too.
They great job on the backside of that block. I mean, you get Smith, you get Vita Vea cut off, you get everything kind of secured and buttoned up. You get a hole. Turpin hits it with some speed, makes the safety miss on him, and then it's a 12-yard run. And then they come back the very next play, same formation, and they fake the toss or they fake the handoff again. And what happens is the whole Bucs secondary, their linebackers and their safeties step up, and as they're stepping up, you got Cooks flying across the field, and Cooper did a nice job of kind of sliding a little bit to his left and getting the ball to the outside. So. Yeah, it really, really good design. I'm surprised McCarthy went back. I mean, he went back to back on the look. He handed the ball, had success, and then said, watch this. I'm going to come right back. I got to play right off this play action that we're going to run, and it's going to make a big play, and it sure was.
The NFL has flexed Sunday's Packers-Vikings game into the 3:25 window, so Cowboys-Eagles goes to the noon window.
Are you disappointed?
Not at all, man. That was a nice tiger fist pump whenever I got that news.
Wolchuk sent everybody the text. He's like, let's go.
Yeah, Wolchuk's been watchdogging that one, dude. He's like, I'm in vacation mode right now.
It makes a big difference to get off at 6 o'clock. I mean, we ended the post game last night at 1 a.m.
Heck yeah, you did.
I mean, that's kind of that's a long day of working, but hey, it's what we do. But yeah, walking out of that stadium and getting home at 1:30 and then getting up at 6 to watch tape that's
a grind.
Kind of a little bit of a grind, but we'd sign up for 17 weeks.
That's right. So Sunday, 9 a.m. pregame, noon kick, and postgame will go till 6 o'clock.
There you go.
Now it's time to go into the Pimp Cup. G-Bag of the day with Lucius Alexander.
12 a.m. on my way to the club. 1 a.m. DJ made it a rub. That's you, Broadus.
That's me.
Start moving around till 12 a.m. That's when I get ready to go to the club at 12.
That's what I was wondering how late we wait to go to the club.
Yeah. And, I would go and try to get that free situation. Hey, free before 9. And then Jay-Z said, 12 a.m. on a way to the club. I was like, well, that's it. We got to be there late.
Does club stay open all night, or does club stay up until 2?
Well, clubs here stay up until 2. Then you have the after hours that stay open pretty late.
Yeah.
Yeah, but other places, them club, Miami, 6 a.m.
Yeah. I've walked out of some
4
places.
a.m. in New York.
New Orleans. I've walked out of some. Sun in my eyes.
All right, man. Let's see what we got right here. Chia Follow, you are our G Bag of the Day winner so far. Still,
These
dog.
guys, man, not today.
Watch this vote.
The run ends today.
Yeah. You got all the answers, apparently. This is day number 3 right here. Throw up any question on G-Bag Nation and Chia Follow wouldn't answer it, even if you're not even talking to him.
Okay, we go to Jerry with Sean and RJ. Things going much more smoothly, this time of year. And this was a very interesting question. Are McCarthy and Zimmer tied together because they're both in the expiring year of their contracts?
I mean,
we're going to get Jerry.
In a way, I do.
When you think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
I had no good answer for that.
But you were ready for it.
It's going to be filibustering for a while.
But you were ready for it, though.
Man. I mean,
we're going to get Jerry.
Dawson quickly.
Yeah. I'll see myself out then.
Yeah.
Dawson quickly gets you out of the mix.
All right, let's go to Barstool Sports. Gruden, John Gruden, and Dave Portnoy. They do that little post-game show.
The Shred Line.
The Shred Line! Yes! Shred Line. Dude right here was not feeling Greg Olson. He's not a fan of Greg Olson right here.
This is Joe Shea in VA. I got your shred for you. I'm an Eagles fan, and I'm pissed the off. I'm not mad at my Birds. I'm not mad at CJ GJ. I'm not mad at Jalen Carter for being the baby rhino and the absolute animal that we know that he is. I'm not mad at Jalen Hurts for getting hurt. I'm not mad at Kenny Pickett for being subpar and a B-rate quarterback. I'm not mad at any of that. I'm mad at Greg Olson for being an absolute dingbat, and I'm mad at that dumbass Joe, whatever the hell his last name is. Who cares? He's a B commentator on Fox anyway, for just being in the absolute ass class of commentators. Just what garbage. That's why Brady replaced you and Burkhardt replaced, because you suck. No, I wonder why the Eagles aren't playing so well. Well, maybe it's because our starting quarterback got hurt, you frickin' bum. Jesus, that was the most painful thing of that game. Not losing to our rivals, not watching the whole roster get decimated by injuries, not CJ GJ getting disqualified for imaginary penalties. No, listening to you two absolute bums. That's what was terrible. You want something shredded? How about Greg Olson's freaking career? Ugh.
Wow.
Nice work.
We love those guys. Like every time that Greg
No, but it's true. We were watching the game in the booth.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are they really wondering why this is all happening? Are they not going to acknowledge that they're playing with Kenny Pickett?
Yeah. I get it, but I'm just, hey, you play with Cooper Rush. It works out a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
but it'd be like, why have the Cowboys struggled
Bucs team
so bad?
beat Philadelphia. I mean, I know Philadelphia was also decimated with injury in that game.
Sure. No, but if I was an Eagles fan, I would have been maybe not to that blood boiling level.
Yeah.
That was, ass class of broadcast. That was a bar.
Too. Yeah, ass class of commentators.
Or commentators.
That's hilarious. The ass class. They didn't make that. That list needs to be put out right now.
Yes, it does.
Who was the ass class of commentators?
Who's on the Mount Rushmore of ass class commentators?
Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. And TD Jakes, get well, TD Jakes. And if you've been out here spreading rumors and gossip about TD Jakes, run!
Yeah.
Because he's getting litigious.
Litigious?
He's getting litigious. All right, let's see right here. This is a hell of a way to end the Christmas pageant.
Merry Christmas to you all. What a great season it's going to be. On your way out, make sure to use the photo booth, grab hot cocoa area for your...
Yeah.
Don't do what I just said. Don't do that.
Wait, grab what?
On your way out, make sure to use the photo booth, grab hot cocoa area for your... Don't do what I just said. Don't do that.
Grab you some hot cocoa.
Oh, that's wonderful.
On your way out the door. How much time we got?
That's a good blooper. Plenty of time.
Yeah, every time. Maybe. How about Bobby Belt? He crashed out. Chris tapped me on the shoulder on his way out of here today. He's like, I hope you got Bobby Belt as G-Bag of the day. Ooh-wee. All right, let's see what Bobby Bell got mad about.
0696 is gosh, you're about to get your whole number right on here,
Listen,
bro.
I think you're missing the point. You're too much, on Mike's butt. You got sooner or later.
God damn. Okay, 903.
Bobby.
They won 12 games 3 years in a row. Injuries took them out of the playoffs this year. How can you say that?
later.
How can you say injuries? Hold on. How can you say injuries took them out of the playoffs when they're
Bobby,
winning all their
calm
freaking
down.
games now? They're
Calm
winning
down.
all their freaking games.
Look at this guy.
It is a total.
Look at this guy.
I'm sick and tired. It is a.
Chris Arnold's going to come in here. And
leaning
listen
in
to this
here,
guy.
leaning in here to this jackass opinion
Bobby.
that injuries are the reason why they lost. They had their health when they were losing. They're winning these games.
They were
from
not
their
any
injuries.
good this year. The team was not any good this year.
And
That's
they're winning.
the
They're winning
reason.
with the injuries. These people, anybody who's blaming injuries for this, you're an idiot.
Bobby.
You are an idiot,
Bobby.
and you are comfortable
what?
with the standard of 9
You
and
need
8.
to relax.
Jeff
You
Fisher
need
fan
to
base.
relax.
Jeff Fisher fan base. That's pretty strong. That's a 500
Brothers,
coach.
oh my God!
Yeah.
Listen, if RJ Choppy's telling you to calm down, you need to relax.
exactly, yeah.
You are in a different realm right now. I've never seen RJ say, "Hey man, you need to calm down a little
You
bit.
need to relax.
You're kind of going too far." I've never seen Choppy do that.
He's never seen a masculinity too toxic until he met Bobby Bell. That flip will switch on Bob, and then it's you might as well just get out of the way.
Oh, Bobby.
That's incredible.
Oh, Bobby.
That's at like 6:45 in the morning.
Yeah, that's it. I have more, but we don't have that type of time.
That was fantastic. Okay.
Shout out to Bobby, boy.
Yeah, seriously, man. Is it Bobby Belt crash out this morning? Is it the church caca blooper? Eagles fan on the shred line, or is it myself, the two-time champ? I was ready to answer Jerry's question there.
Yeah.
Okay, I will start off the proceedings. Give me the Eagles fan on that shred line.
Yes. Robert Bobby.
Going with Bobby 1-1 here, Broadus.
Somebody to decide this?
You're the swing vote.
Give me my Love the Star podcast.
Yeah, baby. Bobby Belt, crash
You're
out.
so happy you're off.
Your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate you, my friend. 'Tis the season. All right, we'll get you the NFL news of the day, top of the hour. Jared Sandler joins us at 3:20 talking about the Rangers moves. They're going all over the place here. No status quo. No comfortability there for CY. Love to see that, Jared Sandler 3:20. But let's go ahead and go best of the weekend featuring Alabama Jones and Shane Gillis.
Coming up to
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Happy Victory Monday, ladies and gentlemen. It's the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in. Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, and Lucius Alexander. Best of the weekend, 877-881-1053. What was the best of your weekend? And I know SMU fans right now are probably a little bit down in the dumps. I mean, the entire college football weekend was just blowout city for the most part. Texas was in control of that Clemson game. It got a little bit close there towards the end. That first drive with Clemson's offense just going right down the field, I was like, oh snap, this is a little different. And Texas's offense came to play there. So kudos to them. Texas 38-24. But SMU, I mean, how'd you take that one in? 11 a.m. I know, Lucius, you were all over it.
Brr, it's cold in here.
Makes a difference.
Yeah, I feel like it made a difference in that game. They look kind of shook, and they never came back after that first, like that initial shock of it being cold. Yeah. They never rose to the occasion.
That's tough. I mean, that's the thing that those schools, pro teams have advantage of is when you live in that, so you understand that, and you. One of the great advantages we had in Green Bay was that when that door opened on that airplane and that cold air went through that plane, guys were like, no, not today. We'll fight for another day, but. Penn State's a good football team. SMU has nothing to be ashamed of, for them to get in the playoffs. They just did not play very well. SMU's played well all year. They just didn't play particularly well in this game against Penn State. And, hopefully they'll be back in another time. Rhett Lashley have done a great job over there on the hilltop. They'll continue to recruit well. I'm sure they'll get some transfers and in the portal and all that will help them. But, that's a really good way to start your ACC, adventures.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it was a great season for SMU. That game right there. I mean, even the SMU defense was playing some pretty good ball. It was unfortunately the reason why you were there in a lot of ways. Kevin Jennings just having a couple of brain fart moments. They're moving the ball down the field, opening drive. I'm like, oh wow, look at this thing to get right there to the red zone, and then that fourth down play. He's got a chance to just run it. And he throws it, and I get what he was doing. The dude was open, but he throws it a little bit behind him, and now it's a turnover.
Yeah.
And the pick sixes, I don't know if I've ever seen. I know they're offensive players, so it's not really their wheelhouse to start flipping into defensive mode and try and make a tackle. But that second pick six there was like, oh my gosh, SMU's offensive players, they had no idea what it meant to try and tackle somebody. And tackling people in the cold is not fun.
Nope.
But those turnovers obviously were the death of them there. And that second quarter for Penn State, 21 points. They go 4 of 5 on third downs, no turnovers. And for SMU, it's no points, 68 yards, 0 for 4 on third down, and 2 turnovers. And at that point, that was going to be all she wrote right there. So heck of a season for SMU, and that was a bummer. But did you guys watch the the game day stuff from Friday night before Notre Dame and Indiana?
It was. I think it was on here, but we don't have the sound on.
Oh, okay.
So it looked extremely cold. Again.
Oh
it
yeah,
was
yeah.
dark.
It was cold.
Yeah,
it was a heck of an environment. That was fun.
And I believe the Indiana coach showed up.
Oh, he was talking big, bro.
He was talking really big, and Nick Saban had to call him out for talking big.
Yeah.
So, but that's I saw that part of it. Was there something that I missed?
Well, yeah. So, are you familiar with, like, if I say the name Shane Gillis, does that?
Is he an actor guy? He was the guest picker.
He was the guest picker.
Okay, but is he a Notre Dame alum because he had on Notre Dame gear?
Yeah, I don't even know if he's actually an alum. I think he might
He's
just
like
be
Rudy?
a fan. I'm not 100% sure, but he's definitely a Notre Dame fan.
Right.
But he's a stand-up comedian.
Okay.
And I mean, he's over the last 2 years, he's really blown up in a huge way. He did the SNL. He hosted SNL.
Yeah, he dunked on SNL.
Yeah, he really did. It was great, and he's coming to town. I'm actually taking the Christmas gift for the wife is we're gonna go see Shane
It's
Gillis.
the Christmas gift for the wife.
Yeah, two birds kind of deal.
Yeah. Baby, I bought us a truck.
I got us something special, honey. So I'm looking forward to that. But he was hilarious. So he is definitely a Notre Dame fan. That's why they had him there. Notre Dame kicking off the college football playoff.
Well, he went after Nick Saban too.
Yes,
Okay,
and that's what was so funny. So we have a couple of clips here, but this was in the beginning. Saban's not on the set. They're kind of like standing outside of the stadium there, kind of getting the proceedings started for game day. And Shane Gillis had this little remark about Bama and the SEC paying players over the years, and this was what he said.
This is, it's always with Notre Dame. It's like, here's the big game. Let's hopefully win it. This feels different. It feels like we can win it. Okay. There's some parity now that everybody can pay their players. Notre Dame has a shot. It's not just the SEC. It's not Coach Saban.
Now, Saban's not on set for this, so he doesn't see it. So he's talking big without Saban being there. And then they migrate into the stadium. They're on the set, and now here comes Nick Saban joining the squad. McAfee's there, of course, and they're doing game day. Well, Nick Saban is wearing a hat and some earmuffs, and he looks like Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Because I'm wondering, why is Indiana Jones trending on Twitter right now? Yeah. And it's because of the way Nick Saban was dressed. And so Shane Gillis poked fun at that, and McAfee was kind of ruffling the feathers here a little bit. Like, hey, you just called out Saban earlier, and now Saban's here, and this is the interaction.
You called him a cheater earlier. I was just joking around. I don't think the SEC paid players ever. Period. Right? I'm joking. Are we not? Is this not a fun show? No. Serious show? Serious football. Like Alabama Jones is very serious. No, I'm not serious. Get the whip, Indy.
I do believe in integrity. I always tried to run the program that way so players had a better chance to be successful in life.
I agree.
We make more money in the NFL than any other school, 61 players in the league. That was how we cheated. We developed players. We recruited.
For real, I'm so sorry.
That's pretty good. Calling him Alabama Jones was great. And then Nick Saban's like, oh, crap, this is a serious one. I got to stand up and really give a good coach speak integrity sort of spiel here to defend myself. And it was funny, but I don't think Nick Saban took that overly well. That's one of those jokes where it's like, you can't say that right now. You can't diminish what I've done, even though we know Shane Gillis was 100% right. And then you get to the point now where they're making their picks, and McAfee's picking IU to beat Shane Gillis's Notre Dame squad. And this is that interaction.
Shane, I'm sorry. You're a real scumbag. You're a real scumbag.
In front of touchdown Jesus.
I mean,
we didn't need that.
I'll say this. I thought Coach Cignetti coming out here was a real disgrace to the game. He left his players in the locker room to go get some camera time for himself. I know a legend like yourself would never do something like that. Would you?
No,
it's disgusting.
I told you.
It was disgusting. I saw it. I thought, wow, what a sad, disgusting program. Notre Dame by a million. Go Irish.
That was good. Would you do that? No.
That's great. Of course you wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Everybody was making fun of Cignetti because his team got smacked. The score looks a little bit closer. Sure. He's punting late in the game when his team's down by 3 or 4 scores. He's like, what am I supposed to do?
You see where he gave the excuse days, though, that like my defense was playing pretty well and my offense was horrible. And I just didn't feel like that we were going to get it. I just didn't feel like we were going to get 4th and 10 yards there. So he was basically saying that he felt like his defense had a chance they punted, they could maybe play a field position game. But yeah, he admitted his offense was awful.
They were.
Yeah.
But now he's the one that is the laughing stock. I mean, you had Notre Dame players going live on Instagram in the locker room after the game, just mother bleeping Signetti right there. So, but it was fun. And we'll get a little college football with Carter Freeman going at 4:40 and really get into the weeds on some of this stuff. I cannot believe the line for the next week's game between Oregon and Ohio State. Ohio State's favored in the game.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, it's some of the best college film that I've watched this year scouting.
Watching Ohio State?
Watching that game. Watching Oregon and Ohio State play is some of the best. I mean, when you talk about it, reminded me very much of the days when I used to watch like Miami in the day would play Florida State, and both teams would have all
NFL players all over the
field. And it was, if you just watch that one tape, you would get so much out of it. But this game will be excellent, in my opinion. And the fact it's played in the Rose Bowl, that setting on grass there, it's going to be like a Rose Bowl game when you start to talk about with Oregon, being that ties it has, but now in the Big Ten. But I'm excited to see this one. I really, really am.
Same here. Ohio State's quarterback versus Tennessee. I mean, that was maybe the best game of his collegiate career. 24 for 29, 311 yards, 2 touchdowns, 37 yards on the ground. Yeah, that's Will Howard. And he took to Instagram. I mean, he's at the height of confidence here. After the game, he posts a photo of him praying in the locker room. And then he says, when people ask you what happened here, tell them the North remembers. Tell them winter came for the Volunteers. See y'all in Pasadena. And in Tennessee was hilarious before the game. The videos of just a bunch of shirtless dudes trying to prove how tough they were, and then they just went and got smacked around. Choppy live tweeting the game, just completely dismayed and blood boiling. It was funny. It was funny to watch Tennessee and watch that happen to them. Now I'm going to be pulling for Oregon to beat Ohio State because there's no, I mean, it's great to watch the Buckeye fans just lose their minds. And one day Ryan Day's the man, and the next day he's supposed to be losing his job.
Kurt Herbstreit jumped into it pretty good too, right?
Yeah, and he was calling out First Take, calling out Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. Smith. Shannon Sharp went on a rant today. Well, ESPN versus ESPN crime. But there was actually a pretty funny song too, because Tennessee's getting just completely made fun of.
Rocky Top.
There's a guy. Well, this dude, his name's Tennessee Tucker. I guess he's all over TikTok or something. He's got some funny Tennessee football songs, and he's making fun of them. And he does have a Rocky Top one, but it's honestly too vulgar to play on the program. But this is his. Now that Tennessee's been sent home, this is his Tennessee football sad Christmas song.
Now if the good Lord's willing, then the creek don't rise. Raising Cane's will still be open and have warm fries. On our 2 a.m. drive back to Tennessee, after going to Ohio, spending all our money. Yeah, it's gonna be a sad December 25th in Knoxville, 'cause Ma and Pa couldn't buy presents or pay the electric bill. Spent their life fortune to watch the Vols play. Now we got the kids crying on Christmas Day.
In your face, Volunteers. Take that, RJ Choppy. Your G-Bag of the Day champion, of course, Bobby Belt, though, after his crash out. We look forward to replaying that during LA Live in the Expressway, commercial-free in the 5 o'clock hour. Jared Sandler talking Rangers at 3:20, but let's go ahead and get you the NFL news of the day here in the G-Bag Nation. We got takeaways from a great football Sunday next year in the nation.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the Gag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, if you missed it, the NFL has flexed Sunday's Cowboys game versus the Eagles. It was going to be the 3:25 kick. Now moves to a noon kick. So you'll have 9 a.m. pregame here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And the Packers and the Vikings are going to get the game of the week love there for Fox. And that'll be the 3:25 game. It's the G-Bag Nation here on a Cowboy victory Monday. Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus. I'm Eric Chiafalo. And we got Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman coordinate the video, fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Great to have you in. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah.
The text was telling me, by the way, Broaddus, I think it's like every 15 to 20 years.
Okay.
There's a Hanukkah Christmas mesh point.
Okay.
So
yeah,
there we go. Educational.
Yeah, Bennett's soon to be 21 years old. So, man, it seems like that. Maybe when he was like a baby, 5 years old last time we did this. I mean, I don't know.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's funny because my family, they celebrate both. So it's like that's because my ex-wife and I were. It's like okay, we'll allow them to do that. So we have the Hanukkah and the Christmas at the same time.
He's the real winner and all that. He probably just cleans up, dude.
He does clean up. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, he cleans up for sure.
I bet, dude, and I bet he was tearing it up at the game, Texas Clemson.
He was.
Was he firing them cannons?
He was firing them cannons. Hey, how about interviewing Gene though?
Gene Deckeroff yesterday.
Is he a trip?
Voice of the Buccaneers. I think he was ready to go just full PJ Carlissimo. It was like give him the rock and just get out of the way, dude. He's ready to just he's set a volume carry record.
He has every stat known to man in that head of his.
Every time he says something, it reminds him of something else.
Yeah.
That reminds him of something else. Yeah. And next thing you know, you've got the full scouting report in your one question.
I love the fact that it's always we.
Yeah.
We did this, we did. And you know what? Hey, you know what? You're the announcer for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Go ahead and be we.
Yeah, just go lean into it. Yeah, that was a fun conversation.
He used to be at Florida State. He's like a legend at Florida State with some of the teams that he's called their games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, he is big time announcer.
877-881-1053. What was your biggest takeaway from the NFL weekend? It started on Saturday, and unfortunately, the Texans deal with a catastrophic injury to Tank Dell. And D'Amico Ryans told reporters today that it's a dislocated knee and it's a torn ACL and suffered other damage, whatever that means.
Hopefully not nerve.
Right, obviously. Yeah, that's certainly the big one there. The Jalen Smith drop foot kind of stuff. Yeah. That's like the one that you can almost never really be cured from and getting back to even close to what you were beforehand. So certainly prayers up for Tank Dell. The whole game stopped down. It's one you hate to see it, totally hate to see it. Then you just snap right back into play and you're like, how do you do that when you see a teammate go from, and what a hell of a catch. I mean, unbelievable touchdown grab. And then, of course, the Chiefs go on to win that game. Pat Mahomes, is he actually hurt? I don't know. But
I mean, I'm blinking my eyes, and at the start of the game, he's running like 20 yards for a touchdown. I'm like, okay, so much for the ankle issues. Like, I mean, that is, and the DeAndre Hopkins signing for them was huge. He just comes up with big plays for them, clutch third down kind of moments. So the Chiefs continue to roll there on Saturday, and now they gear up for a Wednesday Christmas Day game. And man, if the Bills would have lost to the Patriots yesterday, which was a nail biter, that would have pretty much took all the wind out of the sails for the Christmas Day game coming up for the Chiefs on Wednesday. Because had the Bills lost, the Chiefs would have had pretty much everything wrapped up for the one seed. Yep. But the Bills go ahead and escape the Patriots, and now we're still neck and neck here. And that's what's fun with the way they have the seedings now, because it usually goes down to the final week. Like the NFC right now, yeah, everybody should be pulling for the Vikings to beat the Packers on Sunday, just so simply we can get the Week 18 final game of the season for all the marbles for the NFC North, Lions versus Vikings. Yeah. That would be awesome. But yesterday's Football Sunday was pretty great all the way around. Of course, the Cowboys get the dub on Sunday Night Football, and I can't even express how fun the game was and the physicality of it, just jumping off the screen. Everybody was getting hit. Vita Vea, Vita Vea in coverage and then just smashing Jake Ferguson.
Yeah.
Or I'm pretty sure Turpin got stuck in his navel on that one play there down in the red zone, just running right into a grizzly bear.
Right into him, yeah.
And Brad Sham has a nice little call of that. We'll get to 6 o'clock hour, 2 guys, 1 booth. But, I mean, I think obviously the Jaden Daniels is probably, that performance right there for the Commanders. And I know Kenny Pickett was playing quarterback for most of the game. If Jalen Hurts doesn't get hurt, the Eagles end up winning that game, I presume. But the Eagles had so many chances. Saquon Barkley dropping a huge pass there late in the game.
We've seen that before, right?
And then Devontae Smith, man. I can't imagine what Eagles fans, we heard a little bit on that shred line earlier, G-Bag of the day. That was the funniest part as the Commanders beat the Eagles and eliminate the Cowboys from playoff contention. The one silver lining was that the Eagles lost and the Pets' heads are going to be falling off in a situation like that.
Yeah, but would you be a little worried if you're an Eagles fan? And I mean this in a way, you mentioned all the guys that they especially the quarterback that didn't play, but would you be worried about how the Commanders were able to move the ball in that fourth quarter, get to 22 points?
Yes, absolutely.
Would that be something that it kind of looked like the Eagles of old, but they've done such a great job of remaking that secondary. And I don't know. This is probably just a blip, right? It's probably just a blip, and they're going to be okay, kind of a thing. Or the
Eagles' defense?
Yeah.
You can never be too sure. Defense can be volatile. You can be a really awesome defense, and then all of a sudden, teams figure out ways to take advantage of you. Now, the Eagles did force a ton of turnovers yesterday, but that fourth quarter, you give up 22 points.
Right, that's what.
And Jaden Daniels went Superman mode. And when you got a guy who can just take off and run on you on fourth down and go get like 29 yards on a 4th and 11, it's like that. Those are backbreakers, dude. And obviously not every quarterback can do what he was able to do there. Yeah. But yes, if you're an Eagles fan, you now have your quarterback shaken up a little bit. Mm-hmm. And they've really been, I know Saquon Barkley gets all the headlines, and I get it, the highlight reel stuff. He's been awesome for them. But their offense, the advanced metrics indicate their offense isn't much better than it was last year. The big difference for the Eagles this year is that their defense has been lights out
better.
And they were terrible last year. Right. And that's reflected in, okay, you move on from defensive coordinator, you bring in Dick Fangio. Their entire draft was basically, we got to get younger and more athletic defensively, and they had a home run draft. And now that's really the main reason why the Eagles have been so good this year. So if all of a sudden things are going to bottom out defensively, then yes, that's going to be the demise, because the Eagles offense, it's good, but Jalen Hurts is not going to put the team on his back and carry an average defense. Their defense has to be lights out.
Yeah. I tell you, I just think they're so much better at the cornerback spot, with Quinton Mitchell and what they've been able to, with him being as part of it. I think he has really been as you mentioned, a home run when it comes to, having to play in that secondary. He's not going to give much up, for a rookie. He's so comfortable playing out there. And sometimes these rookies struggle, But man, he's done a fabulous job for the Eagles.
Yes, no, he absolutely has. I'm trying to figure out what was the coolest part of the day because there were a couple of plays yesterday that stand out amongst the rest. You have Joe Burrow going horizontal. He's like Supermaning basically, and he's right centimeters before his knee hits the ground.
Yeah.
He throws it, touchdown, T. Higgins. Joe Burrow continues to have an MVP type season, and the Bengals are still alive. And then the other one was from the Detroit Lions, and this Ben Johnson just continues
the fake fall down kind of thing.
The fake fall down. Now, did you get the backstory on that? Did you see where that came from?
I'll tell you this: the first time I'd ever saw, but it was like I saw it as a tight end delay, and I think that's what you saw. It was a little bit of a
because it ends up in a Laporta touchdown pass.
Touchdown. The first time I ever saw it was Bruce Coslett with the Cincinnati Bengals did it. The first time I ever saw it was they had a tight end, Tony McGee, that fell down. Like he would act like he blocked, and he would fall to the ground.
Oh, okay.
And so you would see the play like they would fake the play action like he's blocking, and he would be on the ground, and as everybody's running, he'd get up and then run to the opposite side, and they'd throw him the ball.
Sneak attack style.
Yeah,
I like that. That's a good design.
Yeah, but he would act like block, and he'd fall on the ground, and they would lose him, and then he'd get up and run. And when those guys came to Dallas, that's the first time I'd ever seen it, and it worked like 2 or 3 times. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, oh, get ready, we're about to run the tight end fall down.
It keeps working.
It just keeps working because they lose track of the guy.
This one was amazing yesterday. Ben Johnson and the Detroit Lions, they draw up an intentional fake tripping fumble kind of play where they're lined up, Jahmyr Gibbs I formation in the backfield. They go play action with it, and Jahmyr Gibbs intentionally trips, and then Goff acts like he's kind of fumbling the handoff.
Right.
And then he pops up and finds a wide open tight end, Laporta, across the field for a touchdown. And at first you see it and you're like, whoa, was that intentional? Turns out it definitely was intentional. Yeah. And apparently where Ben Johnson got it from was from last year, September of 2023. It was the Packers also playing the Bears, and the Packers had it just accidentally. It's a play action, play to the tight end, but they actually stumble and the running back falls down and Jordan Love's kind of wonky doing the play action, and it ends up working for them to where Jordan Love throws a huge play to the tight end for a touchdown. And so, or almost a touchdown. It gets inside the 5-yard line. But Ben Johnson of the Lions sees that play and he's like, dude, that worked. And it worked versus the Bears last year. And so he actually just drew it up that way to have a fake stumble, fumble, play action, boom, tight end open. This dude continues to impress.
Well, that's just the whole premise of stealing ideas. You watch tape, you could steal.
But this is like a new evolution of it. This is
but you're seeing something and you're thinking like, wow, okay, how do we make this even better?
Yeah.
I think the great ones can do that. They have that ability.
And I know it's just for a multitude of reasons. The Cowboys, like Ben Johnson to the Cowboys, just doesn't seem like it's plausible in any way.
Not because they're going to bring back Mike McCarthy.
They're going to bring back McCarthy, yes. And even if they don't, like Ben Johnson has super high standards with the way that he wants things to go. He's going to want to do it his way. He also is a first-time head coach. Jerry Jones doesn't really want to go for that. And he also wants to command top-of-the-market money. And Jerry Jones doesn't want to pay big money to a coach. So for all those reasons, Ben Johnson really isn't a realistic option for the Cowboys, even though that's the one that if you are an actual Cowboys fan and you want the best, that would be your dream scenario. But the Joneses would never go for it.
Where do you think Ben Johnson then ends up?
It's hard to say because he's a very unique individual with just how selective he's been. He could have been a head coach for the last 2 cycles, and he's been like, thanks, but no thanks. He had the Commanders flying out mid-flight, and he calls him like, actually, no, I don't even want to do this, dude.
Right.
So go back home kind of deal. So I don't know. It seems like the Bears are the team.
But do the Bears pay him? The Bears,
are they a little penny pinching with that stuff?
A little family-run business, yeah.
Well,
sure.
I'll tell you what, the Mike Vrabel, I mean, his stock just continues to climb and climb and climb, and it's like so many reports are he's like the top candidate for all these teams.
Because they're realizing that they probably can't get Ben Johnson. Teams, I bet you.
Yeah,
I
maybe
bet
that's
you,
what it is.
I bet you the word's starting to filter through the NFL, the rank and file, that Ben Johnson is going to cost you a ton of money, and maybe Mike Vrabel isn't going to cost you a ton of money. So I think that's something you have to kind of
money factor, experience factor, culture builder, tough guy, Vrabel. I don't know. The reports are like, man, I don't know if his agent is just back channeling and doing a great job getting stuff out there. But Vrabel, Ben Johnson, I think everybody would want Ben Johnson. But like you said, does Ben Johnson want them?
Okay, Chicago. Give me a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yeah, I'd go thumbs up on that.
Okay, Jacksonville.
I don't think he would want anything to do with that.
Okay, Jacksonville, what if Jacksonville says we will fire our general manager and you could bring in your own personnel guy that you like?
Now, from my perspective, I'd be looking at Trevor Lawrence like, is that an asset now? I don't think so.
Okay,
I'd still probably rather gamble on the early career here of Caleb Williams, even though his rookie season's been bad.
No.
I would say no.
Vegas Raiders.
The Raiders. That was the worst win of the weekend. They go from picking number 2 to number 6 or 7 now, painting themselves into a corner where they're going to have to trade up a bunch of assets to go get a quarterback. If they were picking number 2 overall, then I would say yes, because now I'm getting Cam Ward or maybe Shadur Sanders, and you're building from there.
So you're saying no?
But I will say no with the way things have played out. New Orleans, I think New Orleans would want him.
Yeah.
I don't think he would want New Orleans.
Okay.
I think Aaron Glenn's going to New Orleans, the defensive coordinator for the Lions.
Sounds like it. Yeah. Okay. Giants.
Yeah, the Giants for sure. Number 1 overall pick.
So you think that Ben Johnson's choices are going to come down to Chicago or the Giants?
I do. And then the Raiders potentially, but I would say no. After winning that game yesterday, I would hate to be a Raiders fan.
Okay.
You need a quarterback so bad, and now all of a sudden you're going to have to trade a bunch of picks if you want to go get a guy. That's frustrating. They were literally in their just lose baby era, and they find a way to win. I mean, that's what happens when you're playing Jacksonville, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, my gosh, dude, you go from picking number 1 or 2 to now number 6 or 7. I would hate to be a Raiders fan. All right, good day to be a Rangers fan, though. Jared Sandler joins us next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
All right, Rangers are making some moves. We got Jared Sandler set to join us here momentarily as the G-Bag Nation on a Cowboys Victory Monday. We'll get you to Krusty's Corner here in just a few minutes. Segment's brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And segment's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And now to the D&M Leasing Hotline we go to welcome in our Rangers insider, Jared Sandler, ladies and gentlemen. Jared, happy holidays to you, man. We were pretty surprised the Christmas and Hanukkah collision course on Christmas Day. This feels like this is kind of historical.
It is. According to the Elias Sports Bureau, this is the first time that this has happened in my lifetime. I was told that this morning that Christmas and Hanukkah, Christmas is obviously always on the 25th, but Hanukkah starting on the 25th is a first in a long time. There has been an overlap before because, apparently years ago, some candles stayed lit for 8 days or whatever, so Hanukkah's 8 days, if you believe that. And it has overlap, but the starting point on the 25th, I think that's a first for at least several years. Yeah,
that's what we were trying to figure out earlier. Somebody was texting in every 15 to 20 years or so, but if it's the first in your lifetime, it's even more rarefied than that.
Listen, the Elias Sports Bureau's religious wing is a little off. It's a little primitive. They're still developing. They don't have quite the talent as they do in the various sports, so it is possible that that branch has made an error. I imagine. I mean, do you guys ever wonder, has the Elias Sports Bureau ever messed up? Like, have they ever just gotten it wrong? I'm sure they have, right?
Yeah, they have.
No, Elias is dialed.
I'm sure they have.
Dude, Elias is batting 1,000.
Yeah.
Is he or she or them?
Them.
That's a good point.
Them. I think they have.
Well, I think John Blake, Rangers Hall of Famer, told us the story this past year. I mean, there was like an Elias, and I don't remember if it was a husband and wife or two brothers, or maybe I'm just making up that there was more than one person. But the Elias Sports Bureau was started by a Mr. or Mrs. I don't know, an Elias.
Look at that. Yeah. Let me see here.
All the nuggets today.
It was in 1913. It was Al Munro Elias and his brother Walter Elias.
There you go. Yeah.
They established it. Thank you, Jared.
They were counting on abacuses back then, and that's how they kept track.
All right, well, let's keep track of what these Rangers are doing because they're making moves all over the place. They just brought in another reliever. We'll get to that. But what'd you make of the Nathaniel Lowe trade, getting back another reliever in Robert Garcia?
Yeah, it seemed like going into the offseason, it seemed like trading Nathaniel Lowe was a possibility. He is, and unfortunately, baseball CBA is such that the contract status for players is maybe not as straightforward as it is for other leagues. So, super baseball fans understand the arbitration process, but the average baseball fan might not. So Nathaniel Lowe was under team control for a couple more years, but through arbitration, and that means essentially that the team, can non-tender him, which means they cut him loose, or there's a process by which they determine a salary if they want to keep him, and that number was probably going to be, upwards of $10 million and perhaps a little more than what the Rangers want to pay for Nathaniel Lowe with what his skill set is relative to what the team's needs are. And I think it's important to make that delineation. Nathaniel Lowe's a really good player. I mean, he's in the last few years, in addition to winning a World Series, individually has won a Gold Glove and has won a Silver Slugger award. He is not your typical first baseman, or at least he doesn't fit the typical prototype of, big power guy. He's actually kind of the antithesis of that. He's more of a patient, I'm going to get on base and make my money by drawing walks and hitting singles the other way. And his power has kind of waned a little bit over the last couple of years. With that said, his overall offensive production was still really strong. But this is a team that struggled against fastballs last year. They also struggled against right-handed pitching. And Nathaniel Lowe wasn't necessarily a fastball beast. Now, he was fine against righties, but I think the Rangers saw an opportunity to add more power against righties. And so anyway, I think with Nathaniel Lowe, there was an opportunity because he is a good player, right? We always want to trade for guys and we want to give up nothing. Well, you got to give to get. And so, the Rangers were able to trade Nathaniel Lowe and have the Nationals take on, all of his presumptive salary post-arbitration. In so doing, they get Robert Garcia, who I think is going to be, a decent part at minimum of the bullpen. We can talk more about him in a second. But it's also opened up some money for the Rangers to go and make other moves. And while it has not been officially announced yet, reports earlier this morning surfacing that the Rangers have signed Joc Pederson, who helps address some major needs in their lineup.
Okay, so let's go to Joc Pederson. What is
celebrate Hanukkah?
Yeah,
in case you're wondering.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah,
yeah, that's fantastic.
Big time high school player.
I was wondering why Wolchuk was so fired up about this.
He was a big time recruit for USC. We thought we had him. He committed to USC. Yeah. He got drafted in the 11th round. Typically, you might not sign out of high school if you're drafted in the 11th round, but the Dodgers paid him a whole lot of money relative to what an 11th rounder makes, and it's obviously worked out nicely for him.
Well, what are the Rangers getting in Joc Pederson at this stage?
Yeah, this stage of his career, they're getting a guy who, he can play every once in a while in the field, but, he's probably best used as a DH, and he is one of the best right-handed pitching mashers in baseball. He's a left-handed hitter, and one of the things he does that I think will get overlooked that Nathaniel Lowe did such a good job of is see pitches, draw walks, work the count. The Rangers have a very aggressive lineup. Seager, Simeon, Young, Jake Berger, who's now a part of it, Adolis Garcia, if he's going to be a part of it. These are all very aggressive hitters, and you need some guys who are a little more patient to balance it out. Evan Carter can be a part of that balance. Joc Pederson will be a part of that balance. On top of that, I mentioned that the Rangers struggled against fastballs and they struggled against righties. Well, there are very few free agents out there. Obviously, Juan Soto is on this list, but very few free agents out there other than Juan Soto who really address that to the degree that Joc Pederson is able to address that. He is, when I say he is one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball against right-handed pitching, you might think, well, Jared, that's silly. What about all these other guys? And we don't hear about Joc Pederson like we hear about, some of the other names. That's because he is a platoon player, and a lot of the other names are everyday players. That's the long side of the platoon, right? You're going to face more righties than you are lefties. Joc Pederson, there were 11 players in baseball last year who ranked in the top 15 against right-handed pitching and slugging. on base and OPS, 10 All-Stars last year, and then Joc Pederson. I mean, he is that good of a hitter against righties. And it's not just last year. If you look at his last 3 years, it's when he's really started to tick up. He, hits for average against righties, gets on base, hits for power. You ask, well, it seems too good to be true. Well, we talked about this a lot towards the end of last season. You are not going to pay nearly as much for a platoon player dollar for dollar than you will for an everyday player. And so, that is, if you want to call it a wart, that's the thing. Some teams maybe don't want to pay, almost the reported deal is 2 years and just under $40 million. They might not want to or have the means to pay that much for a platoon player. The Rangers obviously do, and he absolutely fits the needs that they have. And I expect him to be right in the middle of that order anytime the Rangers face a right-handed starter.
Hey, Jared, we talked about, you mentioned like Milner, the pitcher,
Mm-hmm.
and then also I want to bring up Garcia. And my scout buddies in baseball were telling me these dudes have like funky kind of deliveries to them, like sidearm kind of deliveries. And is there something to that? Are the Rangers trying something different? Is there a philosophy of like, hey, now all of a sudden you got two dudes that are kind of got those weird, funky deliveries?
Yeah, so there are a couple of schools of thought here, and you know this, Brad. It's when you're building a team, in any sport, there are philosophies, and there's not one right philosophy. But when a team has success, monkey see, monkey want, right? So there's a team like the Mariners. The Mariners really kind of leaned into the idea that, they were looking for a very certain type of pitcher with a certain release point and a certain set of stuff, thinking that, hey, at the end of the day, this is what is going to optimize a pitcher's chances for success, so why not seek out those types of pitchers? And that's the low three-quarters release point with a heavy rise fastball, and those guys have been really successful. There are other teams out there who believe that the more different arm angles, the more different looks you can show hitters over the course of a game, a series, and if it's within a division, multiple series over the course of the year, the better off you are. There's a reason why relievers, all pitchers, the more you see them, the more you're going to succeed against them in theory, right? But not necessarily the case individual, by individual, but that's why first time through, second time through, third time through, fourth time through, the data shows that the more experience or exposure you get to a pitcher, the better off you're going to be as a hitter. Well, it's no different, even though not every pitcher is built the same, if you get a lot of the same looks, one school of thought is it could increase your chances or opportunities for success. And so give people different looks. And even, Milner and Garcia, even if it, maybe a similar funkiness, different collection of things, right? Milner is a big ground ball guy. He's the guy you guys remember, Sam Dyson,
yes.
The Rangers, when they needed a ground ball, Sam Dyson was the guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, different stuff than Sam Dyson, but Milner's a guy, you need a ground ball, Hobie Milner can help get you that. Robert Garcia is more of a changeup guy. That's why he succeeds as a lefty against right-handed hitters, and then left on left, he goes fastball slider. So, right there, you got two lefties, but they bring different things to the table, and there is some thought that, mixing that up really helps a team when you look at the pitching staff or just the bullpen or however you want to break it down as a whole, as opposed to building it individually.
Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. Rangers signed right-handed pitcher Shawn Armstrong as well in the last hour. What do you know about him?
Yeah, one-year deal, guy who maybe it's always tough to know with a reliever's numbers because, Robert Garcia's ERA doesn't really demonstrate the type of success he had last year. Shawn Armstrong, spent last season split with two clubs, but he's a guy who, has spent time in the Tampa Bay system, and like they do with a lot of pitchers, they, find a way to optimize success. And I think the Rangers, deserve credit. We talked about this for a few years now. That they've done a much better job of taking, veterans, bringing them in, and either, helping them continue to do what they do, or allowing them to take a step in the right direction. They did it even last year, with David Robertson and Kirby Yates, with, how good those guys had been in the past, but the steps forward that they took while with the Rangers. And I think Sean Armstrong's just another guy with major league experience. He's a veteran and someone, Chris Young, I think, said it best. And he didn't say what I'm about to say to lead. Chris Young didn't say, well, this guy is going to just make our bullpen the best bullpen in the league or anything. But what he did say was it's going to raise the floor of our bullpen. And I think that's important. I think the depth and the reliable depth that they're starting to build is important. And what's next now is to try and help that ceiling and help make sure they're going to be able to get outs 22 through 27 over the course of a game. And I think those moves are what's going to come, I don't know, next few days, next few weeks, but that's still, I think, on the shopping list for the Rangers.
Awesome, Jared. Thanks so much for the time, man, and happy holidays to you. Happy Hanukkah.
Hey, yeah, you guys as well. Take care.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Jared Sandler, as the Rangers continue to make some moves. We see Chris Young was talking to the media, says that the Rangers did meet with Roki Sasaki and the agent last week in person, so holding out a little bit of hope for that. Hopefully Kirby Yates returns as well. Got to have that beast closer, but the Rangers not going status quo here. No. They're shaking some things up. Joc Pederson, very, very exciting stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and tee up a Victory Monday edition of Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Heating and Air.
Yeah, we're going to do a little bit. Let's talk about the Cowboys defense to start this one out, and then we'll catch the offense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are ladies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Tree Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KRL-fm.com. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It's Cowboys Victory Monday. We'll get you the Mike McCarthy presser as soon as he goes live here from the Star in just a few minutes. But right now, as we always do at this time, let's get a little Krusty's Corner action brought to you by Reliant Heating and Air. King of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus, take it away.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. I'm still trying to figure out who eats more in the press box, you or Blake or Fred. I think Fred's now into the mix.
I'm pretty impressed with the way Fred gets down. You know, I see him constantly making a run back to the table.
Yeah.
There's always something else to be had.
Right.
I got him just watchdogging him. I got him averaging like 3.5 plates a game.
I think that, to me, I look over, I see Blake eats quite a bit too.
Well, Blake's the mac and cheese guy. Blake he'll have a full course meal, and then you'll see him just go back 2 or 3 times for just a full plate of the legendary Legends Hospitality mac and cheese. Okay, actually, it's time to go live to Mike McCarthy at the Star.
You talked before about how you felt the end of your first season here provided a bit of a springboard going into that next season and establishing your culture and getting everyone on board. Do you see some similarities with, I know you've said that's a message you have to get across every year. Are you starting to see some similarities this year with how this team is finishing the season? Understanding that you're going
comparing to year one?
Well, just as far as the message taking root with younger players and that sort of thing.
Definitely. I mean, you never really, fully, know where you are until you go through, the highs and lows of a season with any of your teams. And obviously the first-year players are the ones that, that have the biggest adjustment. But, yeah, it's hard to compare anything to the first year just because of everything that went on with the pandemic and, we just had things that, thankfully we haven't, hopefully never have to deal with again. So, but, yeah, I think clearly culture and, it's something that's it's never the same. It's moving one direction or the other. So, and that's just why you got to just keep investing in it. And as new people come into your space, there's an education and a re-education process that you're always going through, and I think it clearly helps you when you go through the adversity of a season.
And I know in this stretch you've lost so many players, and we've talked to you about the guys who have stepped up, but some of your star players, how they persevered through this, such as like CD and Micah. What have you seen from them in this stretch?
Well, I mean, CD's just battles every. Name that tune. That's nice. I would have expected Christmas music, but we'll move forward. No, CD's been incredible, just week in and week out, to battle through and still, carry the role and the responsibility that he has for our offense. Mike obviously missed some time, but, since he's been back, just the impact and really that, the opportunities he creates for others too. It'd be nice to see some holding calls, but, other than that, he's not being critical, just an observation. But no, he's definitely made a huge impact since he's come back from the ankle injury.
Clarence Hill, All City DLLS. You guys talked about Michael coming back, but the defense has steadily improved, and you continue to have guys out. I know it's next man up is what you talk about, but still you're missing guys. And what's been the key to the dramatic improvement on defense?
Oh, I just think it's a combination of things. I think clearly the connection, the understanding is so much higher than we were early in the season. And I think just like anything on offense or defense, it starts in the run game. We've been able to, the run defense has really improved. Where Mike's been able to, get to the pressure packages and I just think our guys are playing with so much more energy. Is that just me or? Okay, yeah. It's not the sun. Let's not start that. We're well past that.
So. They're playing with more energy because they're more comfortable.
Confidence. Yeah, I mean, confidence is the fuel that makes all this thing. I mean, when you win, that's
you don't win games not being confident. So yeah, I mean, just the confidence and the everyday and the understanding. Like I said, this team has done a really good job of staying after it. During the preparation parts of it, and the improvements come weekly. And defense is a good example of that.
Mike McCarthy with ESPN. Beyond his on-field stuff, what does Jordan Lewis mean to this team?
Stud, just a stud of a man, stud of his personality. I just love his combativeness, his toughness, and he's the same every day. I mean, he just wears it on his sleeve, and that's you could arguably say it's the biggest play that we've had this year. That was just such an incredible interception, particularly at that time in the game. But that's Jordan Lewis every day, and that's what he means to our football team.
And then with Leofau and the green dot, have you given it to a rookie much before? Do you remember? How do you do with the hit on all that stuff?
No, he's doing a really good job. I think just the way Mike has brought him along, with just first getting comfortable in the sub, then the base, and so I think the process of him not have to do it right out the gate was obviously very important. But I think he's done a really good job.
John Machado with The Athletic. I think for some it would be easy to say, hey, you're eliminated from the playoffs. What is there to still play hard for? And obviously the team did that yesterday. Is that something that you should just expect from professional athletes, or do you think that there's something particularly about this team of why they wouldn't give in on something like that?
No, I think it's definitely specific to our football team. I think it's important to play the right way each and every week, and it's hard. I mean, it's hard to win a game in this league, regardless of the circumstances of where you are in the playoff picture. But it's your pride is on display. Each and every time you step out onto that field, and pride matters. And I thought our men reflected that last night.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. You've coached against him. Now you've been with him this year. Considering what he hasn't had, is this one of his better coaching jobs in terms of just getting guys going every week?
Yeah, definitely. I think just like anything, you're always looking for progress. It's unfortunate that we didn't, squeeze out a couple of those games early, because we definitely had some opportunities. But the one thing I've always looked for, and it's part of the training regiment, as far as how you schedule, how you train, how you try to build the rest of recovery. You try to do everything you can to get the team to play its best football at the end of the year. So, and we're doing that right now. I think we've played really good football here the last month. And we need to finish it. We need to finish it these next 2 weeks. We've got 2 division games, and because this will help everybody, players, coaches, pay it forward, because that's what you have to do to win it all in this league. You got to play your best football coming out, it's in December going into January. So that's definitely an experience we could draw from.
I'm impressed with you that Mike was able to get those 2 young linebackers, Nick and Maris, just to play almost the majority of the game last night. Yeah, definitely. Nick's, just what he's done.
Just the whole year. He's done a nice job on special teams. Just with the practice regimen. But Marist is, he's a special young man. I mean, it's you can see that just the energy that he brings, and his understanding and comfort's only going to improve and get higher as the more he plays. So he definitely has impactability and gives you a nice dimension, from the inside linebacker position, because he obviously can get out and play on the edge, and he's done that in college. He's has that capability of doing it here for us also.
Josh.
Mike, Josh Tolentino, Lone Star Live. In the fourth quarter yesterday, how do you kind of balance clock management, time of possession when you're within Brandon's range, but you opt to punt and play defense there, up 2 scores?
Within his range?
Yeah.
What is his range? We're still trying to figure that out. So, no, I think just like anything, there's more factors in going for the long field goal. Also, you got to play the other side of it. But I think clearly the decision, and it ended up being the right decision. Just the confidence that I had in the way our defense was playing.
And then just on Brandon, what have you noticed just about like his consistency all throughout the season, but especially on a night where he knocks 3 from 50 plus?
I mean, I think Brandon's numbers really speak for themselves. I can't tell you how consistent he's been since he's been here, and just the way that the football comes off his foot so consistent. And obviously we have a ton of confidence in him, and he made all the kicks and the opportunities, and he makes a 58-yarder look pretty easy.
Ed. Mike Edwarder, WFAA. Because it's so unusual for someone of your stature to work the final year of a contract, and out of sensitivity, it's not asked of you often, but Jerry offers his opinion when he's asked about it all the time. As you get toward the end of the season, how eager are you to have some kind of resolution personally?
Eager? I do believe in time and place, and this is not the time or the place for me to speak on it. Really, my focus is more about the staff. Their concern is higher for me because, change is something that happens in our league, all the time. And it's part of it's part of this industry, and I understand that. But, I am at a different point in my life. But I'm more focused on them, and I know that the best way to help everybody is to take care of what's in front of us. And that's why the commitment, the pride, and in the road that we now have to go because of what happened yesterday. So I think it benefits everybody for me just to stay on course.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, also Dallas. You talked about Nick Vigil earlier. He's a guy that's been limited in practice a lot, or didn't practice a lot, and was able to obviously play a lot yesterday. Just what does he have to do to be able to play, and then how just reliable has he been to have a guy like that behind Eric that you can?
Yeah, it's unique without a doubt. I mean, I've gone through it with veteran players in the past. You've seen it. I can remember the first player I watched go through it, offensive tackle by the name of Glenn Parker. Just what he went through each week to play back in the 90s. So it's remarkable what these men do on a weekly basis. If you'd have been in the training room this morning, you just that was a physical football game last night. So, and it was definitely reflected just the way our guys were going through the treatments and so forth. So, but yeah, what Nick does is unique, and I think it's also credit to the medical and training staff and Mike Zimmer, and just we know what we need to do to get him ready, and and also put John Fossil in that conversation also, because Nick's been an outstanding contributor for us on special teams.
Earlier this season, we talked about turnovers and kind of the lack of generating compared to the year before. Obviously, that's changed. Last night, you guys had 2 literal takeaways. How much you talked about confidence earlier with the defense? How much does that confidence maybe also play in the turnovers and kind of forcing it?
It's a big part of it, man. And I'm a huge believer. You get what you emphasize. We've really cranked it up. Because it wasn't where it needed to be early in the year. We taking care of the football is part of that conversation, and that's critical to winning. Stats really speak for themselves. But I thought our guys flew around and were clawing at the ball. Not only the ones that we did get, but also I thought our takeaway opportunities were where they needed to be. Because you got to get yourself in position first, and the more shots you have at the plate, the more you're going to get. So we're definitely doing a much better job in that area right now.
Saad with The Athletic. Mike, when you were a young assistant and growing through the ranks until you got to Green Bay, what were some culture aspects of the programs that you worked in that stood out to you that you looked at and said that this is what you want to implement when you do become a head coach?
Just a lot of the basics. Every organization is different. The personality of the head coach is different. I was fortunate, and something I think really helped shape me was I always worked for defensive head coaches. So, their approach, their mindset towards their view of how the game should be played, I think it really helps you in game management, looking at things from the other side of the fence. So I would say that, but the reality of it is the consistency, accountability, the work ethic, just all the key instrumental points that you have to have in a healthy culture.
Just because you mentioned him so often, Marty Schottenheimer, what stood out to you about his program's culture and what he did?
Everybody knew exactly where they stood. There was never any gray area. Conflict was welcomed. Conflict was good. confrontation, and just getting to the bottom of things. And probably the most important thing was the demand and details. That's something that Marty was big into, and he respected everybody, and his appreciation, particularly him being a former player, just the love that he had for his players. He definitely wore it on his sleeve.
Spade Lothberg, 105.3 The Fan. Understanding it wasn't a playoff game, it wasn't a game that got you to the playoffs, but given Tampa Bay 4 straight wins, Sunday Night Football, was that as gratifying, maybe a win for you as it's been in a while?
Yeah, definitely. It's the most gratifying win that we probably had all year. Because of that was a punch in the that was a punch in the gut. With the Philadelphia Washington game. So, but I just thought our guys just stayed the course and went out and played. I mean, it's exciting to play at AT&T Stadium. It's exciting to play on Sunday Night Football. So, and at the end of the day, that football team was, like I said, I thought it was on film in the preparation phase going into the game. I think it was clearly one of the better teams we played this year. I was very, very impressed with the way they've been playing. So, it's an offense that's very balanced. They do a good job getting the ball distributed to their playmakers. Defense is a challenge. That front seven is everything we thought it would be, and schematically they're a challenge. So, we were ready to go play a hell of a football game, and I think it's clearly what happened last night. We got it done in the end.
There was so much talk earlier about when people were thinking you were out, and whether you should play Trey Lance, and you were planning to win and planning to still with the playoff berth. Now that it's over, it's all about winning? Do you think about guys for next year? We need to find out what this guy is out of his contract. What's the mindset here? The
mindset's to win. We're going to Philadelphia to win the game. We're viewing it as it's a division game. It's a rival game, all those things. It's going to be exciting to go up there. The crowd's going to welcome us with open arms like they always do. So we're fired up about that too. We're going there to win, and that's something I think is clear to everybody. We got it's Christmas week, so the work week's going to be a little different this week, but we'll get all the work in just like we would on any other week. But yes, we're playing this game to win.
From an organizational standpoint, for guys like that, there's an investment in him. You gave him a 4th round pick. Do you need to find out what he is before he gets free agency? Is that something that is anybody's mindset?
Well, the evaluation process goes on all the time. It would benefit. I think it's a very fair question. Playing in games, but we feel really good about what we do every day. How we train and all the things that go into it. So, but right now is we're game planning. I'm going right to 3rd down as soon as I get done from here, and so like I said, we're going to line up and try to build off the win we had last night.
Mike, you mentioned their front seven. What would you put the run game issues on? It seemed like it was either between the tackles or wide. It was hard to get much going.
Coaching, just put it on the coach. You guys have been too nice to me today. So, no, they're tough. That's the way they play. I mean, if just you look at the run defensive calls that they have. The 5-man lines, the 6-man lines. So it's definitely something that we just got to continue to work on. We're going to get some of it this week in Philadelphia. It's really the way the league's gone, frankly. 1st and 2nd down, just that defenses are doing so much more as far as front variation. And, they got some dynamic pieces, too. I thought that, their D-line played well. And so it definitely wasn't the performance we were looking for. And, we need to, which we have been today, just what can we apply moving forward to Philadelphia? Because, we got another excellent front that we're getting ready to play.
All righty. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, there it is, the Mike McCarthy presser live from the Star on a Cowboys victory Monday. We'll have some takeaways, and we'll get you Krusty's Corner coming up next right here on the Fan.
Anecdotes has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Boom, let's do it on a Victory Monday. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Heating and Air with the Super Bowl winning scout, King of the Krusties. It's Brian Broaddus. Let's go.
Thank you very much for that, Chief. Round two?
Round two.
We're going to have like a round two. Round two.
This is really,
Let's get it on.
This is still round one.
Yeah.
We're going to get 2.0 in the Expressway. We'll look at the offense in the Expressway.
Yeah. Mike a little early today. Mike on
For
time?
the first time all season, Mike McCarthy arrived at the podium about 90 seconds early.
I think he was.
You see how he plays when the pressure's off of him?
Yeah. He can win some games when the season no longer really matters. Right when you start wanting to lose the games, they're like, no, we're going to go ahead and win those.
No, we need to win those.
In your face, people who like higher draft picks and a new coach.
You ever seen a prettier interception than what Jordan Lewis had?
It's up there, man. Especially with the arm brace on.
Yeah.
You almost never see that's for trench players. That's for front seven players.
He's a trench player.
He does have a trench player sort of mentality.
He does.
Yeah, he's a dog. That was an incredible play.
Yeah. I'll tell you what's interesting when you watch the end zone copy of it, it's like he never looked back for the ball. It's like he was reading McMillan's eyes. And when, but he was staying with McMillan. You could see they were connected going down the field. But he got like right up on top of him. And then when that ball came down, you see from the end zone copy, his hands go right between McMillan's hands.
Yeah, he
went up. His hands went up to catch the ball.
And then the dog mentality, just ripping it away. That's my ball.
Yeah, he got his hands in the middle of McMillan's and was able to I'm catching this ball. You're not catching this ball.
This ball's mine now.
Yeah. So
that was a great play.
It was a great play, but he never turns for the ball, but he's connected the whole way, and his ability to get his hands in in between McMillan's hands, pulled the ball. It just is an incredible play when you look at that, the interceptions and how, one of the prettiest ones you'll ever see. Like I say, he never looked back. He was looking at McMillan, and as soon as the guy put his hands up, he put his hands up too. So great job there. The final play, the White fumble.
Yes. Oh my gosh, just pure chaos.
Was chaos. Okay, White, he's the running back, and so he's going to step up on this play. He's going to step up to pick up the blitz. Like the Cowboys are showing that mug or that A-gap, that blitz that they look where they bring their linebackers up tight.
Crowd the line.
And the way people have kind of defended it is to put backs up in the, like between, in the A-gap up at the line to try and like keep the blitzers from coming through the middle. And what happens is, by giving them that look, Nick Vigil comes flying on the blitz. And White is picking him up. But what happened, it left Lewis on the outside unblocked. So he times his blitz perfectly.
Lewis?
Yeah. And right at the snap, you see, like, they're going to try and pick up everything solid across, and they're going to let the furthest guy from the ball go, which was Lewis. But Lewis did a great job of timing it to where he gets in on Baker Mayfield. And
Zimmer, once again, dialing up something where he's got a free rusher.
Yeah.
He's been outstanding with that.
He's done a great job with that. A.O. and Wilson are great shape and coverage, and Mayfield really's got nowhere to go with the ball. I mean, he's looking like he wants to throw, and he's got nowhere to go.
He's fighting for his life with Jordan Lewis hanging onto his legs.
Yeah. But somehow he shovels the ball. It turns into like a pretty incredible play. It just shows you the strength and determination.
Two dudes with all the dog in the world.
We've seen Baker Mayfield before, didn't he? He had Bosa by the face mask, like he was outside the pocket of the San Francisco game. He's holding him off.
Just kept him at bay the whole time.
Hold him off, and then he makes the throw.
Yeah.
Well, pretty much that kind of determination and power. But somehow he gets the ball shoveled forward. And this is a pretty incredible play by Maris Leofau. Because Leofau, he's now got White, and he's got White tied up.
Yeah, White goes from being a blocker to all of a sudden on the safety blanket.
Yeah, now a catcher, and he's running with the ball, but he's flagging the ball.
Yeah, he's just holding it out like he's Michael Jordan toying with the defender.
You see it on tape, and you're thinking like, okay, why did that not get knocked out? With him dealing with Leofau and all that, why didn't it get knocked out? But you could tell on the play, as Bland's coming forward, he doesn't go try and make the tackle because the ball's being flagged, and then you see White try to kind of tuck it, but he doesn't get it tucked. He doesn't get it secure.
I hate when that happens.
And so here we are. This is now...
Now it's just Bland going for the ball.
Bland's going for the ball. Bland has no interest in making the tackle, but he sees the ball is away from White's body, and now he goes and gets it. So just back-to-back instinctive type of plays where, you see a defensive back just said, okay, I'm not going to worry about the tackle here, but if you're holding the ball away from your body, Bland just perfect angle to get in there and get the ball away.
Yeah, just between Lewis on the interception, that ball's mine.
Yeah.
And it's mine forever. And then Bland, and especially for the redemption, because wasn't it, what do you think on the touchdown to Ryan Miller? It's Jordan Lewis and Bland both going with, I believe, Mike Evans.
Yeah.
And it's wide open Miller for the touchdown. And Bland, after the game, talking to Melissa Stark, he was like, I had to make that play at the end because I screwed it up there on the Miller touchdown.
He was. It was unfortunate that they allowed that. They usually don't have that kind of.
When I saw Jordan
early this season,
when I saw Lewis was involved, I was thinking Lewis he's going to be right on this. If Lewis is going with Evans, Bland probably screwed this up, and he admitted to it.
Yeah.
But again, what great redemption.
Great redemption for sure. Okay, how about the big hit by Wilson? You talked about the hit.
Oh, dude.
And this was the hit.
He was headhunting.
I think he was.
I mean, he always is.
He's just such a physical player.
He can't help himself, and I do love it. He has plenty of flaws, but the way he smacks people is fantastic.
Okay. The big hit by Wilson, then this one's on Evans. I think this kind of messed Evans up for the remainder of the game.
Yeah. That'll have you thinking twice.
Kind of made him think a little bit, but anyway. Baker wants to hit Evans on the curl, but he doesn't pull the trigger on the play. When you watch it from the sideline, it's like something flashed where he didn't throw, because you see Evans is running the curl to his left, and you can see Baker's kind of like he's thinking, I'm going to throw this right here, but he pulls it back down. So now he's into scramble mode. Okay. Nealon gets some late pressure on the play. So when Baker pulled it down, here's Nealon. Now Nealon's chasing. And now Nealon's got Baker on the move. And he has to move to buy himself some time. Evans is able to find some space. So he goes from a curl to more of a vertical route and then across. And as you see, Wilson is at depth. And I think we've all gone on Wilson before, like, hey, play with your eyes. We've seen him take bad angles, and this one he played with his eyes because he sees Evans break free and come across, and he's at depth, and now he's got a running start. So he sees Baker is located Evans, and now the ball, and he gets there right as the ball gets there.
Yeah, he timed it perfectly.
He could not have timed that any better the way he made that play. Just a beautiful, beautiful play.
Yeah, he was doing it all over the place. Leafau had a great hit as well. Just the overall physicality, you can't say enough about it.
Yeah. Okay. Talk about the fourth down stop that they made. So this really isn't a stop. This is you got lucky. The fourth down.
Oh my gosh! Shepard drops the ball.
Yeah. Because what happens there, the mesh routes give the defense problems. It's 2 across, 1 across, and there's all kinds of.
Shepard was wide open.
That thing opened up. You could have run that route any better, or those 4 routes any better, because the Cowboys defense completely opened up in the middle, just completely opened up. And so all of a sudden, the Cowboys do a good job of picking up White, the running back, and Durham, the tight end. But Shepard's covered by Wilson, but Shepard kind of pushes Wilson aside. So Wilson gets kind of knocked off balance. So it's opening up in the middle there for him. That play is so lucky for the Cowboys because that's going to be a first down and maybe more yards from that.
Totally.
Big time play. So sometimes when you're playing defense, you got to catch a break. The fact that Shepard dropped that ball, they caught a huge break, and they were able, to convert that into points. But the mesh routes, those are things that the Cowboys have had a little bit of struggles with this season, and for sure that one could have been a big play, but they caught a break.
Boom. There it is. Krusty's Corner, the first edition. We'll get to looking at the offense coming up 1 hour from now in the commercial-free expressway leading into L.A. Live. I have some more defensive thoughts, and we got to have a big-time Micah conversation before we get to some college football here. That's next right here on The Fan. But, Tolos, you got to take control of that financial future. The holiday season sometimes can be
what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, we got to have a Micah Parsons conversation. He was disruptive last night. Some of the numbers on him, you won't believe the type of season he's having and the type of effect he's having on this Cowboys defense. 877-881-1053 segment here in the nation, brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And the segment is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And we will have a little food fun here, end of the year style, how Texas orders in for the year 2024. If you're a DoorDasher, if you're a Uber Eatser, what's your most common order on that? Because I got the metrics here for the great state of Texas. see what we're ordering. But first of all, what did you think of Micah's performance last night? I know McCarthy was like, man, can we get a holding penalty, please? Because
oh my gosh,
it feels like every time he's not hitting the quarterback, it's because he's being held or rear naked choked a little bit.
Yeah, when you look at Micah and they double teamed him, and usually the Buccaneers are not a big. They leave their tackles out there for
on an island.
Well,
they're good,
and they're good tackles.
Great offensive line.
They do a really good job with their and they worry about doubling inside. Like in last night's game, Oso Digizua got doubled 11 times in that football game.
Well, that makes sense because I didn't feel like he was making much of a difference.
It was a big struggle for him because of having to deal with all that. But he's a better player.
Oh, for sure.
I mean,
yeah. And if he's being doubled a lot, then that makes sense.
Exactly. And Micah was doubled. He was doubled 3 times. They gave him 6 pressures, 1 sack. They said he rushed the passer 38% of the time, which is 91%. He's on the field. We don't even see Micah drop anymore, right? It's only occasionally.
Not too much.
What was the game? There was a big play that they made. It had a blitz where they dropped him in coverage.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if that was. I think it might have been the Bengals game.
It was a Bengals game. Yeah, they got a blitz home.
And somebody else got in.
Exactly. It might have been a Jordan Lewis deal or
Donovan Wilson.
Yeah, but they dropped Mike into coverage. I'm like, oh, okay.
Man, his sack last night where it's the fumble and Vigil almost gets the recovery.
Yeah.
And it sets up like a 3rd and 40 or whatever. That was an awesome play.
Yeah, but with Micah, he's always going to be a factor in these games when it comes to his ability to rush and how, it's not even like moving him around anymore. It's kind of like they're keeping him in certain spots, and I think that Zimmer's trying to do some things to create some matchups for him where it's like, okay, if we feel like this right tackle's not very good, or this left tackle's not very good, or hey, this guard's not very good,
just attack him.
And like, let's, because there's times you'll see him play, that 3 technique and play inside, but where they were really good with Micah yesterday was the some of the twist stuff that he's able to do. When he's the guy that's
looping under.
Yeah, when he's the guy that's the when you look at, like, say his sacks, and this was the sack he had was, and I'll just read it off my notes. This was a twist up between Parsons and Golston. So he and Golston were, and what happens is Gadecki, they gets driven back into the backfield by Parsons. I mean, the guard just gets taken, or the tackle just gets taken right in to Baker Mayfield. And Osa beats Barton, the center, and is on Mayfield, but somehow, again, Baker Mayfield kind of escapes.
Baker was really impressive last night.
Leofau missed. But Parsons didn't. Parsons kind of ran him down, but they did a really great job. It's so funny. This was the one that you mentioned, the sack that Parsons caused and then the fumble. The ball goes right into Nick Vigil's hands. I mean, literally, he's got the ball in his hands, and Baker Mayfield, to his credit,
he was fighting for it.
He fights to get the ball, and now it's kicked to the sidelines. But that was just a great win. I mean, all those guys got off the ball pretty well, but that's what Micah does. He gets off the ball. They use him on those twist stunts, the games, things like that. It creates a lot of problems.
Yeah, and you have the 972. Micah is great, but he is always so gassed at the end of games, and he literally takes plays off. It's not something that I see as a perpetual issue necessarily, but last night it was jarring. That final drive where Tampa goes down and gets the Ryan Miller touchdown on the botch from Deron Bland. Mm-hmm. That drive where they go, it's like 2 minutes and they go score and they make it a 2-point game.
Yeah.
That drive, the reason why they were able to just go so easily down the field in 2 minutes and score is because Micah was on the field the entire time and he was completely out of gas. The first play, he gets a nice rush, and then after that, you're literally playing with 10 guys on the field because he was, and I don't want to criticize him because I know he was hustling all game, making plays all over the place, disrupting things, and at the end he was so out of gas. The point for me is basically, I know it's Micah and you want him on the field, but for what he was giving you, again, you're literally playing with 10 dudes and you're getting no pass rush, and it's the easiest 2-minute drive to go score a touchdown that you've ever seen from Baker, basically. So that was something that jumped out. That final drive, he had emptied the tank, dude. He had nothing left.
Well.
But I wanted to point out some of the numbers that we had on the pregame show. This is stuff going into the game, so things have probably changed since the games were played yesterday. But coming into last night's game, this is the difference that Micah has made this season. And it comes from Robert Mays of The Athletic. One, Micah being one of only 4 players with a 19% pressure rate or better this year. It's Micah, Danielle Hunter, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson. All those guys are super beasts. Micah coming into the game was the best when it comes to pressure rate on third down, the money down. Obvious passing situation, Micah the best in the league at getting pressures there. Now, the big stuff, though, is when you look at the overall defensive numbers when Micah is on the field compared to when he's off. And he's been off plenty due to the injuries, and we saw how bad the defense was at that point. But without Micah Parsons this year, the defense gives up 11 touchdowns and they get 2 interceptions, 11-2 TD interception ratio. Advantage offense. Quarterbacks, 116 quarterback rating when Micah's off the field. The defense gives up 9 yards per attempt when Micah's off the field, and a success rate of 49% on quarterback dropbacks. So quarterbacks are having a success rate of 49% when Micah's not on the field. That's the same success rate that Josh Allen has this year, and he's probably going to be your MVP. Mm-hmm. So when Micah's off the field, you're giving up a success rate that is like basically going up against Josh Allen. You're making quarterbacks look like Josh Allen, okay, when Micah's off the field. When Micah's on the field, the touchdown to interception ratio becomes equal. 10 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. The quarterback rating goes from 116 to 86 when Micah's on the field. And that success rate of 49% when he's off the field drops down to 40% success rate for quarterbacks when Micah's on the field. Now, what is a 40% success rate? In context, that's Daniel Jones. So with Micah on the field this year, they make quarterbacks perform like Daniel Jones, who doesn't even have a starting job anymore. He's on a different team. And when he's off the field, quarterbacks are performing at the same level as the MVP Josh Allen. That is the difference that Micah has made this year, and it cannot be. We cannot understate just how impressive he's been. And I've been critical of Micah, and I'm still even a little bit wondering, like, with the way the Cowboys like to do things, do you really want to pay him $35-40 million a year? Because you know how the chain reaction from that is. The Cowboys continue to penny pinch everywhere else. They don't pay big money guys and then continue to stock like the Eagles. They will say, okay, we have a big money quarterback, wide receiver, and Micah, and they're going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here, or all of the heavy lifting here. So I do think if you want to trade Micah, I don't think it's an asinine conversation based on what you can get for him. But let's just acknowledge how dominant he's been.
Do you feel like that pro departments would look at him the same way you are? I mean,
well, no, because I think the reason, like, I would want to pay Micah. I would want to give him the money, sure, and I would want to also try and build a respectable roster everywhere else.
Sure.
That's what the Eagles will do. The Eagles will pay their quarterback, they'll pay a running back, 2 receivers, offensive line, tight end, they'll pay guys defensively, and they won't let it handicap them. But the Cowboys will. So there are teams out there that would say, yeah, we'll pay Mike all that money, and we're not going to let it just sacrifice the rest of our roster being, where we're making big-time additions for guys that have to contribute in August. They're still going to go out there and build a quality roster everywhere else. The Cowboys won't. And so that's why it's unique to the Cowboys, where I'd be interested in maybe flipping him. Because especially now with how impressive he's been, you're going to get all the wood for a guy like Micah.
Do you know how many teams have, say, a $50 million quarterback and a $25 million receiver?
Big money quarterback and receiver. I mean, the Eagles are the first team that comes to mind. I guess the Jets now with Rodgers and Devontae Adams.
Sure.
I would have to. Well, the Niners. Well, the Niners don't have an expensive quarterback yet. And the Vikings paid Justin Jefferson.
So
but
the small sample size of how to build a team with a $50 million quarterback and a $25 million receiver.
Yeah, outside
right?
of the Eagles. I mean,
Yeah.
and the Eagles have two big-time. Well, the Dolphins, Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, Tua.
There you go.
So
It is a small sample size of how these teams. So do we have a feel that? Do you feel like the Dolphins are talent poor?
Not necessarily. No. I mean, I feel like they've no, they're not.
No.
I mean, they're throwing. They're in win now mode. Clearly, both those teams.
Sure.
At least trying to be.
Yeah.
The Eagles are actually winning for the most part. The Dolphins are not. But yeah, it's a unique position to be in with the quarterback wide receiver combo being that expensive.
Right.
But the Cowboys again, they will allow it. We've already heard Stephen Jones.
And the Dolphins could even throw in a defender, right? The corner,
Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah.
And Bradley Chubb.
Yeah.
Pass rusher that's been injured all year, but they gave him a big money deal.
Yeah.
So it's not impossible, but the Cowboys will make it out to be.
Yeah.
If they're going to end up paying Micah, but again, he was really, really good last night, save for that last drive when he was just completely the tank had been emptied.
He missed 4 games this year, so this could be the fact that you're starting to see now. Remember, it's the end of the year when Micah tends to wear down because he's playing at such a so many, I don't want to say so many snaps, but he's playing at such a high level, trying to rush the passer and play the run. When he misses 4 games, like he missed weeks 5, 6, 7 was a bye, 8 and 9. So if he plays those games, man, he might be hitting the wall.
How much more worn down would he be already?
How much worn down?
Because that's been a topic.
Oh yeah.
As the season goes on.
Yeah.
His sack numbers certainly go down, but the pressure rate I think is still relatively there. So either way, Micah, he's been incredible this year. Those numbers are jarring, those on-off splits. This is a completely different defense with him on the field. All right, football's finest at the top of the hour, but let's recap the college football weekend with college football Carter Freeman next right here on the
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Yeah. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We are now through one round of the college football playoff in its new form. 12-team playoffs. You had the home games for the higher-seeded teams this weekend. It was a lot of fun, unless, of course, you were on the losing end of these games, and these were a lot of runaway victories for pretty much everyone, and hated to see the way SMU took that L, but let's welcome in college football Carter Freeman into the program here. Carter,
what's up, guys?
How are you?
I'm great. I actually just saw on Twitter here the TV ratings for the 4 playoff games. Would you guys like those numbers?
Yes, let's. I'd like to play a little guessing game.
Okay.
Give me Ohio State, Tennessee is the #1 rated game.
That is the #1 rated game. Do you have a guess for the number?
I have no guess for the number.
No guess
I'll
for the
embarrass
number.
myself.
Would that be, let's go with 19 million.
Not quite. 14.3, which is still a lot. I believe the SEC championship game got 16 million on ESPN and ABC, so that's pretty comparable for round 1 of the playoffs. So Notre Dame, Indiana got 13.4.
Of course it did.
And then Clemson, Texas, 8.6 million, and Penn State, SMU, 6.4. So the ESPN game's definitely a lot higher than the games that ended up being on TNT.
Yeah, and I mean those games in the early slate, SMU and Texas were competing with the NFL games that were on.
That's right. Yep. The Friday and Saturday night games both had that time slot just to themselves, so that definitely helped. And I think, I don't know if I'd say those. I'd say those are bigger matchups, just because that was 8 and 9, and then 10 and 7 versus the 11 and 12 seeds that played in the earlier games. So,
what was your overall takeaway from the weekend? I mean, anything that surprised you?
It's a bummer that the games ended up being blowouts, but if you look at the semifinal games from the 10-year history of the playoff when it was 4 teams, most of those games were blowouts too. I think what got people so animated this weekend is instead of Clemson blowing out Ohio State or LSU blowing out Oklahoma, it's Indiana getting blown out and it's SMU getting blown out. And
Tennessee getting blown out.
Tennessee getting blown out, which I think that put to rest any talk that Alabama should have been in, because this Tennessee team beat Alabama and then goes on to lose. If they hadn't scored a garbage time touchdown, they would have lost by the biggest point spread of the entire weekend. They scored late, and then SMU ended up having the largest loss of the 4. But yeah, it's unfortunate that they were blowouts, but the home crowd's incredible. I think that just watching that Notre Dame game Friday night, like, that is everything you needed to see, everything you needed to watch to say this needs to stay. I would love it if we had more, as in get rid of some of the bowl matchups, keep the games at home going throughout the playoff. But just for this opening round, it's a great reward that on the flip side, you saw some injuries happen with some of these contenders. Like Notre Dame loses one of their best defensive linemen.
Yeah, that's
Texas
huge.
loses their offensive linemen on like back-to-back plays, which I don't know their status going forward, but like...
Yeah, Major's the center. I think that was more of a concussion, right? Is what he was dealing with.
Yeah, because he walked off under his own power right afterwards.
Yeah.
And they'll have 10 or so days to kind of recover and get ready for the New Year's games. But
They lost their right tackle, too, yeah.
home field advantage, huge with all these blowouts, but you do risk the injury. I do think getting the bye is still definitely what you want as opposed to playing. But if you do play, you're going to get that crazy college atmosphere that we all know and love. And in a playoff scenario, like, fans delivered.
If you're a Texas fan right now, are you more concerned about the way your defense looked, or are you just happy with the way Ewers in the offense, really the rushing attack, got after it?
And they went up against the worst run defense in the college football playoff, and they should have done what they did, and they did what they did. So you have to be happy with that. Watching Cade Klubnik, who had a good season at Clemson,
Just got better and better as the season went on.
And in this game, too, he got better and better as the game went on. When Clemson had 3rd and goal on like Texas's 1 yard line late in that game when they could have made it a 1-score game again. They ran the ball on 3rd down and they ran it on 4th down, which I did not understand. They clearly didn't watch the A&M film, because that's what A&M did against Texas and it didn't work. That's Texas's strength, is their defensive line. So I'm totally happy with Texas' defensive line, but their secondary, they didn't throw out Barron a whole lot. They threw at number 5 for Texas, and he was getting cooked late in that game. So that's a little concerning, but Clemson's going to have better athletes at receiver, I would say, than Arizona State will in the upcoming matchup. And we saw as soon as that matchup got set, Texas, what I saw, they were a 14-point favorite.
Yeah, they're a big favorite.
So I'm disappointed in the secondary a little bit because that ended up being the closest game. It was still 14 points. It was still double digits. But there were some things that Clemson was able to do that I don't think Arizona State will be able to do this upcoming game. But then, yeah, going forward, if you go up against, say, an Oregon or even an Ohio State with what we saw, what they did to Tennessee in their home playoff game and the Cotton Bowl here, that would be a lot more concerning.
Ohio State, now collision course, the trying to get some redemption on Oregon.
I cannot wait. I almost, as soon as the matchup got set between Oregon and Ohio State, a classic Pac-12 Big Ten game in Pasadena with the sun setting on the mountains, I was like, how much would I be willing to pay? What time do I need to take off to get out there for this game? Because not only is it just, I love the history of the game, you get two schools that would naturally match up in it if the Pac-12 hadn't collapsed, but this is a de facto national championship game in a way. Like, I know, obviously, Texas is a great team. Georgia's a great team. They lost their quarterback. Notre Dame looked excellent against Indiana. These are probably the two best teams in the country. They were rated 1 and 2 in the polls for most of the year, and they get to play in the best setting in the sport. I can't wait. I know you guys were talking earlier. It's surprising that Ohio State is they're favored by 1 point, right? Is what I last saw. So
it's either 1 or 1.5.
So they're favored, but you got to think going back to that game where they lost to Oregon in Eugene in October. They were driving to win that game. They were in field goal range. Yeah. If I'm blanking on his name. Will Howard, our Ohio State quarterback, doesn't forget how much time is on the clock. Ohio State could very well win that game. And even in that loss, they lost by 1 point. That was a back and forth. It wasn't like they had to storm back. They didn't get down big. That was a slugfest the entire way. And I don't see any reason why, after being battle tested further after both those teams, after that game for both of them, this game isn't just going to live up to the hype too.
Yeah, it should be fantastic. I mean, Will Howard just played his best game as
they threw to Jeremiah Smith. They refused to do it against Michigan, and then on their first drive, they're like, you know what, we've got this 19-year-old kid who's a top 5 receiver in the sport. The second he stepped on the field, let's throw to him, and then boom, 2 touchdowns.
I still just can't believe Ohio State's opening as a 1.5 point favorite, and we know Ryan Day. This is one of the teams. It's Oregon and Michigan. He can't overcome it.
He's 1-6. I think Ryan Day beat Michigan his first year.
First time, yeah.
He didn't play in the COVID year, and he's lost to him every year since. Then he's lost to Ohio State twice. But I mean, it's just I think the thing is, people look at Oregon like they're a really good team. They're undefeated. They deserve to be the number 1 seed. They don't excite people, even though they are fundamentally sound at every spot on the field. They don't just blow you away with a lot of their tape. So maybe that's why, but they've gotten the job done every single week of the season so far. So I feel like they should be the 1 point favorite, but I'm also not surprised with what we just saw from Ohio State. That's the $20 million team that we thought we were getting to begin the season.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the best roster in Buckeye history.
Yes, and they finally looked like it against a Tennessee team that was good, had a good regular season, deserved to be in the playoff, and they dismantled them.
What's the outlook for SMU going into next season?
Well, you'll have Kevin Jennings back, and
that's huge.
You can't look at this one game, this one poor game that he played at Penn State as like, they hit their ceiling. I think you look at the ACC as a conference, and Miami's not going to retain Cam Ward. He's going to the draft, so you don't know exactly what they're going to be. And they fell off at the end of the year too, like any Mario Cristobal team tends to do. So with Florida State, they had such a bad year. You look at some of the other powers. Clemson's the scary one because if they shore up that defensive line, I think they're the clear favorite. But SMU has gone undefeated in their conference in the regular season 2 years in a row. They go undefeated in the ACC this year, and they go undefeated in the American last year. This is just a team that competes, and Rhett Lashley, so long as he's there, they're going to compete week in and week out, and they're going to keep winning a lot of games, I think.
Yeah, the ACC is it's open for business, man. Outside of Clemson, like you mentioned, I don't think Miami will be as strong as they were now that Cam Ward's gone. And, we'll see what Bill Belichick has to say now in the conference. But in year one...
I got to see it. I have to see that work. And the further we get towards the college football as a more pro-style model, maybe a Belichick can work. But how many NFL coaches have we seen come to the college ranks and just not have the success that everyone thought they would?
Let me think about that as I ask you this question.
Lovie Smith was the first one that came to mind. Him at Illinois over the last couple of years, him wandering around with his gray beard, not having a clue what he was doing.
Sure.
So
yeah. How did Penn State get the path that they did?
Because
that appears to me to be, how does Oregon as the number 1 seed have to deal with what they have to deal with? But here's Penn State, host a first-round game. Their path appears to be much easier than anybody else's.
Them and Texas was the other one we talked about, playing the lowest seeded
I think Arizona
team,
State's going to give Texas fits, by the way they run the ball.
Cam Scott, and that's a strength-on-strength matchup.
Yeah.
That's one of the best defensive lines in the playoff in the country versus one of the most unstoppable running backs in the country in Cam Scattaboo. I got to see him firsthand run all over Iowa State in the Big 12 championship game, and Texas's defensive line is a lot better than Iowa State's, but I've just seen Cam Scattaboo 2 years in a row run like crazy against everyone he's played.
Yeah.
So there's no reseeding with the playoffs. That's maybe something we can talk about going forward.
Yeah, they have to
because
do that,
with Penn State getting the lowest ranked at large, and then the Boise State, the Group of 5 team.
Yeah.
Boise State earned their keep.
Sure,
like, they had to win their conference and then have things go around them to get the 3. But like, it's because we don't reseed things, and you should have confidence you beat whoever you play, or you can beat whoever you play. That's what Dan Lanning was talking about today, one of his press conferences. But yeah, Oregon, they get a tough slate because they get Ohio State, then they get potentially Texas, and then Georgia or Notre Dame or Penn State, whoever from that side.
Yeah,
but
they're the number 1 seed.
Fun fact about the Fiesta Bowl this year: Penn State and Boise State, they combined have played in it 10 times. They're 10-0. They've never lost. Neither school has lost that game. So one of those schools will pick up their first Fiesta Bowl loss ever.
Hell of a nugget to close things down here. College football, Carter Freeman. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right, top of the hour. Let's go football's finest, featuring the best sounds from the football weekend next year in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Let's get you a little football's finest here on a Cowboy Victory Monday. No Gavin Dawson, no Zach Wolchuk. I'm Eric Chiafalo alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander producing the program, Carter Freeman coordinating the video, fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Great to have you in. Happy holidays to you. Happy Hanukkah. Merry Christmas. And we appreciate you hanging out with the G-Bag Nation. I did see that the Texans have claimed wide receiver Deontay Johnson off of waivers. The wide receiver that was traded from Carolina to the Ravens. I'm eating my words on that one. I thought that was a shrewd move right there for the Ravens, adding another dynamic pass catcher, a guy that's kind of a borderline wide receiver 1, solid wide receiver 2, and he did a big bag of nothing for the Ravens, so much so that he got frustrated, they got frustrated, and they said, to heck with you, we don't need you anymore, Deontay, which is perfect timing for the Texans, who lose Tank Dell to a catastrophic leg injury, ACL, and dislocated knee, all sorts of damage in there. Heartbreaks for Tank Dell. Unbelievable grab on Saturday at Arrowhead. Chiefs get the victory, but, I mean, toughness through the roof. Your knee just gets completely eviscerated. You hang on for the grab, and unfortunately your team ends up losing. But now Deontay Johnson goes to the Texans, and we'll see. Maybe this will work out for him. He is a good player when things are right. He was awesome in Pittsburgh. He was the only really good pass catcher for the Panthers after they moved on from DJ Moore. Did nothing with the Ravens, so we'll see.
Aren't they the Texans playing the Ravens? So he goes from being on the street to, or actually being on the street, to being claimed to being playing against his old club. I think the Texans and the Ravens are playing.
Yeah,
Christmas.
Baltimore goes to Houston Christmas Day.
Yeah.
So that's funny. I believe Beyonce's doing the halftime show. Did you guys see that? Beyonce doing the hometown Houston Christmas Day halftime?
Yeah, I seen that. What's the quarterback for the Ravens?
Lamar Jackson.
He said he's going to watch the halftime show and not go in there and, get coached up during halftime.
I thought I saw that. I thought him say, like, hey, to heck with the halftime adjustments. Hopefully we're up and we're feeling good. Sorry, coach. I'm watching Beyonce at the halftime.
We had the kicker at Cincinnati do that during the Super Bowl, right?
Bengals kicker. And, yes, he got reprimanded a little bit because he bailed on the halftime adjustments locker room deal, and he wanted to watch I think that was the Dr. Dre Snoop Dogg one.
Sure.
So, I mean, who can blame him?
It was L.A., the one out there in L.A., yeah.
Yeah, it was the L.A. Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good on Lamar Jackson. He's got the clout for it. I mean, like, come on. Especially when they talk about, like, a lot of these people say, like, halftime adjustments are overrated and they're not really doing much in there anyways.
You don't have much time to do really anything. I mean, there might be 4 or 5 things that they put up on the board. Usually some, like, nowadays you have all these coaches, like 20-something coaches on the staff. You'll send somebody down into the locker room early, and they'll put up all the things that they want to do up on the board to kind of get ready for it. So that's what they do. And, the offensive coordinator will stand up there and go, like, okay, this is what we need to do. 1, 2, and 3, and then that's kind of how it works. So, like, we're getting a lot of this look, and the next thing you know, you get something to drink, you go to the restroom, and then you're back out on the field.
It's time to pump and dump. That's your pump and dump time real quick.
Exactly. Yeah.
Time me back up, bro.
Yeah.
Let me put these shoulder pads back on.
Yeah, taking those shoulder pads off, that's a dangerous game.
Well, I've seen like when you play in those early season games, say you play down in Miami or Tampa, one of those things, I've seen like skill guys completely change their uniforms.
Because they've just sweated through it all.
Yeah, like the center might change pants because of the wetness and stuff like that.
Swamp ass.
Yeah, on the pants. So sometimes you get full on changing undershirts and all that stuff.
Got a wardrobe change, like he's hosting the Grammys or something.
Oh, I tell you what, I mean, like some of these equipment men they're really good at this. Like they'll have everything in the locker, and as soon as you walk in, pants, all that stuff is ready to go. Just throw it, get it all taken off, and then go to the next deal.
It's like the Rangers before they got Globe Life Field. I mean, in the summertime.
Oh my God!
You're playing baseball in July.
Yeah.
Might run through 3
uniforms. Talking to Emily
uniforms.
Jones about that. Remember how she's always down in the dugout area, and like at the end of the game, it's like she had just gone through a battle.
She's welcoming the Gatorade bath.
She loves the new ballpark because those dugouts are like, geez, like 105, 108. She's down there every night dealing with that TV stuff with all that equipment, hot equipment.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Oh,
well, hey, shout out to Michael Penix Jr., the rookie stepping in for Kirk Cousins. It's always good. What is that? Jason Kelsey dressed as Santa Claus at Lambeau Field right now?
He is dressed as Santa Claus right now. Absolutely.
Monday Night Countdown. You have the Saints going to Lambeau to take on the Packers. I have a nice little Saints nugget for you at 6:00. They're trying to take measures into their own hands as it pertains to the cold.
You know what? I think I've heard this. Did they do your drill?
A little bit, some iteration of it. And shout out to Darren Rizzi, the interim head coach there. After Dennis Allen was fired, I guess he's trying to pull out all the stops. I respect it. We'll get to it in the hodgepodge 6:00. LA Live coming up here in just a little bit. Commercial-free expressway. Goodness gracious, Expressway. We'll hit Krusty's Corner 2.0. Looking at the offense. Yeah,
Cowboys offense.
Cooper Rush was dominant. Okay, Michael Penix though, dude. But between the numbers yesterday, he was 11 for 11, 143 yards, 13 yards per attempt, 8 first downs. A lot of times these young dudes, they're fearful of throwing the football over the middle of the field.
Even the old dudes are fearful. Like Cooper Rush was a little fearful. He was 6 for 6 for 21 yards to start that day that game yesterday.
Well, Cowboys came out, quick passing game, boom, boom, boom.
They drove me nuts that when me and Wolchuk are sitting there and it's 3rd and 1 and they get into empty shotgun and we're like, what good could happen here? And he did a nice job getting the ball out. CeeDee Lamb a couple times, doing what he had to do, but I can't stand that when teams are getting empty shotgun on 3rd and 1.
Cowboys knew early on in that game they were not going to be, if they need a yard to gain, they're not going to get it on the ground.
No.
Even the Zeke touchdown,
I will say this.
He had to just make a great effort play.
I watched I went back and watched every just running play of Rico Dowdle. You will not believe how many times they just missed a block. They just flat, somebody missed a block. The Hoffman's supposed to get this guy secured and guy just goes around him and now it's a 1 yard gain. And I'm not just singling out, I just did Hoffman, but
it was across the board.
Okay, how about this? They're asking Cooks to block on a defensive end in that game.
I know that was such an awful.
I mean, I think they're.
You can't ask Cooks to block a 275 pounder.
Yeah, it's just they had a couple of times. Flournoy
got blown up, and that defender. He blew up Flournoy and then blew up whoever was on the receiving end of that play. Made a great tackle.
Gosh, but there's some things that are just Mingo. I think they're using Mingo like as an extra, like a tight end, because there were a couple of times he played like tight formation, like he was like
he's just here to block.
It's weird. People have asked me about, is there anything you see on film? They don't throw him the ball. He does block. He shows some toughness. I don't know what else you can get from that, because he hadn't had a good pass thrown to him since I think his days at Ole Miss.
Yeah, since college.
I mean, I think that's the last time he had a pass that he had a chance on.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, Panthers' offense was dismal, and then now he's dealing with Cooper Rush in this offense. So, we'll get to Krusty's Corner coming up. We'll look at the Cowboys' offense after the victory last night. But Michael Penix, great first start. Always good when you get to go up against the Giants in your first start. A little tune-up game there, get the feet wet. And now he did have an interception in the game. This was not on Penix. This was down near the goal line, and Kyle Pitts just, I don't even know what he was doing.
Yeah, he volleyballed
it's right there in the breadbasket. Yeah. He bobbles it. It goes and gets intercepted by the Giants. So on the stat sheet, Penix with an interception. This was Penix on that play after the game.
That pick in the red zone was my fault. I should have known Kyle Pitts. Dog ass can't catch our shit. I drafted this bust in fantasy like 3 years in a row now. Bro. Also put the fries in the bag. Kirk, this NFL quarterback thing is pretty chill and easy. I can't wait to go to the Super Bowl next year.
1 second, bro. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, you had me for 1 second right there, dog.
Yeah, that was
the Baker
a fun
Mayfield
clip right
ones.
there.
The Baker Mayfield ones, like that's pretty funny.
I didn't see the Baker one.
Yeah, I need to probably. I just saw it. I need to send it to Luke. I think there's some cussing in it. Maybe I don't want
There's probably some cussing.
I don't want to make any extra work. Or
Yeah, if they're doing the AI,
It better be some cussing.
Yeah, yeah. When they do the AI stuff,
But yeah,
there's
he
usually
was
some cussing.
he was talking about how he goes, yeah, the ball gets intercepted by a 5-foot cornerback. He's talking about Jordan Lewis.
Hey, don't you disrespect Jay
not
Lou now,
our
Baker.
guy. Not our guy.
Now, here was Joe Burrow after the Bengals get their victory, and we remember last week he gifted his offensive line. What was it, Broadus?
Oh, he gets the swords.
The katana swords.
Katana swords.
Samurai swords.
Samurai swords.
This was Joe Burrow being asked about that after the game.
Well, they wanted guns. And I was like, I don't know about guns, guys. And so I was in the weapon mindset, and I was like, what's a cool weapon? And samurai swords, I think, are pretty dang cool. And Nicole, she works for me, and she was able to go and find them for me. So she did a great job finding the best ones out there. So I think guys were excited about it.
I mean, I'm sure they were. They wanted the weaponry, and he's trying to figure out the coolest weapon.
Guns.
I think. I mean, what would be cooler than that? Some type of awesome like nunchucks or like ninja stars, maybe like a I don't know, like one of those tomato gun like rocket launcher kind of deals.
Like
I don't
a
know, I'm
t-shirt
just
launcher?
Yeah, like sort of like a t-shirt launcher.
No.
I'm trying to think like what could have been cooler than the samurai sword. But I mean, how about Joe Burrow got like an assistant or whatever?
I think that's got him in a little trouble. Just the young lady that they're talking about might be causing some problems.
No, I don't think.
Not this is not the assistant.
I don't think he's dipping Pen and Company Inc.
I'm just saying.
I think there's a separation of my assistant and then my my
Fiance.
Instagram model girlfriend.
Yeah, but they're both like knockouts.
Oh, are they?
Oh yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's got that scout's eye.
Yeah, he does it. LSU guys, we all have scouts' eyes.
That's true, man. Here was.
You gotta give him that hook.
How about the Eagles losing? It's amazing. Eagles fans losing their minds, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson
Can
also.
we get a worse background for these coaches on these conference call things they're doing? I mean, does it look like it's a green screen thing?
Yeah, they're doing the Zoom conference.
It looks like the bad days of Zoom when we used to do radio with this kind of thing. Look at this.
Yeah, it's bad. They're half-assing this thing. Here was you had C.J. Gardner-Johnson of the Eagles getting ejected from the game. He must have said something that was really, really offensive because he's the one that got punched in the face, but he's the one that got ejected from the game. He's back flipping, double middle fingering the crowd there as he's walking off the field in Washington, and then after the game he goes into the locker room, Instagram Live, and crashes out.
Y'all talking about? Fuck y'all talking about?
Don't lose no fucking yards, man.
Ooh.
Fuck y'all talking about? Man, what? Man, fuck them refs, man. Them refs wanted me out there. I ain't do shit anyway, man.
Remember that?
I ain't do shit. No, I ain't. Y'all know I ain't do shit.
The fine will be coming for him.
Yeah.
And thanks to Lucius, the fine will not be coming for me. There's just a little background.
I heard a little background. That's what.
Yeah, somebody in the background hyping him up. I don't know, dog. Sound like you're speaking the truth right now, fam.
Before the coaches come in there, I can't imagine Sirianni. Well, Sirianni probably liked it.
Kind of reminds me of like when I walked in there when Darren Woodson and George Teague, when the Terrell Owens on the Star. I was hype man. I was hype man for both those guys. You know. So yeah, it was we if you would had a lot of bleeps on that one between me, Woody, and George Teague. Yeah.
940 says the crossbow might have been cooler.
Oh, there you go. Crossbow
would have been pretty sick, but it's
shoot that thing straight up in the air. Watch everybody scatter.
No,
you ever played that game Lawn Darts? You know, you ever seen what I'm talking about? It's Lawn Darts.
No, I don't think so.
It's got like the quill, is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's dangerous as hell, bro.
It's just
Google it.
All right.
Like Lawn Darts is like I think it's a game that's banned in like most countries.
I was gonna say, as I'm typing in lawn darts, it pops up suggesting lawn darts banned.
Bro, we've lost some good kids because of that damn game.
Oh my gosh, what the heck is this?
Yeah,
okay, I'm seeing.
It was a game we played in the 70s.
And you're trying to land it in a little ring.
Yeah, it's like we were smoking cigarettes while we were playing lawn darts, and then we got in the the back of the station wagon with no seatbelt and drove to the liquor store. That's what we did.
Yeah.
Oh man,
and
the good
drank
old days.
and drank on the way back to Lawn Darts.
Mosquito spray, y'all drink mosquito spray while riding your bikes.
Oh my gosh, what a ridiculous era.
The 70s was
This
yeah,
game
there was
looks pretty dangerous.
Yeah, man. If you survive, you win. That's the name of it.
It is.
Literally last man
The Hunger
standing.
Games, yeah.
All right, let's go commercial-free expressway style. We'll get you to LA Live as quickly as possible. Krusty's Corner 2.0. And what are we looking at?
Yeah, let's take a look at the Cowboys offense, some of the big plays from the game. We'll do that next.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
After an accident, call 1-800-INJURED. 1-800-INJURED.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Friday, the KNC Masterpiece are live from Buffalo Wild Wings at Left Bank in Fort Worth. Join us from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for a Cowboys ticket giveaway. Enjoy Miller Lite 22-ounce drafts for $4, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
All right, let's go commercial free to the top of the hour. We'll get you to LA Live as quickly as possible. Thank you, Expressway, courtesy of the On Time experts. And this segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And now we throw things over to the King of the Crusties, the Super Bowl winning scout. It's Brian Broaddus for Krusty's Corner 2.0 on a Cowboy Victory Monday.
Thank you there, Eric, and thank you, Lucius, as well. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's talk about the offense and some of the big plays that I noticed on tape yesterday. And okay, I'm going to go to we mentioned about Turpin running the ball. Remember we put him in the backfield there, and he was able to get like a 12-yard run off inside there, like between the center and the guard there. They're able to kind of hit that little soft spot there, and then make something big out of it.
Yeah, that was surprising because they always obviously want to get to the edge with Turpin. Right. And last night, you couldn't do anything running the ball between the tackles at all, except that one play.
This is just like a straight inside zone run is what this was. And so you're right. He usually gets, try and get it to the edge, the jet sweeps. Last week against the Panthers, there were a couple of opportunities that went to the outside. They got some really good blocks for him. But this is an outstanding. There's a couple of really outstanding blocks on this play, and they didn't have nearly enough of them. I know I was talking to you guys about when you watched Dowdle run. It just seemed like that every time they handed him the ball, there was a breakdown, whether a guard breakdown, center breakdown, a tackle breakdown. They tried to, with the wide receivers block. They couldn't get anything really going where they had been blocking pretty well for him, but last night it was a problem. But Turpin's big run was, like I say, just a straight inside zone run. Outstanding block by Tyler Smith on Vita Vea. He cuts Vita Vea off. Usually Vita Vea is going to push you in, compress you into the hole. But Smith, being a strong guy that he is, was able to kind of cut him off and then turn his body. And what it did was it created that a little bit of a seam for Turpin to find there. Udoka got Hall, the defensive end, got him taken care of. That's, like I say, between Udoka and Smith's block, there's that seam that Turpin was able to get up in on. He hits it quickly before the defense even had a chance to react, and he makes Merriweather, the safety, miss on him. So that got you some positive yards on that play, which hadn't been very, very much. All right, so the very next play, McCarthy keeps the same personnel group in the game, and he puts Turpin again in the backfield. Now, this is where you had success on a play translates into more success in the next play, because they go Cooper Rush they go heavy play action to Turpin within the backfield. But what happens? It draws the entire Buccaneer defense up. They're like thinking, "Oh no, here we go. They're going to back-to-back run this play." But they go the heavy play action, so you get the lines trying to get off blocks. The linebackers are stepped up, and it affects the safety. And isn't the safety is like he is playing at depth, and when he sees the fake, he comes forward. And so what happens is Cooks is on the move going right to left. And so your safety gets pulled out of position. Cooks just runs by him, just completely runs by him. Give CeeDee Lamb some credit, because what he does is Lamb goes vertical and it clears that space. So safety forward, corners carrying Lamb inside. So there's nobody in that side of the field over there. And then Cooper Rush is able just to kind of slide a little bit to his left and then make the throw outside. So really nice design. Back-to-back plays, chunk plays, explosive plays with the run by Turpin and then the big reception by Cooks. All right, got to be fair to this guy. I've been very critical of Tolbert. And his touchdown was a really, really nice job on his part. But this is also a really good job by Cooper Rush to hang in there with Vita Vea right in his face. It appears that Tolbert is trying to kind of go run a crossing route. So when it went off the snap, he comes off the ball and it looks like he's going to run a crossing route underneath. But David, the linebacker, walls him off, like turns ready for the crosser. So Tolbert is able to adjust his route. So David's got him on what's going to be the cross, but then he has to carry him as he goes up. And Tolbert did a really, really good job of saying, okay, I can't get inside. Rush is holding the ball thinking, okay, I've got the crossing route, but all of a sudden now there's adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like Tolbert, smart play on his part. So he's going to take it vertically, and what happens is David, the linebacker, struggles, and then he's kind of off balance, falling down. Cooper Rush with Vita Vea in his face gets the ball out, and now Tolbert's able to adjust and get both feet down. So really nice job by Cooper Rush hanging in the pocket, allowing the play to develop, Tolbert adjusting the route to get vertically to give Cooper Rush the window to able to throw the ball. So really, really nice pass there.
You see the little moments from Tolbert where you're like, man, if you could just consistently put it together.
Been very critical of him, and I feel like that they need to be a little bit, he comes back and makes a really good catch on third down.
Oh, that was an incredible catch.
See, and when you watch that one, this is really a good use of Cooks as a pick out of bunch formation. So you got the 3 to one side. Tolbert steps back. So instead of coming off the ball, you get you get Ferguson, and then you also get Cooks, and they all step forward. So they're going up in the route, and Tolbert steps back to allow the routes to go up the field, and then he just gives them that slight little bit of delay. And then what happens after that is he's able to break to the outside, so he's got separation again on the safety over there. And Tolbert with a really nice adjusting catch. That ball was not thrown well at all.
No.
And Tolbert is able to adjust. He makes the catch. More importantly is he gets to get forward. That's a 3rd and 9 play, and he gets 10. With the catch, the balance, and then the lunge forward there to get the first down for you.
Huge third down, and then they followed up with another big third down, the unreal grab down the sideline from Lamb when he got held, but still came up with the play.
Yeah.
That was awesome. And to go back to the Tolbert touchdown, one of the things that I wrote down on that play, I mean, you had Vita Vea right there.
Right there.
I mean, Hoffman gets smoked back-to-back plays.
Yeah.
So Hoffman gets smoked in pass pro. Then the next play, he gets dominated by Vita Vea, but Rush hung
in there. Okay, you mentioned Lamb's 52-yard reception. This is Lamb. He's working on McCollum, the cornerback, and he beats him right off the line. And this forces McCollum to have to grab him. So Lamb has got the call, by winning right off the line. He gets the holding call. Turpin with an excellent route in the middle of the field forces the safety again, to have to drive on it. So there's the crosser, and now the safety's driving. That's going to clear. So now you got Lamb on the vertical crosser, safety up, no help. No help right there. So Lamb tracks the ball. He pushes off McCollum just a little bit. You could kind of tell he kind of bumps him with his arm. He's going to bump him, and then he's going to find the ball and then make the reception. That thing went for 52 yards.
Lamb was just outstanding last night, especially in that first half. Obviously got shaken up. I think, was that the play he got shaken up on? Was that the play where his shoulder?
Yeah, but the shoulder got banged up.
But I mean,
he had a reception early. They had another
double coverage.
Yeah, the deep shot. Yeah, and this was I thought that Rush on the double coverage was going to try and hit Schoonmaker. I thought that because Schoonmaker was on, again, the crossing route, and so they take Lamb on the vertical route. But he because the way that Cooper Rush plays, it's underneath. But, here he is. He's going to take a shot. But Lamb is double covered on this play.
Yeah.
So excellent job by him escaping. They've got Dean the corner, isn't the safety, and he loses both of them, and then is able to make the catch down the field. Great job by him to make that play. Great job by Cooper Rush of getting him the football.
Yeah,
on that play.
on a night where you can't run the ball at all, you can't just go 4 yards, quick passing game all night. That's how they started, but then boom, they start taking shots.
Yeah,
and it was really awesome to see them do that.
Yeah, early in the game, there was there's a third down play that Cooks. The first series they had a couple of times where they had to convert some third downs, and they run one of my favorite plays that they have in their offense, and this is when that Cooks gets paired with Ferguson. I like the moving pick. I think that's just a great way of operating,
helping to create space just with your alignment.
This is one of my favorite plays that they run. So, Ferguson is inside in the slot, and then Cooks is outside of him. Usually we see it where he's lined up behind him, or they'll motion him down, and then he'll run behind him that way. But he was outside of him. And so what happens is Rico Dowdle flares to the right, and that pulls the linebacker pulls David the linebacker out. So the flare on man coverage pulls the linebacker. You got Ferguson going up, so you got kind of the pick there, and then you get Cooks to the middle, and then that's where they were able to make the throw. So Rush initially looks like he wants to throw to Lamb on the slant, but then he kind of comes back because it's just not open. But he comes back. Cooks is open right over the middle of the defense. So there was several times last night where they were able to attack this Buccaneers defense with some throws. We saw with Cooper Rush hitting Rico Dowdle in the middle of the field. We saw him hitting Lamb in the middle of the field. We saw them, and then here's Cooks. So really nice job of getting that first down when they needed there on third down.
Yeah, a couple of big third downs last night to really help propel things. I don't know what else you got here, but like the run game, I'm just trying to figure out, like, this was going to be an interesting game for.
Yeah, and watching the run game, like I said, there was what I gathered, and I watched really all of Rico Dowdle's carries, and there was not many of them. But what you saw was they had some problems. You mentioned Hoffman with dealing with Vita Vea.
I saw him get smoked quite a bit.
Yeah.
Run game and pass pro, but it's Vita Vea. I get it.
But they mentioned about the wide receivers blocking on the edge, not getting to the linebackers, tackles missing the edges. They had some problems with the run game where they had been really, really clean in some of their execution the last several weeks running the football. Just not as clean. Not as clean with
0% success rate on Rico runs.
Yeah. Well,
and he's been one of the best in the league.
He's been one of the absolute best. And the problem that Dallas had last night was letting blockers escape. Dallas has been really, really good with not allowing those blockers to escape, or excuse me, those defenders to not escape from them. Last night was a bad example. And the Buccaneers going into the game, we talked about this a little bit. Buccaneers are a good tackling team. They don't give you much after the initial the carry. They're not very good. I mean, if you look at the metrics, every one of their players, it was on the field, it was 1.9 yards, 1.8, 1.2. They were, on the Dallas end of it, there were 5.4, 5.6. There were, the metrics were not in the favor. The Cowboys got the win, but the metrics for the Buccaneers playing run defense was much better than Dallas has seen the last several weeks.
Yeah, Cowboys couldn't run the ball at all. Did Guyton play one series? Did he play?
He was one series, and then he got beat inside.
Yeah, he got beat bad.
Yeah, got beat inside.
Run block and a pass where he got tore up.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good thing for him, just to be able to have to play. I tell you what, Chuma Doga has played pretty well at tackle. He has played pretty well, but I don't know if that's a good thing for Guyton only be playing one series.
No offensive lineman's used to doing that.
No.
So I'm kind of wondering, and I know the coaches, they're trying to win, and they think Udoka gives them the best chance to do that. I understand.
That's why he's going to keep playing.
But man, you got to get Guyton more reps there. Plenty more from this game. Some takeaways, some questionable things from McCarthy. I think late in the game that we can discuss. We'll get two guys, one booth coming up at 6:20. Sports Hodgepodge, top of the hour. But right now we throw it into the Pimp Cup. LA Live on a Monday.
All right. Let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
A little Monday motivation.
You ain't never heard a crackhead say, I ain't got no money today, so I ain't about to go smoke no crack. You ain't never heard that. Why? Because they do it no matter what. They get it done. Go out there today with that crackhead energy.
Yeah.
Go be a crackhead. I mean, don't go smoke crack. I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man. I don't know how else to say this. Hone in on that crackhead energy. Don't do crack, but be a crackhead.
Yeah.
But not a crackhead. Just have a f***ing good day.
Yeah. That's all I'm talking about. Hey, he said crackhead energy, and then right here he started grooving a little bit. Listen.
I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man.
I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, baby. You know me, baby. It's your boy. It's me.
Hey, that's good wisdom right there.
Sound a little crackish. Hey, this is LA Live for Monday, December 23rd, 2024. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. A word to the now disbanded rap group, hip-hop group, PPT for the name right there. Monday, Friday, the vibes here in LA Live is just where I go over some things I've seen over the weekend. Like I seen that our man Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter. You know, saying that he deactivated his Instagram account.
I did. Yeah.
Well, I don't blame him, dude. This is getting bad.
Every single day, there's something new with this couple, and the internet detectives are pulling out all types of receipts on her. My God. And it's sometimes like I don't even want to be bothered. I already said my piece. Like, hey, looks kind of funny to me, but I understand you're young in love. I get it. Maybe both of you guys need to mature. I get it. Or maybe you like your goofy girl. I get it. Maybe both of y'all are goofies. I understand.
But at some point, it gets just too loud.
It
is getting really noisy.
Dog. So the Twitter users dug into the archives and found a video of Travis Hunter's girlfriend twerking on some dude at a party.
Yeah.
They also found a music video she was featured in during their relationship with Travis. And she's shaking that fish basket. She's shaking that fish basket on there.
Schoolgirl outfit and everything, dude.
It looks pretty cool. Now there's a dude selling T-shirts with a photo of him and Travis Hunter's girlfriend at that party, and he's squeezing on them cheeks.
This is where you've seen too much at this point.
Yeah.
At what point have you seen and heard too much? You just got to distance yourself.
What, my girl can't dance at a party?
Is that what you said?
I mean, the idea that someone's selling merch like this, first of all, bleep hole of the week. Bleep hole of the year, potentially.
Merch.
Right as we get to the finish line of 2024, we might hand it over to this guy. That is over the top disrespectful.
It's hella toxic, bro. Something the Future would do. But the T-shirts don't look too bad. They don't.
They're kind of fire.
Yeah, they're kind of fire. And I'm a man that likes those type of T-shirts.
A late addition to the Christmas list.
I hate to do you like that. I hate to do you like that, Trav, man. I hate to do you like that, bro. But just, stay focused, man. And what is this thing called? Prenups.
Yeah.
Sign a prenup, fam. And then live your life. Do what you want to do.
I can already envision now defenders in the NFL pregame warm-ups wearing that T-shirt before they're getting set to cover Travis Hunter. You know what I'm saying? It's that type of just disaster.
It would be that way, would it?
You don't think somebody's going to do that?
No.
I mean, I guess since
that's super.
You don't think they would do that?
I just don't.
You don't think somebody would just be? We need to bring that to old NFL back then. If they don't do that, that's the problem. Like Magic Johnson said, there's no rivalries in the NBA. That's why the ratings are down. Bring some rivalries back. I want to see some intenseness.
If Josh Norman was still playing corner in the league, it would happen.
Josh Norman.
Yeah, I perform like Josh Norman. Yeah, man. So Travis, be careful out there. There's something about being young, especially when Travis. It seems like his whole world is lining up for him. He's got it all kind of figured out, and really his journey is just starting.
Right.
Yeah.
I've been there before, bro. I understand, man.
And this is supposed to be such a great time. You're the Heisman. You're the man. You're about to be a top 2 or 3 pick in the draft, and you're dealing with this crap.
Yeah. I wish I had this many people telling me about the red lights.
Yeah.
What do they call it? Red signs?
Red flags.
Red flag.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish somebody would have told me about red flags like that. At least that many people. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Some stuff I've seen over the weekend. It's really sad right here. We have a Texas man that stole a barbecue pit from a church parking lot.
Wow.
Yeah, he just went over there with his truck. The barbecue pit was sitting on a trailer. The trailer was on flat, but he still pulled up, hooked it up to his little fifth wheel, and pulled on out.
Oh, no.
Surveillance video shows a man in a white pickup truck. Richie Witt, you are looking like a genius right now, sir. You are looking like a genius, dog.
Yeah, he was ahead of his time with that one.
Way ahead of your time, man. You was trying to tell us, man. Yeah, white pickup truck driving off with the barbecue pit in the trailer. And it sits on, even though it had deflated tires. This happened at Temple Emmanuel Christian Church. I think that's out there, and I Googled it, Galveston.
Oh.
The pit was used for charity events. Boy, you got to have no kind of soul. You have to be the Grinch with a very, very little heart to steal a barbecue grill from the church. Or it must have been one hell of a barbecue grill,
Yeah,
right?
I'm like, is this one of the green eggs? Is this one of them Traegers?
I Googled it. It was $12,000 barbecue grill.
Oh, no.
Okay, so he knew he had a gem on his hands, and he couldn't resist.
Couldn't help it. It's going to be a hot place down there where you go. For real, like, what if they run your highlights back when you get up there to the pearly gates? Like, is this you right here pulling up to the church and taking the barbecue grill? Is that you, my man? Go stand over there on the left.
Time offense, yeah.
Step to the right, please. Yeah, wild stuff out here.
I mean, God's pretty forgiving, but my goodness, man, where do you draw the line?
Come on, my guy. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. 'Tis the season for the Jocs. You got this man still in the barbecue grill. And I want you to keep your head on a swivel out here and watch out for scammers. I don't want you to be fooled. Plano police say they have discovered a skimming device in a grocery store of all places. You guys know what the skimming device is?
No.
You put it on top of where you check out at. Where you put your card in, and and it takes like your PIN, it gets your information, it can basically copy who you are.
Okay,
And they go out there and buy stuff online.
I see this at the gas pump. You know, I see clips or whatever at the gas pump. I'm always kind of looking over my shoulder like, am I about to get got right here? Now they've leveled up to the grocery stores. Is this like an insider job, cashier?
I hope not.
Collecting?
I hope not. Damn. I'm scared about that too. When you go to those independent little moms and pop joints.
Yeah.
Which I do like. They remind me of bodegas and stuff. You can find anything in there.
Right.
But sometimes I'm like untrustworthy. Like, man, are you going to lick me?
Yeah. Wish I just had some cash on me right here.
Yeah. I usually don't go to gas pumps for that reason. I'll walk inside and go ahead and pay with my card because I'm always worried about skimmers because they're at ATMs out there. They're at gas pumps and retail store checkouts. Sometimes people can finagle those and put it on there. So watch out for the skimming situations. Taking on your ID. Some things you can look for when it comes to those skimmers. Tape. Maybe there's like little tape right there. If it's a little too bulky, maybe they put an attachment on top of it. Glue or residue. Because it's not supposed to look like that.
You just got to have that awareness. You know,
Yeah,
you got to have the head
do.
on a swivel and
a whole lot of trust.
Cross your fingers.
Yeah. Poorly lit pumps, and if there's no video surveillance areas, then you might be getting licked. So be careful, fam. They move it to the grocery stores. Move it to the grocery store.
I mean, you're not safe at church with your grill. I'll just pull off in the church parking lot, go get these tires figured out. We'll come back. We'll be all good. Nope.
I'm gonna need this and I'm gonna need that. Some of this, some of that. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, he goes by the name of Bobby Belt. My God, Bobby Belt. Bobby Loose Belt right here. Crashes out over Coach McCarthy and the fan text.
0696 is, gosh, you're about to get your whole number right on here,
Listen,
bro.
you I think you're missing the point. You're too much, on Mike's butt. You got sooner or later.
God damn. Okay, 9-2. They won 12 games 3 years in a row. Injuries took them out of the playoffs this year. How can you say that?
later-
How can you say injuries? Hold on. How can you say injuries took them out of the playoffs when they're
Bobby,
winning all their
calm
freaking
down.
games now? They're
Calm
winning
down.
all their freaking
Look at
games.
this guy.
It is a total.
Look at this guy.
I'm sick and tired. It is a.
Chris Arnold's going to come in
This
here.
leaning
Listen
in
to this
here,
guy.
leaning in here to this jackass opinion
Bobby.
that injuries are the reason why they lost. They had their health when they were losing. They're
Bobby,
winning these games
They were
with
not
their
any
injuries.
good this year. The team was not any good this year.
And
That's
they're winning,
the
they're winning
reason.
with the injuries. These people, anybody who's blaming injuries for this, you're an idiot. You are an idiot,
Bobby.
and you are comfortable
what?
with the standard of 9
You
and
need
8.
to relax.
Jeff
You
Fisher
need
fan
to
base.
relax.
Gosh dang.
The calm down, relax never works though. That usually is just acts as fuel.
Yeah, that'll hype you up. I can't believe Choppy is the voice of reason.
He was trying to be. I think Choppy was trying to be voice of reason, but he knew that he was loving that Bobby was losing it. He's like, oh, Bobby's up, but in real life, he's kind of like hoping he continues.
A Bobby crash out
Yeah.
in real time is a hell of an experience. I mean, the GD and then the
that was so
he had
close.
one too at one point where he did the FU. He just didn't finish it out with the CK.
What is wrong with him?
But he held that U for a second. I was like, oh my goodness.
He's got to chill, Bob. You got to relax, bro.
Don't let the news break that McCarthy's coming back on a 4-year extendo. That might be the end of Robert.
Hey, I did some TV watching this weekend. I love this intro. Tell me if you've seen this before. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Remember this old school HBO intro right here?
Yeah,
y'all?
absolutely, yeah.
I gotta let it ride for a second before I tell you what I seen.
That does get you fired up.
Yeah.
Smell of popcorn in the air.
And you just hope they don't show the rating that it's like, this is rated R, and your parents are standing over your shoulder like, oh,
whoa, no.
oh, man. Yeah, I don't know if you guys seen this. I'm behind on this one. Special Forces Toughest Test. It's on Fox. Special Forces Toughest Test. It's on Fox. So far, there's 2 seasons of this show. 16 celebrity contestants that battle through a Special Forces training challenge.
Wow, I see Cam Newton on the back of Bruce Jenner's son.
Come on. It is so good. I burned through like 8 episodes this weekend.
Was this the one where Des Bryant was on?
Yes, he's on season 2. I haven't seen that yet, but yes, he is definitely on there.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. I love it, especially, I'm a former military guy.
So this is celebrities getting put through the test.
Through the real deal test. They're out there for 10 days in the desert. They're muddy and nasty. They're wearing like socks. Like, it's real deal.
Yeah. Was Cam Newton wearing his hat?
I didn't get to see Cam in his little goofy hat.
Season 3, Cam. I see him on the back of Bruce Jenner's son right now on the cover. That's hilarious.
That's crazy. That's crazy. 10 days on this training course they're doing. The course is designed to replicate an actual Special Forces selection course. That Special Forces selection thing is very difficult. They start up with like 200 guys and end up with 7 as they go through the thing. So shout out to these celebrities and these athletes for lining up. Hannah Brown, she's from The Bachelorette. She's got a lot of heart. She's in there. Carly Lloyd, Dwight Howard, Danny Amendola. My God! Gus Kenworthy, Mike Piazza. It's really good.
Piazza?
Yes, Mike Piazza's in that joint.
Wow.
He is. Battling with his mind and his body. It's a really good thing. Anthony Scaramucci, the Mooch.
Yeah.
He's in that joint. It's pretty good, man. What else can I tell you about this? Oh, the dynamics of season 1, the show really kicked off when the staff sergeants have the celebrity recruits line up in the strongest to weakest. And the staff sergeants didn't pick. It's like you guys decide who's the strongest and who the weakest is the situation. Dwight Howard instantly jumps up to the very start of the line. Like, it's definitely me.
Yeah.
And I'm telling my girl next to me, I was like, yeah, I've had basketball practice and I've had football practice. That basketball practice is not as hard as that football practice.
No, yeah.
Nowhere close. I mean, the
Too many long
suicides
muscles
at the end of practice will get you, but
dude.
football, there's nothing quite like that.
So that's when the dynamics really kick off, man. Y'all got to watch that if you're into it. You know, I'm saying I like it. I'm not saying it's a must watch. Special Forces, World Toughest Test on Fox. Oh my God, that was good. I burned through episodes.
No, you sold it, man. This looks exciting.
It is
7
really
out of 10 on IMDb, and that's a strong rating for them.
Yeah, and I was watching. I watched it on Hulu, by the way, so that's where you can want to pick it up at. Before I get out of here, because they are shining that light on me, and it means it's time to go, Lucius. Did you hear Tom Brady take a shot at Devondre Campbell?
Oh, I didn't actually see it or hear it, but I heard that he had some words for him. The quitter, Devondre Campbell, linebacker for the Niners, right?
Quit on the squad, right?
No.
Then Kyle Van Noy, he broke his orbital bone and is still out there playing and whatnot, right?
Yes. He had a broken face to start the year and didn't miss a game.
Yeah, so Tom does that one thing where you praise somebody by tearing somebody up.
Yeah.
A phenomenal teammate, and he doesn't know if anybody knows this, but he broke his eye socket early in the season, basically played with a broken face. And I see other guys in the league walking out on their teammates because they don't want to play. So it's just an aspect of...
Nice little side swipe there.
Yeah, took a little shot at him on the way out, old Tommy boy.
I mean, that's the most offensive thing you can do.
Quit on your squad.
You start quitting on the squad.
You're never coming back.
Nobody's defending you in that scenario.
And I wonder if it's a thing, because I seen over the weekend, a high school basketball player quit on the squad.
No.
And they were getting worked. I think they had like 15 points on the board. The other squad had like 54 or something.
Yeah.
He grabbed his bag, put on the slides and everything, and walked on out.
So he didn't go full Antonio Brown and start disrobing. But he did say, once you take the shoes off and go to the slides, you're in chill mode now.
Got his gym bag, still had his uniform on, and he walked on out. Don't leave us, Daddy. Where you going?
That's hilarious, though.
All right. I'll be black tomorrow, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. That's my time. Y'all be safe out here. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, and Kwanzaa, all that good stuff. Holla.
Lucius, is it fair to kind of hope that the guy who stole the grill ended up getting food poisoning from whatever it was he cooked?
It would be nice. I don't want to see him on TikTok all of a sudden cooking off that grill, frying alligators and stuff.
All right, Sports Hodgepodge. We go into the power hour here. Football and food. That's what Texas does.
Ranger fans, it's baseball time once again in Texas. 105.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
What did it use in the 60s?
Razor blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
best time is to get your brand new ride. You can also start the process online. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler, Dodge Ram Jeep.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's the Power Hour on a Cowboys Victory Monday. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah. We got a sports hodgepodge for you. We'll get you 2 guys, 1 booth. The best sounds from a 9-hour game day broadcast here on 105.3 The Fan and the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. What are you chuckling about over there?
Nothing. Now that you're going to introduce like one of our teammates here, and I just keep thinking about the amount of food that he eats. I'm amazed how a guy this small can eat as much food as he does.
Without further ado, we welcome in the well-groomed, well-smelling Blake Elliott. Ladies and gentlemen, Fan After Dark Zone.
Yes, sir. I thought I'd just give the guys a little sub, give them a little break. They're doing 5 hours, 2 guys is not easy. So I got to give big ups to y'all for doing that. Was here a little early and thought, why not pop in with the guys? So I'm here to help wherever I can.
Thank you, because I was begging and pleading with you last night. I said, hey, listen, if you get there to the station early, you set your rear end in the studio and let's do this thing together. Let's roundtable style this bad boy.
Now the question is, when do we think Fred will show up? Usually I text him what time you get in there, blase. I didn't do it on purpose. So
just to see.
I want to see. He's probably oh my gosh, are we on the air
Experimental.
right now?
As a matter of fact, we are on the air, Blake. Welcome to the program.
What do you got coming up on the program, Blake?
I just texted Kennedy Landry. So we're going to have Kennedy Landry on tonight, talk a little Rangers moves with all the Joc Pederson, Nathaniel Lowe being gone, some of the pitching guys that are coming, how the bullpen's going to look. So that should be really interesting.
She might be a few Coronas in when you get her on air.
Okay, that'd be even better. That might be even better.
She's got LSU background,
Yeah, let's do it.
It's a little celebration of holidays.
I know when it comes to the baseball, I love talking around the bases, but I always like bringing in an expert that's been covering the team, even when they weren't good, because who was keeping up in September? When the team was out of the playoff race?
Only the real seam heads like me and Broadus.
Yes.
Everybody
watching
else
every night.
Everybody else was just
watching Bassick make a fool of himself on a nightly basis.
I love how Bassick called into his own show today.
Yeah,
called him in.
It's a good flex.
Blake Corey had to convince him to do it. He wasn't going to call in. Corey had to convince him to do it.
Yeah, Corey had to Venmo him $20.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, time is money for the great Mike Bassick. Okay, let's go ahead and jump into a couple of things here. First, I would like to acknowledge that Daniel Jones did what they're calling a classy move in New York right now.
What were his holiday gifts?
He gets.
Did he get Christmas gifts for the Giant players?
He did. He did for the offensive linemen. That is.
Did he really?
Yeah. That's what these quarterbacks like to do. They like to give.
No, he
some
really
gifts.
did this.
Yeah, he really did this. I saw from Jordan Renan, who covers the Giants. He tweeted out that Daniel Jones may not be with the Giants anymore, but he sent all the offensive linemen who were on the roster, so not just the starters, but all, this is probably 10 dudes, a limited edition bottle of Clase Azul.
Nice tequila. That's the blue and white bottle. That's this one right here. The blue and white.
Okay, that's what that is. I was about to throw it into the pimp cup to get the scouting report here.
You got to ring that bell.
Yeah,
from our resident tequila expert, Lucius Alexander.
It says it's 173 on Google. Now, you did say it's limited edition, though, so I'm assuming it's not the regular bottle that us regular folk get. I do see a limited edition bottle, $379, and then there's also one that's upwards of $18,000.
Wow. Okay, I'm guessing he did the 379 limited edition there. That would be my
They didn't
guess.
block well enough to get the $18,000 one, right?
No. But he didn't play well enough to not gift them anything either. So, Clase Azul. I mean, that's a pretty nice little gift there, especially because like Tommy Cutlets, Drew Lock. I don't think they got the bag to really splurge on their.
Tommy Cutley gave him sandwiches.
Yeah.
Charcuterie board.
Yeah.
He just had his mom come up to the facility and just cook it up for him.
Little tailgate out there. Hey, come on outside, boys. We got a little tailgate. Lucius, $18,000 bottle of tequila. You drinking?
No. I mean, no, I'm keeping it.
That's just for show.
Yeah, I'm
it
not
says
drinking that.
Clase Azul Jalisco, Jalisco, 200 limited edition extra, $18,000.
I run through that tequila too fast to be buying expensive bottles like that.
I think my cap.
Yeah,
would be
because
like
that's gonna be as smooth as water going down. I mean, you'll punish that thing.
Lucius, you're at the pool, you're making margaritas, but you run out of tequila. And, like, you send somebody in to get it, and they grab that bottle.
God dang it!
Next thing you know, that thing's getting poured into a pitcher.
Yeah. I'm disputing the charges. I'm disputing the charges instantly.
No!
Yeah. Still pouring, but I'm disputing charges.
That's right, the whole time.
But I think that's probably the best gesture he could have done for his offensive lineman. I mean, imagine blocking in New York. Probably alcohol is the only thing that could help. So I think that's a great gesture.
Yeah, that was a nice gesture. Shout out to Daniel Jones. Now, of course, with the Vikings, and then you do
just get that playoff money.
Oh, that yeah.
I thought Cutlets had money. Isn't that what happened last year? He hired a new agent for all these different deals he was doing and all these appearances.
Yeah, I mean, it's not to say he's broke, but comparatively,
he's a veteran minimum guy, right?
Yeah,
kind of a deal.
He's probably not even making $1 million in salary.
He's probably making more off the field.
Why we have
think?
to guess? We can look it up. I'll look it up. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And he lives with his mom, right?
Yeah. He does.
Stacking that cheese, baby.
That's true. It's
I wish I could move back in, boy. What?
I know, dude.
What?
Yeah, that was a money saving. If I wasn't married right now, I would definitely.
Well, I'd be dropping dolls when I walk around.
I would definitely
so much dark money.
Still be living at my parents' house.
How long do you get away with it without having to pay for anything?
I'm sure by the time, like, I'm 30 now. By now, you know, I would be paying something.
Something
for sure.
Just a little bit of something.
Yeah, it would be a rounding error.
Groceries, electric bill. What are you paying?
I'm sure it would be like a flat fee. Maybe it's my dad's like, hey, it's $500 a month.
Yeah, help me out a little bit because you know you're eating and using the lights and everything.
Yeah,
But
and just out of principle.
You still got mad money.
Yeah, exactly.
You walk around with a monocle and everything. You feel great, baby. A top hat.
Daddy's $4.
Yeah. My younger brother probably, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe like $45K a year, and he just moved out of my parents' house because he just got married. But I mean, you'd have thought he was a millionaire for the last few years on that salary, living at home. It's the best. He's like, oh, yeah, I just got new guitar equipment. It's like, no problem. I'm like, all right, geez, bro.
I hate you, man.
He's just running it up.
Cutlets $915.
Okay, $915.
Yeah, $915,000.
And I don't think he's making that off the field.
So you think he's making more on? Okay.
I think he's making more on.
That's all he's making. He's got no other bonuses or any of that.
No.
That's what Cutlets is making.
Well, did you see what the Saints are doing or did to prepare for tonight's game at Lambeau Field? It's about to be Spencer Rattler.
Did we get a cold room? We figure out where a cold room was?
Yeah, we've suggested this here in the G-Bag Nation.
You suggested this, that they create a facility that has nothing but cold weather capabilities to practice in.
I imagine like a practice igloo, especially we're talking about the NFL, okay? Like we're talking about just endless dollars and you can do whatever you want. Why wouldn't you, especially if you're a warm climate team? You're the Saints, you play indoors, and you live in New Orleans. And this really came up when the Dolphins went to Lambeau Field for Thanksgiving, I guess, last month. Yeah. It's like you have the Dolphins, warm weather Miami, going to Lambeau Field. And for years, we just see them completely buckle under those conditions.
I think that's super fair. Why hasn't that been done yet?
It needs to be done. You got to have an indoor facility that's like an igloo.
And it doesn't have to be huge either. It can be like 50 yards. It doesn't have to be full 100.
That's true.
50 yards, and you know the true competitors are going to get in there. You know, some people are going to have their shirts off. Social media team would probably love to get some shots like, hey, prepping for the game. Mm-hmm. Now, you are setting yourself up for embarrassment if you do also still play bad in that weather, but I think that's a smart idea. I think I heard you bring it up with the SMU playing Penn State.
SMU is another one.
Yep.
Like and SMU's got the dollars for it if they really want to.
Yeah,
but for SMU, it was like, dude, you have plenty of time. You're like 2 weeks between the game.
Okay.
If I'm Rhett Lashley, I'm hopping on a bird, one of my donors with a PJ, and we're gonna go somewhere cold and we're gonna practice for a week.
And I bet you they would have done it. He never asked.
I bet you Kevin Jennings would have ran for the first down.
Yeah.
I like what you guys are doing here. Say you're one of those Big Ten teams. Mm-hmm. You're UCLA, USC, but you're now playing in the Big Ten. So you got to go to Michigan, Ohio State. So you have some legitimate cold weather games. SMU's cold weather game, Boston College, Pitt, Syracuse plays indoors. What are the cold weather games that you're going to deal with in the?
I think it's considered for all the climate.
Your biggest game of the year.
Yep.
We can talk about what's on the schedule, but now with the playoff, you have a different standard now, SMU. You're in the playoff. You're trying to go make a run at the title. You're going to have to go through.
So we need
Penn
a $5 million refrigerator is what we need.
We don't want any blind sides if we're going to go for a national championship.
Yeah, dude. Like you gotta be buttoned up in every way. The standard has now risen. We're not playing down here with the pits anymore. We're trying to go for the big dog.
Would you consider some ski resorts, they have a snowmaker? Would you consider bringing a snowmaker in there and firing it up?
I'd be open to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's less about the snow and more so just about the general frigid climate.
But the cold with the snow.
Yeah,
it's really the wind. It's really the wind. The wind is what gets you. When that wind is blowing and it's hitting your face and it's now hard to catch the football's slippery.
Yeah, we do need to have a wind gust in our indoor igloo that is
the turbines. We need the turbines.
Yes.
We need the wind turbines to blow.
Yeah.
Instead of the snow, we need cold wind.
Yeah.
Is what we need.
And we kind of are being tongue-in-cheek about the college teams, but the NFL teams, this shouldn't even be a joke.
This is a no-brainer. And like for the Dolphins, they go to Buffalo. They go to New York. They go to New England. Yeah. This is a part of your
They need to get out of that
division.
Life. Yeah.
Yeah.
They need to get out of that division.
They need to get in the South somewhere.
They're the only warm team in that division, yeah?
Yeah,
Buffalo,
everybody
New York,
else, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Boy, Blake, way to go! You get Thursdays come early.
I'm like,
extra credit, Blake, dude.
The Dolphins didn't think that through.
For the Saints tonight, what they did, apparently, reportedly, allegedly, is their quarterback coach Andrew Janocko took Spencer Rattler, their starting quarterback, and the rest of the quarterbacks into a walk-in freezer in the team's cafeteria. It's like an industrial kind of freezer.
Yeah. Like I'm thinking a restaurant, yeah.
Yeah, name that restaurant,
stacks of briskets and stuff all hanging out.
Yeah.
Vegetables,
But they went in there and they just
sat around.
They ran through plays.
Punching beef.
Yeah, dude.
Rocky.
Does it say if they had like a parka on, their uniform on? I think the uniform would be funny.
The uniform would be funny. I'm imagining they're just wearing their jersey, maybe a helmet, and they're going in there and they're just kind of walking through plays, talking through things, trying to acclimate. Now, again, this is just the quarterbacks. This isn't the rest of the team.
The hands are the problems in those games.
Yeah.
The hands and the toes.
Yeah.
Trust me, I've lived them both.
Broadus, if you're doing this situation that Chief just threw out to us and Spencer Rattler is Chief and Chief goes, hey, a little cold for me. In this mock thing, would you pull him from being your starter?
I can't play the bum that played. I shouldn't have said that.
Jake Haener.
Sorry, Lucius. Drop that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I wouldn't play the guy they played last week. I think it would be a problem.
So it wouldn't matter what he's saying in that freezer because head coach is cold.
Sorry. His name Haener.
Yeah, Jake Haener.
Haener. Sorry, you're not a bum. You're in the NFL. I'm a bum for calling you a bum.
Yeah. There you go. Well said. First good thing you've said today. Only took
4 hours and 14 minutes.
That's right. All right, let's get to this because I saw from there's actually a website called howtexasordersin.com.
Okay.
And we now have the metrics for the 2024 calendar year for how Texans across the great state decided to order from like Uber Eats or like Favor, whatever. We've got the numbers on this.
Did one today.
Well, did you? Mm-hmm. Okay, so how often? I don't know. Is that something
Never.
you do?
No, never.
Okay, so this was a Blue Moon experience.
This was because Shorty is here and she loves that, but this is not going to be a regular thing. I don't like it. It's $40 for Panda Express. 40.
Right?
Shorty
yeah,
high end.
No, but she just didn't want to get out of bed.
She's just lazy. She's not high end. She's just lazy.
Yeah.
She's super nice. She's very friendly.
Well,
I mean that in a nice way. I'm not trying to be creepy.
How about you, Lucius? Is this something that will you do some door dashing or whatever?
Too much, man.
Too much.
The Wingstop.
Yeah,
like 2 or 3 times a week sometimes.
Doesn't that price get you, Lucius?
On the ordering out, yes, but they made a Wingstop. They built one right next to Tom Thumb, which is less than a block away from my crib, so it's dangerous.
A man's a crypto millionaire over there.
Yeah, and I'm giving it all to Wingstop.
Well, apparently,
I have never ever ordered anything DoorDash in my life.
I've only done it literally probably 2 or 3 times, and I've attempted like 10 times, but then I get to the checkout and I see the price difference. I'm like,
not that hungry.
I'd rather just get my car and go. I can't justify an extra like $20-something on a. I'm like, this is just,
and it's still going to be difficult.
Can't make sense of it.
Got to get through the gate, find your door on the phone. It's not like it's never easy. Continue.
Well, Over 1 million chicken wings were ordered by the great state.
Yes.
For
Lucius had
the
half
DoorDash
of them.
That's
stuff.
me, bro.
Lemon pepper.
Over 100,000 pounds of brisket.
Wow. That's catering, I'm thinking.
That's
has been delivered.
I'm thinking catering, yeah.
Dawson.
Nearly 1 million orders of French fries.
Got to be the most popular side.
Totally.
But it doesn't make sense because they don't sit well. You got to eat those fresh.
True. Yeah. I'm usually eating the fries in the car after the drive-through, whatever.
Yep.
I actually do the thing where if I go to the drive-through, I just pull up in a parking spot and I just crush the whole thing in my car. I'm not even going to take this home.
Do you ever order 2 bags of fries, like a travel bag?
Yeah. Oh, I have done that.
Yeah. You gotta
The
have a
riding fries.
Yeah, you got to have a travel bag.
Yeah.
I like that move.
Yeah.
300 plus thousand pizzas, and over 260,000 burritos, which is actually enough to fill a 4.5 Olympic-sized
Are we like the
pool.
fattest state in the league?
Alabama and Mississippi gotta have us beat.
I think Wisconsin might have us beat.
I'll never forget what happened to Lane Kiffin's general aesthetic when he went from Florida Atlantic to Ole Miss. Yeah. It took him about a year to readjust to the amount of gravy and chicken fried steak that he was going to be
Definitely
consuming.
the South. Definitely the South is where the eating goes.
That hoodie get a little tight.
The neck, it was apparent. But he's bounced back.
We'd probably be pretty lean if it wasn't for Houston and San Antonio.
Yeah, San Antonio's really bumping the numbers.
Why do I think like out in West Texas we kind of got the 72-ounce steaks and stuff, right? Aren't we?
Yeah. Andy Reid's on all the walls at the West Texas Steakhouses.
I know he's on the prime quarter in Green Bay. I saw him do it. Yeah.
There is apparently the big 3 dishes for Texans when they're doing the DoorDash stuff. It's tacos number 1.
Yes.
Apparently, there's a taco delivered every 19 seconds in Texas.
Okay, let me ask you something real quick. The taco delivery has to be like quick. Because if the taco delivery is not quick, those things turn
soggy
and bad, right?
Yeah,
is it worth DoorDashing it?
It's DoorDash or Uber Eats or whatever.
Which is never actually fast for anyone who's never done that. It's never actually like quick. It still takes like 25, 30 minutes.
That's Blake Elliott, folks.
You got to order those soft tacos too, by the way, to avoid that.
That's how you
I wouldn't want
that.
now unless it's Jack in the Box. They can be as greasy and flimsy as you want.
Yeah.
Burgers are the second most popular item, one delivered every 22 seconds in Texas. Wow. And then French fries, one delivered every 30 seconds in Texas. Enough queso was ordered in Texas this year to fill almost 29,000 cowboy hats. Salsa enough to fill 15,000 cowboy hats, and guacamole enough to fill almost 8,000 cowboy hats.
Guac and salsa. If you go to a Mexican restaurant, because I do this a lot, you order that to go, and you also get a margarita to go too.
Oh,
yeah. You gotta buy some food. You just can't just walk in there and get the margarita to go. You gotta get chips and salsa.
Oh, they have to sell it together by law.
Loophole.
Yeah.
Let's do it. I mean, what are you going to twist my arm for chips and salsa? I mean, of course I will throw that in there.
Double L, a little Lucius loophole. I like that.
Dr. Pepper's the number 1 ordered drink in Texas. Makes sense. Then it's coffee.
What?
Who's DoorDashing coffee?
Oh, you know how many people are like, I need it my Starbucks now. Go ahead and send it over.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
But don't you want it warm? Is it staying warm?
Yeah. Yeah, dude. It usually comes piping hot. You need like 10 minutes to let it sit anyways. And how much of that is like cold brews? I don't know.
Get the cold coffee. Iced coffee, I guess it's called.
That's exactly right. And I love that iced coffee, by the way. I'm an iced coffee man. And then iced tea. Over 50,000 pitchers worth of iced tea was DoorDashed or Uber Eats.
There's a place I saw in Grapevine that has iced tea, drive-through iced tea. Like it's special, like it's a tea
like HTO.
HTO.
Yeah, my wife likes that place.
Whew, is that good?
No, have you been inside? It's amazing. Just raspberry, every kind of flavor
what I'm saying.
ever.
In the summertime, that is a must drive-by place. I'm just saying it in a nice way here. Not pale or anything like that. I'm just saying it in a nice way.
Well, there it is. Year in review, how Texans order through the food delivery services. We do have a Fred Davis sighting. I have seen him. So a 6:20 arrival. 6:20 arrival for Fred Davis. Maybe he'll hop in here with us as we dive into a little 2 guys, 1 booth on a Cowboy Victory Monday next year in the Nation.
commercial-free G-Bag. Salute! It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Gavin Dawson here this holiday season while we're spending time with family and friends and well-deserved relaxation. Let's not forget the importance of staying safe on the roads. That's why I want to remind you about Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys right here in DFW. If you or someone you know is involved in an accident, Frankel & Frankel are here to help. They make it easy. From the free consultation to the first phone call, they handle everything with no out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win. They understand how stressful these situations can be and are committed to standing by your side. That's why I love them. Called the Frankels multiple times over the years, and if I'm ever hurt in a car...
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Let's get you a little two guys, one booth here on a Cowboy Victory Monday. We have Fan After Dark. The full squad's in the building. Blake Elliott holding down strong. Here comes Fred Davis, fired up after a football weekend.
Glad to be here, guys.
Hey, great to see you. Thank you guys for hanging out with us right now.
Glad to have you. It's always nice to do a little more than the crosstalk. I mean, I'm kind of freaked out. I'm not used to seeing you over there.
I know.
In that spot.
Yeah, it's always an adjustment.
It's a power spot, too. It's a power spot. It's a, I am assuming position right here and right there. Because no one but the one sits there. So now
nobody but
she
the
just
one.
he's controlling the round table right now.
You got your, he's got his right hand man on his, right there. He's got Lucius, and he's in its line of sight.
I'm nothing without my teammates.
That's it. He's just there. He's just distributing, doing his thing. That's right.
He's throwing dimes.
That's right.
Well, let's get you a little two guys, one booth here. Segment's brought to you by Soda State of the Art Weight Loss and Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And segments also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. All right, we relive the 9-hour game day broadcast right here on 105.3 The Fan. Two guys, one booth. Let's do it.
But go ahead and do that, and then we'll.
I'll do this.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
You want me to do this, or you want me to do this?
You do that, and then we'll do.
I'll do this, and then we'll come and do that other thing.
Sounds good, fellas. Let's start in the pregame. And this is the point in the program where we get the coach's corner. Brad Shim, voice of the Cowboys, hanging out with your head coach, Mike McCarthy. It's usually
Brad's a pro, man.
A fun-loving conversation.
Yeah.
This was as dejected a Mike McCarthy as we have ever heard. And this is on the heels of them being officially eliminated from postseason contention. So he was a bit emotional. People were wondering, is he sick? Like you could just hear it in his voice. And he didn't like this question from Brad Sham.
Your players have responded to adversity, especially earlier in the year, in a way that would indicate that what they're made of and what you and your staff are made of will not diminish the way they play, the intensity with which they play, either tonight or in the next 2 weeks. You feel comfortable with that?
I mean, really, Brad, we're focused on winning. I mean, these philosophical questions are for another day. We had a good week. We're doing what we're supposed to do to prepare to win tonight. So I'm just really focusing on what I need to do to help win this game.
Sounds like Darth Vader.
Yeah, the audio quality was a little poor there, but the sound in his voice, he's miserable. It's like they were really clinging on to that 1% chance that they had to make the playoffs.
They really were. I mean, that
treating
was
it like a coin flip.
No, I mean, from that, and then there was a couple other things he said throughout the course, and listening to the post game last night, him talking about it, like, you could tell he was legitimately dejected about them not being able to make the playoffs. And I mean, hell, that was the one thing I asked Jordan Lewis yesterday. I said, hey, how much different is this defense going to look? And I said, look, I know you can't make these decisions, but he was very clear. He wants McCarthy and he wants Zimmer back next year. So, again, I mean, that's Jordan Lewis. Take it with a grain of salt, but I mean, I got to believe for a guy that's a veteran in that locker room, probably has a little bit of sway. I'm sure that's probably a popular sentiment in that locker room.
I like the fact that he was talking about bringing those guys back, because hopefully that means he's coming back. I was, if he said,
Jordan Lewis.
I hope they bring back Quinn and Joe Witt.
Yeah, he's like, I can't wait to go be Jaden Daniels' teammate next year, like the rest of the Cowboy free agents from last year.
Yeah, I can't wait to play the real quarterback.
Yeah, he was down and out. We were wondering like what was going to be the temperament of the team after hearing McCarthy there and the Bucs having everything to play for. The Cowboys season, hopes are dashed. Yeah. They went out there and played some dang good football.
Well, they sure did, and I'll tell you what, for as much as we've been critical of Mike McCarthy, and legitimately so throughout the course of the year and years past, tell you what, wouldn't want to be Todd Bowles right now. Because that dude's getting murdered in Tampa Bay right now. Yeah. And Tampa Bay Twitter last night, and the only reason I know Tampa Bay Twitter was because I followed too many of these clowns last week after trying to get a couple people on the show. I mean, 3 days later, sorry, can't make it. Yeah, we're good, bro. I'm good. The game's over. But yeah, I had a couple of them, and I mean, they're calling for Todd. Apparently, Liam Cohen is the next offensive guru. So
Right.
He's that dude.
Let them tell it. So,
all right. Well, here's Brad Sham telling it, and this is not fair to Brad, but I believe it was Kevin Walker, our guy, Khaki Kev.
What? Khaki Kev?
He's the one pulling the clips, and he decided to pull this unfortunate stuttering moment.
The captains tonight, they're in white jerseys with silver helmets and pants. Darius Harris has come out. Linebacker just elevated to be a captain. How about that?
Okay. Really unfair to a broadcast legend. It's nice to know that it's even legends can make mistakes
No, we
too.
know Khaki Kev back there cackling pulling that clip.
No, Khaki Kev thought he was up to something. All right, for all you guys that want to talk smack.
I'm not upset, and I definitely wouldn't dare to ask Lucius to isolate that particular moment because that would be also disrespectful.
I love it. I love it. Can we make a drop out of that?
Now, I mean, if Khaki Kev was paying attention to the pregame show, he could have probably clipped me about 7 or 8 times. Just, you short circuit a little bit there.
It happens to the best of us.
He's got a lot of knowledge up there.
So
I
much to
remember
get to.
what captain it is. Is it the same captains every game?
No.
So that's what I'm saying. So you're getting a new captain every game, trying to figure out who's out there.
It's a lot to take
Brad's
in.
okay.
He's named after him, for God's sake.
You ever did that in the middle of an argument? Well, I tell you what, your point is dead.
Just walk away at that point.
Argument's over now. They've won, and you've thrown in the towel. It's tough to come out of the gates like that, though. This is at the coin toss. It's like, am I setting the tone? Is this foreshadowing for what my night's going to be, or do I have a short-term memory? I'm going to bounce back from this and go and get a victory, and that's exactly what Brad Sham did.
Like any good cornerback, okay? You got to forget it.
Yeah.
Live to fight the next down.
Totally. All right, now here is Babe. He's bringing in the Christmas spirit, and he's trying to help us out on the origins of this particular term.
Yeah, and I think the phrase "ball humbug" was invented for Mike Zimmer, right? I mean, you don't often see a big smile on his face, easygoing. How you doing? Hey, let me give you a hug. No, doesn't seem to be a hugger.
That's a good read. I mean, I don't think I've seen Zimmer crack a smile all season long. He still has the frozen tundra of Green Bay, all those years going to Lambeau, frozen, stuck to his face, but no smiles.
I saw him not last night, but the last time we were in the locker room. Walked by me, looked me up and down, kind of sneered, kept walking.
Yeah.
I think
he does the same thing.
But that's his shtick, right?
Yeah.
I mean, actually, the fact that he took the time to look at me was kind of like a small victory. It was like, hey, Mike, we had a moment right then and there. And then he just kept on doing his thing with his jeans. He had an odd ensemble going on. It was kind of like this JCPenney button-up, maybe like a Chaps, and I don't mean Ralph Lauren. I mean like the late 90s, early 2000s Chaps. Blue sweat. Well, not a sweater, but a
hoodie
jacket. A little jacket, and then jeans and some dadgummit.
Asics?
No. He actually kind of spruced it up a little bit. Like Cole Haan. Some Cole Haan shoes.
All right.
So it was look, for all I know, he was hitting the town that night after the game. Who knows?
Hey, that's a Riz god right there. You know about Zimmer.
Oh, I know about
Maxim
Zim.
models.
Yeah. I know about Zim.
Fred with admiring him with his members only jacket on.
Yeah, he was wearing a roofing shirt.
Yeah.
Fred was.
I wear sweaters to the game, okay?
Yeah.
I try to spruce it up a little bit. A little bit.
Brad got a little graphic here with this particular description.
That's quite a sight when he pulls out.
All right. Kevin Walker in his bag last night.
Wow. Kevin did this?
Yeah. Kevin has his fingerprints all over this one. Wirfs is good, but he got taken to town a couple of times. Carl Lawson putting him on his back like that was pretty dang impressive.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, here is Brad. I guess he was just kind of making noises.
After replay assistance, throwing his incomplete pass.
Kevin was on it. Kevin was listening to everything.
Boy, I'll tell you what. Khaki Kevin.
He's got a keen ear. He really does. Now, this one here, I'm excited to hear how this sounds because seeing it in real time where Cavante Turpin is receiving a handoff and running right into the belly button of Vita Vea.
Yeah.
This is like 100-pound difference here.
Well, I appreciated the fact that he jumped up and then kind of like looked at him for a second too. Like, come on, Terp, what are we doing here?
The bear hug. And how about that play where he drops into coverage and then goes and smashes Jake Ferguson?
Yeah. Okay,
that was a pretty amazing. It was a grizzly bear just running for the face of Jake Ferguson. We know who won that one, but here's Brad Sham on the Vita Vea versus Kevontae Turpin.
First down, Turpin into the backfield, takes the handoff from Rush, comes right to the 10, and then Vita Vea runs into him, and that is like Andre the Giant and, a little person.
I mean, is mismatch 1 or 2, or is it hyphenated?
It's It's 1, and that was one. And then Vea, by the way, slung him to the ground.
I like it. Does 90s Brad Sham go full M-word there?
Oh, he 100% does. No. Hell, he's probably 5 years removed from that, if we're being honest. That's probably pre-pandemic Brad.
2018 Brad is throwing the M-word around there.
I appreciate that he used little person, though. I mean, but it would have been funny to hear the other word, too.
With the hard R.
That's a pretty damning clip right there, and I'd like to pivot to the next one here. 2 guys, 1 booth. Maris Leofow. It was contagious last night. The physicality, Donovan Wilson, tone setter, Maris Leofow getting it done. The Bucs were smacking people, but here was the Leofow play.
Wow, Maris Leofow just separated Durham, the tight end, from part of his ancestry.
I need that drop.
From start to finish, that's gold right there.
That started from him saying his name to separating him for his ancestry.
Man.
Legendary. Oh, gosh, that was awesome.
You know what I appreciate, and when you've been doing it for as long as he's been doing it, to be able to kind of refresh the terminology, because didn't we kind of get tired of Chris Berman after a while when he used to say, I mean, look, don't get me wrong, Eric sleeping with Bieniemy, always going to be a legendary.
The Chuba missile crisis from earlier this year.
But see that? Okay, so that was him. Exactly, right? That's what every now and again you're like, okay, that's what we grew up with back in the day. So when these old timers can pull out some old school clips like that, I do appreciate that.
Now, the Cowboys broadcast, they will invoke some production here, okay? So it's pretty cool. They'll go a little talk show on you. They'll tee up a clip.
Okay.
And this is our old producer of the Nosebleed Seats, Zach Rowe, zero. Botching it in real time. We get to make fun of our former producer, just like old times. Take it away, Brad Sham.
How did he describe himself, Zach Rowe, our producer? How did he describe his play style?
I'm disappointed.
Well, I am too. Brock Hoffman cut, maybe in a minute.
I don't think Brock is disappointed.
Brock's not.
Oh, no, he called for the cut.
He said maybe in a 15.
Oh, no.
A delayed handoff to Dowdle, and he's hit behind the line of scrimmage. That's the way the Bucs play run defense. So let's try it again. Brock Hoffman was asked this week if he has always played physical and nasty.
Back in Pop Warner, my mom was a big testament to that. I remember in third grade, she called me soft. She called me another word, but she called me soft is what I would say. And ever since then, I was never going to be a soft football player.
His mom?
Your mom calling you soft?
No.
Maybe that was a term of affection.
No.
He's so soft and cuddly, I just love my Brock. No?
I love it. He had that second clip ready as soon as he called
he sure did.
Oh, my gosh. I can't imagine the look that Brad Sham gave to Zero in that moment. I presume he hopefully had a backup pair of pants there, because Brad Sham was not going to appreciate that. And it's even funnier because of the clip that he played. Like it's tee up like Brock Hoffman and how he's been playing so great, and then it's the head coach. Like, I'm disappointed.
Describe his play style.
I'm disappointed.
Well, I am too. That we didn't get
I am too.
Perfect segue.
Oh, gosh. I can't get enough of that.
Professionals.
Thank you, Zero. Thank you, Zero. Okay, now we close it down with the 2 big moments at the end of the game. This first one was Deron Bland screwing it up in coverage to allow for a Baker Mayfield touchdown pass.
Booth is at corner, snap to Mayfield on 2nd and 4, throws it in the end zone, wide open. That's an easy touchdown for Ryan Miller, who seemed uncovered. And don't anybody move.
Yeah, at that point, it was like, okay, this is now a ball game. What can the offense do here to try and go ahead and really kill this game and put it away, and the offense did not get that done. And I do question, I wonder, Broadus, if you could maybe pull up what the next gen would tell you on this, because I presume this was a cowardly punt when it's 4th and 2.
Got it.
It's a minute 52 left in the game, 2-point game. Cowboys on their own 38-yard line, and they go to punt the ball. Now, of course, it ends up working out for them. But after you just saw what Baker Mayfield and the offense did to cut the lead to 2 minutes and 7 seconds, the easiest touchdown drive they've ever seen, Mike is just out of gas. That last drive right there, Mike has got nothing left in the tank, and they go to punt the ball. I think that was a pretty bad decision there for Mike McCarthy. Of course, it ended up working out, so whatever. But I wonder what the numbers say. In the meantime, let's go to the moment where everything is chaos and Deron Bland steps up.
Mayfield in the gun. 5-man rush. Here's Lewis. Sacked it. He's not down yet. And he somehow threw it to White, who caught it. And then Hooker takes him down. And Bland comes away with the ball, but they got it.
No, he's got it. Bland's got it.
Oh, Bland comes away with the ball.
Brad definitely didn't realize it.
No, nobody did it in real time. It was like, even Tirico, I was watching at that point. I got home and was watching it, and Tirico was like, okay. And it was like, oh my gosh.
Well, and the thing, okay, and of course you guys know the in-house TVs that are playing the game as it's happening versus what people see on TV. They cut away from it. Like we didn't actually, I'm standing there, me and CA are standing there watching the TV, and they actually cut away from Bland ripping the ball away. Yeah. And so all we see is, him going down what looked like they had stopped his forward momentum, and then next thing you know, people are screaming and hooting and hollering, and Cowboys got the ball. So
epic redemption there from Deron Bland after he's the one that had the miscommunication, giving up the touchdown, and then you come back and you say, no, that's my ball. Jordan Lewis on the interception, that's my ball. Deron Bland at the end of the game, that's my ball. Yeah. Two dogs, love them both. What's the next gen say? Cowardly punt?
Actually, they say it's a toss-up.
Really?
Yeah, it's a toss-up. You're talking 4th and 2 from the Dallas 38, right?
Yeah, minute 52 left in the game.
Minute 52 left. The coach's decision was a punt. The next-gen stats recommend a toss-up by 0.4.
Okay, all right. What do I know?
It's a ballsy call, man. I mean, it's not like the running game had been dynamic that night.
No, for sure.
Get a ball to Talbert.
Maybe Leofall could make a little play defensively for you. All right, we cross-talk with Fan After Dark next year in the Nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ. Oh, we are packed. Jerry Jones at 8:30. We've got Ask Reddit. We are going to fix the college playoff. We are going to do...
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady?
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maiden? No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad? Game I ever had, my mama cooked those squirrels, but I don't remember eating the brains. That's some country ass stuff right there.
Where it starts and where it ends, one station gets people talking in TFW and around the nation.
Delicious, seriously.
105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, Crosstalk with Fan After Dark. Fred Davis and Blake Elliott rocking and rolling here on a Cowboys Victory Monday. You got a 3-hour program tonight. We got a little Cowboys hour coming up next.
We do. Do we know who Sham's bringing on tonight?
Brock Hoffman.
Is that who it is?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
How honestly, we were wondering if Hoffman was going to perform well versus a quality opponent. Can we say that he did, or are we still wondering now?
Yeah, it was a that
looked
guy,
like tough sledding.
It's some tough sledding there. Yeah.
Now
I think we do have Hoffman on tonight.
Yeah,
I can check that.
Ross Lebinsky will know.
Hang on, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
See you, Broadus.
So we are getting a program update from Mr. Brian Broadus. He's going to find out from our boy Ross Lebinsky.
What'd you eat today?
The knower of all things.
That'll tell me a lot about how the show's going to go today. What'd you eat today?
What did I eat today?
That is what I asked.
I had malto meal to kick my day off.
I don't even know what that means.
Malto meal.
Is that like a astronaut kind of meal?
No, it's like oatmeal. It's like oatmeal.
Oh, okay.
Kind of.
Okay. Like healthy? It's a knockoff.
It's kind of like
cereal in a bag type.
It's like cream of wheat, but better.
Did you say malto meal?
I sure did. You know what I'm talking about.
Some tang with it on the side.
little brown sugar in my malto meal.
Yeah.
All right, little toast,
little butter.
Brown sugar.
You don't put any butter with your malto meal?
Nah,
you get those nice little clumps in there. You be like, oh,
no,
man,
okay. You know how okay.
Astronaut
So
food,
obviously you know about malto meal. You know how you get out. You know how you get rid of the clumps. Okay, they tell you that you're supposed
don't
to
eat it.
No, well, okay, that's one way. But they tell you, on the directions to pour it in after the water gets boiling. All right, malto meal hack: pour the malto meal in and let it start boiling as it gets going.
Are you cooking this thing on the stove?
Clump free.
Are you cooking this thing on the stove?
Absolutely, I'm cooking it on the stove.
Fred, you need some money.
Huh?
Can I help you with some funds, money?
No, what?
Hey,
Hey, don't ever turn down no money, bro. You said no fast.
Huh?
Yes.
No. What? Because I eat malto meal?
I was just saying, could I buy some groceries for you?
I've got groceries. I enjoy my malto meal every morning. That's how I get my day started.
What'd you have for lunch?
What's that?
What'd you have for
Malto
lunch?
meal.
No, I had a couple sandwiches.
By the way,
and
it is
I had a
Brock
protein shake. Who is it?
Brock Hoffman.
It is Brock Hoffman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It is bulk season. I mean, that's a hell of a breakfast. Couple sandwiches, protein
And a
shake.
protein
we haven't
shake.
even had
What
the
kind of
McDonald's for
sandwiches we
dinner
have?
yet.
Yeah, what kind of sandwiches?
Was that ham and cheese? A couple ham and cheese sandwiches.
Gas station.
Did you make them yourself?
I made it myself.
Did you?
What kind of bread?
Can I buy some groceries?
Artisan?
What are you busting my chops?
If Broadus saw you on McKinney Avenue right now, he'd hand you $5.
I'd hand him 20. He's got a nice face.
Was it a dry sandwich? Did you put mayo on it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Lucius.
Light
Here we go.
mayonnaise.
Okay.
Light mayonnaise.
Just make sure,
Absolutely.
bro.
Yeah.
Y'all act like I don't know how to eat.
What kind of bread?
I don't know.
Wheat bread.
Honey wheat?
Huh? No, just wheat.
Yeah.
Just regular wheat bread.
Was it like the signature brand?
It was the Walmart brand.
Broadus is watchdogging, dude.
It was the Walmart brand. Look, I'm gonna tell you. Look, I eat to live. I don't. I am a very basic human being at this stage of my life. I've always been.
I've said this a couple times
Say
today.
it.
To this day. I said it a couple times.
Right.
I don't know who's going to miss like Cowboy home games more, you or your colleague.
See, I go for just the extra mac and cheese.
That's what I was saying, dude. I was like, I see you go back and get 3 plates, and it's just nothing but mac and cheese on there.
Because I get the first set of everything, but I'll say this off the air of why I don't get some other stuff. But I enjoy. I think for Fred, I think it is a switch up on the regular repertoire.
Oh, what? Food wise?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like
I
I
look forward to it, man.
That whole spread is at my house. Now I just like how they do their mac and cheese, but that whole spread.
So we eat multi meal all week to get to the game. That's what we do.
Dang right.
No,
That's the payoff.
well, and look, and
better than going to the club.
In defense
You go
of
to
me,
the double AC, you could get with Blake. He'll get you free food there.
no, look. I have no problem eating. I just got over what is affecting everybody else. By the way, the sinus infection that is taking over the DFW Metroplex.
Vax, dude.
By the way,
it's had Najee Marshall out for 2 months.
Thank you.
That's been ridiculous.
So your boy's getting back to normal again.
Okay.
So got my swole on. Actually got a hat for you.
Can I help you with some meds?
No, I don't take meds.
No meds?
I don't take meds.
Are you a tough it out
You might
guy?
want to look
Yeah,
into it.
absolutely. Huh? Now I did take antibiotics for this.
Okay.
I did take antibiotics, but anything else? No. Your boy's all natural.
All over the counter for you.
Mostly. I mean, ibuprofen and whatever they give me at the VA. That's about it.
I'm a big fan of the ibuprofen, man.
Can't go
Big
wrong
fan
with
of that.
Is that bad for your liver?
Yeah, it's awful.
Can't take a lot of it. Not anymore.
Did you guys get in the mix on those buffalo chicken empanadas at halftime?
No. That's what I'm saying. Like,
That's a
look,
swing in the miss.
I get one plate
That's embarrassing.
at the beginning, and that's it. And then I'll drink a couple cups of coffee,
You don't come
and I'm
back
good.
for halftime spread?
No.
Oh,
Eric makes his way down to the Brad Sham area to grab some stuff too.
dang right.
No, look, again, I'm not,
Sushi and chicken tendies.
hey, I get that first plate, maybe 2, depending upon what it is. Like last night was very underwhelming. Last night, if we're just, let's call a spade a spade.
No, let's not say that on air.
What's that?
Let's not say that on air.
Underwhelming in the sense
Well, they
that
set
they're-
such a high bar.
Well, that's just it.
Yeah.
That's just it, right?
What did you didn't get an in-cut piece of the prime rib or something last
No,
night?
I ate. I'm just saying for
it's a
what
horseradish sauce a little too tangy.
A lot of sandwiches last night.
Was that surf and turf sandwiches? What we?
Yeah, those were like a shrimp sandwich.
Is that what it was?
It was like a
You're the
shrimp.
sandwich guy.
Look, I
Lived
ate
in Houston, huh?
I ate them.
You know what shrimp is? Lived in Houston.
I'm not a big shrimp guy. I'm not a big seafood. Look, I grew up in the Midwest. I'm not a. I'm
right.
not a big
Rock
seafood
chalk, dude.
guy. That's
Okay.
exactly right.
Rock
Have you
chalk.
guys prepared your bodies for McCarthy's 4-year extension?
You think you'll give him 4?
I mean, is he going to take anything less? You either want me or you don't.
I think I could see him doing a 3. Right? I mean, what is he? 60, 61?
Same age as me. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you get a 3-year deal, whatever.
I mean,
Bottom
either way.
line
I mean,
is,
what do I care? It's not my money.
Is
But
your body ready for a McCarthy return?
100%. I think after last night, I think it's a done deal.
See, he gets overwhelmed with emotion. He was there. He was in the locker room. Sees
Me
the
and
vibes.
Linval Joseph had a nice one-on-one.
Did you hug him?
What's that?
Hug
Who?
McCarthy, pat him on the chest like
No.
Jerry did?
No, I didn't see him. I didn't see him. Like I
Getting
said,
caught
I
up
was,
in the emotion. I took myself out of it. No, I don't want McCarthy back. And no, I'm not ready for it either, Chief. I'm not like them getting caught up in it.
Jordan
we
Lewis
won.
sold
We won
me.
a football game.
Jordan Lewis
I don't
sold me,
care.
so
I
that's
don't care.
why.
You got to take a step back. No, I don't want either of them back. So Dak or McCarthy. But if they're both going to be back, I am aware of that. Wow. What I want and what's going to happen are two different things.
Yeah.
And you want them back.
I mean,
just stand on business.
You want it, Fred? You actually
do
want it?
Do I want McCarthy back?
Yes or no?
You're calling the shots.
Maybe.
Don't get influenced, Fred. Say yes.
Do I want McCarthy back? You know what? I would say yes.
Of course.
I would say yes.
Do you need a new offensive coordinator, or are you cool with this offense?
I would tell him, look, God bless Brian Schottenheimer and his liaison role and whatever he does to, be the buffer between you and the players. But there has to be we have to add a nuance to this offense that we just that doesn't make us so predictable and look like, it's the 2000s Green Bay Packers all over again. I think if you added some nuance to this offense, this team could be legit next
year. With the 2000 Green Bay Packers?
Well, I mean, outside of the offense, you know what you're getting into. I mean, I would like to see something where, and again, maybe we started to see it, but, God forbid we throw people open. God forbid we see more motion. God forbid we see, we're throwing... doing a little trickeration here and there. There's some creativity.
You don't like Turpin running between the tackles?
I mean, if that's the extent of our creativity, then we've got a problem.
Yeah, they line him up in the backfield.
It works against a lot of teams, just not this one you just played.
Come on, take Turpin inside zone.
That's true. But look, to me, there's something to be said, and I get it. Look, it's recency bias. I'm new to Dallas, but there's something to be said for a team that doesn't quit. And I get it. I mean, look, we had Ted Johnson on last week who roasted Mike McCarthy. And I get it. But at the same time, too, I just feel like there's something to be said for a guy who, when the players like him, they didn't quit playing. And this is a team that, for as bad as they looked through the first 5 weeks of the season, for them to get better as the season goes on, I think there's something to be said for that.
Jeez, if Ted Johnson couldn't even knock some sense into you, I don't know,
right? I'm telling you. Hey. So we'll see. We'll see.
All right, what's coming up on the program tonight, gentlemen? 8 to 11.
8:40, we got Kennedy Landry coming on to talk all things Major League Baseball. Yeah. Joc Pederson joining the team. Nathaniel Lowe leaving.
Gone.
Got a new bullpen. Some lefty relievers coming in, so we're going to be talking about that. Luka is available to play tonight versus the Portland Trailblazers, so we'll be previewing that and all the MLB and Major League Baseball games ahead of us.
I love it.
Top 5? Should we do top 5 sandwiches?
No.
No? Okay.
Come up with a better one.
All right.
You should do the top 5 MLB games that are coming up.
Oh, man. NBA.
That's tough.
All right, that'll do it for the G-Bag Nation. We'll be back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Thanks to Broadus, Lucius, Carter Freeman. I'm Eric Chiafalo. Cowboys Hour next right here on The Fan.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Cowboys has Lola bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, yeah. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
This is the Miller Lite Cowboys Hour, supported by Albertsons and broadcasting live from Sidecar Social at the Star in Frisco. Brought to you by Miller Lite, the only beer of the Cowboys. Tastes like Miller time. Albertsons and Tom Thumb, the official supermarket and pharmacy of the Dallas Cowboys. Blue KC, the official bootmaker of the Dallas Cowboys. Blockchain.com, make your crypto play today. Buffalo Wild Wings. If it's game day, Buffalo Wild Wings is the place to be. Altec Lansing. Just listen with Altec Lansing, perfecting sound since 1927. And by Omni. Omni Hotels and Resorts, the official hotel of the Dallas Cowboys. It's Victory Monday! Now, your hosts, Nicole Hutchison and Brad Shank.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Victory Monday.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at this. What a great... We have the biggest crowd of the year here at Sidecar Social on Victory Monday or any other Monday. And that could be because it's the Christmas season and the Star District is just dressed up so beautifully, and it's fun to be there. And the food and drinks are great, and the TV screens are plentiful. Could be that. It could be because it's Victory Monday.
I like the energy.
Yeah.
I like the energy a lot.
Or it could be because our special guest tonight is Cowboys offensive lineman Brock Hoffman. Maybe that's the reason.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, hold on a minute. Maybe it's because our guest tonight is Brock Hoffman. Boy, that was...
No, we got to try that again.
That was weaker the
the
second time. Brock Hoffman. Holy cow! Thanks for coming out.
I appreciate
you being here. You bet. And we do seriously have the best crowd we've had all year at Sidecar Social. And whatever the reason you're here, we're deeply grateful to you being here and sharing the hour with us. And as always, we welcome all of you listening on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network, wherever that might be. And those of you watching and listening, streaming, whenever you're doing that on DallasCowboys.com. Hi, how you doing? Thanks for joining us. So, did we mention it's Victory Monday? The Victory Monday Club is here. Easy to get used to these things again. And Brock Hoffman is just like the people's choice right now. I feel like you are everybody's favorite lineman at the very least. And the people who don't know your story, we wanted to have you out here so that they can get to know who Brock Hoffman is more than just a name and a number.
Right.
Because it's a great story. And I have a feeling we haven't heard the last of you. So, and you've worked hard,
yes, sir,
to put yourself in that position. But let's pull the lens back a little and start with a wider view. Why is the offense seemingly functioning so much more smoothly than it did the first 3 or 4 weeks of the year?
Yeah, I feel like when you go through that tough stretch in that middle road of the season, right, where we lost all those games in a row, and then we had some injuries go down, and when I came in for that Washington game, I looked at the guys and I was like, at this point in the season, like, we really have nothing to lose. Obviously we weren't eliminated from the playoffs at that time, but, our record wasn't good. We were kind of struggling. I was like, guys, let's just be free, play fast. Like, we have nothing to lose. Like, if you make a mistake, who cares? I mean, we've already lost so many games at this point. It's like, let's just move on and play each play and take it for what it is and enjoy every moment. And I feel like as a unit, offensive line-wise, that's what our mindset has, and I feel like that's kind of seeped over into the offense and kind of seeped over into the team,
You're young as a group in the line, and even younger since Zach Martin got hurt and went out. And the way coaches make it sound is that this is just especially for Cooper Beebe and Tyler Guyton,
this is just natural growing pains, and then when you get all the moving pieces and the different fronts that you see, and people have to change, and that some discomfort is to be expected. That's one side of the coin. The other side is last year, before the bye, the record was better, but the offense was still struggling. People weren't happy that things weren't in sync, and the same thing was going on this year. So I'm wondering why that is, and then how long did it take this group, even before Zach got hurt and after he had to leave, how long did it take this group of O-linemen to really kind of feel on the same page?
Yeah, I feel like, obviously at the end of the last season we lost some guys, right, to free agency and whatnot. And then, you have 2 young guys starting, so it's obviously it is a lot of growing pains in that regard, because as an offensive lineman, like in the NFL, obviously the dudes on the defensive side of the ball are monsters, right? And you see all these different fronts and different schemes, and you just haven't seen a lot of pro ball yet at that level. So I feel like it just took some time for us to gel as a unit. And then when the guys went down, me and TJ have always kind of prided ourselves on being ready whenever our number's called. And just whenever it's there, our opportunity's there to make the most of it. And I feel like it really hit that stretch where we started playing free is when we really started to come together as a unit, no matter who was in there. Even before Zach went down, I felt like the guys were starting to play better, and it was just kind of slowly building up as the season went on. Obviously, the record wasn't showing, but I felt like the offensive line was definitely taking steps each week.
When you have guys going down, Zach Martin out, and having to play different positions on the offensive line, it kind of messes with the cohesion a little bit, the chemistry a little bit. What's the biggest challenge in having to overcome that?
Yeah, I think when you got guys moving around different places, honestly, it's little simple stuff, like whether it's footwork or communication, how guys see different things, People may think it's easy to move from center to guard, but it's really not. It's a different perspective, and same thing moving back from guard to center and different things like that. So I think it's really the communication side of it, and then, little details in terms of footwork and technique, as each position has its own different set of skills, I guess you would say.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because it was not surprising. First of all, if I didn't know better, I would think Mike McCarthy's your uncle, the way he raves about your intelligence and your ability to command things and your attitude. So you've been playing right guard. Now Cooper gets a concussion. You slide over. It's a completely different set of assignments. And now he's back, and that's fine. I'll just move back over here. What was the challenge in that for you?
Yeah, I mean, just like I said, really built when you play at one position for a consistent amount of time, where I was for, 3 or 4 weeks, definitely you build that comfortability in terms of, taking a set at right guard as compared to taking a set at center, you know what I mean? So it's just little things like that are definitely challenges throughout the week. But, I've always, once I wasn't going to be the starting center at the beginning of the year, I started working left guard, right guard, and I've played in games at both, right? So it's just always about trying to stay ready as much as you can, to where when your number's called, just you got to go out and do your thing.
Do you prefer to play center or guard?
I don't really have a preference. I was definitely getting comfortable at guard, though, during that little 3 or 4 week stretch. I felt like I was playing pretty good there. I felt like we were rolling as an offensive line. And
also, obviously, makes you more valuable, too, because when you play more positions, you're able to get more play.
100%.
Pretty dope.
100%.
I actually asked Mike on his pregame show yesterday if once I knew that Cooper was coming back and you were sliding back over, if he'd given any glimmer. He loves these questions, and especially on game day. I'm lucky he didn't hit me. I said, Brock's been doing such a good job at center. He has done, and you've raved about him, and some people think it's your natural position. I don't know what you think, but did you give any thought to just leaving Brock at center and sliding Cooper over to right guard, even though he hasn't done that since training camp? No, not at this point. But do you guys think about, you and Cooper and TJ Bass, and I'm not excluding Tyler Smith or the tackles, but you three guys are so young, and you're kind of growing up together as pro football players. Do you talk about what the future might look like? And, Zach's at a stage in his career, who knows what's going to be in his future. Do you talk amongst yourselves about what could happen?
I wouldn't say we talk about it too much. I think for us at this point, really these last 4 or 5 weeks, it's just been really just taking it day by day and week by week and just seeing how many wins we could get. And, even more so now that we've kind of been, or that we're eliminated from the playoffs, it's just how many wins can we finish out this season with. So, no, we haven't really talked about it too much in terms of the future.
I'm glad you touched on that because I don't know, are you online much? Do you look at stuff online?
Here and
social
there,
media?
a little bit. Not too much in the season.
Okay. There's been a lot of, what the hell? Why are they, working so hard when they got eliminated, and now you should do this and do that? And it seems like the public, the non-playing public, does not understand what you guys determined to do just to go win a game. What it takes, and so were you surprised at all after Washington won yesterday afternoon that you guys played as hard and as well as you did last night?
Not really. Honestly, I feel like the culture in our locker room is really strong, and I feel like guys have a lot of pride, and nobody's just going to go out there on a football field on a Sunday or Monday night whenever we're playing and just lay down for somebody. And I feel like that really comes from, Mike McCarthy and our coaching staff instilling that culture, and then us taking it over in that locker room and just having pride and playing for the love of our brothers and that brotherhood in that locker room. And there was no way I truly didn't believe that our team was going to go out there and lay down.
All right, we got to take our first break. When we come back, you're seeing and hearing nice, quiet, mild-mannered, polite, gentlemanly Brock Hoffman. That's not the picture that we always get of the Brock Hoffman who's in the huddle and to the end of the whistle. And we really want you to get to know Brock. He's got a fascinating story, his journey to get to where he is and where he's going. We're on the Cowboys Hour at Sidecar Social of the Star District in Frisco with the Cowboys' Brock Hoffman and Nicole. Who helps bring us this fine program?
Albertsons. When it comes time to shop for tailgate favorites, go to Albertsons and Tom Thumb. Get 10% off your groceries every Dallas Cowboys game day when you wear your Cowboys jersey. Albertsons and Tom Thumb, the official supermarket and pharmacy of the Dallas Cowboys.
We'll be right back with Brock Hoffman on the Cowboys Hour.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Oil, the official oil of the Dallas Cowboys.
Tom Thumb's new Drive Up and Go service makes grocery shopping easy and convenient for anyone.
25 pounds of ground chuck, 15 bags of hamburger buns, 28 bags of Tostitos, 10 packs of Pepsi, and some barbecue tones.
You pick the time, you drive up, and go.
With Tom Thumb's Drive Up and Go, anyone has time in their schedule to go grocery shopping. Just a few clicks away, and you can feed your team.
Everyone can be a grocery pro bowler with Tom Thumb's Drive Up and Go. Download the app or try an online order to get started today.
Miller Lite is brewed with great taste and only great taste.
The Miller Brewing Company would like to issue a correction. Miller Lite is brewed to be less filling. What are you doing here?
Miller Lite tastes great.
Look, I'm just reading the script. It says less filling.
That's not what my script says.
Well, mine said.
We'd like to apologize for the previous announcers. Miller Lite is in fact less filling and tastes great. Time to shine, legal guy.
Celebrate responsibly. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Beer. 96 calories and 3.2 grams carbs per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
Wada Wings from Whataburger are tossed in honey butter, honey barbecue, sweet and spicy buffalo, and now for a limited time, try our new Nashville hot sauce. Now, we know some people are going to say these premium chicken tender bites are not real wings. And to that we say, so what? It's okay to be deliciously incorrect. Butterflies aren't made of butter, French fries are not from France, and your daddy's famous pork butt, not actually butt. Boneless Whata Wings from Whataburger. Get them Nashville hot for a limited time, no matter what you call them.
Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, get 50% off all style of windows and receive 0% interest for 5 full years. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You can even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys for details. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
Alltech Lansing has been perfecting sound since 1927, bringing you decades of audio excellence to elevate your Dallas Cowboys tailgate ritual. Equip your next pregame with the Sound Rover 180 with 6 hours of playtime, built-in microphone, multicolor light modes, and a rugged exterior that's built to last. Visit alltechlansing.com/Cowboys15 for 15% off your Sound Rover 180. That's ALTECLANSING.com/Cowboys15 for 15% off. Alltech Lansing, official audio partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Back to the Miller Lite Cowboys Hour, supported by Albertson and broadcasting live from Sidecar Social at the Star in Frisco.
Welcome back. Brad Sham and Nicole Hutchinson with our very special guest, Cowboys offensive lineman Brock Hoffman. Okay, it's time now to get to know Brock Hoffman. It's time for This Is Your Life, Brock Hoffman. You're too young to remember that show. So, North Carolina boy.
Yep.
Went to Coastal Carolina. And transferred to Virginia Tech because your mother was having health problems.
Yep.
She's doing okay
yes,
now.
Sir. Yes,
okay.
sir.
And that wasn't that many years ago, right?
Right.
So tell us about that. It's a difficult, what were you, 21, 22 at the time?
No, I was 18 when she first got diagnosed.
When she first got diagnosed.
Yeah.
And how, so after 2 years at Coastal, how old were you?
Right around, I was about to turn 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and this is when you decide you need to move to Virginia Tech to be closer to where she is. That's a lot. That's a lot for a young man. Do you mind talking a little bit about how that affected you, how you reached all of those decisions?
Yeah, so back in 2017, my mom was diagnosed with an acoustic neuroma, which is a non-cancerous brain tumor that had been growing on her brain for a couple of years. And, once she got the diagnosis, we knew that she was going to have a major surgery. It was going to end up being about 18 hours. And then that surgery we knew was going to leave her with complications, so she was going to have a couple other ones.
What time of year was this?
I found out. So I early enrolled out of high school, so I found out after that spring. So January of 17.
Okay, so not in the middle of a season.
No. So January of 17. Okay. She went through that whole process, got the surgery, went back home to see her, and then after she got the surgery, she dealt with facial paralysis. So basically, half her face had dropped. Her eyelid wasn't working, different things like that. So she had to have surgery. Basically, they ended up cutting her neck open. Not to get too vulgar and descriptive, but basically they ended up having to cut her neck open to deal with her nerves and different things like that. And then they had to have surgery on her eyelid, definitely to just get her eyelid back working. Different things. Different complications that she was dealing with, right? So that was back in 2017, and that kind of lasted until 2018. And then I officially made the decision to transfer after my sophomore season at Coastal, because at the time, my younger sister couldn't drive, and my older sister was in college, and my dad was traveling a lot for work, so she had to definitely do a bunch of different check-ins and checkups, doctor's appointments and whatnot. And so I decided to enter the transfer portal and was trying to go back home to North Carolina, somewhere closer, and because Coastal was about 4 hours from my hometown, so definitely trying to get somewhere closer, and VT was right around 2, so it made it a lot easier to get back and forth.
I don't know how mature a teenager you were, but that kind of thing will grow you up pretty fast, won't it?
Yeah, it definitely makes you never take anything for granted and definitely value, your loved ones in the family that are always there to support you, because you never know when someone could leave this planet.
And at that young an age, did it also inform the way you looked at being present, being in the moment, enjoying and making the best, taking advantage of every opportunity you had, even at your young age?
100%. I always remembered when my mom was going through all those surgeries. I remember before my games at COSA, I'd always, treat this game like this is the last game your mom will ever see, in terms of just go out there and give it everything you got and really, make her and the rest of my family proud.
Something that I've learned about you is obviously family is so important to you. How much did that fuel you in terms of just being successful in this game to help out your family?
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot. I've always, been a family guy and really family-oriented in terms of just, having a great appreciation, right? I've always had a big family. My dad has a bunch of brothers. My mom has a sister. And we've always just kind of been a close-knit family in terms of that. And it's really just taking pride in that last name and really putting on for them and for, the city that I come from.
How did you manage that time? I mean, obviously it's very difficult during that time for you. How'd you manage?
Yeah, I think back on it now. I was a little young and really just kind of threw myself into ball and tried to talk to my family here and there as much as I could, and then, take care and go back home and take care of my mom when she needed. But it was really just, throw myself into ball, and obviously my beautiful fiance that's in the crowd tonight definitely was a big part of that as well.
So we've established, thank goodness, your mom's okay now. And which now will let us go back a couple of days to reporters talking to you in the locker room about the reputation that you've earned, which the coaching staff has done nothing to dissuade. That this Brock Hoffman will play right through the echo of the whistle, and by your own admission, you don't mind mixing it up a little bit. You'll have a little conversation with a guy across the line from you from time to time.
Yeah, for sure.
So this led to. You're talking about how your mother called you soft, so we were talking about that before we went on the air. So tell us that story. How old were you when that happened?
Yeah, I think I was in 4th grade, and so my dad coached college ball when I was younger, and then he got out of the game when he started having me and my younger sister, because he had 3 kids. So when I got old enough, he started coaching me in elementary school. So he coached me from 3rd to 6th grade, and then after the 4th grade football season, basically in my county, my dad was in charge of basically pulling the best players from each elementary school, and we were going to build like this little all-star team and go play in this tournament down in South Carolina. And I'll never forget, I was out in the front yard, and my dad had already kind of put the roster together, and my mom had told me.
I'm sorry, you're how old?
I was in 4th grade.
4th grade, okay. So you'd like 10, 11, something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
I'll never forget. My mom looked at me and was like, "Only reason you're on the roster is because your dad's the coach, because you play like a, and she called me soft, basically, is what she did. But, yeah, it was, it definitely changed me from then on. I told myself I was never going to play the game soft.
So before we went on the air, I asked Brock 2 questions, which I will now repeat. And one is your mother a football fan? Does she know what she's talking about when she critiques your football play?
100%. She's been around the game. She's damn near been around the game longer than I have, being with my dad.
And the next question was, when she said you were soft, was she right?
Yeah, she was right. At the time, I was definitely soft, but not anymore. Never again.
So you made sure that no one, let alone your mother, would ever be able to say anything like that.
Yep, 100%.
Go ahead.
What does she say now?
She tells me to tone it back a little bit. That's what she tells me to do.
I love that. So was there a time that you maybe overcompensated for that and tried to, no one's ever called you a dirty player, have they?
No, I don't think I've ever been called dirty. I've definitely pushed that line for sure. But, yeah, maybe a little bit in college. I had a year where I had about 6-7 personal fouls, so it's okay.
That's a lot for an offensive lineman.
Yeah, it's a lot. A couple of them were like late hits on the quarterback and stuff like that, so I had to felt like I was defending my guy.
Oh, so you had to go take it up for him. Yeah, well, that's part of the game.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I literally cannot have a conversation with a head coach about the offensive line, about you, where he's not talking about your intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
So here's something that would be interesting for you to know. Brock started all 12 games as a true freshman at Coastal Carolina, right?
Yep.
And started at center.
Yep.
As a true freshman.
Yep.
Dude. And then, by the way, as a sophomore, started 11 games at right guard.
Yep.
So did that come natural? Was there stuff that you had to learn to be able to apply your native intelligence to be football intelligent enough to? That's an important position.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel like when I got to Coastal, I had a really good coach in terms of technique, and he took, like I said, I early enrolled, so I spent that whole spring just really like learning the playbook and learning how to, be a college football player. So I definitely give a lot of credit to him, but I also say, like, with my dad and my upbringing, just being around football my whole life, and like I said, with him being a coach, just learning the different ins and outs of the game as a second, third, fourth grader, that young, just being around it, you really develop like a high-level football IQ even without kind of realizing it, because you're just involved in the game so much. So I would definitely say my dad played a big role in that, and definitely my coach at Coastal.
The technique's obviously different. Mm-hmm. So how long did it take you to adjust to playing different, the center and guard?
At Coastal when I first got there? When I got there, we were running the triple option, so it had something I had never done out of the gun. So, I had never really run that before. So it was really just lean in your stance, run off the ball, and you're cutting second-level defenders and different things like that. So it was definitely a little bit of an adjustment because, in high school you're running spread and different things like that. But, you get to college, you're running the triple option. It's a different game for sure.
All right, well, now we've got you from Coastal to Virginia Tech, and now it's time to get Brock Hoffman through the beginning of his NFL journey, and we will do that when we come back. We are at Sidecar Social at the Star District in Frisco. Brad Sham and Nicole Hutchinson and Brock Hoffman, and we'll be back right after this.
Hey, Cowboys fans, when you stay at Omni Frisco at the Star, you stay at the official hotel of your favorite team. We've built this place just for real fans like you. Smack dab in the middle of the Star, world headquarters of the Dallas Cowboys and their 12,000-seat practice stadium. Walk in and it's like waking up in Cowboy heaven. You've dreamed of a place like this, and now you can dream in a place like this. When you're looking for a place to stay in the game at Omni Frisco at the Star, the official hotel of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey Dallas football fans, Buffalo Wild Wings will be hosting a weekly football feast live radio show with 105.3 The Fan's KNC Masterpiece on Fridays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Join us each week for giveaways and enjoy some cold Miller Lite. Buffalo Wild Wings is your football headquarters throughout the season with wall-to-wall TVs, fresh wings, award-winning sauces, and great happy hour and late-night offerings. Stop into your local DFW B-Dubs for more details and a schedule of show locations.
Ashley is proud to call Dallas home. Just like the Dallas Cowboys unite our city, we believe your personal style brings your home to life. From furniture to decor, Ashley has everything you need in one place, making it easy to achieve your dream home. Explore incredible styles and budget-friendly options, perfect for creating a space you love. Ashley is here for you, serving the Dallas community. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
A true Dallas Cowboys fan is there for the journey and the destination. This is the season to make your journey count by flying through McAllen International Airport, the South Texas airport of the Dallas Cowboys. Whether you're flying down for McAllen's award-winning fall and holiday festivals, or you're a South Texas fan flying up to cheer the Cowboys on, make your journey as satisfying as your destination at the South Texas airport of the Dallas Cowboys. McAllen International Airport, above, beyond, at McAllenAirport.com.
Whether you're in the courtroom or on the field, winning matters. As a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, Barberi Law Firm understands the stakes when your life is on the line. Our clients have a lot to lose, so we use our 25 years of criminal defense experience to handle each case with precision and dedication. Led by board-certified attorney and specialist Heather Barberi, we provide VIP treatment and a relentless pursuit of justice. Choose Barberi Law Firm for a masterful defense. Call 682-LAW-STAR.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Back to the Miller Lite Cowboys Hour, supported by Albertsons and broadcasting live from Sidecar Social at the Star in Frisco.
Welcome back to the Cowboys Hour. It's Victory Monday. It's Christmas Victory Monday. Everybody into the eggnog already? Brad Sham, Nicole Hutchinson, and our special guest, Cowboys offensive lineman Brock Hoffman. I hope everybody has heard that the time of the Cowboys game Sunday has changed. It was going to be at 3:30 Central, 3:25 Central in Philadelphia. Now it's going to be a noon game, and TV reasons. And that's great because we get back 3 hours earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's happy about being back from Philly 3 hours earlier. So we've gotten Brock Hoffman through high school and college. And I'm guessing that with that football background, playing pro football was something that had been on your mind for quite a while.
For sure.
Since age?
Sure. As early as I started playing, honestly. Yeah.
Okay. Do you watch the NFL when you grew up?
Yeah, I did.
Washington fan?
No, I was not, actually. My dad was a huge Chiefs fan.
All right, that's okay.
And I wanted to root against him, basically, have a little father-son rivalry. So I just like the way, Ray Lewis played the game. Yeah. So I always grew up a Baltimore fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, very good. So now you're done at Virginia Tech, and you're not drafted.
Right.
Did you expect to be drafted?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely did. I definitely thought I could have got drafted in those later rounds for sure. I wasn't
expecting. An agent telling you, yeah, you're going to go in the 5th round.
Yeah, my agent felt pretty confident I was going to be at least a day 3 pick. Probably in that later round, like 6th, 7th round, but. We had talked about it. We had a plan that if I was going to go undrafted, where our options could be and different things like that.
When you get to the 7th round, you'd almost rather be undrafted, wouldn't you? Because now it's up to you.
Yeah, and you kind of get to choose where you want to go, and definitely put you in a better situation.
How many people were sniffing around after you?
I would say Dallas was definitely one of them too.
Were they?
Which is crazy? Yeah. I would say about 6 different teams: Miami, Cleveland, Dallas, Baltimore. I can't even remember the other 2, but there was a couple that were calling me. Dallas definitely called me twice on draft day, but I was kind of at that point. I was pretty set in stone on going to Cleveland.
And why?
My agent had trusted. If I could go there, I could definitely get developed as a pro lineman playing for, Bill Callahan, who's a legend O-line coach that's been here, So, yeah, no, I think he just trusted that, he had a good relationship with him and that he could develop me as a pro lineman.
So you're with them as a rookie free agent through camp, cut, signed to the practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing to me how players absorb that transition. Some guys, when they get cut, it's like, oh, crap, I'm done. I've been cut. I don't play anymore. But a lot of them understand, you sign on the practice squad and that's your head. Where were you?
Yeah, no, I remember on right after the Bears game, he's like, I don't know what's going to happen, but more than likely you'll probably end up back here on our practice squad, if not the active. So, Once I got cut and then they signed me back to P Squad, it was still just about coming to work every day and just seeing what I could do to get better. And Cleveland at the time had a pretty good D line, so it was just good competition and good room for me to grow. I wasn't playing and I was just practicing, so I was going out there every day and taking practice and treating it like game days and really just trying to improve my game overall.
And by the way, just so people know, it's not what you want. What every player wants is to play.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a terrible job.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's a fairly well-paying job.
No, definitely. Being an undrafted guy and getting cut, being on P Squad is still more money than I made, some of these guys making now in college, Like, these guys in college are rolling in some big bucks, so maybe they think it's a downgrade. But no, back then definitely was still a nice life for sure.
You, like a lot of us, you came along a little too early, but that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so then you're released from Cleveland, and how did it come about that you finally came to Dallas?
Yeah, so I got released from Cleveland. Went home that day. Was definitely upset. It was middle of the season. Didn't really know what was going to happen.
23, yeah.
What?
Middle of season 23? 22.
Yeah, so middle of season 22. Spent a day in Cleveland. Then I just packed my stuff up and I just drove home. And I was home for like 4 days. And agent called me and was like, Dallas wants to fly you in for a workout in 2 days. So. I know you're still in shape and whatever because you've been on a team, but he was like, just go out there and do what you do and try to impress them. So that's pretty much how it worked out. It was a really quick turnaround. I was definitely very thankful I wasn't home on the street for too long.
And they didn't let you go. Cowboys, you got here, you worked out, and they said, okay, stay.
Yep, yeah, I signed a P Squad that day, and they had told me, like, the day I signed, I remember they had told me to pick up the playbook as fast as you can because you'll probably be elevated here in the next couple of weeks. So, which stood true. I was elevated for 3 games, and then wasn't for that last game of Washington, and then I got elevated for that San Fran playoff game.
What was your first thoughts when you got picked up for the Cowboys?
Man, I'm on America's team. It's kind of crazy for sure. But I was honestly just like super thankful after going through what I went through in Cleveland and being cut midseason. I was just thankful I was on a team and with an organization and have an opportunity to grow in my role for sure.
Did the Browns ever elevate you?
No.
So you came here and they showed you they were serious about having you here by getting you into a few games.
Right.
And what did that do for your confidence and your sense of, yeah, I do belong here. I can play here.
Yeah, I always remembered my agent telling me, not every team's going to love you, but you just need one team to love you. And I've definitely been super thankful and blessed that, that Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys obviously have given me a home here. And definitely when I got elevated at the back half of that rookie year, it just definitely built confidence in me and let me know that, I can't play ball at this level, and obviously I wasn't starting or anything, but I knew that if guys went down, that the team trusted to put me in.
It also helps too when you have guys like Zach Martin who believe in you. I remember you telling me that he's been a huge help in as far as keeping you locked in, focused. Dak Prescott's spoken very highly of you as well. So what does that do for your confidence when you have guys like that believe in you?
Yeah, no, it means the world when you got guys that are looked at as superstars and guys that are, going to be Hall of Famers one day that believe in you. I mean, you should have unlimited confidence after that,
Yeah. And am I remembering this right? Tyler Biadasz got hurt. You played center for a game?
In 23.
In 23.
Yeah, I started week 3 versus Arizona at center.
And then later in the year you played. Did Zach go out? You played right guard?
Yeah, so Washington, the week 18 Washington week was crazy because Biadasz was sick all week.
Well, that's what it was. That's what I'm thinking.
So I was thinking I was going to start at center again, and then Biadasz was fine. But then Zach, like an hour before the game, had a big flu attack.
Oh, I remember. That's right. I remember that now.
So he couldn't play. So then I started at right guard that game.
So prepare for center, play right guard.
Yeah.
And I remember the reason that I brought it up is I remember Biadasz could not shut up about how well you played. You were tight. You and Tyler are tight. Right?
Oh, yeah, we're tight.
So he would not shut up about how well you played in that opportunity. So now people are starting to kind of pay attention a little bit.
Right.
Okay. I think we've got enough time for this. Introduce us to Duke Manyweather.
Yeah, no, I think Duke has definitely helped me out a lot this offseason in terms of training and just, different skill sets that you got to develop.
Let me interrupt you for a second. For those of you who don't know, Duke Manyweather is an independent offensive line coach. He really is very well thought of around the whole industry. Some people would call him a guru. And so and teams don't mind you working with him, right? They're happy.
No, I mean, this offseason there was probably 50 O-linemen from around the league that worked out with him. So it was different groups. Like in the morning, it was like 6 a.m. was like centers and then guards and then tackles, different things like that. So he definitely the nice thing about working with him is he separates us in groups by position. But what he did with us, because there was a bunch of Dallas Cowboys O-linemen working out with him, he's
here.
He's right across the street, you know. I mean, so he kept us in our own little group, and we got to spend really good, like, quality time in terms of working out and doing, like, the extra things that you can't really do in the facility with, the rules and whatnot with the CBA. So, I mean, that time for us to develop was definitely huge, because even though we got through the season, we still think about all the time we spent together and how long it takes to really gel as a unit. Things like that really take time that people don't really understand unless you're a O-lineman in the NFL.
And that's the reason I'm bringing it up is people who followed what was going on in the offseason started to suddenly realize you are working your butt off with Duke. And apparently you don't work with Duke if you don't work your butt off, right?
Yeah.
And you were working really hard to get better, so that when you came into 24, you were going to be a different player. You were going to be a much more prepared player. And I just think that's an important part of your story, because it shows how much work you were willing to do on your own to get better.
Yeah.
And how did he specifically make you better?
Yeah, no, I think after 23, I got those 2 starts, and I felt like I played pretty well in those games, and that really, let me know, all right, you've done it. You've played in this league. You know you can do it. You got a whole offseason to make yourself as good as you can. And working with Duke, and then I worked with my guy Adam Malik down in Carrollton. He's my PT, so I was doing, lifting and position work with Duke, and I was doing physical therapy and, my sprint work and mobility, different things like that with Adam. So it was really, kind of a 2-a-day, and then I was working with George Rincon boxing on the extra on the side work, 3 days a week. But yeah, no, I was doing a lot, but Duke really helped me in terms of just building that consistency in terms of sets, footwork, and different things like that, to really go into OTAs and not really miss a beat in terms of that.
All right, we got to take our last break. I just wanted you guys to have a little clearer picture of how hard Brock Hoffman has worked to put himself in the position to take advantage of the opportunity that he's had this year. More to come, including some of your questions. We're on the Cowboys Hour at Sidecar Social of the Star District in Frisco. And did you think I forgot? Nicole's sitting here. She's got the sponsor rate up on her laptop.
I just have to.
And as she knows I haven't called for it yet, so I just look over, and with her thumb, she just kind of motioned to the screen like you thought I forgot.
Why did you have to do me like that?
Why did you have to do me like that?
God.
Who else is bringing us this fine program,
Luke
Nicole?
Casey, stand tall while you're tailgating or cheering in the stands with the Dallas Cowboys collection by Luke Casey. Shop the collection today, Luke Casey's 6 DFW locations, or online at LukeCasey.com. Luke Casey, the official boot of the Dallas Cowboys and the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders.
I don't forget all that much stuff yet. Give me a minute. We'll be back with Brock Hoffman in just a moment.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Oil, the official oil of the Dallas Cowboys.
Tom Thumb's new Drive Up and Go service makes grocery shopping easy and convenient for anyone.
25 pounds of ground chuck, 15 bags of hamburger buns, 28 bags of Tostitos, 10 packs of Pepsi, and some barbecue tongs.
You pick the time, you drive up, and go.
With Tom Thumb's Drive Up and Go, anyone has time in their schedule to go grocery shopping. Just a few clicks away, and you can feed your team.
Everyone can be a grocery pro bowler with Tom Thumb's Drive Up and Go. Download the app or try an online order to get started today.
Cowboys football and Miller Lite. What a pairing. Can cracks at kickoff. Tailgates going way past postgame.
Sunday night overtimes followed by Monday morning swagger. Brisket in the smoker, Miller Lite in the cooler. America's team playing America's greatest sport. Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys football tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
Texas tailgating is serious business. And as an official partner of the Dallas Cowboys, nobody knows that better than Specs. Fuel up with a big league selection of ice-cold beers, hard-to-find spirits, world-class wines, and gourmet snacks, all at peewee-sized prices. Gear up for game day with 2 Texas originals, the Dallas Cowboys and Specs. The fun starts here.
Shout Specs, low price amazing. Here's to you, shout cheers to savings.
Are you ready for some football? The Dallas Cowboys have some smoking news. They have partnered with Dickey's Barbecue to bring you the best barbecue sausage for game day. That's right. Dickey's Barbecue has handcrafted the official sausage of the Dallas Cowboys. Serve up Dickey's Barbecue Hickory Smoked Sausage for a sure win. Find this new fan favorite at your local Albertsons and Tom Thumb. Dickey's Barbecue Pit. Slow smoked legit Texas barbecue since 1941. Go Cowboys. Go Dickey's.
Did you know responding to one spam call can lead to more? Or that the IRS would never ask for your social security number on the phone? Beat scammers at their own game by subscribing to AARP Fraud Watch Network alerts and texts. At aarp.org/teamuptexas, you can sign up to receive information that helps you recognize and avoid the latest scams. That's aarp.org/teamuptexas.
Back to the Miller Lite Cowboys Hour, supported by Albertsons and broadcasting live from Sidecar Social at the Star in Frisco.
Welcome back, Sidecar Social, Cowboys Hour. Thanks for being here on Victory Monday, Christmas Victory Monday. Nicole and I will be back here next week on New Year's, hopefully, Victory Monday. What do we have, Scotty Goldnick? 2 shows left? This one and one more? Not a dry eye in the house. Delighted to have Brock Hoffman with us tonight. I don't know why I thought of this just during the break about that was a really physical game last night.
Yeah, it was. It was physical. It was ugly, but we got it done.
Well, the first half wasn't ugly. The second half doesn't necessarily have a frame around it for the offense, but that's all right. How close were you? Did you see the play where Turpin ran the ball and Vita Vea picked him up and just threw him down, and Turp just bounced right back up in his face? Mm-hmm. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. I saw it on Twitter. Abby had shown me as I was walking in here, actually. So, yeah. I mean, Turp's small, but I mean he'll take the hits. He'll pop right back up. He's a dog for sure.
Vita Vea is not small.
Not at all. I mean, whatever he's listed at, you can go ahead and probably add another 40 to it. So he's pushing 4 bills for sure.
I mean, is he as good as he is big?
Yeah, I mean he's good. I mean, for a guy that is that size and they're dropping him into coverage on third down. I mean, he's a freak athletically, right? So he's definitely a good player for sure.
How impressed were you with that play? I think it was the second half where they did drop him into coverage. How impressed were you with just the movement and his ability to move like that?
Well, see, they had done that at least twice before that last one where he made the tackle on third. And I remember it's third down. I'm getting down to my stance, and I'm like, this dude's in a 2-point stance, like standing up, like off the ball. I'm like thinking, all right, he's either going to do 2 things. He's going to full tilt bull rush right now, or he's running a game. And he didn't do either of them. He dropped in the coverage. I'm like, dang, dude. Like, I mean, when you got a guy that's that big, that athletic, I mean, definitely is a special player for sure.
Let's buckle up because this is now about to take a turn. Okay. Because we're going to take some questions from the audience. Some of these people have been saving up. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Brock. My name is Rambo.
See what I mean?
You have a busy schedule, obviously. Do you ever get a chance to take time out of your schedule to go look at the very competitive high school talent that we have here in North Texas for high school football?
No, I've wanted to. I was going to go to a game this year, but I just never got around to it. But I definitely want to check some games out for sure. And hearing about Tyler Smith talking about his old, I'm pretty sure his old high school won the state championship. Right? Yeah,
he must be cock of the walk.
He's pretty pumped. But with schools like Prosper and Allen and all that, I definitely need to go check those kids out, because there's definitely some high school ballers compared to when I was in high school.
Yeah, some of them probably about as big as you guys are now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Go ahead.
How you doing, Brock?
Good. How are you?
We all know that the mentality of an offensive lineman is down dirty. But with that said, how would Brock Hoffman teach a young Pop Warner offensive line how to have that mentality?
See, this is a great question.
That is a good question. I think if I was coaching a young kid, a Pop Warner kid, I would honestly focus on the fundamentals of the game early. And the mentality stuff, that comes along when you get older and you start developing and become more mature in the game. And that's one of the things I'm super thankful for, is my dad always taught me the fundamentals of the game at an early age. Obviously took my mom, some side conversation to get me a little more motivated, but I would definitely focus on the fundamentals of the game. And then as a guy gets older and develops, that's when that attitude and that nastiness starts to come out.
Do you get parental critiques today?
Oh yeah, 100%. My dad called me after the game. He's ready to talk. Yeah.
What did he have to say?
He said, there's about 5 or 6 plays you want back, and other than that, it was pretty solid. I was like, yeah, I can agree with that. There was definitely a couple play stretch there. I definitely wanted back, but it's the NFL. You're going to get got sometimes, and you just got to roll with the punches.
How do you take criticism from your parents? Is it easy?
I usually take about I need before my dad calls me, I need about 24 hours, to be honest with you. But no, I definitely listen to what my dad has to say. He has a lot of football knowledge, so it's definitely listen to him and apply what I can.
Do they ever call separately?
Who, my mom and dad? Oh yeah, definitely separately. My mom usually talks about, if I got a personal foul, you need to be smarter.
Behavior,
it back.
decorum.
Yeah. My dad's like, it's part of the game. It's part of the game. Sidebar conversation as he's walking into the room because he hears she's on the phone with me. But yeah, no, we definitely usually have separate conversations.
Well, you're going to get everything covered.
Yeah,
that way.
All right, Brock.
Yes, sir.
Larry from McKinney. Now you're starting to develop a reputation very similar to Conrad.
Oh, easy now. Conrad Dobler?
Conrad Dobler.
You know anything about Conrad Dobler?
I do not.
Okay.
You can't. He's got a reputation. Brock has a reputation for show of hands here in the Sidecar Social. Hold up your hand if you know who Conrad Dobler was. 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Conrad Dobler was an all-pro player, and he played for the Cardinals mostly when they were in St. Louis. But he was also the dirtiest man in football. He was well known in days when, safeties were allowed to carry tire irons to hit receivers coming across the middle. Conrad Dobler would bite. He would leg whip, the master of the leg whip.
Oh my God.
And yeah, he was the dirtiest man in football. Now you cannot take a guy in his second year in the NFL whose reputation is that he is combative and he will mix it up, and compare him to the guy who was the dirtiest man in football. Don't you think it's a little bit of a reach?
I see your point.
Thank you. Thank you. The defense rests.
The direction I was heading to is the reputation that you're going to have will be the mean and nasty, but in a cleaner way where it's acceptable in the NFL.
What are you asking?
Would you accept a nickname like the mean and nasty?
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, I feel like I definitely play the game nasty. I'm not a dirty player. I would never say I'm a dirty player. I definitely push the envelope. But, yeah, I just feel like that's the way the game's got to be played.
Now, what is nasty? How do you define nasty?
When you're going to, you're driving a guy and you put him in the ground and you give him a little extra shove into the ground. That's what I would say.
Who on the offensive line do you feel like gets the most fueled off of you, most fired up?
I would say probably Terrence because I'm beside him.
Really?
But I would also say Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith definitely gets going.
I can see Tyler Smith, absolutely.
See, me too.
Terrence, I'm like,
Terrence is
okay.
definitely a little quieter, right? Like off the field, but no, when we get going on the field, Terrence will mix it up for sure.
Is it your experience that if an offensive line is really going to be good, one of them has got to be that guy? One of them has got to have a real serious edge.
Yeah, I would say, and I just view offensive line play in that way, honestly. You know, that's the way I've always tried to play the game, and I feel like, you know, your really good O-lines are definitely maybe not always the best in terms of technique or fundamentals, but they always play really hard and they play physical and nasty for sure.
Has there ever been someone that you played with on the offensive line where they've kind of been a little soft and you had to give them a little talking to?
Maybe some guys in college, but not since I've been in the league, honestly. I feel like, you know, whatever group I've been a part of, I feel like guys go for sure.
All right, we got about a minute and a half left, and I don't want to get you in trouble or let any cats out of the bag because you said your girlfriend's here. Are you done with your Christmas shopping?
Yeah, I am for the most part. You know, I got one more gift that's like, I guess it's going to be sent digitally, but like other than that, yeah.
But you've
I got to wrap.
selected
I got them all. I got all the gifts at the house. I just got to finish wrapping them. You know.
Look, you're over there. She over there like, ooh, I want to know what it is.
No, but it's only. I mean, it's not even Christmas Eve. That's.
Oh, I got plenty of time.
If
yeah,
you've got them there,
and
is that? Are you going to do the wrapping yourself?
Yeah, I started wrapping them a little bit this morning when I saw my presents starting to get stacked into the tree. I was like, man, I got to start wrapping them up and start getting them under there.
What do you typically do for Christmas?
Well, my rookie year I was alone, so that was great. But because my parents were all kind of caught up in that Southwest like flight stuff. Remember that? Yeah. So, but last year, Abby flew into town. Now, obviously, now we live together. But yeah, we'll just be hanging out. We'll cook a good dinner, and then
who cooks?
I will cook for sure. Probably smoke something on the Traeger, and then we'll put on a Christmas movie. Probably The Grinch. That's our go-to.
Do you see why we love Brock Hoffman? Thank Brock for being with us.
Appreciate y'all.
Spending part of his day off with us. Thank you, Brock, and enjoy Christmas. And we'll say good luck in Philadelphia. And Nicole and I will see all of you next Monday on New Year's Victory Monday on our next Cowboys Hour. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you all.
Hey, Cowboy fans, I'm Dak Prescott, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. But lately, I've been learning a new game, crypto. Sound confusing? Don't worry, even us pros were rookies in crypto once. That's why I trust blockchain.com. They make crypto easy. No confusing jargon, just the tools to help you win.
Prescott keeps it, slides with a first down.
Invest like your icons, where everyone is a rookie in crypto with blockchain.com.
Perfect throw, my goodness. Wow, did he ever thread the needle.
Visit blockchain.com/cowboys to get started.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Welcome to the world of WinStar, the casino of the Dallas Cowboys, where 10,000 electronic games plus roulette, craps, and blackjack is just the beginning. Get lost in our 2-story luxury spa. Enjoy 36 holes of championship golf and catch the biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wild at the world of WinStar. Please game responsibly.
Cowboys Nation is big because everything's bigger in Texas. And Reliant has the energy to power it all. From home field advantage to home sweet home, Reliant has Dallas Cowboys fans all across the Lone Star State covered for every electric moment this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Dallas Cowboys.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Bell Nunley has been committed to serving their clients for over 4 decades. This Dallas-based full-service law firm offers an extensive array of legal services, including championship-level commercial litigation, mergers and acquisitions, real estate, intellectual property, and labor and employment practices. Whether it's the clients they serve, the cases they win, the people they hire, or the community they build, Bell Nunley is behind every great company. Go to bellnunley.com to learn more.
Tom Thumb's new Drive Up and Go service makes grocery shopping easy and convenient for anyone.
25 pounds of ground chuck, 15 bags of hamburger buns, 28 bags of Tostitos, 10 packs of Pepsi, and some barbecue tongs.
You pick the time, you drive up, and go.
With Tom Thumb's Drive Up and Go, anyone has time in their schedule to go grocery shopping. Just a few clicks away, and you can feed your team.
Everyone can be a grocery pro bowler with Tom Thumb's Drive Up and Go. Download the app or try an online order to get started today.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have you on board on a Cowboys Victory Monday. Hey, don't let the fact that your Dallas Cowboys have been eliminated from the playoffs. Doesn't matter what happens, you could beat Kenny Gloves Pickett by 3 scores on Sunday. Of course, that game's been moved up, by the way. For those of you that didn't know, that game's now at noon. We'll let you know kind of how everything's going to go as far as the pregame show is concerned. You can check out Chief and our boy Brian Broaddus at 09 a.m.
Let's get them on earlier.
Start a little 06, maybe a little 07. Get them. I mean, look, I have no doubt that Broaddus is up that early, ready to talk football. The question is, would Chiafalo be ready and roaring to go at 06, 07?
He could be ready, but roaring to go, I'm going to go with a hard no.
You know, that's a great point because, look, I've heard him on the morning show before, so we know Chiafalo has it in him. All right, so let's get that straight. I'm Fred Davis. That gentleman off to my right at around my 13:20, 13:30, that's 1:30 for those of you operating on the 12-hour clock, is the Phenom himself. Car was looking so fresh and so clean.
You noticed?
Right before I ran my key across it. I'm kidding. Or am I? The one, the only, Mr. Blake Elliott.
Hola. I did get the car clean this weekend. Got it
blinging today.
Got the Wally wash.
Yeah.
For the tire shine.
Man.
I was tired of it looking dusty.
Yeah, no.
Christmas around the corner, you're gonna be seeing family, seeing some other people. You know, you got to
roll up to houses, and they got to let you. Look, you got your haircut. I meant to tell you yesterday, haircut looks good. All right, you got it going on. Now, are you gonna do anything to the hair on top
tonight? You see, these are two.
I did know. You know what? I did notice that.
So tonight we'll have a full head of braids.
So you're getting braided tonight.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Are you gonna live stream it?
I can.
You should.
Let's start live streaming it.
Live stream the braids tonight. All right? Because, look, there's a handful of folks that think you're white. So, not to say that white people can't get braids, but it's not very common.
No, I should live stream the braids. Shoddy. Can't be saying shorty.
No.
You got a shotgun with
me. I was going to say, it depends on who's listening.
Yeah. Shoddy gave 2 just while I was sitting there getting ready. And
AKA your girlfriend, for those folks that are, less than hip to the terminology the kids are using these days.
Well, she'll be finishing the rest of the hair tonight.
Love it.
So, sometimes you got to wash the car and wash yourself. So got the
100%,
haircut,
100%.
got some new setup, got the car wash inside and out. I will say this.
Say it.
I didn't feel like a great human when I paid someone else to wash my car. Because I usually do both. I usually do outside, inside for my regular maintenance, but I needed a full setup. I had spilled some sugar in there, some juice.
Mess.
It was a mess, and I had a bunch going on that day.
You did.
And so I just wanted to drop it off and be done with it, do some other errands.
But you had other things to do. It's not like you dropped the truck or car off and then sat there and watched them do it.
No, so I saw about 9 people doing that.
Yeah.
That's me.
Well, here's the thing, too. They get paid.
They do. I just feel bad. I do feel bad. Like, I feel like I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah? I mean, you feel bad about what? They're doing their job?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of, because I'm just like, I know I'm capable of doing this. Like, there's some stuff you're not capable of doing.
Yeah.
You pay someone. I don't know how to cut my own hair. I don't feel bad about someone else doing it.
Nor should you.
But, like, I know how to clean my car. I just didn't feel like doing it.
But you're keeping them
employed.
I am keeping them
as well. So look at it from that perspective.
Imagine if everybody thought like that.
Well, then, hey, you know what? Just do you and know that, hey, did you tip? Did you leave a tip?
Yep.
I mean, not much more you can do.
$6? Is that it?
Well, I mean, it depends on how much you spent for the wash.
The wash was, and of course, if I say it, people are going to say under or overpaid.
We're going to judge immediately. So that's kind of why I asked.
So the dude tried to get me on the. I said, hey, I need a car to be spick and span.
Tip top.
I need that. And he clicks right. Cheapest one, $225. I said, whoa. I'm not. I
don't. In $225.
That was the cheapest one. I was like, hey, I haven't had the car 10 years. I'm trying to restore it. Like, I just need a good wash.
Yeah.
Like a 50, 60, 70 out toward the range.
Yeah.
And I go full detail. And then the cheapest one there is $185. And then I was like, hey, I just need inside, outside, like taken care of. He's like, he clicks the other menu. 55, 65, 75. So I did the $65 one.
I mean, wait a minute. What? By the way, before we continue on, because I'm flabbergasted right now. Don't forget, we got Ross Lubinsky, who, speaking of haircuts, did you get a haircut the last time we saw you? Okay. All right. It looks good. It looks.
Yeah, I'm a little
funny.
disappointed. I only wanted 1 or 2 hairs cut off,
but they did a whole bunch. No, and it's funny because as you were sitting over there and we were smelling the moonshine that was permeating the the room. My God.
Shout out Rodeo Ron.
Yeah, Rodeo Ron. Shout out to you, my man. My goodness, that what do they call it? Apple pie. I mean, that's one thing. That's one thing you could call it. But I was looking at Ross. I was like, something looks different about Ross today. My man got the wig piece split. So looking good. Looking very respectable, all right? Looks like you might be able to sell me a life insurance policy if I absolutely needed it. So, or maybe you're a substitute teacher. Either one.
All right, everyone, let's settle down. Take your seats.
That's right. That's right. So, how do they go, real quick, how do you go from 225 down to 50?
So, the 225, I was kind of glancing at the package, and it said, like, seat restoration.
Go ahead, Mark, that.
It was like seat, it was like, I hate you. It was like seat restoration. Restoration.
That's the correct word.
We're gonna put an air blower on your like dashboard and get every spick and span out of there.
Yeah.
We're gonna clean the trunk out. We're gonna put like just a bunch of stuff.
A lot of stuff.
We're gonna like shampoo the under of the carpet. Like make sure it looks like a brand new car.
Yeah.
Get any stains out. Like I didn't have any major stains in there or anything. It was just I needed it clean, but not the traditional like $20 clean. Like I needed like a
little something extra.
Like it took them 30 to 45 minutes to clean my car. Like
okay.
Like get it hooked up. You're getting all the sidewalls. It's glossy in there. Yeah. You would think I just bought the car.
Yeah.
Now if your car goes down bad, I've never had it that far where you need like the 225 restore the car.
I mean, that's if you've just murdered somebody inside of it, hotbox it for a trip from here to Colorado or something.
The most expensive I ever did was $150, and it's because I was going to sell the car.
That makes sense.
So I wanted it to look like literally it just came out of the dealership.
That's a little. No, I get that. So how does it feel, real quick? Last thing. How does it feel?
It feels great. When you look good, play good, and that's how it feels in the car. Sometimes I'm trying to get in and out of the car. You don't feel great bringing other people in because it's a little dirty. Now it's hey. My car. Let's take my car because it feels good.
Jump in.
Yeah.
Do you feel, last question, do you feel as though a couple weeks ago when you were, that too, when you got pulled over and were nearly, arrested and thrown in jail, do you feel like had the car been as clean then as it is now, maybe that cop would have said, you know what, you do look like Blake Elliott from The Fan. I'm going to let you go ahead and slide with a warning this time.
Possibly, but maybe it would have brought more attention because of the gleam from the car.
Oh, yeah.
I was hoping my dusty car could just swoop by. It wouldn't bring attention, but
now it's blinging. Yes, sir.
A Tolo from the 817 said, Blake, you do realize it's a 70% chance it rains tomorrow. No, I don't. So I guess my car's staying in the garage.
Now you know.
Yeah.
So, real quick question for y'all. It got me thinking about the topic of like car cleanliness.
Yes.
How, generally speaking, how clean is y'all's car? Because I'm one of those people who keeps their car like very clean.
Loaded question.
Like to the point where like anyone gets in my car and they're like, wow, you keep your car really clean. And I kind of just got me thinking, like, do people just generally speaking not have their cars like not spotless, but like, like clean enough for like maximum capacity to seat in your car?
My car's a hot mess. The truck, the Night Ranger is a hot mess right now.
We do have some text from when we were on with the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah.
So this is after the Mavs game tonight from the 2-4. Why can't they just show the 105 through the fan cam on the Jumbotron? Would that be great?
I mean, that'd be great. I'd love it. Now that you got your your hair did, that would be great. That would be fantastic.
When the 940 Malto meal is fire.
Damn right. I know I was getting lambasted by Broadus and everybody else about it.
Broadus is going after
Broadus was good. I mean, Broadus acts like I'm. Broadus, if you didn't know any better and just saw me for the first time, you'd have thought I was anorexic and hadn't eaten in weeks.
He said, "Do you need money?"
He's like, "Do you need money?" Fool, I eat malto meal in the morning. What do you want from me,
now,
Broadus?
Hold on. If he's just like offering money, Broadus, you have my phone number.
I'm a grown-ass man. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I make my... I'm trying... look, 2025 is just around the corner. I'm trying to do things a little bit differently this upcoming year. Be in a different mindset. Eating a little breakfast in the morning. Kind of sick the last week and a half. For anybody that's listened to me on the radio, you knew my voice was a little less than 100, as the kids say. Damn near back to a buck. Went to the gym today, got my swole on, feeling good, fought with the baby mom which, that's never a good thing to do. You never want to fight with the baby mom on the phone.
I don't know what was happening. It sounds like business as usual.
Well,
not for you, but...
Well, it happens. It happens.
Yeah.
From time to time. 877-881-1053. You know what I'm talking about.
We got Rodeo Ron letting us know that there was some Christmas gifts downstairs, so
yes.
Appreciate that, Rodeo Ron, once again. From the 469, tell Fred to try the word progress again. Don't be a quitter. LOL.
Yeah, I'm trying to think I think I was saying like forward momentum or something like that, or forward progress. That's what I couldn't think. I know exactly what he's talking about. It was I was sitting in that chair. It was throwing me off a little bit. I'm not used to sitting over there. So.
And the 214 said, Fred's hungry ass getting sassy.
Yeah, well, I was getting fired up. I mean, I kept getting clowned for eating sandwiches and malto meal and protein shakes. I mean, dude, I'm a basic B in that sense.
And last one from the 214, a different one. Not to interrupt with some mushy stuff here, but you guys are by far the most consistent part of my life. Appreciate you every day.
How about that? Was that during the G-Bag or was that just now?
That was like when we were all on during G-Bag.
Well, I love it. Man, shout out to you, and God bless you for having a little consistency.
What we got on the show tonight, Freddie D?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, Blake. We've got a lot to get to tonight. It is a Cowboys Victory Monday, and, look, we want to hear from you guys. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Chime in. I mean, look, how's everybody feeling today? There's a good chance that your head coach and defensive coordinator, I mean, again, we're just speculating here, will probably be back next year. We'll kind of get people's thoughts on how they're feeling about that. I had a one-on-one with our guy Linval Joseph. Super good dude, if I do say so myself. Plus, he had himself a pretty dadgum good game last night. I asked Jordan Lewis, would you like to see Mike McCarthy and Mike Zimmer come back next year? He answered that for us, so we'll hear from him on that front as well. And then, of course, we've got a little NBA After Dark tonight, and it's been a frosty / kind of wild last few days in the association, so we'll discuss that. Of course, we let our boy Blake Elliott lead the charge on that. Rough day, once again, for our boy Travis Hunter, and the question is, look, when off-the-field stuff starts to bleed into real life, that's when you start to see problems. Might we see a fight between Kirk Herbstreit and Shannon Sharp, and what would you pay to see said fight? And then top 5 tonight. Have we figured out yet what we're going to do?
I like your last-minute gift stores.
All right, so here's what we're going to do tonight, and we're doing this with a Christmassy vibe. We're going to do our top 5 New Year's resolutions. We'll probably do that either the end of this week or first thing next week, since New Year's Eve is on Tuesday.
Why can't we do it on Tuesday?
No, I'm saying we could.
Yeah.
Or do you want to do it like on Monday or Friday?
I think we do it our last day that we can of
one last weekend of debauchery, and then we clean everything up and get ready for 2025. Yeah. I think I'm on board with that.
Hold us accountable.
All right. So, yeah, we absolutely do that. So, top 5 list with Christmas being just 2 days away. Top 5 best places to go get a last-second gift.
Not
Sound
the
good?
gift itself, the places.
Just the places. I mean, it could be anything, right? I mean, it could be the pawn shop. I could care less, right? Whatever you're into. So top 5 places, Pookie's, side street. I don't know. Whatever you're into. I don't know. The dope man down the street, whatever. I mean, if that's where you're into to go buy your last second Christmas gift, then so be it. We don't judge here on 105 Through the Fan. So, but coming up next, it is a Cowboys Victory Monday. How excited are you about the Cowboys winning yesterday and Linval Joseph on his season? Kind of what has helped this maturation of this football team, and might he play a 16th NFL season? Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. We've got the one and only Ross. We got Blake. I'm Fred. This is the Fan After Dark.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Singing Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Well done by you, Ross. Just a quick heads up, courtesy of our Mavericks reporter extraordinaire, a.k.a. the one, the only phenom himself, Blake Elliott. 42-38, your Dallas Mavericks up on the scuffling Portland Trailblazers.
Who do you think your leading scorer is for your Dallas Mavericks right now? It's not Luka. Luka right now is 2 of 8 from the field, 0 of 4 from 3 for 8 points.
Give me the hottest Mav on the court, although he just went to the bench. Yacht Thompson.
7 points. He is third.
I'm going to guess Q Dot.
Q Dot,
like
2
that.
points.
I like that. He's a fourth quarter guy. He's a fourth quarter guy.
Give him some time.
Kyrie.
6 points. PJ with 10 points is leading all scorers. Hasn't missed right now. He's 100% from the field. Your second leading scorer, friend of the program, Daniel Gafford.
8 points. He is a friend of the program.
8 points, 3 rebounds already for Big Gaff.
That's it. This
is the first Luka game. He missed only one game, I guess. One game.
No, he missed 2, I thought. Yeah, I thought he missed 2, didn't he?
Yeah, both Clipper games. You're right. Correct. It was the same team. He missed both Clippers games. I presume that he wouldn't come back till Christmas, but he does come back for this Portland Trailblazers game, which means maybe this is a warm-up for that Christmas game against the Minnesota Timberwolves on Wednesday here in the AAC.
I like it. Look at Andre Ayton, still in the league, still
Mediocre's all get out. From 817, I listened to 105.3 going and coming back from work. Over an hour weekdays and then a few more hours nights and weekends. I love your various shows. Wishing you all a Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah and New Year. Thanks for the entertainment. Go Rangers, Russ.
Look at Gafford with the no-looker.
Love it.
Double digits.
Love it. Our boy doing big boy things. We also had another, because don't forget our top 5 is top 5 places to go get a last-minute gift or just a gift in general.
This will be last minute at this point.
Well, yeah, you're right. It
Christmas
would be
Eve is tomorrow.
that is true. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, isn't it? From the 214, Fred and Blake enjoying the show. As I text this, I am at Shields, that's right. Shields in the Colony. Lots of choices across the board for last-minute gifts.
Your last-minute gift.
That's it. I'll tell you what. I thought I was doing a read there for a half second.
We got a last-minute gift with a Cowboys win last night in a lost season. They find a way to maybe give us, Cowboys bias aside, one of the more entertaining football games all year. Hard hits.
It was a damn good game last night.
Came down to the wire, turnovers. Wasn't really like huge explosive plays, but just good football overall. Like there wasn't like, okay, neither team can move the ball and we're punting 95 times. Like it felt like both teams were kind of moving the ball up and down the field.
It was definitely a bend don't break kind of game last night for defenses where, all right, you're going to move the ball up and down the field, but it's a matter of, all right, who's going to make whether it's a fumble, big hit, interception, and we saw a lot of that.
Field goals.
Exactly, right? And so you saw a lot of that last night. You saw Cooper Rush have himself a dadgum good game as well. Rico finally came back down to earth a little bit, but you know what? You can live with that when Cooper Rush plays as well as he did and when your defense comes up as big as they did last night. You had a lot of moments last night. I mean, look, Micah Parsons was, I saw a lot of the kind of the Twitter feedback, Instagram, whatever you want to call it, a lot of photos of him or just still images of him being held last night. I mean, that was happening a lot to number 11. But again, I mean, he just wreaks so much havoc out there. Deron Bland, gives up a touchdown one play, then saves the game on the next series. So it was just, it was the consummate team effort last night.
Has Mike McCarthy etched himself as the head coach next year? What do you think that percentage is looking at? Because after
Jerry Jones, that was the first thing Jerry Jones said when he came out of the locker room. I mean, that Jerry Jones was and
you were there.
Yeah, no, I was right there. Here's the thing. And because so here's my question. Did you guys hear Bobby's rant this morning on the morning show?
No, and I so desperately wish I did.
Okay, and we may have to play this later on in the show. So was the gist of it, he was like, look, we've already seen this. I mean, I know everybody was everybody was, not necessarily feeling themselves, but the gist I got was he was saying, look, great win, we get all that, but we know what this group can do.
And I'm on Bobby's side. I talked to Bobby at the game yesterday, and it's like, I think the expectation has now been set so low with how they played in the first half of the season. Now, literally anytime they get a win, it's like, man, look at them rally around this team. This team is worth something. This team could build on the next year. And I'm like, maybe this team isn't as bad as we thought of. Like, man, they're in Carolina territory, but they're not like, all of a sudden, if you're just healthy, you're a Super Bowl contender. Like, a huge change. I'm on Bobby's side. I think a huge change still has to happen for this team to be taken seriously. They might not be in that bottom of like, oh my God, they're the Panthers or the Giants or the Raiders.
Yeah.
We kind of were throwing them in that pile in that first half of the season because of how they were playing. So I get that point of where people are kind of trying to defend them a little bit. But let's not get carried away because they won some football games. And it was an impressive W versus a team that needed to win in Tampa Bay. I am not taking anything away from that. But I can't remember Wolchuk. Wolchuk talked about this a bunch. It's like, and Broadus, like, hey, are the guys champion around Mike McCarthy and really not quitting? And look at them, Mike. This is how you know you can bring Mike McCarthy back. His team's still fighting for them. And Broadus's point has been, and I'm sure he'll text me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm quoting him correctly. They're like, there's a lot of players that are unproven on the team. They're fighting for themselves. Not saying they're not fighting for McCarthy, but 1A, 1B, these are guys that are trying to get contracts next year. These are guys that are going to be free agents next year. These are guys that haven't had a huge – Rico Dotto, this is his first year being good. He's not in a position to be, let's just kind of mail it in. We're not playing well. I kind of take a play off here. Jordan Lewis is having the best year of his career. He's not going to be a $4 million corner next year. Osa having the best year of his career. Yeah. Leofau, these are guys that, coach aside, are going to be playing hard because they're not – you've got like 6 established dudes on your team where it doesn't really matter what they do. They'll be set. For the most part, all these guys are trying to prove themselves, whether they're on the Cowboys or another team next year. So I'm not seeing what happened yesterday and even the last 3 weeks and been like, well, Mike's my next head coach. I'm sold on it.
The only thing I'll push back on from that standpoint is this, though, is if it was that simple to where guys they could just self-motivate, then, I mean, then why are the Raiders as bad as they are? Why are the Giants consistently horrible? Why are the Carolina Panthers so terrible for the last few years? I mean,
but I'm talking about an effort side, not winning the football game.
But you can't not give the coaches some credit for that.
I will give the coach some credit, but I think a lot of people are like in the position right now where they're like, dang, Mike is the guy we needed. He is the motivator we needed. I've heard it like people are like, I'm sold on Mike. After that game, look, I'm sold on Mike. Bring him back. And I'm like, we're letting one game encapsulate the whole season, and we're
I don't know
forgetting
you're letting one
12,
game.
13 other games.
I think you're letting the whole season, but at the same time, too, I guess the thing I would ask is, and again, I want to be careful how I phrase this, but okay, if this team had completely gone off a cliff with everything that's happened injury wise, I would be all. And again, I'm not saying anything that's really all that revealing, but I think there's something to be said for the way this team has conducted itself, and it starts at the top. And here's the thing, they did nothing to help Mike McCarthy out to start the year.
I'm sorry, Maxi Clee was like the worst player I've ever seen. He dribbled off his foot out of bounds.
Well, that's your guy.
They did nothing to help Mike at the beginning of the year.
They did nothing to help Mike McCarthy at the beginning of the year.
Has there a more confusing part of football right now than the Cowboys defense? They have all their stars on offense, play terrible. They play good teams with no offense and with defensive players missing, and they look like the 80s Bears. And I'm like, I just am baffled. I never know what to predict with them. Like, coming into this game, I looked at Chief, Bobby, said this is going to be a blowout. The Bucs defense, the Bucs team is the best road team, averaging 30 points on the road. Like, they take care of business on the road. They are champion for a spot in the NFC South. The Cowboys just got eliminated from the playoffs. They got no Trayvon Diggs, litany of injuries. I'm like, we're going to get blown out today.
Yeah.
And the defense plays amazing. I don't say amazing. They played very well yesterday.
The defense played inspired yesterday, but at the same time, though, I think that goes to the coaching, though. I think, and I'll tell you what, I asked Jordan Lewis this yesterday. Yeah. I mean, I literally said, hey, clearly this team's playing a much different level of football right now in Week 16 than y'all did when the season started. Was it just a matter of time? And he said time and Micah Parsons and guys figuring out the system. And I think there's something. We put so much stock into, look, you lost Dan Quinn. All right. So you had guys that had to learn a completely new system. And clearly Mike Zimmer's system's a much different type of system than what Dan Quinn had. All right. And Mike Zimmer is a no-nonsense, like, this is how we're going to do it type of guy, and made that pretty clear at the beginning of the year. And, oh, by the way, I mean, look, kind of let you know, I mean, have you really missed Trayvon Diggs? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, his defense really didn't miss a beat yesterday without him, all right? Now, Overshown, Luafau came up and played his ass off, right?
It'd be great to have them both out there.
It would to an extent, but
I was saying Overshown and Luafau.
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
Saying like with Luafau, it wasn't like you missed a beat not having Overshown because Luafau played great.
You absolutely
but you definitely missed that aggression and the TFL.
Well, you just missed the speed across the line, right? Yeah. I mean, you and I talked about it last night watching the game. I mean, this team's not great at blowing up backfields, okay? Now, Micah is, Overshown is, and every now and again, you'll have somebody sneak in the backfield, but it's not a consistent thing, and obviously not having 13 when all the offense has to do is key in on number 11, it's a different deal. I will say this when it comes to Mike McCarthy and the way this team handles itself is you had a situation last night where you could have easily have melted down and everybody just said, you know what, bleep it, we're done. The season's over.
Yeah, I was wrong. I can stand on that. I thought they were going to get smoked yesterday.
And I'm going to tell you this. Talking to those guys in the locker room, getting the vibes from everybody that was there and just kind of the way everybody, you had this sense of almost frustration in the sense of, man, I wish we had a couple more weeks of the football season left, because this is a team that, we always hear about, hey, you want to be playing your best football at the end of the year. And you got Cooper Rush, who's starting to look a little bit better and getting a little bit more comfortable. And he is what he is. I'm not gonna delve into the whole Dak versus him conversation.
Can I ask this real quick?
You absolutely can.
Even delving into that 877-881-1053, the Franklin Franco injury attorney text. I want to know from the Tolos because I kind of know me and yours opinion on this. More than welcome to chime in as well. If Dak Prescott had not gotten hurt and everything else plays out the exact same as far as your defense, the teams you're playing, the teams who are injured when you're playing, whatever. Only difference is Dak in for Cooper. Do the Cowboys make the playoffs? And if you answer to that yes, what do they do in the playoffs? Because I personally think you're in maybe you win one or two more games, and maybe you technically make it, but then maybe teams play you differently. Everything kind of switches around. But I think Dak being hurt hurts your chances. But I don't think you went from Super Bowl contender to lottery team with Dak and Cooper. I think you went from 1 or 2 games above 500 to 1 or 2 games below 500.
I think if we've learned anything with Cooper Rush, number one, he won't be a Cowboy next year. All right. I mean, look, Cooper Rush has gotten himself paid. I'm not saying he's going to get starter money. Let's not get carried away. But if I'm a good to great football team that, maybe I've had some issues with quarterback, maybe I've got a guy that's a little bit injury prone, maybe I need a bridge quarterback or something like that, you'd be hard pressed to do a lot better than Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush has shown he's a competent, capable NFL quarterback. I'm not saying this guy's going to get to the playoffs, but hey, he's shown, if anything, he's shown you he can get you 4 or 5 wins, and he's certainly done that so far this year. I think it's a great question. I was talking to a guy at the gym today about this, and he said, look, it's easy to see that Dak's better than Cooper, but to your point, how much better is he than Cooper? Right? I mean, what's at the end of the day, this team's going to probably finish somewhere, 7-10, give or take, when it's all said and done. I mean, what are they right now? 7-8?
Yeah.
All right, so they're 7-8, and you've got an Eagles team that, if you don't have Jalen Hurts, I would not be surprised if this team goes in there and beats Philly on Sunday if that team's got Kenny Pickett. I don't know if that's going to be the same case with Jalen Hurts, but I promise you, if that team, if Kenny Pickett's a starting quarterback on Sunday, give me the Cowboys to win that football game.
Well, what is the drop-off from Nathaniel Lowe to Joc Pederson? Well, let's figure out next. We're going to get Kennedy Landry from MLB.com, Texas Rangers beat reporter, have her on and figure out all the things about all the Rangers transactions and what she's got to say about that next on The Fan.
I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Thank you, Ross Lubinsky. Your Dallas Mavericks leading 62-53 over the Portland Trail Blazers in the return of Luka after his 2-game absence with the left heel contusion. Nice seeing him back in action as the Mavs are up at halftime. But speaking of action, and a lot of it, the winter meetings was great. They've done some more work around the Christmas time. Let's go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline to talk to MLB.com's Texas Rangers beat reporter Kennedy Landry. Kennedy, I know we weren't able to get you on like a week or two ago, but we moved some stuff around. Perfect timing. Things work out for a reason. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Back home right now, chilling out, even though Chris Young keeps interrupting my days. Yep. But good for the Rangers, bad for me. But it's been a good week.
Interrupting your wine and reading books setup?
Exactly. You know how I am.
Come on. Well, a lot of wine will be had now that the Rangers kind of shook up the lineup. We'll get into those specific deals, but just kind of talk me through what your thought process of what Chris Young is doing with his team overall, just kind of shaking up the lineup, shaking up the bullpen, kind of what do you think his process has been getting these new players in and out?
I think, Chris Young's process has clearly been that 2024 was, unacceptable in a way. The way they played this year, obviously there were a lot of not great things happen, whether that was health or regression from various parts of this lineup and the rotation, a lot of pieces of this team. So I think Chris Young in the front office came into this offseason saying, hey, we do need to shake some things up, shake it up with the lineup. You have to fully reconstruct the bullpen, honestly, when you look at all the free agents they had there, and then just stabilize the rotation by bringing back Nathan Eovaldi. There's a lot of things that kind of went into how Chris Young and the front office has operated this winter, but obviously they're one of the more active teams. They're making things work, making things shake, and obviously things have changed a lot within the last 2 weeks.
Kennedy Landry joining us here, talking all things Texas Rangers in their 2024-2025 offseason. One thing, we talked to Michael Beer about this last week or week before, whenever it was, right after the winter meetings wrapped up, was that, with the way, you look at the AL West, and of course the Astros have been, they've reigned supreme, not just in the division, but in the conference as a whole, or the American League. It feels like Ray Davis and Chris Young kind of got together and said, all right, look, we're not going to worry about money. We are, but we're not. You go do your thing, because if there was ever a time to pounce and kind of assert control over this division, especially when the Astros are kind of ailing a little bit, it seems like this was the year, and that was kind of the marching orders. What do you know from behind the scenes that was discussed, and kind of how this thing's playing out with the rest of the division?
Yeah, I think obviously there was a lot of concerns, even last offseason coming off the World Series, on how the TV deal would affect the payroll. And we did see kind of, it's the highest payroll the Rangers have really ever had, especially this century. And then just looking at some of the ways they could have invested the money last offseason, it was almost exactly the same roster coming into this year. So Chris Young has said that Ray Davis wants to win, and Ray Davis is giving the front office what they need to be able to compete. And I think you're right, especially looking at the Astros and how things are playing out in the division. They just traded Kyle Tucker, who's arguably their best non-Altuve position player. They don't have a lot of depth in their outfield right now, and maybe signing Christian Walker kind of fortifies the infield as it stands, especially with Alex Bregman seemingly on his way out in free agency. But the rest of the division was truly wide open. The Mariners blew a 10-game lead in the division this past season. The A's and the Angels are the A's and the Angels. Obviously, John Fisher is putting a little bit more into the A's this year, but those two teams are still, I believe, behind the three at the top, and especially Chris Young and what they're putting into this team this offseason. The Rangers are in perfect opportunity to swoop in and win a division title and compete in the American League.
Were you surprised at all to see Nathaniel Lowe go?
If you had asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have been surprised. But especially after the Jake Berger trade during the winter meetings, you could kind of see the writing on the wall. I'm not saying, that was a foregone conclusion. And Chris Young even said, when we traded for Jake Berger, the intention was to have them both in the lineup. And, just seeing how the first base market has moved over the last few days, again, Christian Walker, Paul Goldschmidt, just a lot of moving parts in terms of what first basemen are being traded. Josh Naylor, from the Guardians to the Diamondbacks, a lot of different moving pieces across Major League Baseball that the first base market was ripe. And, when the Rangers, they traded for Jake Berger, who's able to play first base, they need relief help. Like I said, they really just need bodies out there right now. So they felt like this was a trade that would clearly help the team become better in any way possible. And then obviously trading Nathaniel Lowe frees up the payroll to sign Joc Pederson, reportedly, that hasn't officially been announced yet. But obviously, it's a domino effect when all of these things. So I'm not going to say I was shocked that Nathaniel Lowe is on his way out, but you could see how you can read the tea leaves in these type of things.
And that kind of transitions into my next statement. 2 years, $37 million to get a former Dodger teammate of Corey Seager's and Joc Pederson. Posted one of his better batting average. I think his best actually at 275 last year. His walk rate went up. It seemed like he's more patient at the plate. What should Rangers fans, Artolo's listening, be looking forward to when it comes to the lefty and Joc Pederson?
Yeah, I think one thing specifically, he can play a lot of different positions in the outfield. He can rotate. He has a handful of starts at first base, depending on where Bruce Bochy wants to deploy him. But I think the biggest thing is that the Rangers now have a real certified DH. The DH position has kind of been a black hole in recent years. In the last year, especially following Mitch Garver's departure in free agency, who was the DH, obviously, for the World Series winning season. So it was a bit of a black hole. I think when I looked up earlier, it was about a 600 OPS at the DH position last year. Again, obviously, a lot of that came from Wyatt Langford before he kind of went on his rise, and when he started really hitting well last year, he was playing in the outfield, not at DH. So there's a lot of things that went into that, but really the Rangers needed a certifiable DH to, middle of the order bat that can go in the middle of this lineup, especially once they traded Nathaniel Lowe. They needed a lefty power bat at that. So I think that's a really good addition to this lineup, kind of rounds it out well, rounds out this position player group really well. And I think even on the personality side, it's a guy, a veteran player that can mesh well with this clubhouse. Like you said, a former teammate of Corey Seager's. And I think, Bruce Bochy and the staff are going to have a lot of fun figuring out how to, mix and match this lineup this season.
Kennedy Landry, Texas Rangers reporter for MLB.com, joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. For his great, and look, everybody's excited. You love to see anytime your ownership and everybody goes out and makes a run. And, of course, we always know Bruce Bochy. Look, he's all about winning championships and, every other year. Bottom line, though, you can't have Marcus Semien hitting the way he did last year. You can't have Adolis Garcia being the hole that he was this past season. You need more out of Jonah Heim. I mean, the guys that were money the year before that helped you win a championship were the complete opposite of that last year. What is some of the safeguards for preventing that in 2025? Or is that why he's gone out and been as active as he has to backstop that, God forbid, that happens again?
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys, the staff, the front office, the players themselves, they all know that, they can't have a repeat of 2024 of how, Marcus Semien in the leadoff spot, needs to get on base for Corey Seager. That's what he does. Adolis Garcia needs to, drive the ball to all fields and hit 20-plus homers like he does. And Jonah Heim needs to literally give you anything in the lineup and all of these things. So I think it's a combination of the two of, they're going to be working really hard with, new hitting coach that's going to work with Donnie Eckert on a lot of the offensive game planning and things like that. And obviously Chris Young going out and getting some help, whether that's Kyle Higashioka behind the plate to kind of split time with Jonah Heim, whether it's Joc Pederson, obviously just being in the DH, being in the middle of the order bats the Rangers need. There's a lot of different things that go into, the Rangers trying to have this bounce back, do that every other year thing that Bruce Bochy seems to always do. And I think obviously Chris Young is taking all the necessary steps to be able to get the Rangers back to where they were in 2023, especially when you look at how that offense performed in 2023 and how they need to get back to doing that.
Kennedy, let's switch to the other side. Let's go to the bullpen. The bullpen got pretty much a retool. You bring in Garcia, Milner, Webb, Armstrong, some lefties in there. What are kind of your thoughts on how the bullpen played last year, and do you think this is a result of what it looks like this year and the chances you bring a guy back like a Kirby Yates?
Yeah, I think obviously you had Kirby Yates, David Robertson, Andrew Chafin, Jose Leclerc. You have a lot of guys going into free agency, and that's really what I mean when I say they have to really fully remake this bullpen. Josh Sports is going to be out for the first couple of months next season after shoulder surgery. So they're fully remaking it right now. I think obviously Chris Young has taken some really good steps with those four names that you mentioned to get it back to an even serviceable place right now. But they still need, I would say, two arms. Where that's a setup man and a closer, and that could be David Robertson and Kirby Yates again. That's a potential that could happen. I think Kirby Yates is still a high priority for this team, and even if it's not Kirby Yates, they just need another real lockdown closer. Chris Young said today, obviously 2 years ago, they traded for Aroldis Chapman, who had his ups and downs, but when he was up, it was electric. And last year they signed Kirby Yates, who enjoyed a real bounce-back, resurgent season after some injury-riddled years. So I think Chris Young, like I said, is those middle innings. I think he's made some really good strides. Picking out guys with really great peripheral numbers, even if the ERA doesn't exactly show what the Rangers think they're capable of. I think those middle innings are looking great right now for the Rangers, but they do need some real high-leverage guys before we go to spring training.
Kennedy, kind of 2-for-1er right here. I want to get Kennedy's thoughts on this. The starting rotation, does DeGrom go a full season and kind of the rest of that rotation? And then out of those five people you don't name in a couple seconds, do those guys who spills over into the bullpen and is a major kind of arm in there?
Yeah, I think maybe it is a hot take, but I think we're looking at a real resurgent year for Jacob deGrom personally. I think coming off of Tommy John, he looked real good in September when he was able to pitch, got his innings up to, I think, 5 innings is maybe the most he went in September when he came back. Obviously, the last few years have not been the baseball gods have not looked kindly upon Jacob deGrom and his many arm issues. But he looked great, and I think it's going to be a lot of the Rangers' success obviously will hinge on what Jacob deGrom is able to do. And, when you look at 2023, before Jacob deGrom got hurt, he pitched 6 games. The Rangers won all 6. That's the difference between making the postseason and not in 2023. So I think, yes, Jacob deGrom will go a full season. And, looking at the rotation, you have deGrom, Eovaldi, Gray, Bradford, Malley, Leiter, and Rocker. And then Dane Dunning. So that's an 8-deep rotation right there. Obviously, you can never have too much starting pitching, as the general manager likes to always say. And I think, spring training will be very interesting to see where these guys all land. Obviously, Cody Bradford has succeeded both in the bullpen and in the rotation. Yep. He had a really great year last year in his second full season. And then Kumar Rocker has just, been electric. He sped through the minors coming back from Tommy John this year to debut in September. Jack Leiter has had his struggles. Obviously, we've all watched. He's been under a microscope since college, and all of these things. So I think it's obviously more likely that a guy like Leiter will start the season in Round Rock, maybe even Rocker, and then Bruce Bochy will have some interesting takes and interesting choices to make. Chris Young said somebody like John Gray is definitely a starter. They didn't sign him for all this money for him to be out in the bullpen, but that's what competition kind of brings. So it's very interesting how, like I said, those 4 or 5 names below the starting rotation is going to be interesting how those guys get deployed this year. I think a guy like Cody Bradford, he's been very adamant, I'm a starter, I want to be in the rotation, but he's a guy that's really succeeded out of the bullpen as well. So those are decisions and things that are going to have to be decided in Surprise, Arizona in a few months here.
Better faux Southern accent, you or Brian Kelly?
I'm from here. I don't have a faux Southern accent, I want to say.
Okay, all right. Well, I couldn't tell, but that's what I'm saying because we know your boy Brian Kelly. I mean, look, as soon as he moved down there, I didn't even realize he was from Massachusetts.
He's not my boy. Let's not do too much here.
All right. Well, I didn't know if all LSU people were, I know you guys are rock solid, so I wasn't sure how y'all felt about that.
I like winning football games. So I wouldn't say I'm all in on the guy, but I like winning football games, so that's all I need from him.
Fair enough. Great stuff, Miss Landry. We'll talk again. Have a wonderful Christmas, Hanukkah, New Year, and let's do this again when pitchers and catchers report.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me, and Merry Christmas.
Absolutely. Same to you. The one, the only Miss Kennedy Landry, MLB.com, Texas Rangers reporter. All right, 1 hour in the books, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, a little NBA After Dark. We've also got to get into a little bit about what's going on when off the field bleeds into real life. And then, of course, we've got a little fair or foul. Lots to get to in hour number 2. He's Blake. I'm Fred. This is The Fan After Dark.
Gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out.
What did Joe Mazzulla say this time? The NBA ratings continue to go down, and who are the most watched players around the league? We'll tell you all of that next year on the Fan After Dark. Blake Elliott, Fred Davis, and Ross Lebinsky keeping us crispy on a Christmas Eve's Eve.
For you to say. Ross Lebinsky keeping us crispy. Oh, did you mean to do that? Did you mean to do that?
I mean, I said it.
But did you mean to do it? Sounded kind of funny, though. Sounded kind of clever by you.
What's the weather?
What's the weather? Great question.
Every time I bring it back, we go to the weather report. What temperature is it?
Blake Elliott, aspiring meteorologist right here
I am
the
one.
DFW. Are you?
I am one.
I haven't seen you on TV yet.
On today's weather report, we've got a smooth 75 with cumulus clouds out to the left, blowing southbound down I-35. If you're going to be heading out to Waco today, grab your jackets, grab those sweaters, and your knits.
I hope none of y'all are heading out to Waco.
If you're going to be going to Houston, make sure you got your parka. And maybe a bulletproof vest.
That's all for me on Channel 737.
I've said too much.
What temperature is it? Great question. I'm going to go with a...
Right now.
I'm going to go with a comfortable 62.
I'm scared. 63.
Hey-o! Get your minds right, people. Get your minds right.
Now, Ross, what temperature do you think it feels like? It's not actually 63 on the feeling side, per the weather report.
Nothing more than...
I'm going to guess, let's do 59.
Close, though, 57.
Wow. It feels like 57 outside, huh? Even though it's only 63?
Yep.
Wow. It's cool. It's wild.
It's what the temperature feels like as a result to the humidity, sunlight, or wind.
I'm aware of what the whole feels like.
Titillating radio, guys.
I mean, come on. If you didn't turn into 105 to the Fan the second hour of the program to listen to what the weather might be like, especially 2 days prior to Christmas, I don't know what to tell you. Are you excited about this Rangers season or what?
I am. I actually could have done a whole nother one. I was going to ask Kennedy what. I was going to ask her what the Kennedy Landry lineup would look like.
Yeah.
Because you got Berger all over the place.
Yeah.
I've seen Evan Carter hitting 9th. I've seen Wyatt Langford hitting 1st, 3rd, 7th. All these projected lineups I would like to see. Right now, projecting a W for your Dallas Mavericks.
You're damn
as
right.
they're up 75-60 as the Portland Trailblazers keep turning the ball over.
The Portland Trailblazers are terrible.
Yeah,
Can we get that out of the way real quick? Can we just say that?
Now, the scores, and this is very equal. 16 for Luka, 13 for Yacht, 15 for Clay, 12 for PJ, 11 for Gafford. I mean, it's just everybody in the double digits. 5 guys in double digits right now for your Dallas Mavericks. The entire starting 5.
And then real quick, I know we're talking NBA, but for those of you on the Monday Night Football tip, the only reason you're paying attention to this game at all is A, you're a Packers fan, B, you got money on it, or C, you've got fantasy football implications, because there's absolutely zero other reason to be watching this disaster of a football game right now. Green Bay 24, the Saints 0, with 6 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in the third quarter.
Okay, speaking of disaster, the Warriors have not been great.
Not recently. They started off good.
Started off great. They've been kind of up and down. Now, they did beat the Timberwolves in their last game. It was Saturday, 113-103. But after that game, they should have won. I think the Timberwolves have not been playing great basketball.
That's a whole nother mess.
Either way, I'm not going to think I've been glued to my TV watching Brandon Pajimski shoot 40 shots. It's a lot of young players playing with maybe the best shooter of all time in Steph Curry. So Steve Kerr has been very critical about how the team has gone about playing with a player like Steph Curry. Now, he goes on a whole 10-minute rant and different questions, but pretty much says these young players, I'm paraphrasing, These young players need to figure out how to play with Steph Curry, not shoot this shot, not shoot that, pass on the ball. Here's a little snippet of Steve Kerr after that game on how the young players need to act when Steph Curry is on the court.
When you have Steph Curry on the team, you pass the ball, because you pass it 2 or 3 times, the defense is scrambling, all hell breaks loose. So it's a choice. We can either do that and win games, or we can shoot, a whole bunch of 15-foot contested shots in the middle of the shot clock and be a lousy NBA team. It's up to us, and we are hammering that point home with our team. Thank you.
Lousy.
That's what you give him $50 million for.
Lousy NBA team, as he said. That's what we'll be if we keep shooting these contested mid-range shots instead of getting the ball to one Steph Curry. First of all, before we play Brandon Bajimski's answer, because he answered it quickly after.
He did.
What are your thoughts on Kerr's comments?
The fact that he's had to take it in the media.
And you saw there was another clip I showed you of him kind of calling out Bajimski personally.
He's done it twice. And he did the entire compliment sandwich thing where you're going to be a hell of a player. But pass the freaking ball to Steph Curry, you clown. I mean, and that's and I'll tell you what. Let me save what I really want to say until after we hear what was his name? Brandon.
So here's Pods about 5 minutes later when he does his post-game press conference with his response to that.
Steve ended his press conference by talking about, how some of the young players on the team are still learning how to play with Steph. Some shots early in the shot clock are not good shots. We need to pass the ball. That's what you do when you have Steph Curry on your team, that kind of thing. When you hear that message, what do you think?
Man, I don't really think I just play. When I'm out there, when I'm open, I shoot it. If not, I make play. I don't really look too much into... I know we have Steph Curry on the court, and if he's open, I'm going to throw the ball to him. But, yeah, I don't really look too deep into those messages.
Doesn't look too deep into those messages, a.k.a. my coach telling me what to do.
I mean, tell me you're not coachable without telling me you're not coachable. I mean, I don't think. You've got one of the greatest shooters.
Probably
one of the greatest shooters of all time on the basketball floor, the best player on your team, and it's not even close. And you have to be told. Now, I'm not saying, and again, I don't know what practice looks like with Golden State, but, we know that this team got off to a great start, probably a lot better than a lot of people thought they were going to, especially considering they are in kind of this quasi, weird rebuilding place or wherever wherever this team's at right now. But I mean, just completely tone deaf, and maybe there's some frustration there, and it sounds like from the way this Brandon kid's talking versus the way Steve Kerr's talking, he's been telling these kids over and over again, look, this is how the offense runs. When you see it, take it. When you see it opening to, for Steph, make sure you get it to him. I mean, I don't know how it's being communicated, how it's being, the message is being delivered, but it just, when I hear a kid say, I don't think, I'm just shooting, and yeah, if he's open, I'll pass it to him. I mean, dude, what is he, a rookie? Is he not? Rookie, second-year player?
Second-year guy.
Something like that? So, yeah.
This is the guy. This is why they traded Clay. I don't know if you remember that. They said he was going to start over Clay. And fun fact, in their 2 matchups, Pods averages under 2 points. Yeah. Clay has averaged over 20.
Well, I mean, come on. You got one dude who's going to the Hall of Fame. You got another kid who apparently is too good to even listen to the messages that, say, hey, however you want to think about Steve Kerr, and we could get into, his political leanings, the way he coaches and his USA basketball and all that other stuff. But this much I do know when it comes to Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's forgotten more about basketball than damn near 98% of the people on that roster will know. All right. I mean, when you think about it, this is a dude who won 5 NBA championships, if I'm not mistaken. All right, 2 with the Spurs, 3 with the Bulls, and played under Phil Jackson and Greg Popovich. I mean, we're talking about a dude who's been around and played under Lute Olson at Arizona. So we're talking about a guy who's been privy to some of the most ingenuitive basketball minds and some of the greatest basketball minds of our time. And this clown show is going to say, yeah, I'm not hearing the messages. What are you,
serious?
No clown show here. We just love Joe Mazzulla on this program. I've had the privy of being in the same room with him and seeing how he answers questions. And you become a Mazzulla fan. I've been showing you the clips.
I was a Joe Mazzulla fan after last year when he had just taken the job, and the girl asked him about had he met the royal family, and he said Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
Well, let's hear him say it.
A non-basketball question. Did you get a chance to meet with the royal family? And if not, how was it like having them there in the building?
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph?
The Prince and Princess of Wales.
Oh, no, I did not. I'm only familiar with one royal family. I don't know too much about that one.
Great clip from Mazzulla.
I mean,
I love him. Because I don't think it's an act. I don't think it's if you watch any press conference with Mazzulla, he's so dialed into whatever he's thinking. Does not care about going against the grain. Because some people will say, he's trying harder. I think I've seen him. This is just how he acts.
That's how he is.
He wears basketball shorts and basketball shoes and a warm-up hoodie, walking around as the coach in the press conference. NBA Finals game.
Well, he said something about how he wears the clothes that they've given him or something, something along those lines. So, I mean, he's and I'll say that, and you know what I like about Joe Mazzulla the best is that, okay, so he gets the job after Ime
messes up,
bangs half of the ownership, right? So he gets thrown into the mix, and I mean got eviscerated at times that season, right? He's in over his head. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's getting out coached. And who'd they lose to? The Golden State Warriors, okay? So we're going to lambast a dude who, thrown in the mix, and they still had the number one seed in the Eastern Conference, okay? And then what do they do the next year? Systematically destroy everybody.
Now it's become a math game where it feels like you can't even beat them if you try.
I mean, and here's the thing about Joe Mazzulla. Like, you want to talk about, check out the big brain on Brad. Like, this dude just gets stronger with each game. And, I mean, we talk about, I don't know that we give him enough credit for being the coach of the Boston Celtics. And I think we kind of overlook the fact that, yes, we get it. That's a loaded team. But, hey.
He's really maximized their potential.
How many teams have we seen that have had really good, who would you rather have right now, Doc Rivers or Joe Mazzulla?
Yep.
Because how many good teams has Doc Rivers had that he's spit the bit or screwed the pooch at the end of the season?
Well, let's ask Joe. Do you watch NBA games to get better? Are you helping the NBA ratings game, or are you just chilling after the game?
Sorry, 1 second. I pull it up real quick.
You're good.
There we go.
There in the building.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph?
There's that one again.
More Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. I like it.
I mean, just shout out to the OG royal family.
Well, I mean, his birthday's in a couple days.
Yep.
So there's something to be said for that.
A lot of discussion around NBA ratings and ratings being down. What are the reasons for that? Is it the product? Is it the messaging? Is it other things? Do you have any thoughts on that? Is it a conversation you pay attention to at all? And do you have any thoughts on maybe how the game is discussed or sold that maybe is contributing to it?
No, I mean, I add to that. I don't watch NBA games, so I'm just as much a follower as anyone else is.
Is there a reason for that?
I don't like watching the games.
Doesn't like watching the games. I love it. Is there a reason to that? Thinking, I got to watch film. He goes, I don't like watching the games. Now, I don't know if he's saying I don't like, obviously he watches film, but he doesn't like watching basketball games. And who else said something like this? Now, you notice the different responses. Who else said I don't like watching games but got lambasted? Do you know? College.
Ooh, somebody did say that. It was, it was Carson Beck.
Carson Beck said the exact same thing that we just heard.
Yeah.
But the difference is one's a coach. One already has the personality that we know that he obviously does study and he plays well or coaches well.
And he's got a championship under his belt.
So he can say tongue-in-cheek stuff like that and we'll play it on this radio station and it's adds to his persona.
I don't think it's tongue-in-cheek though.
Well, not tongue-in-cheek, but it adds to his persona, whereas Carson Beck says it, people rip him to shreds, even though it's the same concept of I don't watch live games, I watch film.
Well, and again, it's recency bias, right? And right, wrong, or indifferent. Because on one hand, it's kind of like, all right, he is a college kid, and I think there is this frustration, especially when you figure Carson Beck was a kid who, going into the season, people projected him as like a top 10 quarterback, and then after we've all watched the season, now granted he got hurt, and that's why he's not going to be playing in the playoff, but he said, I mean, look, that Georgia team's been very up and down offensively. And Carson Beck has been a big reason why. But you're right. we can take something one guy says and look at it completely different and interpret it a different way. Somebody else will say it damn near the same thing, and if we don't like him, guess what? We're going to rip him to shreds. And that's exactly what we did with Carson Beck. Well, it doesn't help that Carson Beck's over there just getting all up in everybody's Snapchat, which, you know what, I'm okay with.
Speaking of getting in Snapchats, ripping to shreds, I think that transitions perfectly into what we want to do next. Sometimes what you do...
What's the temperature? Is it still 62?
It might be 69 over here in Travis Hunter world.
Nice.
Sometimes when stuff off the field leads on to on the field.
Yes.
Travis and his girlfriend, the most recent stuff we've heard. And is Shannon Sharp going to fight the rest of the ESPN crew? Find out next on the Fan After Dark.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
So, that being said, my son had been born right around that same time. You know, one life comes, another life leaves, whatever the hell that saying is. So, anyway, long story short, we're all, you know, hey, let's get married. Even ask the dad first. You want me to marry your daughter? Can I marry your daughter? Fred, I'd love for you to do it. Ask her, hey, let's do it. Let's tie the knot. Don't want to. You're just doing it because my dad. All right, bet. Deuces. Is that how we're doing it? That's how we're doing it. All right.
And you never talked to her again?
Well, she's mother of my kid. Of course I do. But
I mean in general, as far as a relationship.
Oh, as far as the marriage was concerned? Yeah. Oh no, that was off the table.
Like that day.
Oh no, as soon as you said no, that's all I needed to know.
What was your reaction? I want to know your general. She said no. Were you like, are you for real? Are you just
exactly what I did? Okay. All right.
And you got in your car and drove off?
No, we were staying together. I mean, we were staying together. There was nowhere to go.
So what was that night like?
I mean, all right.
All right.
That's how we're doing. Hey, cool.
You can't see it, Tolos, but Fred is doing the meme where the person is wearing the mask, and behind the mask, they're like,
look, I'll put it to you like this.
Strawberry red.
I'll put it to you like this. You know, it was one of those situations where did it work out the way it was supposed to? Yes, it did. That's all I can say.
Well, hopefully it works out for our boy Travis Hunter because it started as something where videos were surfacing online and people were doing the clickbait of how Travis Hunter's girlfriend was acting. That was the first time we talked about this. Travis Hunter's girlfriend then came out, or actually Travis first came out and made a statement defending his girl. My girl can't have fun. My girl, like, get out of her business, blah, 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 blah. And people kind of, tilted back. It's like, whatever.
And he did say some really kind of...
She drinks a lot.
Well, there was that part that I would have kept to myself, and then the whole I'm dropping her off at parties and I'm waiting out. It's like, bro,
that was what she said that part.
And yeah, right. And it's like, bro, you won the Heisman, dude.
Well, I don't think that was necessarily like this season. I think that was more of it because they've been dating 5 years.
Yeah.
So I think it was more of it in the past thing. So then she came out, made a 9-minute dissertation.
Has he not been a stud athlete? I mean, this guy was the #1 high school recruit. Yeah, okay, like you've been that dude for a minute.
So then she came out and made a 9-minute dissertation about a week ago.
Entirely too long.
About everything that went on and addressed all the videos. And I'll be the first to say it. I kind of believed her, and I was like, hey, we're being a little tough on the girl. Like, a lot of these things are getting taken out of context. And I
Give
think
them the benefit of the doubt.
And I think
we all did. We thought it was a bit much, but we were like, you know what? We don't know her life.
Yeah. Like, we're just going off these random videos of her at football games, her at an Adidas
but even though but when you listen to the video again, I mean, she did sound
so now
not smart.
People went and broke down the video over the last week of holiday spirit.
Tell us, but you made a great point, though.
What did I make a point about?
About she said, I mean, the details she gave.
Yeah, so she gave a little too many details. So in that 9-minute dissertation, that I kind of glazed past this part, but in the video she talks about her dating history because she's backing up the comment of her saying that she doesn't have a type. That's what a lot of these people who are tweeting.
Which is so ignorant.
You've seen Des Bryant, you've seen Shannon Sharp, you've seen every entertainer say, hey, bro, she said you're not her type, and now all of a sudden you're her type because you're winning. People are making these assumptions. And so she was like, I got to defend this claim. The reason I said, this is the girl talking, the reason I said Travis isn't my type is because apparently he was cheating on his girl.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do about his physical features. It had nothing to do about that. That's the reason he's not my type. She goes, I've dated, she said, a Hispanic guy. She said, I've dated a white guy. She said, I even dated a black guy 5 years ago that used to do sound. It was a SoundCloud rapper. Now, that part's important. This past week, people have done some FBI research and found
that's the problem.
And found that video of said SoundCloud rapper, and apparently Travis's girl was all up on Homeboy in the video.
Yeah.
Throwing it back, dancing, and not a lot of clothing. And the worst part of it, Fred, when you look at the date, the year the video was posted.
And timestamps don't lie, man.
3 years ago.
God.
And then they play back the video of Travis saying, me and my girl have been dating for 5 years. And so now the internet has gone even more of...
That's all the internet needed to see.
And Homeboy that had the video, the SoundCloud rapper.
This dude. I mean, talk about...
see how quickly I can pull
Have you seen the shirt,
LA
Ross?
Noir music.
Have you seen the shirt, Ross?
I tell you what, there wasn't a wide receiver in college this season or last year that burned Travis Hunter the way this poor kid did.
Yeah. This guy, I don't know his name.
I don't know his name either,
but
other than...
The SoundCloud rapper that was...
Will you buy a shirt?
The shirt, for you told us who haven't seen it, on the back... No, actually, on the front is the picture, the still image of the guy with the arm around Travis's girl while she has on a schoolgirl outfit.
Yeah, not wearing a lot.
Not wearing a lot with a skirt.
Much.
His hands all up on
the booty.
All up on it. She's all over him, and on the back of it, Tolos, this is the worst part.
This is the real kick in the teeth right here.
On the back of it, it's the Heisman. That shirt, it will probably sell out.
The fight.
There's enough trolls out there. That shirt will sell out.
I almost want to buy one.
So
just because. Just because of the creativity alone.
Cheers, my cup. Pour one out.
God.
For our boy Travis.
Man.
And you want to say what Travis has done now?
Well, he did the only thing he can do, and that's deactivate his Instagram account. Because look.
He's deactivated all social media, guys.
Of course he has, man.
It's gotten bad because it went through a point where it's like, okay, maybe benefit of the doubt. She's good. She's in the clear. These things, if you go on your social media, it is blown up quickly. Everyone's found the video of Homeboy. There's pictures.
And see, this is where
there's also another video of like her at the club now.
No, this is bad. And the reality is that whether you thought they should be together or not, whether and of course the internet can be a horrible place. We know that. There was too much going on with these two. And again, I don't know if they're going to survive. There just seems to be, and all I'll say is this: the athletes that have chimed in, like, I kind of appreciate some of the things these guys are saying. Because look, if anybody knows what these women are like,
everybody has said something.
My only pushback at all, and you and I have talked about this off air, is you just wonder what the conversations between him and Dion have been like. Because if anybody would know, it's Dion, good and bad. And maybe there's a part of it where Dion has tried